viewers, welcome to coverage of CubeCon. My name's Hayu. I'm here with Ryan Overturf, and we're going to be bringing you all of the action from Saturday here at CubeCon 2024. Ryan, what have you got to look forward to today?
Well, somewhere in the ballpark of 100 ornithopters is where we're starting our day.
There or thereabouts.
Yeah. I believe we're drafting the full cube, so they'll all be out and about. We won't see all of them, but we'll see many.
Okay. All right. Well, that is coming up for our first feature draft. But before we get there, we are going to have a chat and talk about what CubeCon is. So CubeCon is a celebration that's everything we love about Cube. You know, it's been here, hosted at GameHoleCon in Madison, Wisconsin since 2022. And the cool thing about CubeCon is you don't have to bring your deck. You don't have to bring anything. You can, all the cards, all the lands, everything is provided for you. You just have to show up and have a great time. So what is Cube? You know, ask me the big questions.
That is a big question. Not a quick answer to that one.
Not a quick answer to that one, but you know, Cube is a format that lots of people here enjoy and love, and really it's a limited format that's curated.
Yes.
Would you say that's a good way of putting it?
That's a really good way. Yeah, curated, limited format, the entire Magic experience for the Cube draft. One person puts it in a box, and you shuffle it up and play. Yeah,
shuffle it up and play. And Cube has really gone from this, I'm just going to try and make my own draft set, into an infinite variety of expressions. And you can really see the way that people have put a lot of character, put a lot of passion into their cubes. And certainly the first cube we're covering this morning has that in spades. So what are we doing this weekend? Well, we are already on Saturday. On Thursday and Friday, we had some drafts already. Thursday, there was a prequel. The first half of the main event for most players happened yesterday. There were 2 cubes yesterday. Today, they're going to be playing 2 more cubes. That's main event cubes 3 and 4. And then there's going to be a cut to top 128. So Ryan, what happens from that?
Well, then we play the Final Fortune draft. So that's going to be a sudden death rules. So things have been a little loosey-goosey, a little more casual at this point.
Okay.
Those rounds are timed, and they are sudden death because we need winners. You need to 2-1 that draft, and then we'll see you on Sunday for the top 64.
All right, and top Sunday, it is just going to be back-to-back top 64 single elimination. You have to win your cube to get into the top 8, and then of course after the top 8 we will be crowning a new champion of CubeCon 2024. So plenty of Magic still to play, and these are going to be the people who are bringing it to you. You see our lovely faces there amongst the coverage team, and we also of course have Ethan and Rondas here in the booth, and Niall out on the floor doing interviews, and plenty of awesome coverage from the event at large. So I think it's about time to maybe get started on our first feature draft of the day, and it is a super, super cute cube. Let's have a look at the list. I mean, first of all, 100 ornithopters just instantly tells you what this is about.
Yes. So Cube's been around for a long time now. We've seen a lot of different themed cubes with different aesthetics. Oftentimes, you see something that's kind of out there, and it's enforced by a lot of rules. You know, you have to do this and that, whatever. You start with a card in your pool, house rule kind of stuff. This cube just has 100 ornithopters that are draftable in the cube, and I love that approach.
Yeah, I love it. So the creator of this cube, Andy, he saw this tweet that said, "Can my cube be all ornithopters?" And by the way, shout out to Morgan, who's a Vancouverite friend of mine, for being the inspiration behind this cube. And if you look at the list, here it is.
This is sorted by mana curve.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's more approachable in that way.
This is it's all ornithopters, and then you get to some real cards after that.
A little sorted by card type as well. Ornithopters are the only creatures in the cube.
Right.
That's a very important aspect of the 100 ornithopter gimmick.
So Ryan, what are the archetypes? Like, how can people break the symmetry of the only creatures are ornithopters?
Yeah, there's kind of the classic archetypes of ornithopter aggro, ornithopter combo, and ornithopter control. Of course, they're all represented here. And the way that these cards impact, there's some like nickel and dime stuff, but you also can already see just in the spread on screen, there are some hammers and haymakers. Ad nauseum in a deck full of ornithopters. What's that, like a draw 25? You see rituals, you see glimpse of nature there, another massive draw engine, some tutors and imperial seal. So your deck's going to try to do something big, and you're going to try to find a consistent way to do that thing. we're going to see a lot of explosive turns. You might think, oh, there's 0-2s. They're pretty unassuming. You would be so wrong.
I am so excited. I say, well, when I first looked at this list, almost every single card, I thought, wow, this is sick.
Yes.
You know? And then just also little cards that don't really get much play, or maybe have some niche homes, like Assault Formation. I laughed at a lot. It was just think you got to get your edge in any way possible. So we're going to see how our players are going to do it, and we are going to go to our first featured draft, which is very exciting actually, because we've already seen this player a little bit on camera today, Ryan, you and I. And it is not Benjamin Wheeler, it is Caleb Durwood is back in the draft area, and he's going to be our featured drafter for the 100 Ornithopters Cube. Fresh off a win in the Cheese Standalone exhibition match. Do you think that's going to affect his performance as we look at Pack 1?
He's got momentum, as they say. Cheese Standalone winner, the first champion of CubeCon. Not the reigning champion, but the first coming into year 3. Looking to be the second 2-time CubeCon champion. Okay,
well, this pack is pretty interesting. We see Rally of Wings, Song of Creation, and Phyrexian Tower pulled to the front. 3 very different directions.
Absolutely, and I love looking at Song of Creation here. This is just one of those cards. If you fill your deck with 0 mana cards, what it does is whenever you cast a spell, you draw 2 cards. And you're playing with fire. Okay, so it's really awesome to convert every Ornithopter into a divination. The problem is that trigger is mandatory. We had a little bit of opportunity to talk to the cube designer, Andy Mangold, and one of the first things I asked, because I have played with this fire myself, how often do players just deck themselves? And he said, pretty often, actually.
I think he's had to build a little bit of protection into the cube against that happening. But you see Caleb there counting out the Ornithopters. There are, I think, 7 or so in this particular pack. And Rally of Wings, though, still getting the consideration here from Caleb. What do you think his mindset is right now?
Yeah, so the approach here, he's trying to think about what's my engine going to be? A lot of the decks on this cube are going to find ways to draw extra cards so you can really juice up your Ornithopters or win with some kind of combo kill there. And then also, how am I going to interact and how am I actually going to close the game? So the choice between that massive pump spell or the Song of Creation is asking, do I want an engine or do I want a win condition? And Song of Creation is closer to both, so I like that pick.
Yeah, just looking at these cards, they're so sweet. Ozolith to Shatisfy, a little way to pump up your Ornithopter's Detention Sphere. Very interesting card when every creature is an Ornithopter. We see Hardened Scales potentially getting considered here as well, right?
Makes sense to go for the Ozolith over Hardened Scales just because it does both.
Get you a card that can do both.
Right. It's a little bit more mana. And maybe you pull it to the front just to think about, all right, what are my wheels here? What happens if somebody takes us Hardened Scales? You have that Detention Sphere in this red, and kind of thinking forward there. I think in that pick, he's overwhelmingly going to take Ozolith over Hardened Scales, and is really just thinking about what's going to come back.
Right. Yeah, as you say, Ozolith is a little bit more expensive, but you do get to tap it and put the counters on it yourself, so you don't really need to pick up as many other enablers. Yeah, Caleb, just a little contemplative beard stroking.
It is one of the things he's known for.
That's true. We've got the Ornithopters coming around. I mean, are there going to be draft packs that are just Ornithopters?
I hope so. Mathematically, it's tremendously possible. 360 cards, we're drafting them all. 15 cards a pack, 100 Ornithopters.
There's another card, by the way, which I think is hilarious in this cube, Portal to Phyrexia. Sack your Ornithopters, get them back.
Get that reanimating churn on the 0-2s.
Yorgos will, Calling the Week. Okay, there's a lot of black cards actually in this pack.
Calling the Week, a really nice Dark Ritual effect. Play your 0 mana Ornithopter, sack it, and pay a black to get 4 mana. You can really go off there. It's not good at casting Song of Creation. So, we're kind of moving in 2 different directions if we go there.
Yeah, and then it's going to be Spire of Industry, the pickup. That is good at casting Song of Creation.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense if we are leaning into playing this 3-color card. And gotta figure that he is. Second picked a green card, one of the colors there.
It's just a mana confluence.
Yeah. With a little bit of, you technically, in some formats, you have the downside. You can't always use it. But it's kind of upside. You're basically always going to have an ornithopter. I hope. You're like actually kind of weirdly in trouble if you don't.
You are a little bit in trouble, I think, if you don't in this.
And you can tap for colorless, which is also one of the requirements of song creation. You got the generic mana there,
okay.
so you save a life on that if you got it set up otherwise.
Save a life today.
Draft Spire of Industry.
Draft Spire of Industry. By the way, my friends, Ryan and I are going to be with you for the first 2 drafts of the day. So we're going to be with you all the way through to the end of the main event, and then you'll be joined by Ethan and Rondez. As we look at the 3rd pick here for Caleb, we see Pier's Revolution pulled up to the front, as well as Enchantress's Presence, which one of my favorite cards in the cube, because really, this is an enchantment cube.
Right. I love Enchantress's Presence just being in the cube because obviously there's an artifact theme. There's 100 artifact creatures. Those are the creatures. But there's also a lot of high impact enchantments and kind of a need to get some kind of draw engine. Drawing extra cards is a big part of a lot of the archetypes in the cube.
Right, it does look like Stoneforge Masterwork is top of Caleb's mind right now. Oh, no. Maybe a little tempted by the Hedge Maze. I mean, who doesn't love a Hedge Maze?
Blue-green land with that Teamer card kind of being the ideal engine makes a lot of sense. The Masterwork is also a pretty low-maintenance way. Just getting an equipment that can make your Ornithopters attack for a lot. That's a pretty high-value card in this environment, I have to imagine.
Right. And there is a little bit of this kind of equipment sub-theme as well, I think, Ryan, going on.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at the next pack now, Prismatic Vista, a little bit of mana fixing available. Oh, there's an actual hammer, Colossus Hammer. Wheel of Fortune.
Wheel of Fortune might stand out on the cube list as one of the most powerful cards, and it certainly is, but there are quite a few very high power cards in the cube. Tolarian Academy, Gaia's Cradle, the huge standout. So that, to contextualize, yeah, there's some high power stuff going on here.
For sure.
Wheel of Fortune kind of compounds the theoretical issues of dying to our own Song of Creation. However, it is a really nice way to empty your hand and reset.
Greatness at any cost, Ryan.
Yeah, I dig it. I like the approach.
Yeah.
Caleb's not afraid. If I draw all my cards, all right.
Oh no, I've drawn all my cards.
Achievement unlocked.
Yeah. But, I mean, if you think about it, if you draw your cards, like half of them are going to be Ornithopters. Just dump them all on the battlefield.
That's true. You can just cast them.
This cube is so sweet. I'm so excited.
I love this cube on paper, and just seeing these packs being drafted, I somehow love it 10 times as much.
So, my friends, just to give you a little preview of what's happening, we did have a little bit of a technical issue during the draft, so we're going to show you the first 2 packs of Caleb's picks, and then after that, we're going to actually look at the end result, the pool of cards that he ended up with, and we'll kind of fill in the gaps from there. So we do have the first full 2 packs for you as we look at the next pick coming over.
It's like Breeding Pool and Phyrexian Altar being pulled to the front. A couple ways to fix the mana, make that Song of Creation castable. The Altar is really nice, because if you control Phyrexian Altar, now you can sacrifice your Ornithopters to make a mana, depending what your win condition is. It's not going to be good if you're trying to attack, because you have to sacrifice your creatures. But you could definitely close games in other ways, and this is a really nice mana engine.
Yeah, I'd love to see that here for Caleb. As we keep going, is that actual Mana Confluence?
Actual, factual Mana Confluence.
Wow. Who needs Mana Confluence, to be honest? Well, maybe Caleb.
Right.
Caleb. We'll see. We'll
find out. Yeah, it's one of the top considerations here. Also looking at Bitter Reunion. The giving your creatures haste. Also, looting away an Ornithopter, not bad. You do want to find these business cards. Or if you have too many of your engine cards, sometimes you will actually just want to discard that Song of Creation.
Right.
So it makes a lot of sense. But giving your Ornithopters haste, so many of the removal spells in this cube are like Plague Winds.
Right.
So being able to attack all in one turn when the shields are down is pretty impactful.
We see Caleb there picking up the first copy of Ornithopter. I mean, we've seen it. They're around. There's a lot of them. Hundreds, some might say, but
yeah,
how
believe.
High do you take them?
I believe that there's different valuations. They're all numbered.
Okay.
And he got a nice Ornithopter there. Ornithopter 69, I believe, was picked up.
I see. Yeah, I mean, that's a premium Ornithopter.
Right. You can't just let that go around this late.
No. And there's some serious decisions to be made here. Weaponize the monsters is a potential, but Ornithopter, I believe, number 19.
Ooh, 19's a good.
Up
It's a
for
prime.
grabs?
It's like a weirdly high prime number.
Okay.
I like that.
I don't know if I agree that it's weirdly high.
It's like strange.
It's
like when
less than 20. There's
yes,
100 of them.
but 20 is incredibly not prime. You know, it's already divided by so many numbers.
Yeah, but
that's what I mean
it's
by
not-
high.
It's not weirdly high.
Well, weird is kind of a subjective thing. We don't need to get into this right now.
Okay. I will say he passed Ornithopter number 3, which
That's
That's
a low
pretty-
prime.
that's a low prime. Yeah, but it's lucky. You know?
It's true.
So what's Caleb trying to do with this deck?
Yeah, so the card passed there over the Ornithopters was weaponize the monsters.
Yeah.
And you see he's already deciding what are the tension points in what I have drafted and how I'm going to close the game. Weaponize the monsters requires you to sacrifice a creature to get any effect. So does that Phyrexian Altar, and it looks like he's trying to do an engine that way.
Right.
And you can't make a bunch of mana sacrificing your Ornithopters and then also sacrifice your Ornithopters for damage without some way to also recur them. So it kind of puts
Right.
your deck into doing too many things. So I like prioritizing Ornithopters that just kind of more naturally work with what he already has going on.
Right. Gotcha.
He also just passed Last Ditch Effort there, which is another way to sacrifice your Ornithopters for damage. He's got a different plan in mind. He's sacrificing
Right.
them for mana as a higher priority.
Oh, number 7.
That's a lucky number.
What about 31?
31's it's a reverse 13. Maybe that's very lucky, actually.
Oh, yeah, you turn 13 kind of backwards.
right.
Yeah, send it the other way. Oh, okay. Okay.
So
wow.
many considerations.
So many considerations.
Also,
I love that they're numbered.
one thing to note, so two things about the Ornithopters, in addition to them being numbered, if you 3-0 a draft, you get to name the Ornithopters.
I love that.
So
this cube is just such a great illustration of what CubeCon and Cube is all about, right?
Absolutely.
It's just full of character, full of personality. You can really tell that the creator just loves this cube, has put tons of passion and just dedication into getting all the little details right and making it a fun experience.
Yes.
And we were chatting to him before the draft, and he was saying they're about 13 drafts deep with the full pot of 8, and a lot of changes obviously have gone into this cube, but he's kind of settling close to the end product, he thinks, with the cube.
Yeah, definitely likes where he's at in a macro sense, and is kind of over the obvious cards, and is kind of looking for diamonds in the rough at this point.
Yeah,
But
very
we have
exciting.
13 named Ornithopters as a consequence of 13 drafts, as well as all of the Ornithopters having a hash mark for every game they've won.
Oh, okay. So there's a...
So you see in the bottom left of the art there, that Ornithopter looked like it had 4 kills.
Right. Gotcha.
So you got to think, is an Ornithopter with a lot of kills lucky? Is an Ornithopter with very few kills due? A lot of considerations there. This late Thundering Falls is really nice for turn work.
Yeah,
Just
there
getting
are a lot of great lands coming around.
premium mana fixing land that fixes for the Song Creation that late's really choice.
So, in terms of colors, how many colors you might play in a deck like this, how do you even go about thinking about that?
So there's a kind of a lingering variable there where you also have to ask how many total lands you're playing.
Right.
Because all your creatures cost 0, that's going to drive that number down a little bit. So in retail limited, 17 is the common wisdom. So closer to 15 makes a lot of sense to me. I think Andy was saying 14, 15, with some decks going even lower. If you get that Gaia's Cradle at Clarion Academy, you don't really need a 2-land hand anymore if you have good selection to find that. And then when you play fewer lands, it's just harder to play more colors. So keeping things to 1 to 3 makes a lot of sense with that kind of going on.
Okay. It's about 15 minutes, by the way, since we went live before the first mention of Retail Limited from Ryan Novaturf. Whoever had 15 minutes in the betting pool, you won. A lot of difficult decisions being made, I think.
I do
Mainly
think,
over probably which Ornithopter is
which
better.
Ornithopter?
The ones with more kills have got to be better.
And that's also just a factor in this cube is how highly do you draft an Ornithopter at all? You can pack one, pick one, an Ornithopter to say, I'm just going to see what kind of texture of the archetype cards you're passing, what I'm going to do with my Ornithopters. Or you can say, I'm going to figure out my lane.
Right.
Caleb pretty strongly saying, I'm playing Song of Creation, right?
Right.
And then I'll pick up the Ornithopters when stuff doesn't work with that.
Right. And just having a look at what's going on in the last couple of picks. I didn't quite see the red card that Caleb picked up there.
I believe it was Infernal Plunge. Red mana,
Okay.
sacrifice a creature, make 3 mana. 3 red mana. That one is a ritual that does kind of work with Song of Creation. You can use most of it.
Sure. Yeah, okay.
A little bit better after you have the song online.
Right. You want to use that to be casting your spells, but, Song of Creation, obviously great. It's going to draw you a lot of cards, but in terms of actual power and toughness and ways to kill your opponent, Caleb right now has the equipment going on, has the Ozolith, but not that many ways of actually getting through.
The closing speed on those cards is pretty low.
Right.
You can definitely song, play a bunch of Ornithopters, suit up the Masterwork, probably attack for 5 to 10 damage. But that's a really interactable game plan. One answer to your Ornithopter and the fact that you've drawn most of your deck when you do this, you might be in a position where you're going to deck against minimal interaction. So he is looking for more ways to actually close at this point in the draft.
All right, pack 2, pick 1 now. Let's see what Caleb finds here. Paradise Mantle is pulled to the front, as well as Sword of Fire and Ice. That kills an Ornithopter.
Kind of.
Kind of.
It forces it to chump block, I assume. I love the protection equipment that can never make a block illegal, right? Part of the reason that these cards can be kind of unfun in Cube sometimes is you just invalidate what your opponent's deck is doing.
Right.
This one's going to say, hey, I won't get the sword trigger if you just give me an Ornithopter. So the gameplay on that's kind of interesting. I like that.
And this has been a running theme, I think, of CubeCon generally and of the coverage is that the way the card evaluations change based on the Cube context.
Yes. And you see the Paradise Mantle, in most cubes, you're going to take Sword of Fire and Ice. Arguably the best sword, certainly in the top 3, however you want to sort that. Just taking Paradise Mantle, which is not really playable in a lot of cubes.
Yeah, it is pretty though.
It's very pretty.
Oh. And it does make mana for Song of Creation.
True.
All right, so looking at the next pack now, we have Elven Chorus at the front, Communal Brewing. Caleb's taking a good read of that one.
Elven Chorus is kind of redundant on the engine here. No surprise there, Gaia's Cradle coming to the front. That's a really strong pickup. One of the best cards in the cube.
Is sick. Just Gaia's Cradle and Tolarian Academy in this cube make me laugh so much. I mean, there are cards that are like, oh, this is cool, and then there are cards like, whoa.
Right.
This is gonna go. This could be so busted so quickly.
Yeah, there's charming cards, and then there's cards that are really exciting and powerful.
Yeah.
And Lotus Petal also coming towards the front. This makes sense. It's a spell that's really good with that Song of Creation. I do like Caleb reaching for the Gaia's Cradle, though. Just turn over turn. If you're trying to win in one turn, the Lotus Petal is quite good, but even there, it's arguably still weaker than the Cradle. And the Cradle is just going to be able to make a ton of mana just every turn.
Right. I'm just getting a look at Communal Brewing, which is the card that Caleb was considering. And as an enchantment, when it enters, any number of target opponents each draw a card, and then whenever you cast a creature, you get +1/+1 counters equal to the number of cards that were drawn, essentially.
Okay. It's another way to groan the Ornithopters.
Yeah. I think a lot of the time you're just looking for ways to break that symmetry, get an extra bit of power and toughness, go over the top somehow. Underreal, that's certainly a way to go over the top.
Trumming Stone is such a funny card. The only cards in the cube with multiples, of course, the Ornithopters. But giving all your Ornithopters Ripple 4, you can really generate a lot of value. It's a little bit awkward in our Song of Creation deck. It's just, if you have both of those, it's so easy to run out of cards.
Yeah, I don't know that Caleb necessarily needs other ways to run out of cards, and maybe he just needs ways to.
This Ornithopter has a lot of writing on it. That's got to be a good omen.
Yeah, I mean, he's thinking about it very strongly because, come on, that's got to be one of the most powerful ones, and it's number 1. Ornithopter number 1.
Wow, disciplined pick to pass Ornithopter number 1.
I don't know if I could have done it.
No. That's why he's our charcuterie champion. That's why
true.
he was our year 1 CubeCon champion.
Yeah.
Picks like that.
You don't get to win the cheese by playing all loosey-goosey. I want to draft this so much.
Same.
Should we just go draft this?
Yeah, let's
Can we just pause coverage for...
Right. These players don't need to play these games, right? We can just like take a look at the deck picks, decide who won. You know, you do that sometimes when you cube draft. Like, I don't have time to play the games. My deck's cooler than yours. I'll take the W. You know.
I am actually really against that. I'm someone who loves the games.
Okay. Are you against? Do you want to play the cube or not?
Yeah, I want to play the cube.
I like to play the games, but I want me to play the games. Right now, some other people are playing the game.
So, okay, all right. I mean, you're being paid to be here. All right, let's have a look at the next pack now. We saw Negate, a beautiful Negate. Love that Negate in the pack. Along with, oh my goodness, words.
Earthcraft being pushed to the front of the pack. Another really strong mana engine. You can tap an untapped creature to untap a basic land. It doesn't go off with Gaia's Cradle. It's not going to work with the mana fixing lands, but Caleb's going to have some basics. And it's like Paradise Mantle for all your Ornithopters.
I love it. He already took a Paradise Mantle for one Ornithopter.
Yeah, if you like Paradise Mantle, you'll love Earthcraft.
Yeah, I'm glad that you can't do it with Cradle. They saw that one coming. They're like... Well, even though it was back in the day.
Even though it was printed before Cradle.
It was printed before Cradle?
Yeah, if you can believe it, they made cards even before Urza's Saga. Yeah. Earthcraft, a card that has been banned in Legacy Constructed for a long time. And it's one that people now and again, when we have an announcement coming up, they think maybe it's time for them to unban Earthcraft.
Oh, I see.
It's not surprising that they never have, because even just untapping the basics, there's a lot of way to make infinite combos.
Yeah.
The classic one is more of a casual thing, but Earthcraft Squirrel Nest to make infinite squirrels. You can't do that here because those squirrels would not be Ornithopters.
I see. That's illegal.
Really strong mana engine to itself, though.
I think something that really strikes me about this cube is that, when you take away all the creatures, I mean, there are creatures, but they're just kind of placeholders almost. Like, it really shows you what cube is about almost. It's almost like, I don't know, distilling cube down to just reading the packs, reading the signals.
This draft is so clearly a deck building exercise. Right? There's so many limited formats where you just, all right, I'm going to take my mythic rare. I'm going to take the best card in the pack. And even the cubes we covered this weekend is something we talked about a lot watching the Chicago cube. It's something we talked about with Ben Wheeler drafting the one-drop cube. Really building a deck and maximizing synergy. It's an important part of most cubes.
Right.
But this one really hammers that home.
Right. And we see Caleb here thinking about Innkeeper's Talent. Another way to put +1/+1 counters goes really well with the Ozolith. And also... does some protection and kind of gets a bit more busted later on. Is well known in Standard for being a 2-card combo with Vraska. It's just a straight up kill you. I'm gonna spend like 16 mana and 7 turns or something, but it gets there.
Also heavily played in just Gruul aggro decks.
Yeah.
Just a nice way to close the game. Shared Animosity also floating around in the pack. If you got a bunch of Ornithopters, they will attack for a lot of damage if you have that one, getting +1/+0 for every creature that shares a creature type.
Okay, looks like it is going to be the Innkeeper's Talent getting the nod here. We saw Caleb thinking about the Pernicious Deed as well. It's a very powerful effect.
3 mana, and then you just have an instant speed, 0 mana Wrath of God button.
Yep.
It's not weak.
It's not.
It also answers a lot of these engine cards, too. So I understand, even though we're already focusing on Teamer, we have some ways to make any color of mana. Can we go into a 4th color? And that's a card worth considering it for.
Right. And that is maybe a dynamic that we'll talk about a little bit more when the games start, but there are a lot of effects, like Maelstrom Pulse you see there as well, just that are going to affect every Ornithopter on the board.
Right. Yeah, both destroy all Ornithopters, and it's funny because as a baseline you think, okay, you can only win with Ornithopter, but I bet you still Maelstrom Pulse a lot of artifacts and enchantments.
Oh, I'm sure you do. That's the secret mode.
1 for 1. Didn't see that coming.
Just leaving the value all over the table. All right. So, what's Caleb looking for at this stage?
So he's picked up a number of ways to win in combat. And he has the ways to make big mana, that Gaia's Cradle. So some ways to be a little bit more redundant in those spaces. Another really strong card in the cube. We would love to get like the Glimpse of Nature, just another like cheap draw engine.
Right.
And just ways to kind of wrap up a combat, or he'd be open to a combo kill, but I think he's leaning pretty heavily on combat at this point. So looking at ways to get the combat done all in one turn, which Song of Creation really facilitates in a very powerful way.
Yeah, and here's another great facilitator for it. First day of class pulled up to the front. Already has some counter synergy going. And considering this Curse of Opulence, there's a bit more mana fixing for you, but just being able to, in one turn, give all your Ornithopters +1/+1 counters and haste really goes well with that this one turn kind of alpha strategy that you were talking about, Ryan.
Right. I've cast a lot of first day of class in Pauper Constructed before they banned Chatterstorm. And that was the card that made the one-turn Chatterstorm kill legal. So you're going to see a deck a lot like that deck if you're all familiar with that. And Caleb kind of has the bones for that. So I like that first day of class as a way to try to just kill all in one turn. That looks really strong here.
Okay, thinking about balance, it could be a... maybe you're thinking about cutting balance.
Balance has a really funny application in this cube, because both players are going to have a hand that has some number of Ornithopters, right?
Right.
So is it going to make them destroy their creatures and you discard your hand, or you discard your hand to destroy their creatures?
Right. Oh, maybe both.
Oh, this is a tough pick for Durward.
What are you thinking here? What's going through his head?
God, you're not even getting a wheel at this point, right? Like there's so few cards left in the pack. So you're not getting a second look at any of these other Ornithopters. So you have to really lean in. What are we valuing in an individual Ornithopter? You see the hash marks on the bottom.
I mean, Caleb is like a competitor, right? He's here to win. He's got the Ornithopters with some of the most hash marks pulled to the front, 66.
And 65, 66, so close to numerical value. So it seems like he's valuing that in some capacity.
Right.
Number 9 was pulled to the front. That's an aesthetically satisfying number.
I would agree with you there. Oh, number 3.
Oh, 3? Okay, 3 makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Yeah, you can see the frustration here. Durward just knows he's not getting any of these back.
How is this still in the pack?
My Kingdom for a Cogwork Librarian. 3 and 39. Okay, 39.
Maybe Caleb's trying to get all the numbers of his Ornithopters to add up to something.
Oh.
That could be fun. Speaking of numbers, how many Ornithopters do you just put in your deck?
So there's enough in the cube for 12.5 per player.
Great. Perfect. Lock it in.
Yeah, I gotta imagine the low side can't be lower than like 8.
Okay.
And the high side can't be higher than like 20. That sounds high.
That sounds high. I mean, weirdly high, one might say.
Yes, yeah, I would agree. That is weirdly high.
I mean, he's really, really thinking about it.
It's tough.
It is tough.
I officially don't envy the players anymore. This is a really stressful way to start your day.
Right. I think the 66 has got to be. Just do the most obvious choice, right? The strongest one.
It's symmetrical.
It's symmetrical. It's killed the most people.
And he agrees. I like the pick.
I love it when the drafter agrees with me. All right, and this is we're seeing some cards on the wheel here. That Communal Brewing we were talking about. Might be nice to pick this up here. Maybe a sign that no one else is really doing this +1/+1 counters thing, even though Hardened Scales didn't come back.
I think in a lot of seats, you'd be excited to see 3 Trees City. When you already have Gaia's Cradle, though, that's a Gaia's Cradle at home kind of thing.
Yeah, just pick up an Ornithopter. Ember Cleave. Every time I see a card, I'm just like, this card is great.
Ember Cleave would be a nice combination if we went that sort of Fire and Ice route, except that it would knock it off. So maybe that's a consideration in the design. We deliberately used a sword that can't work with the Double Strike card.
I love it. Love it. A couple of blue cards being sent around here.
So this is another late card, a military intelligence in that pack with just 3 cards left over. Whenever you attack with 2 creatures, you draw a card.
Right.
If Durward didn't already have these huge draw spells, Song of Creation, Wheel of Fortune, that would have been a really nice late pickup for him.
Right. And I'm going to take a land out of this pack. No respect for Suit Up. Killed a lot of people with Suit Up in my favorite retail limited format of all time, Neon Dynasty.
It's a very nice set. That set was pretty groundbreaking in terms of impact on Cube at large when it was released. And I think you can really see the impact of Neon Dynasty in every set that was printed after it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it was just so great.
Massively impactful set for Magic.
Yeah, just everything about it, aesthetically, the draft format, the cards, power level.
And
great.
There's some really loud, powerful cards in this cube. Gaia's Cradle, Clarion Academy, Sarah's Sanctum also in the spread.
Okay.
Big artifact and enchantment things, which, that's what Neon Dynasty is doing as well, that modernity versus tradition thing. So some callbacks in a more modest way.
Right. All right, my friends. So as we talked about earlier, we did only manage to capture the first 2 packs of Caleb's draft, but we do have the full pool for you. So we can maybe pull that up and have a look at, this is before deck building. So just kind of see where he ended up after pack 3.
Okay, a huge standout you see from the pack 3 pickups is Jeskai Ascendancy.
Oh.
Good reason to go into a 4th color and a way that can allow you to really just win in one big turn, allowing you to +1/+1 your team. And also untaps all your creatures, so that's kind of a combo with Earthcraft.
Okay.
This is a deck that can definitely just go from nothing, a couple of weird enchantments and artifacts, to just killing you.
Something that's standing out to me is actually this playtest card, Crows and Adaptation, you see in the bottom left corner. This is from the mystery boosters that came out a couple of years ago. And this is an aura, enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and vigilance, but importantly, it has Storm.
Hell yeah.
I'm excited to see this Storm card go off.
And it might not be intuitive to everyone. Because it's an aura with Storm, it doesn't mean that this aura gets big on one Ornithopter. That means you can spread them around.
Right.
And this is a deck that can cast a lot of spells in one turn.
Right.
A few different ways to really modify the power and toughness. Kind of funny to see Lightning Greaves in the spread. The first day of class actually granting haste to everything is more significant than that. But in certain games, Lightning Greaves with one Ornithopter, you kind of have to have a second one, so you have the Greaves there, and then you cross an adaptation up a different Ornithopter, so then you can slap the Greaves on it. Because it's Shroud, it's not hexproof.
Okay.
It's one of those older, we don't do Shroud anymore.
We don't.
But some nice angles here. There is that concern about Caleb actually just drawing all of his cards and running out, but really powerful stuff if it lines up in the right way for him.
Honestly, I would pay to watch that.
Yeah.
And I get to watch it for free. So.
Can't believe I'm getting paid to watch it.
I know. Incredible. All right. So that was Caleb's draft and Caleb's pool. We are going to go away for a quick break, and when we come back, we will have the first match where we're going to see whether Caleb does, in fact, draw his whole deck with Song of Creation. See you in a few minutes.
Hello, Cube enthusiasts. I am Ollie Davis, aka Beaks. I'm the creator of the Creatureless Cube, and I'm here to talk about it a little bit today. So first question everybody asks, and I'm going to answer it, get it out of the way for you right now. Yes, there are creatures. I'm sorry. I tried to make a cube with no creatures. It was not fun. Magic requires creatures. But what you will not be doing is casting any creature spells. There are flip cards that turn into creatures, but you will not cast a single creature spell, I promise. So my cube is 450 cards. It's singleton except for Shocklands. The other fixing we have are Triomes, Creature Lands, Modern Horizons, 2 Bridges. Most decks are 2-ish colors, sometimes with a splash. I do not recommend 5-color greedy piles because good stuff is not a supported thing. My cube is a very synergy-focused cube, and if you just try to pick the best card out of every pack, your deck is going to get outpaced and outplayed by decks that look a lot worse on paper, probably. You will need synergy. You'll need to build something, even if that something you build is 1/1s and War Leader's Call, and you're just beating people up. Some tips that I like to recommend to people are that some of the cards are weird. There's going to be a lot of cards you've never seen before, and the board states can get a little bit complex, so you'll need to make sure you're playing at a good pace. You can think of disenchants in this cube as the card Murder, and if I ran the card Murder, you could think of it as a disenchant. So getting rid of non-creature permanents is really important here. Your deck is either going to need to apply pressure or have a plan to deal with it. You're not going to play Solitaire in this cube, and everything is supported. I've done my best to not trick you. If you see your pet card, pack one, pick one. It is supported. It is playable. I encourage you to chase your bliss and draft that deck. Have a great time with Creatureless.
Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon 2024. My name's Ayu. I'm here with Ryan Overturf, and CubeCon is brought to you in part by Gamers Guild. Gamers Guild Arizona is a company based on a simple idea, which is creating a safe, inclusive, and fun gaming space for everyone, specifically minors, LGBTQ people, persons of color, and women. Their vision is to see a Gamers Guild in every city in North America, all united in their love of safe and fun gaming for all. And I have to say, CubeCon has been fantastic for that. Really awesome, inclusive space. Lots of people having fun. Very diverse room here today, Ryan. Great
Absolutely.
to see.
Yeah, I love that mission statement for Gamers Guild. And you're absolutely right. This is my first time attending CubeCon. The atmosphere in this room, it's electric.
It is.
Everyone's so positive and friendly, just having a great time. I talked to somebody on my way out of the hall yesterday who said that he was having the best 06 tournament of his life. And
love it.
It's all right there.
Right. That's just exactly what CubeCon is about. So definitely check it out, and thank you so much to Gamers Guild Arizona. Okay, so before we get into the first match, we are actually going to check in with the standings. Now, so the way that this works, we have 4 cubes in the main event, 4 pods that you get to play, and then after that, there's a cut to top 128. So, Ryan, when we look at the standings, what are we looking for?
So winning a lot of matches to this point, that's really good. You see some players that are certainly in a very good position to make this top 128 cut. Luis Salvato is one of the players that traveled the farthest to be here. A lot of these players are going to be relatively local. Alex Johnson is a Minnesota native representing Minneapolis there. But a number of players did travel from kind of across the world for this event, which is pretty cool to see.
Right. I did hear someone that traveled actually all the way from Sweden to come here as well, which is really, really cool. So yeah, a lot of players with good match points, good numbers of trophies, and they'll be looking to continue that record as we go into the later rounds of today and thinking about that top 128 cut. All right, so we can have a look actually at the deck list of both players before we get into the match. So let's pull up Caleb's to begin with. We saw the pool before. Now this is the final build of the deck. You definitely do see Gaia's Cradle in there, along with Song of Creation, the Wheel of Fortune, First Day of Class. What's Caleb trying to do?
Yeah, something we saw in the full pool spread there. I was talking about how the Lightning Reeves is kind of awkward. He didn't make the deck. He is trying to do that win in one turn kind of thing, but kind of optimizing for the most efficient ways to do that. That First Day of Class stands out as a way to pump the team and give haste to every Ornithopter there. Haze of Rage is kind of a weird one from Future Sight. It has Storm and Buyback, so it's red one, Buyback 2. It gives all your creatures +1/+0 until end of turn, and then it has Storm. And Caleb's going to cast a lot of Ornithopters on the same turn with this Song of Creation.
Oh, and then this Gaia's Cradle. Oh my goodness. And by the way, there's also a Mystic Forge just hiding out in there.
That's nice with Ornithopter. It filters your draws in another way. You can exiled lands from the top of your deck or whatever. But you can really get going in that way. And he has not gone all the way to play the extra color for that Jeskai Ascendancy. That made sense. Quick count on the lands here. Is that 12 lands? Is a 12-land deck?
It looks like
12 land, 15 Ornithopter.
12 lands, 15 Ornithopters. One of those lands is Gaia's Cradle, to be fair.
It's a very good land.
It's a great land. one of the greatest.
Yes.
And also a little bit of counter magic there. Offer you can't refuse, hiding out for Caleb as well. Let's have a look at Caleb's opponent's deck list. This one is really sweet as well, Ryan. This is Fraser Goldberg's list. Also plenty of Ornithopters, as you can see. Has cranial plating. Pretty strong in this view. And I'm kind of loving this cranial plating berserk reckless charge plan.
Yes.
That's going on.
So this player actually drafted the one conspiracy. I know that from walking the floor. I don't see it in the picture here, but there's a conspiracy in this cube. So you start with it every game. You name a creature. I'm going to say Ornithopter is probably the name. And it makes it so any instant or sorcery you cast that targets that creature is doubled. This deck has a turn 1 kill.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, with that conspiracy, if you have a red or green land and Lotus Petal, you can Reckless Charge, which is doubled on one of your Ornithopters, and then you Berserk, which is doubled on your Ornithopter. So the Charge gives it then, +6/+0 in haste, and then the Berserk just double.
I love it.
24, bang.
Oh, I am so ready. Let's go down to the action, see what happens here. We could be seeing some really explosive stuff, or we could just be seeing a bunch of Ornithopters on the battlefield. Caleb says, turn 1, before the land.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness.
Here's all my cards.
Hello?
Anduril and the Masterwork. We are getting busy.
What are you going to do, Fraser?
He didn't even have to mulligan to this. He just gets 4 Ornithopters.
Okay. Fetch. That's going to be the great. I mean, Caleb could still be dead this turn. Now he can't. I guess.
The district, it's not going to be beneficial for that.
Okay, all right. So just going to fetch for the commercial district, do a little bit of surveilling. This opener from Caleb, just insane.
In Goldberg's deck, we saw a lot of pump spells, stuff like Shared Animosity to make really good attacks. I didn't really see much in the way of interaction. You got to do something about these equipments because Durward's going to win very quickly.
Very, very quickly. All right, back over to Caleb Durward, who draws Ornithopter for turn.
Another +1/+1 on the Masterwork.
Another mana with Gaia's Cradle. So, just going to tap that. Send the message. Everything is coming in. So, the one equipped with Anduril, that is going to get actually, I guess everything is getting the +1/+1 counter. Is there City's Blessing yet?
We're pretty close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, I guess Caleb's only drawn 8 cards, so it can't possibly
right.
be City's Blessing.
No tokens here.
And then the other equipment is, I think, just going bigger according to how many creatures you have.
Right, +1/+1 for every creature of the same type. So I believe +5 on that.
Okay, Goldberg is down to 11 on turn number 2. This cube is sick.
Yes.
What is happening?
I love that, we built up the other deck as a turn 1 kill. And
right.
Durward's just like, I can do something like that.
What I really like is that Goldberg was just holding all the Ornithopters.
They're waiting.
Waiting. Oh, I see.
It wasn't time yet.
Waiting in the wings, would you say?
Yeah, sure.
Here's cranial plating.
Yeah, now they're plating.
Not looking as hot.
A little slow.
Yeah, against this massive army. I mean, all these Ornithopters are now 1/3.
Wow, another castable on your 1 lander. Pretty lucky.
Never didn't have it. Only ever had Ornithopter.
And Goldberg already is going to have to chump block that Masterwork Ornithopter.
That one, definitely, you have to put something in front of, and then...
We're pretty close to lethal
You're just taking... You're just taking 8? Can he just take 8 here?
It's not clear what the plan is on the way back. If there's a bunch of Ornithopters and that plating can work with Berserk and probably one other spell, there's theoretical ways Goldberg can win on the way back.
Right. But you would need a lot.
It'd be impressive.
It would be impressive. All right, let's see what Goldberg has.
You don't chump block your way to winning. I'll say that much.
Yeah, we did have to chump block, though. It was super lethal.
You got to chump block your way out of losing. And now you have to figure out what you're going to do to try to win.
I like how deliberate Goldberg is with the Ornithopter.
So as opposed to Durward's just flop 4 on the table.
Durward was like, here's my hand. All in.
4 of a kind.
Okay, all right. So Ornithopter's got the plating. And there's the fist bump. Game 1's going to go to Caleb Durward on 1 land, 6 Ornithopters, and a whole ton of dreams.
Took a look at the clock before we went to Game 2. There was over 48 minutes left after that game.
Goldberg's going to be on the play, though, for game number 2, starting off with a Swamp, no Ornithopter. And Durward's also off to a bit of a slower start here, just surveilling with Thundering Falls.
Yeah, the Thundering Falls after getting smushed by Gaia's Cradle. I don't know if it's a sigh of relief for Goldberg, because now you're saying, oh, your deck does other stuff, too.
No, yeah.
What the heck do you have in store for me this time?
So, Goldberg, I think, is casting Imperial Seal here, so we could be seeing some exciting stuff for him as well.
Yes.
I would love to see Goldberg's deck go off, because it does have a lot of stuff. Like you said, it has the turn 1, quote-unquote, but it also has, I want to see Shared Animosity do stuff. Even Culling Ritual, I think, is pretty interesting.
I would love to see Blood Bond March go off.
You're going to have to educate me on Blood Bond March.
Well, it's very unlikely to come up in the games, but it's a 4-mana Golgari enchantment. Whenever a creature dies, or whenever it's played, rather, each player returns all cards with the same name from their graveyard to play. So if you have some kind of sacrifice outlet, you just kind of keep going. And your opponent, they get their Ornithopters back too, but you have a plan.
Right. Oh, here we go. Okay. Goldberg has Natural Jund, and we see that Conspiracy now, by the way, that you were talking about on the battlefield. So here's Ornithopter. It's happening. It's happening.
Come on.
Here's Reckless Charge. It's doubled. Okay, says Durward. That's now +6, plus Owen Haste. Does he have it?
There's a Snakeskin Veil in hand.
Oh, okay, just going to get in.
There's Berserk.
There's Berserk.
I would like you to take 24. What do you think?
This is great.
I agree. Let's go to game 3.
This is the best thing that has ever happened.
We have now played nearly 8 minutes of Magic.
We're going to decide it here in this very close matchup between the and love it. That was incredible. Oh, here we go again. Okay, all right. This time, only the 1 Ornithopter with Cradle.
Not as much fireworks.
Not as much. I'm so happy that we're going to see both decks do the thing.
Yes.
All right, and Goldberg's going to start off with Duress, which is,
that's such a good Duress.
Taking the Wheel of Fortune. Oh, Caleb's on the mulligan.
Yeah, mulligan pretty low there. Well, played, I guess, a few cards, so not that low, just 1. But that Wheel of Fortune was an important part of this draw. The Masterwork's okay. This is nowhere near the power level of the game 1 draw.
No, but here is an attack in with that Masterwork. Goldberg down to 17, and we were chatting to Andy before or during the draft, and he's saying Duress secretly maybe the strongest card in the cube.
Yeah, and also just interaction. He was talking about how negate is better than players would estimate, and often when you're drafting, a lot of cubes just have counterspell, and you think, oh, that's great, it can counter any card type. Would you counterspell an Ornithopter? Would you Thoughtseize an Ornithopter? No, never.
No.
So negate's easier to cast, and Duress doesn't cost you 2 life.
Yeah, it's so sweet. Okay, here we go. Goldberg doing a bit of surveilling. Passing the turn back over. I love this kind of poker aspect going on, where it's like, what does he have? Can he just kill me in 1 turn again?
Right. It's also so fun. It's like you have 6 cards in hand, all right, what are you up to? In a traditional game of Magic, you have some interaction spells, whatever. You're also thinking, how many of those are Ornithopters?
Right. This is fascinating. So now this Ornithopter is getting in for 4. No, 3? No, 4. Goldberg's down to 14.
Goldberg has a little bit of time with Durward being empty. You do want to do something at some point. And here's a big something. Glimpse of Nature.
Oh, that's why he was sandbagging those Ornithopters.
They don't let you play this one in Modern.
They do not. Every creature cast is going to be another card drawn, and we're just going to see Goldberg absolutely go through the deck. All of these Ornithopters coming off the top.
Oh my God. Can somebody make a looping GIF of casting Ornithopter drawing a card, please?
I mean, that's just our reality right now.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm stuck in that world. Okay, all right. So we're going to tap one of them for...
I think Survivor's Encampment? It's a Springleaf Drum land.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay.
An Imperial Seal, presumably with an Ornithopter to immediately draw whatever this is because of Glimpse of Nature.
This is so sweet. I honestly, like, this... You know, before we came here today, you know, as we were planning production, the casters were given a list of different cubes that we could kind of request to cover. And Ryan, I think you and I both had this one really at the top.
It was non-negotiable. We had to cover this cube.
I'm glad we were on the same page there. Durward draws Ornithopter for turn. Attack for 5.
And there's aspects of Durward's deck that are just kind of turned off at this point.
Right.
That Wheel of Fortune is gone, and there's 2 problems with kind of his marquee card in Song of Creation. Doesn't yet have blue mana, and doesn't have other cards in hand. You know, he needs to find blue mana, find Song, and then peel a spell immediately after.
Okay.
You can't top deck a land after you get that set up.
Gotcha. Well, it does get to move that Masterwork around at least. It does presents a bit of a bigger blocker. Goldberg finds Mountain for turn.
It was a bit unfortunate to Imperial Seal and be out on that Glimpse turn, but he did draw 5 extra cards.
Yeah. I mean, some number of them were Ornithopters. Is that Diabolic Intent?
That is.
Okay.
Relatively close to Demonic Tutor. Some of those Ornithopters were on the house, like you said, because of the Glimpse.
Right.
And Goldberg isn't doing a critical mass thing with a lot of what the deck is doing. You know, we saw one Ornithopter attack for 24 in the game that he won.
Right. I mean, he does have some stuff, you know, the shared... What's it called?
Shared animosity. That is true. There are some go wide aspects.
But yeah, as you say, very much on this kind of go tall, targeting my own Ornithopters with spells. Let's call it heroic. Can we call it heroic?
Yeah. I would say that Fraser
Can we
Goldberg
call it Boggles?
is a hero.
Okay. I'd agree with that.
Yeah. We cannot call it Boggles.
Just trying to give us a broad of a appeal as possible, you know? Can we call it prowess?
Also no. But, you know, we're brainstorming. No criticism in brainstorming.
We're not brainstorming. That's not in the cube. Reckless Rage. Reckless Charge, even. It's pretty big. You want to trade? Want to trade Ornithopters?
I know what happens when I don't block.
Oh!
And there is the Berserk.
There is the... Wait, what's happening here? I thought you had to...
So you just have to Berserk before combat damage in a turn.
Oh, okay. I thought you had to do it before you declare attackers or something. But before combat damage.
Yeah, before the combat damage.
Right.
There's different printings of the card that read worse. This card originally printed in alpha. It's only before the combat damage step, because otherwise you just second main phase, it's just Doomblade for 1 green.
That makes sense. Okay, so... Durward's down to 2.
Yeah. That's the long and short of it. That's the upshot of what just happened.
Down to 2. Finds Ornithopter. Equips. So now Durward's on the blocks. Doesn't even send. Right? Doesn't want to just be left with a bunch of O2s on the blocks against what Goldberg's going on. Durward's at 2 life. Is there any burn?
That's not what the cube's about.
No.
I was talking to Andy Mangold of our particular card, not in the cube list, Etherflux Reservoir, which makes sense in a lot of the decks. You know, tactically you would want to play them. Durward's deck would certainly play it. But the reservoir gets the kill. It denies the notch to the Ornithopter.
I see.
The point of the cube is largely a big aesthetic thing, and Ornithopter is meant to cross the finish line.
I see. Okay, so Goldberg's just going to play Cranial Plating, equip that, pass it back over, and now Delwood finds Ornithopter for turn, sends across an Ornithopter. It is 6 power.
There are a couple cards.
For each other creature or for each creature?
I believe it's each. I could be mistaken.
Okay. All right. Sorry, go on.
There are a couple cards that can provide some reach. Not burn in the traditional sense, but God Pharaoh's Gift is a form of reach. Or Throne of the God Pharaoh? The one where you deal damage for all your tapped creatures.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it is. It's for each other creature you control that shares a creature type.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. So it is 5 power. Goldberg down to 6. Just double checking.
I guess I'm thinking with 2024 goggles, the fact that it doesn't do anything if you have no other creatures is you don't get cards like that anymore.
No, that's not how Magic is. Okay, so Goldberg has 2 cards in hand. I see a blue card hanging out.
Notably, the Reckless Charge also has flashback.
Right.
A little tough to convert that against all these blockers, especially the giant one.
Right, and without some other way of giving trample, but I think it is going to be the flashback. Put it on the biggest one.
Cranial Plating has an ability. It was part of a cycle. It's the only good one in the cycle, so don't really bother looking up the other ones. But for black, you can attach it at instant speed as opposed to equipment, which is typically sorcery speed.
Right.
That would matter in some of the games. You kind of just have to get at the one with the masterwork.
Right.
What are you doing otherwise? Eating an O2 Ornithopter.
Right.
Durward's going to block.
For sure. For sure.
Your O2s attack, they're going to be met with O2s. Durward currently has the anemic, no damage Ornithopter advantage.
The best kind of advantage. This is tough. I mean, Durward's really thinking about it. What could it possibly be?
Yeah, take a look at the sizing here. That plating only makes that a 4/2.
Only.
You're right.
I mean, it's just the team?
It may as well. Yeah, you have the big one. That one matters. That's the one that's going to actually eat it in combat.
1 for all for 1?
Is there something, what he's thinking, is there something, do you have some kind of trick that's going to eat all of my Ornithopters that wouldn't also kill me? Do you have a trick that does not provide trample but provides a lot of additional power?
Right, exactly. I'm looking at the deck list. Fists of Flame is in Goldberg's deck, which does give +1/+0 and trample for each card you've drawn this turn.
So not a lot of cards drawn this turn, but the trample would be a significant thing here. That's
right.
what that block with everything line is trying to fade.
Right. And it's funny because we spent 2 minutes in the first 2 games, right? And now we're suddenly faced with a game with actually a lot of interesting decisions. This cube is not just a meme.
Right. And that's something that actually tends to happen a lot in high-power formats. Often if a format has a turn 1 kill, we talk about Goldberg's deck has a turn 1 kill, you think, oh, you don't really get to play Magic. The turn 1 kill only happens sometimes.
Yeah.
And then otherwise, the games look like this.
Right. I don't think it is Fist of Flame in hand. It is a red card, though. God, Durward's really agonizing over this. You can see him talking it out.
Yeah.
I'd love to see the players having a great time.
It's just a spot where all the information for Goldberg is face up.
Right.
Durward needs to play this pretty much perfectly. He's at 2 life with no resources. How do I get out of this turn with the most material to give myself a position to actually draw off the top of the deck, get back into this game?
Right. And of course, there is that conspiracy.
And that flashback on Reckless Charge, that's scary, right? That's just a sorcery speed pump spell. It's telling you something.
Right. Because Durward knows that Goldberg knows what he has. So what is he playing around? So it's going to be the one with the masterwork.
So if I block the Ornithopter in front of you...
Okay. This one first, then these two. What do you have? What do you have?
This reads as a vibes-based block to me. Blocking with 2 extra Ornithopters instead of 4. I'd be interested how much Durward could speak to this specific block.
We're just going to damage. If Gulliver's just going to kill the 2 anemic Ornithopters.
And that shrinks the Masterwork Ornithopter.
And then not going to equip Cranial Plating.
Echoing Ruin. Goodbye to the Ornithopters.
Is it just... Wait. Oh, you copy it?
Whoa. So because he targeted his own, he now gets to choose a different target for the Echoing Rune. If this gets the Masterwork and the Ornithopters, that is so sick. Oh my god.
That's incredible.
And that also Stone Rains the Gaia's Cradle.
That's so good. That is so good. Song of Creation, not online anymore. Here's Thundering Force for Durward. He's going to have to surveil something. Wow, what an impressive and really creative use of this card. Love to see it.
Andy Mangold will readily tell you that Conspiracy is the most powerful card in the cube, a power level outlier, and that's just talking about basic gameplay.
Right.
What happened just there was filthy. That was disgusting.
Was so gross. And Goldberg finds Ornithopter, the biggest threat in the deck, and that's going to do it. Caleb Durward goes down to Fraser Goldberg with an incredible deck with that Conspiracy doubling the spells using Echoing Shatter.
Echoing Ruin.
Okay.
Ruin.
That's what Echoing Shatters. Let's just rename
Echoing
it.
Shatter.
We're just renaming cards now. That was incredible.
That was really fun to watch.
Wow.
We saw the fireworks on both sides with the explosive early turn kills.
Yeah.
And then we saw that game a little bit drawn out, a very timely duress for Goldberg.
Yeah,
Just
what a duress.
Really tense combats.
Right.
I love this cube.
Oh my goodness. Just watching Caleb Durward, and he's a great player.
Yes.
Right? Played a lot of Magic, played a lot of Cube, well known for playing Cube, and makes great decisions. We saw that in the Chi Standalone, which he won, and just agonizing over the block there.
Right.
Only to find that it wasn't some kind of trample trick. It was a wipe your whole board.
Yeah, the reveal was, by the way, you don't have permanence anymore. Like, oh, yeah, I can't really block my way out of that one.
Plus the Stone Rain on the Gaia's Code. Oh my god, incredible. Great stuff. All right, we are going to go away for a quick break to recover and gather ourselves. When we come back, we will have more magic from this awesome cube for you. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everyone, this is Eric Klug, or perhaps better known online as Klug Alters, and this is my pride and joy, the Common Uncommon Cube, or Cube with a capital CU for short. This is a Peasant Cube, so only cards that were printed at Common and Uncommon. I've had this cube a long time, since 2007, so I've put in a lot of work. It's gone through a lot of iteration, and I've tried to make sure that every 2-color combination has an archetype in the cube. I'll just go through a few. My favorite of the bunch is Black-Red Sacrifice, super fun deck, Goblin Bombardment, powerhouse. There's Reanimator, of course. Blue-White Blink with its namesake card, Momentary Blink. Green-based Ramp, and Blockworm is one of the best cards to ramp into. Also, really good Reanimator target. Blue-based control decks, and what's more controlling than control magic? A lot of options to go with in blue. And newest to the cube, there is a wall archetype in the banned colors, and I really hope to see someone do well with this in the main event at CubeCon. And of course, if you're playing this cube, you can expect to be playing these Korean 4th edition basic lands, some of my favorite. Thanks, and I'll see you at CubeCon.
Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon. We are brought to you in part by Dragon Shield. Dragon Shield has been providing players with reliable gaming accessories since 1999. They're passionate about creating high-quality accessories that protect the games we love. Protect the ornithopters we love. Welcome back to the booth. We are in the middle of round 1 of today, which is the first draft is 100 ornithopters is the cube that we are bringing you. Of course, in the hall there are many different cubes going on. Players kind of trying to get their good records going into the later half of today. There is going to be a cut to top 128 after the first 2 cubes of the day. So potentially a long day for the players who make that cut, Ryan, and have to play into the evening.
Yeah, 3 drafts back to back to back. That is a long day. I will say, though, the environment in this room, just how friendly everybody is, everything's kind of casual and relaxed. It's a lot of fun. It's a long, fun day.
Right. It's not like the GPs of old where you're just kind of sweating late into the day trying to make the cut.
And you make that 3rd draft, what I'm really excited for. I don't know how much the players will be excited to play it, but I want to see some sudden death rules eliminations.
You're so excited about sudden death.
That just does
it's
it
just
for
rarely
me.
going to come up.
I need it to come up.
Okay, all right. We are going to try and make that happen for Ryan, but Danny is going to try and make assault formation happen, which is making me very happy in this particular build. So this is Boggles, right?
Oh, yeah, we can call this one Boggles.
Okay, but there is a bit of go wide stuff as well here for Danny.
Yeah, it's sort of like Voltron meets, I don't know, what do we call go wide decks? We don't call them Boggles.
We call them go wide decks.
Right, because it's not a token deck. It's
No.
it assembles several ornithopters deck.
Very much not a token deck. I'd love to see all that glitters here, ethereal armor. We were talking kind of semi-jokingly about how this is kind of an enchantment cube, but there are a lot of enchantments in Danny's deck.
Some funny things happening. The Tempered Steel is just a great anthem, +2/+2 for all your artifact creatures. Assault Formation is good at a baseline, but it does not play great with Loxodon Warhammer and some of these only power modifying equipment.
Right.
So you kind of need the right spread of what's going on here, but a lot of powerful cards. This deck can attack for a lot of damage.
All right, let's have a look at what his opponent, Wansi Ju, is doing, because this is sweet. This is doing something completely different. Talk us through it, Ryan.
So there's a legacy combo deck that's referred to as the Spanish Inquisition. This deck has Spanish Inquisition vibes. We got our Dark Ritual, Culling the Weak, and we're trying to cast a big draw spell, whether it's Ad Nauseam or Pitiless Carnage. And you can just put a ton of cards into your hand, and we're killing in kind of weirder ways. Bantu's Monument, kind of chief among them. Whenever you cast a creature spell, you get each opponent for 1 life, and kind of one of the other cards that really make that work. This No Rest from the Wicked, which can return all creatures that went from the battlefield to the graveyard to your hand.
Okay.
So we're trying to do a big combo thing. This deck, I imagine, is almost never winning in combat.
No, but it's so sweet. Mox Opal is here. As you said, the Rituals, the Demonic Tutor is here.
And Aura Charge is actually busted. So
Yeah?
this is like combo control, because that either, as a baseline, you control Aura Shards, you cast an Ornithopter, you can destroy their Ornithopters. You can also destroy all of the equipment, Aura payoffs, all of the engine cards. That's one of the more powerful controlling cards in the queue.
This is so sweet. Let's go down to the action and see what happens, because I feel like literally anything could happen.
Yes.
Anything at all.
But will all involve 0/2 flyers.
The best kind of anything. It's going to be a little bit of a slower start with the basics for both players. Oh, Assault Formation for Danny on turn 2, and a couple more touches.
Nice little anthem there.
Yeah, they're attacking for 2.
And looks like some mulligans for Danny here. Only 2 cards left over with 5 on the battlefield.
Right, but Wansi's just going to keep playing some swamps, holding the cards close to his chest, metaphorically.
And you got to figure that's how a lot of Wang Xi's games are going to look.
Right.
Because so many of this stuff cares about things happening that turn.
Right. And it's just, I think really there's 2 kinds of decks in this cube. It's decks that play everything out and just try and kill you, and then decks that just hold, and then do it all at once.
And we see both sides of the coin here.
Right. Yeah, let's take a read of that one.
I believe that's Druid's Repository.
Druid's Repository. And that is going to mean that whenever a creature you control attacks, you put a charge counter on it. Oh, and you can remove the charge counters to make mana.
Okay.
Pretty nice.
And that mana can be converted to get that +0/+1 effect with the Assault formation, just as a baseline with what we already have.
Right.
You'd like to have a third Ornithopter so you can get it for free every turn, but maybe that's asking too much.
Well, it is going to be in for 4, though, and once you drew down to 16, just have to try and find a way of making the combo happen or putting the pieces together.
Making the land drops is good, but ideally we can get that Dark Ritual into Ad Nauseam, that Culling the Weak into Ad Nauseam.
Right.
That should draw you enough cards to do something big. The problem with Ad Nauseam is the payoff, as we see as life total going to 16. It'll draw as many Ornithopters as lands as you find, but it pressures your life total with all your other cards.
Right. I have to imagine that Wansi's deck is difficult to play.
Yes.
Like, just getting it right.
Compounding that, you see Enlightened Tutor in the spread.
Yeah.
So now you got to think, all right, I can take almost any card I want in my deck.
Right.
Which one's best here?
There is white mana, I think, hiding out the back, but it might be tapped.
And this isn't a basic A-B combo deck. We're not putting Splinter Twin on Pestermite, all right?
Right. Are you a unbanned Splinter Twin Crusader?
So, if anything, I would say I would do that as a who cares measure. It would not make the format better. If you don't care about the format at all, you can unban Splinter Twin.
Okay, so it looks like it's going to be Silent Clearing plus Pitiless Carnage.
That one's going to be plotted.
Okay, so next turn we could see quite a lot of cards being drawn for Drew. And back over to Danny Kim, who at the moment is getting in for a significant amount of damage, but not in the crazy ways that we saw in the first match.
And nobody puts Pitiless Carnage on the stack with the intention of not winning that turn. Like, that's what that card does.
Right.
So you know it's got to be go time. Not that Kim has a lot of agency in what's going on. You know, these Ornithopters are turning sideways, and they'll do as much damage as the cards draw and allow them to.
Mm-hmm. Like, Drew's just pulling up the arena deck tracker, you know? And it's like, what can I look for here? What am I going to look for with my Lighter Tutor? Okay. So let's see what Danny has going this turn. I think the counters were removed. Oh no, the counters are still there. Counters waiting to make mana, potentially to fuel up the Assault formation, but there are still quite a few cards left in hand.
You'd hope for something better than just activate Assault formation. Ideally, he could win this turn. This attack happening here means that's probably not happening.
Okay, so in for 4. Drew's going to take 4. And then we're going to see...
Well, that was a lot of mana.
Okay. 6 mana?
I think it's just formation
Oh,
twice.
I see. Okay. Oh, this is going to be a lot of damage. Yeah, all the way down to 8. And Drew's in danger.
I would argue that Kim's in danger.
Danger abounds.
Somebody's in danger. One or both players are going to lose very quickly here.
It's so interesting. Like, there are not that many... Well, that's not true. There are lots of game actions, potentially. But there are not that many turns in this cube. Mm-hmm. And when that happens, just every single thing that happens is so significant, so impactful.
Right.
Right, back over to Drew. Now or never. I think there's only 2 Ornithopters in hand right now.
And we saw Kim there hesitate on committing a third Ornithopter to the battlefield. With the material already present, that presents lethal next turn with that extra Ornithopter, but hedging a little bit around a card, for example, Echoing Decay would destroy all of them.
Right.
That would be unfortunate.
There are quite a few cards that in this cube in the list that will just wipe the board.
Right. Yeah, the removal doesn't tend to be little cute 1-for-1 cards. It's destroy all your permanents type stuff.
Okay. All right. So decision has been made. Enlightened Tutor is being cast. Drew's going to go down to 7 off the silent clearing.
I'm sure that there's games where this is going to find Aura Shards in this deck. No Rest for the Wicked stands out as a nice tutorable card for your combo turns. Especially with the offering already plotted.
Wow.
A number of uncastable nice ones. Oh, Aura Shards actually is picked up.
Okay. But how? How's it going to get on the battlefield?
Right. Got to have some ways to make green and white mana from here.
And white mana. Okay, well, it definitely still has an land drop. There is a Mox Opal in the deck.
Okay. That goes a long way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Prismatic Vista's the land as well.
Okay. Drew's going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
This is sweet. This is true greatness at any cost. That does not cost Aura Shards.
No, but it casts whatever this is.
And what this is...
Bubble Matrix?
What?
Is that the card?
Is it? Is it?
Could be a different card.
I think, isn't that Ashnod's? Isn't that Ashnod's Altar?
If that's Ashnod's Altar.
That's Ashnod's
okay.
Altar.
What is this version? give me an Antiquities. Come on, Andy.
Don't you recognize the Brothers War? I actually forgot.
Yeah, I've already forgotten what the card is. What card was it?
Blueprint, Ashnod's Altar.
Oh.
The Brothers War extra blueprint special.
Little bonus sheet. Yeah, the Brothers War. It's from the Brothers War friend sheet.
Friend sheet.
Yeah, okay. All right, now that you're saying that, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. There were actually 2 different arts for each card.
The schematic.
Wow, you know all the words.
Some of them.
Okay, well, Ashnod's Altar's here.
A little extra sacrifice outlet to go with that Peleus offering. So the plan is to hope that this Ornithopter can jump him through the turn.
I guess.
All right, so that offering, I guess, wasn't that scary. Also, just like tutoring for Aura Shards. Like, you hope to survive here, and then maybe you can leverage that the Aura Shards?
Okay, all right. Well, let's see. So here's the attack. Right, we're going to get the 3 counters, put chump 1, and then it's currently 2.
I like the double pump here. It's not quite lethal, but it turns off Silent Clearing's ability to make mana.
It does turn off Silent
And
Clearing.
Kim doesn't know it, but it also turns off that Prismatic Vista in hand.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Just play out another Ornithopter, why not?
And that was the decision last turn, whether to play that third Ornithopter. The way things played out, it would have been lethal this turn.
Right. But you can't really blame Kim for holding back a little bit. But Drew in a really tough spot. It was the pump, right?
I can't think of anything else the mana would have done, so I believe that our life totals are incorrect at this point.
Right. I think Drew should be at 1. It's not great for the casting of Aura Shards, as we described.
The difference between 3 and 1 is significant.
Okay, well, Ornithopter is actually not bad.
Combos with the Aura Shards.
That's not what's not bad about it. I mean, Drew would love to play out the Aura Shards, play the Ornithopters, and then sack them, right?
Right.
But that's not looking like it can happen.
I don't know if there was maybe some other life total discrepancy, because if Shu's at 3, then we do have a strong Aura Shards turn.
Right. That changes a lot. So I guess you're prioritizing. You've got to prioritize the enchantments here, right? If you're able to get rid of them.
Right. You can't just check all the Ornithopters unless you have a bunch yourself. You know, you just probably have to answer that assault formation and hope nothing pumps all the Ornithopters otherwise.
Right. And Kim's only on 1 card. 4 mana here.
Could be floating into offering here. Finally, time to sacrifice all of our lands.
Maybe. Let's find out. Okay. Flow 4 mana. Play the Ornithopters. Play the Pitiless Carnage.
And definitely something to think about here. Do you want to turn these Ornithopters into Ashnod's Altar mana?
Right.
Or into cards with the offering?
Okay. Well, looks like it's going to be mana first. Yeah. Let's find out exactly what Pitiless Carnage does.
You can sacrifice any number of permanents. I don't believe there's any restriction on permanent types.
No, you're right.
That's why we're floating those lands.
Then draw that many cards. So, okay. Mana's being floated.
And now the land's being used as mana trackers. I like that.
Okay.
It's a creative solution.
Sure. So 5 cards are being drawn.
Ooh, and Faith's Reward in the spread. That brings all the stuff that went to the graveyard this turn back.
Okay, stuff is happening. This is sweet.
We are going to see some fireworks here.
Doesn't have green still for the Aura Shards.
Yeah, you know, Phyrexian Altar is in the cube, and it would have been much better than Ashnod's Altar here.
That's
but,
very true.
You get what you drafted.
You get what you drafted. Words to live by. Demonic Tutor. That can get green. It might not, but it could.
Yeah, well, now we're actually in the territory where there's so much material available. We don't have to necessarily look at equalizing the battlefield. We could be looking for a win.
Well, Bunty's Monument also gains life, I believe. So, and that is the win condition, right? Or at least one of them.
Yes.
I love this. Okay. Let's get colored dice. That tracks the mana. Is there one red? Oh, it was the mountain, right?
Right. Also, War Leader's Call? The Boros Anthem? One of the cards in hand?
Yep. That's one of the cards in hand, and that's a win condition. Whenever a creature you control enters, deal 1. So, Ju does have some options. I love that Ju's just flipped his deck over. You can see what's in it.
Right.
It's not going to change anything.
I'm demonic tutoring. I'm not sure what I'm getting. I have a kind of a headache figuring it out. I'm going to show you this, and if you want to concede and speed this along.
Yeah, just say I'm going to offer you the option. Danny's like, yeah, I'm going to make you show me.
Right. It kind of seems like you're having a time figuring this out, so I'm going to allow you to keep going.
I mean, I think we've learned our lesson and stuff like that. Just let them show you.
There's Plague Wind and Vandal Blast. That's a good use for the red mana.
Okay. So Ju at 1 life finds Vandal Blast with the... Okay. So it's going to be... Play out Ornithopter, sack it to altar, cast...
Faith's Reward.
Faith's Reward, get all the Ornithopters and lands back.
Every permanent that went to the graveyard this turn.
And did they go back on the battlefield?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Another thing that,
is that Phyrexian Tower?
That is.
Okay, I'm not sure that that's as helpful right now. Wait.
Yeah, there was the floating red mana.
Okay.
So Vandal Blast can answer all those Ornithopters.
And does it only get your opponents?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So it destroys target artifact and opponent controls, and then it overloads.
Okay.
So your stuff's not legal targets.
And Danny doesn't have an Ornithopter, so it just has to pass it back. We're back over to Ju, and I mean, after stabilizing at 1 life, I guess we're not back over to Ju, but...
All right, we have our Loxodon Warhammer Assault Formation combo online.
Great.
And a little question, hey, how does this work? You see both cards pointed to.
What is this? What does this mean? Oh, Rancor.
Rancor also awful with Assault Formation.
Yeah, that's not a thing. Okay, here's War Leader's Call. All the Ornithopters are +1/+1, pass it back.
Okay, so I said that this deck is never going to win in combat. that might be the line in this game, actually.
Okay. Well, okay, Rancor is giving... Wait, that is not a combo.
It gives Trample?
It gives Trample.
With an opponent at 1, I don't know. Maybe you get a bad block.
Sure. There's a card in hand still.
Equipping Loxodon Warhammer is worse than activating Assault Formation with this configuration.
The words nobody has ever spoken.
Oh, balance.
What?
That'll clean things up a little bit. And Kim, that's the last card in hand.
What is happening?
Get rid of those cards. Get rid of most of your Ornithopters.
Yep, pick those up. Hey, the rank.
You get to keep. Oh, he sacrificed all the Ornithopters to Ashnod Altar in response.
Right.
Okay, so now nobody has Ornithopters.
If I can't have them, neither can you.
And now there's a question: do you get to keep the Rancor because I'm discarding my entire hand?
Right.
So I believe the Rancor should resolve after the balance.
Right. Balance is resolving, so that Rancor's going to go to hand afterwards.
Right. And now we're playing whatever the heck this game is.
This is fantastic. This is what we signed up for, you know?
Yeah, there's some really explosive, cool stuff going on in the cube. A concern I expressed to you before the broadcast is some of the games are going to involve neither player being able to win at all.
Well, this is kind of broken.
Oh, okay. This
Ornithopter?
heirloom blade picks up the pace here. Okay, we got a clock.
We got a clock. The heirloom blade is giving +3/+1.
And it's a creature that actually deals damage equal to its power.
Yes,
Which
that's
is
key.
relevant.
Key for this. Though, I have to say, that Ornithopter is not blocking. Oh, is that Ethereal Armor?
That is.
Okay. 3 enchantments, and it has First Strike. So, Battlefield is changing up yet again. These games are sweet.
There's simultaneously so much and so little going on.
Oh, but then there's also...
Right, yeah, give the lifelink. Yeah, the Warhammer does something.
Okay, but what is the... Okay, but Ethereal Armor is +1/+1 for each
Correct.
thing. Okay, so we're at like 5
Yes.
with First Strike lifelink.
And that Rancor will actually pump because of the armor, so it'll be 6 when that comes down.
Okay, it's coming together. It's coming together for
That,
Technicam.
I mean, that's just lethal. And
Right.
it has trample.
Right.
So we got to see something here.
There's got to be something. Just looking through the... Yeah, that's going to do it. Scooping things up after what can only be described as an insane first game.
So I don't know if Sue could have actually won. The line taken was to try to stabilize the board and play that way. That's one thing about trying to build a storm combo deck in a cube that's so unique. That turn was hard.
It was hard. And Drew did pretty well to kind of not just immediately die, but it's going to be on the play this time round with Bloodstained Mire. That's going to do a lot of mana fixing. Drew is playing a lot of colors in the deck. The full 4 color, well, maybe not full 4, but certainly 4. And Bloodstained Mire is going to go get that Overgrown Tomb.
A lot of text on this Ornithopter for Kim.
That's a strong one.
You gotta wonder how highly he picked that.
It's a powerful one. We know that. Okay, so now Drew has... Is that Mycosynth? Not Mycosynth, that is... You know,
Gardens?
the land.
Is it
Gardens? Yeah, Garden.
the one that can copy an artifact?
Yeah. Okay. Prismatic Vista. This time Drew has the life to pay for it. So that's good. Kim has to put some stuff together. And it's interesting because Kim, spent the first part of the game really relying on Assault Formation, and that just does not go with any of the rest of it.
Ethereal Armor and a tapped forest to F6 more effectively.
Yeah, don't give me the stops. Drew has Ornithopter. He's 2 Ornithopters in hand, though, also, I think.
The 0-2,
I think it's
blunting the
demonic.
assault of the 1-3.
Well, it has first strike.
That is true.
This Ornithopter is particularly loving, I think. You know, if we're going to assign personalities. Oh, Tempered Steel! That's huge.
Yes, yeah. +2/+2 is a baseline. Another point for the armor. Now we have a good attack.
Okay, all right. So Kim is getting in. This Ornithopter is really pretty beefy now. Drew's down to 16. Finds Swamp for the turn. I see that reanimate spell in hand.
The Faith's Reward.
Faith's Reward.
You do need a sacrifice outlet to really make use of it. A couple Ornithopters. Looks like a mess of a hand, honestly.
Right. There's a black... Is it Demonic Tutor?
Okay, Demonic Tutor can forgive a lot of sins.
So what are you tutoring for?
Something to make this hand functional. I think that
Probably
Pitiless
ad nauseam,
offering
right?
if you have the land rolled up, ad nauseum is just way lower maintenance than the offering. The offering is much higher value with the Faith's Reward.
Okay.
You could maybe get it all if you ad nauseum.
Yeah,
The question is how much life you're gonna have to pay with. You're taking probably 4 next turn. Maybe you can chump block.
Right. Just got Aura Shards put up to the front though. That is fair.
Okay, yeah, there are already some Ornithopters rolled up, and you're only being attacked by 1.
Right. So, okay, I'm just going to fetch now. Why not?
Yeah, while
Get
we're
that
here,
done with.
Love a shortcut.
Yeah. Although, you know what they say. Shortcuts make long delays.
I'm American. I don't know what that means.
Clip that one. It's a quote from The Hobbit. Come on.
Not an American work of literature.
No.
But we are at
there any?
GameHoleCon. That is loosely a Lord of the Rings reference to a Hobbit hole, but we play games in it.
Is that actually true?
Go to the website. That's canon. That is canon for this convention.
Because I have been wondering what the origin of that name is.
You're welcome.
And here's 5 again. Says Kim.
Shifting Woodland, mostly tapping for green at this stage, and possibly all
That's an
stages of this
important part
game.
of its job.
True.
Don't denigrate the tapping the green.
Card's a lot worse if it doesn't do that.
Yeah. Okay, right. So, Aura Shards mana online. Here's Aura Shards. And now, Drew gets to really play that control game that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, we saw the Aura Shards picked up instead of going for a combo last game and it not panning out. A lot more life to play with, a lot easier battlefield to manage here.
Right.
The Shards looks really strong.
Right. Doesn't have a basic mountain messing things up. Here's the Ornithopter.
Right. Does Kim have some kind of naturalize effect in response to? We're talking about how to resolve this stack.
Right.
And if that charge is busted up, that's a really big problem for Shu.
Okay, so Kim has Force of Vigor in the deck.
So tapping for green is pretty nice.
I don't know if that's what he has in the hand, of course, but it's in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, we're passing with 4 mana.
Right.
And, like, casting an Ornithopter would be good. So we got action.
So really thinking about, I mean, can he beat this Aura Shards? Surely not.
You do not want to play face up against it.
Right.
I would definitely fire off the Force if it was in hand.
Does have 4 cards to work with.
Okay, well,
Okay,
there goes Tempered Steel.
here's another one. You get to blow up another thing.
So, if we didn't answer the Aura Shards, what are we thinking about? Do we, like, Pump Spell or something? It wouldn't do anything.
There's triggers on the stack. Oh, it is a pump spell. This is X and a green, I believe. For Strength of the Harvest? Is that? No, that's not it. What is that?
Looks like the name has 1 word.
I actually read this card
Looks
earlier.
like a Neon Dynasty Commander card.
It is, okay.
Nobody could possibly know what it does.
You keep Neon Dynasty's name out of your mouth.
I said Commander.
It is Silk Guard. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to X target creatures you control. Auras, equipment, and modified creatures you control gain hexproof until end of turn.
Okay. So it was interaction, but not the type of interaction that was really desired. You saved the Ornithopter, but still set back significantly by that first Aura Shards on the Tempered Steel.
Right. And then I believe there's an activation of Mycosynth Gardens. Potentially being thought about for 0.
Turn it into an Ornithopter? Let's go.
Well, there's nothing else for Drew to turn it into right now.
That's maybe just a lot of what it does.
Okay, so Requisition Raid is the play here for Danny Kim. This is one of the spree cards from Outlaws of Thunder Junction.
That makes sense for a card to have been in hand. It's a sorcery.
Right.
It's nice to deal with the Aura Shards now. Not as ideal as handling it before.
Right.
But maintaining that Ornithopter, still having that ethereal armor, this is good.
Okay. Ethereal armor is only at 1, but the Requisition Raid also does get to put +1/+1 counters on all of your creatures. So this Ornithopter is at 3. And was the second one played this turn?
Yes.
Okay. I guess it's not getting through anyway.
Right.
Drew down to 6. And he's going to have to pull something together here. Oh, drawing with Silent Clearing. Was that Carnage?
Didn't get a good look. I think it
Could
is.
be. I think it is.
It's tough, though, because you have to plot Carnage to face reward on the same turn. So that's what's happening here.
Right.
You have a little bit of time.
Okay. And doesn't have... He has an Ornithopter. Okay. I mean, this is fine. I think he's not dead this turn, barring circumstances. And then... But then you also don't really want to be throwing your Ornithopters on chumps.
Yeah, you do want to sacrifice them all for cards, both to get more churn with the offering and to get more back with the reward.
Right. But I mean, so, like, let's say he chumps with 1. He's getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards off the Carnage.
Still pretty good.
Pretty good. Floats 5 mana. 4 of it on the Faith's reward.
Kind of interesting, though, because you rewind a few turns. Demonic Tutor found Aura Shards. If it was easy to win all in one turn, he already had the Faith reward. You would have Demonic Tutored for the win. It's still messy from this point.
Right. All that glitters was the fight, and it really is boggles here for Danny Kim.
That's going to ask for some more chump blockers.
Yeah. In with the team, and all that glitters is adding 4 points.
Yeah, that one will count the artifacts as well.
Okay, so Drew's just going to chump one of them, go down to 2. Back over to Drew, and this is the turn where things are going to happen.
All right, so there's an Enlightened Tutor. Okay, so you can pay...
That's tough, though,
You
right?
can use white to tutor, use the offering, or no, you have to, like...
But you
have to reward.
But you can use white with the Mycosynth Gardens.
Does it, like, Shimmering Grotto to make a mana of any color?
I think it filters, yeah.
Right. Okay.
But then that's not enough.
That takes you off of 5 mana.
Right, because you need... The Faith reward is 4, right?
Right.
So, okay.
So we're going to float some mana.
Yeah, I think this is... I think that it is probably not right to Enlighten Tutor first. You're drawing 7 cards anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, just draw it.
Just...
Whatever it is,
right.
just draw it.
Just draw it. Okay. 5 mana floating. Finds Ashnod's Altar. We know that one now. Bontu's Monument.
All right.
Has a land, I believe, in there. 3 Ornithopters. Bontu's Monument only triggers on cast, is the other thing.
I'm not fully convinced that this deck has a functional combo that wins the game. There are pieces that you can conceptually say they add together, and if you face reward and no rest for the wicked enough times, if you can get the Monument and the War Leader's Call, it's like 2 damage per Ornithopter.
Right.
But it's not coming together that way.
I'm so ready for Drew to prove you wrong. I just
would
wanted
like
to put
to
it
see
out
it
right
too.
now.
I would like to
just
see it too.
Yeah.
I just feel like if it worked, we would have seen it by now.
Ye of Little Faith Reward. All right, it's going to be Ashnod's Altar. Play a couple of Ornithopters, sack a couple of Ornithopters. That's free, quote-unquote free, right? Because you get them back.
Right. Yeah.
Bontu's Monument.
If you're in for colorless mana,
right,
that's all good.
Okay, here's a trigger of Bontu's Monument. 1 to you, I gain 1. So, Drew back up to 3 with that. Can sacrifice that Ornithopter for 2 more. Up to 5. Faith Reward. Down to 1. Get back all the Ornithopters, all the lands.
And the Monument's a cast
Gets to
trigger.
surveil. Monument's a cast trigger.
So that's not getting
That's
busy
not,
right now.
No. War Leader's Call, I believe, is an ETB, so that would have.
Yes, I believe that one is ETB.
Okay.
Which makes it a pretty important aspect of the deck.
Or as we now say, just E.
Enters. Yes.
Just E.
Just E.
Yeah. I think Juice still has a land drop to make as well.
Yes.
Has a surveil, which I'm not sure that happened.
Gemstone Mine.
Gemstone Mine.
Big Gemstone Mine fan.
Okay.
It's good with Faith Reward, you see. It's a little long-term planning. Use the 3
Pass it
counters
back?
over 3 turns. So, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I was being serious when I was saying I don't know that this deck actually has a functional combo.
Oh, okay.
And, like,
We're gonna see
I'm coming
Kim-
from the place of trying to drafts like this many times. Like, when it doesn't come together, it doesn't
We're
work at all.
balancing?
Yeah, I mean...
Why not?
Well, actually, this balance is a pretty serious misstep because that Ashnod's altar is right there. So if we see the same thing, sacrifice all my
Right.
Ornithopters, there is still the question, can Juice deck win at all?
I was going to say he can deck his opponent, but I don't think he can.
Kim's going to deck Ju because of all those
Right.
extra cards from the Pitiless offering.
No, Drew must be able to win at all.
All right.
There's that Heirloom's
I
Blade.
admire your optimism.
There's War Leader's Call. Those are win cons.
Yeah, Heirloom Blade, my...
Ornithopter.
Yeah,
Come on.
there's got to be some left in the deck.
Yeah, I actually don't know how many Ornithopters. That's the other question with Drew's deck, because the deck picture that we saw was like pretty... had all the Ornithopters were in a stack. So there's... we can count. 1, 2,
This,
3, 4.
uh,
I think
this-
there's only 4 Ornithopters left.
I think this Enlightened Tutor is a can I actually win the game check. Because it's kind of clear there's a small number of targets. Like Heirloom's Blade's probably the pickup. And just looking
Right.
like, can I theoretically actually convert this into a W?
Do anything here? Well, there it is.
Yeah, so that's going to be the draw for turn. Then you got to wait and hope to find an Ornithopter. Can the Gardens copy opponents' things?
Good question.
Because that's something. Because then any Ornithopter, you get going a little
Nope.
bit. No, of course not.
Nope.
That would be good.
That would be good. Non-artifact you control. Mark Opal.
That ain't it. All right, we're
How
on the
about
board.
this?
That
Oh, wait,
Ornithopter
Assault
is
Formation.
lethal with the Assault Formation.
That-
I think we're actually shy. We're shy 2 mana
We're shy
to
2
make it
mana.
lethal. But over 2 turns.
Wait.
Or no, we're not. No, we're not.
not.
I was,
That's it.
It's
That's
0 power, not 0 toughness. Of
All
course,
right.
of course.
Assault Formation is going to get there. Danny Kim taking that one down at 2 games to 0 over. Why don't you choose? We're not sure. We're not sure. Deck.
Yeah, do you call it a combo deck if it literally doesn't actually have... I mean, it does.
There were
There's fireworks.
combos.
There was
There were
fireworks.
combos. Combo doesn't inherently imply that it wins the game.
Okay. Yeah, like the 4 Horsemen, the Basalt Monolith,
Right.
mill my deck, but logistically can't actually win, and
Right.
kind of like that.
Look, there were. I'm not sure if it had value, but it definitely had value.
It did, and
Plenty of
I
value.
will reiterate too that this happens to everyone.
Yeah.
Like, how many times have I tried to force Storm in Vintage Cube and been like,
Right.
oh no.
These cards don't do anything.
Even if you look at the deck list, you're like, I need this, and this to happen. And then turn 1, they're like, Thoughtseize you, and it's over. It's like, oh no, my only card.
We have all been there.
Right.
We have definitely all been there. So definitely, I think props for trying.
Right.
As
It's a
well,
cool deck.
right?
Very cool deck.
Very brave to do it. We love to see it, and definitely got to do some stuff, take a lot of game action. So we love to see that as well. And we're going to go away for a quick break, and after that, we are going to be seeing some more game actions, but this time from round number 14, which is the second round of this particular pod. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Hello, I'm Daniel, coming to you from the beautiful but rainy Pacific Northwest I call Seattle home, and I'm the curator of the data-generated vintage cube. And it's a classic vintage cube, so it really harkens back to the origins of cube, where people were just kind of putting the most high-powered, broken things in a cube, jamming it, And the real twist here is that it's data-driven curation. So really, there's an algorithm behind the scenes that's analyzing Cube Cobra data and doing all the card choices. So when we're analyzing cubes, we've got an algorithm that's running and it's considering things such as, a card's inclusion rate in a subset of cubes, maybe a card's ELO, things like that to sort of weight how important a card is and if it gets into the data-generated vintage cube. A few cards I'd like to highlight are, first off, things you think about when you think of vintage cube, the peaks of power. That's things like the Power 9 Black Lotus and things like that. People love drafting these cards, love playing with them, and I'm super excited to be able to share these kind of pieces of Magic's history with the greater Cube community. It always brings me a little bit of joy when people get to crack a pack and draft a piece of power. Second thing, I'd like to sort of highlight is really just, I'm not going to talk about the archetypes. I think that Vintage Cube is a well-known entity, but I would just highlight a lot of the engine cards that you will see here that speak to a lot of the common strategies in Vintage Cube. Things like Channel and Tinker, and maybe something like a Sneak Attack, which really enables you to cheat on mana to put big things into play faster than you would in a normal game of Magic. The third sort of category of cards I'd like to highlight for you are just some sort of aesthetic choices. I really pride myself on the aesthetic choices that I've made for this particular cube, so please enjoy the sort of judge promos, beta dual lands, anything like old cards that are rare and hard to find. So I hope you will enjoy opening packs, drafting these, playing with these old and beautiful cards just as much as I enjoy sharing it with you. Again, this data-generated vintage cube is really about the community, the choices that everybody makes in creating a vintage cube and what goes in there, and this cube is really that amalgamation of those choices. Thanks for listening, and I hope you'll give the data-generated vintage cube a try at CubeCon.
Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon. CubeCon is brought to you in part by Wizards of the Coast. Magic is about the gathering, and we are seeing that for sure here this weekend. Play the game your way, whether at your local game store, at home with friends, or online with Spelltable, or here at CubeCon.
I gotta say, it's really awesome what Wizards has brought to this event. We have a lot of stuff at the prize wall brought by Wizards, including the giant cards.
Yeah, they're really nice.
That's just some of many players' favorite things to try to take home from events like this. So it's awesome to have that presence here.
Yeah, for sure. So thank you so much to Wizards for making that happen. We're going to have a look at the decks of the players we are covering in round number 14 here in the 100 Ornithopters Cube. We have Wan Chi-Ju potentially up again. And we are going to have Wan Chi-Ju on this deck. So now that you're kind of contemplating the deck as a whole after seeing a game, what do you think? I
remain unconvinced that this deck has the capacity to close a game. We've also seen the way that Wang Shi has been playing this. The Aura Shards valued very highly as a tutor target, which makes sense.
Right.
It's a way to stop the opponent from trying to win the game. But in terms of actually closing, there's some potential combo stuff, right? No Rest for the Wicked, Face Reward, really trying to make that work with War Leader's Call and Bantu's Monument. There's some awkward stuff and a lot of asks and actually turning that into a combo. And we just have not seen Heirloom Blade able to cross the finish line on its own.
All right, that might change as we have a look at the opponent's deck, though. Caleb Durwood, and so just a little note here. This event is continuous deck construction, so you are actually allowed to rebuild your deck between games, and that is between matches, and that is what Caleb has done here. What are the differences?
Yeah, I'm looking out for that myself. Kind of the games we watched, we saw the Gaia's Cradle being kind of the whole game plan, but all the combo stuff was there. We saw the Wheel of Fortune was in play. Maybe leaning a little bit more combo. We didn't see Ronus's Monument in any games.
Oh, and Bone Sabers as well. So maybe just adding a little bit of go tall.
Yeah, leaning a little bit more into trying to beat down. And we saw kind of what happened in Durwood's games is I don't know that he drew an extra card in the full match that we watched. So leaning a little bit heavier on trying to keep a good Gaia's Cradle hand with something that functions.
Right. And we also see Echoing Truth, I think, coming in as well. Nice bit of interaction. And we're going to have Drew on the play against Caleb with the tap hand. Here we go again. Oh, my goodness.
Wow. This is every Affinity player's dream.
What? This is insane. Gaia's Cradle, 4 Ornithopters, play a Mystic Forge. Now I can play artifacts off the top of my deck.
Never have to waste a draw step on an Ornithopter again. It's all gas, no brakes from here.
Okay. All right. So Drew's... I see the Aura Shards in hand.
Okay.
So don't have to tutor for that this time.
Right.
Is there a white mana?
You're right. Do we have to tutor for white mana?
Maybe. I think it's the Ashnod's Altar, War Leader's Call, double Ornithopter, and Aura Shards.
The Shards comes online, it's good. And, this time, Durward, exile a card from the deck. Maybe we can see a mill.
Okay. All right. The bingo card is out. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah, casting the Ornithopter at top? That's a mistake.
Oh.
You're going to regret that.
So, Cradle for 6. Okay, and this is one of the cards I think that we saw in the rebuild.
6 is a good number because we can play and equip this right away.
Right, and that's when it attacks, it's going to get 4 +1/+1 counters. So it's just a 4/6 in the end on turn 2.
Just. Ooh, not a white mana, but a white card. And if Durward's heads up about this, which we've seen him play very well this weekend and for many years, I expect this equipment to move around and distribute the love on those counters.
Okay, all right. So Drew does have Ashnod's Altar, right? Because the Phyrexian Tower is able to sacrifice an Ornithopter. Ashnod's Altar will be able to generate more mana, but Drew's deck does have color requirements.
Yeah, so this theoretically is a lean towards executing a big combo turn. It makes the Aura Shards worse because you spent an Ornithopter.
Right. But to be fair, there aren't that many targets for the Aura Shards. You only really need to kill the Forge and the
Forge, the equipment, the big Ornithopter.
Oh, sure, of course. Those are counters.
Right.
It does not shift with the equipment.
Ooh,
okay.
And now this Monument. That is okay. So this card is like, okay, it can get some burst damage on its own. Rornis's Monument plus the Mystic Forge.
That's insane. You can cast any Ornithopter to the deck, and every time you do, you get +2/+2 and trample on a creature. The trample has been really key as well. Here's another Ornithopter from hand this time. Give that one +2/+2. This is a lot of damage already.
And I believe still 3 floating in the pool off of the Cradle, so we do get to see the re-equip.
Okay. So this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12.
A mere 12.
Drew's down to 2. Oh, 4, rather.
Very similar numbers, given the texture of the game here.
And that's going to do it. So Durwood off with that quadcopter Gaia's Cradle start.
Gaia's Cradle's so sick. I mean, this isn't news to anybody, but that card is messed up.
Wow, you're just not going to acknowledge the quadcopter? Come on, that was great.
I missed my opportunity. All I can do from here is embarrass myself.
Here's Durwood with Thundering Falls. This time, doesn't have the quadcopter this time. Drone shows at home. Let's see what Drew's got. I just really want to see this deck do some damage,
Well, we've seen the deck do a lot of my favorite thing to do in Magic, or at least if you watch a lot of my matches, what appears to be my favorite thing, spinning its tires.
Okay, looking like a very is-it board right now for Durwood. Here is an Ornithopter. Wait. Offer you can't refuse my own Ornithopter?
What?
No, that doesn't. That doesn't work.
Just kind of showing off a card in hand, I guess.
Wait. That you can't. That's. Okay, Cave's just gonna rewind. Just take it all back.
This is both casual rules enforcement and 2024, so you can just take back anything. That's fine. Nothing's binding.
Nothing's binding. What about Leyline binding?
That one is.
Okay. Wait. Just checking.
But if you cast Leyline Binding and decide that you didn't want to, you can take it back.
Okay, so right, yeah.
Different definitions.
Yeah. Magic of language. Mark's Opal is doing something this time, though. And it is making mana, casting the Heirloom Blade. Oh, and that's getting you can't refuse. But little does Derwood know that Wanshi Ju can make great use of these treasures.
Yeah, these treasures, you know, if the deck has a functional combo, those could set it up.
Right. Okay, let's see what Ju draws. It's plains. That's an important part.
Well,
also,
before the treasures it was. Kind of unfortunate at this stage.
Okay.
Yeah, just 2 cards to work with. If you can find Ad Nauseam,
okay,
we could see the deck potentially really hum.
Okay, I just want to get really excited because Song of Creation is in Derwood's hand.
We need a green mana.
That's why he was trying to...
That's why he wanted to counter his Ornithopter?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, beatdowns.
Yeah, beatdowns.
Love an aggro combo deck.
The classic aggro combo. Okay. He has 2 more Ornithopters. Now it's getting +3/+3. In for 3. I just assume that Ju's going to take this.
The Masterwork, a card that Derwood valued very highly in the draft and has been playing very well for him. Just something that's really low maintenance as a way that can quickly close the game.
Oh, there's the green mana. The best green mana.
There's all the green mana.
You want green mana? I got you. Okay, so 4 green, 1 red. I think you need a blue as well there, Caleb.
If he wants the Song of Creation, yes.
Oh, who cares? Who even cares? Mystic Forge Song of Creation is an interesting one.
And
gonna use the Ozolith.
it's so much churn. You know, if the Assault were blunted in some way, Derwood could run out of cards. But at this point, the Song's not committed. You can play a lot of stuff, and the Masterwork plus now the Ozolith, just a lot of damage. You don't even necessarily need the Song, as much as I do hope he casts it.
Please, let's have a song, you know. I didn't get to go to karaoke last night. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if Derwood did. Yeah.
I wonder what Derwood would sing at karaoke.
It's in his hand.
The Song of Creation.
Song of Creation. Come on. I'm really resisting the temptation to go off on a long Tolkien lore discussion here. I just want you to be
you're really a
appreciative.
big Ikoria lore buff?
No. I'm a big... Okay.
What? I don't know what lore you're referring to.
In the Tolkien universe, in Middle-earth, the creation did happen by way of song.
Oh.
Yeah. It's very cool. Here's some more Ornithopters for Ju. It's unclear what he can do with them at this moment.
So far, cast them has been what's been demonstrated.
That's step 1.
Right.
All right. So perhaps we're going to see the...
Is this just cast Pitiless Offering from hand?
I think so. I mean, okay, so there's black. Wait, no, there's white. There's white here. That's white mana. That's making red. What's happening? Ryan, help!
It looks a lot to me like what he's trying to figure out is if there's a way to cast Pitiless Offering for hand instead of plotting it and actually convert.
Right.
'Cause everything else is just way more forward in what it does, right? If you have Ad Nauseam, you make 5 mana and you put it on the stack. It does not look like this.
Okay. I mean, maybe he's going to try and draw the Faith. No, he has the Faith Reward in hand, right? I think we saw it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that was another time.
We've seen it in hand plenty.
Another age.
Dark Ritual.
Okay.
Yeah, it's offering from hand. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, so pay 3 for that.
Sacrifice everything.
Sacrifice everything.
Draw 9 cards.
This is great. I mean, come on. This is great.
I love a draw 9.
Yeah, I love a draw 9.
If this deck can win, and it remains to be seen.
Right.
It starts with something like
this. It begins
this.
with the draw 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. See Enlightened Tutor.
Ad nauseum picked up at the back of the hand.
But there's no double black.
No. I don't think I see. If you have Faith's Reward, which that might be that white card, that third card in the hand. Things could. We'll see some stuff if we got a Faith's Reward.
All right. Okay.
Because the Faith's Reward gives us a bunch of mana on the way back as well.
Right.
And then we can add nauseum. So the whole deck and a ton of mana should be available.
Right. And then at some point you should be able to find your War Leader's Call and just play all your Ornithopters. Right? That's got to be the... Or maybe Monument. Okay, no, this is what you do. You Monument and War Leader's Call.
Right.
And then you play all your Ornithopters. Mm-hmm. And then you win.
One would hope, yes. And the Faith's Reward is the one that doesn't trigger the Monument. So ideally you set that all up, get the Sacrifice Outlet and Ashnod's Altar, and then you could No Rest for the Wicked and then cast them all.
Okay, yeah. There's a combo.
That is?
There's a way. All right. Faith's Reward. All the lands. They all come in untapped, which is nice. There's still one red floating. Don't lose that red.
No, that's going to be important for the call.
We need that one, yeah.
The Opal, that does forgive any kind of mana issue.
Sure.
Well, one time, but.
And
the Tower coming back is also nice.
Yeah.
Little mana boost there.
Here's 2 black.
With 12 life, it's kind of a question of how much stuff the Ad Nauseam needs to find.
Right.
Because you do need a critical mass of Ornithopters. So there's already 4 available, and it looks like 3 in hand.
Right.
It'll take 9 with both effects in play, casting Ornithopters to 18 Dirtward.
Right.
This has entered the realm of theoretically possible.
Excellent. You see, Ryan, we'll make an optimist of you yet.
9 cards at a time.
9 cards at a time. If that's what it takes, we can make it happen. Here we go. 5 mana, Ad Nauseam. This is what we came here to see.
All right.
Let's flip.
0.
Yep. 0.
I'll maintain the count.
Okay.
0. 2.
Okay. All right. Yeah, but that's good. We like that.
Yeah, we want that card.
We want that.
2.
Oh, okay.
The total.
It's
you gotta do the
cumulative.
total.
Right.
2. 2.
This is so sick. Let's
2.
go. Let's go. Let's draw the deck.
3. 3.
Okay. That was another 9 cards, by the way.
5. Oh, sorry, 6, actually. 6 is tough because we need Bantu's Monument and War Leader's Call.
Right.
Still 6. Still 6. Oh, no. 9. And that Aura Shards is not part of the combo.
And I don't think... Oh, no. I think once you can cast it, I believe...
So there's a red mana floating and a Mox Opal.
There's a Prismatic Vista in that pile, though.
Okay.
If there's a Plains left, it's castable.
Well, it's either in the deck or in hand, right?
Right.
So it's somewhere where it's usable.
Right. I think it's in hand, actually. I think he actually had one in hand.
All right, that's easy.
Yeah.
And you need these 2 3-mana cards. Ad Nauseam no longer draws them.
Right. And the problem is your life gain is in the monument as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess you can't really... I mean, once you've ad nauseam, you've ad nauseam. Is this nauseam? Are we there? Are we ad?
I think we have to stop. I don't know if that's what is meant by are we there. Like if your car breaks down, you are where you're going, but you are not where you intended to go.
It was actually a very erudite Latin joke because ad means 2. So we're going to nauseam. So we're like...
TO2.
Yeah. So I'm like, are we there? Oh, it's just no. Keep going.
Yeah. Takes another look,
Take
but
3.
Second Sunrise, yeah, that's another card that is lethal.
Incredible. This is what we signed up to see. I love it. Thank you so much to Wanji for doing this.
So the combo did end the game that time.
It did.
Not in the way that was intended. And now, yeah, we're talking about, all right, this is what I was trying to find. This is what my deck attempts to do.
Wait, where's the monument? Was it in hand?
Could have been already in hand. I'd be really surprised if it was cut from the deck. I mean, the fact that it doesn't work on ETB and doesn't work with face reward is like a notch against it.
Right.
But I still think you need it. So I don't know.
I think you need it.
Yeah.
I think you need it. Okay, I mean, I see this. You just get what Leader's Call and then you loop.
Yeah, just kind of an unfortunate way for the chips to fall. You know, the deck needed kind of 1 or 2 more things to happen in the draft. Is kind of how it looks. I like the fallback plan of the Aura Shards. There's something that one card does that can be really controlling in a big way.
Right.
But it's just one card.
Right. And Drew does have ways to find it, right? There's Enlightened Tutor, there's Demonic Tutor, so it's nice to have that kind of toolbox kind of vibe in your deck, but ultimately didn't quite get there. Caleb Delwood is going to advance.
And we didn't get to see the song.
We didn't get to see the song, but Caleb's going to be in the 3rd round.
Players just kind of showing off, right? Well, here's how my combo might work.
Right. Yeah. I love this. Teach us. Yeah. First day of class. I mean, Delwood's one is a little bit easier to. There are fewer steps.
A little more straightforward, a little more reliable. Cards that generally function every time they show up.
Yeah.
Some things to like about that. But speaking of things to like, this right here, the players unpacking, talking through their decks, you don't see this on a Grand Prix day 2.
Right.
You sign the slips, you get the hell out of Dodge. I don't ever want to see you again. Leave me alone.
Right.
This is a really friendly, fun environment. I
We're
love
really
this.
getting a look into the psyche of Ryan Overturf during this broadcast. No, I'm with you. This is what it's about here at CubeCon. And it's really what Cube is about generally. Like, people are trying to do cool things. Sometimes they get there, sometimes they don't get there. But regardless, it's always just great fun to try and talk it out with your opponent, explain what you were trying to do, you know. And we know that part of the reason that people love Magic is the creativity, the expression, and really feeling like you're identifying with what you're doing. That's why casual formats, friendly formats like Commander are so popular, but Cube is really another way in which you get to express that creativity, and it's different every time. And, you know, it's not just about winning the games of Magic, it's about how you got there.
It's about the gathering.
You know, it is about the gathering. I agree. All right. We're in agreement, and we're also going to be going away for a quick break. And when we come back, we'll have more Magic from this round and more Ornithopters for all of you.
Hi, my name is Dan Schneider from New York City, and I am the designer of the Devoid Cube, which is back again at CubeCon this year. The Devoid Cube is an eternal cube environment in which every single card in the cube is colorless, and the only basic land you can add to your deck freely at the end of the draft is wastes. A few cards I'd love to highlight in this environment are, first, Ugin the Ineffable. Ugin is a great example of a card that is dramatically recontextualized in this cube. While Ugin is normally a removal and value engine, here Ugin's -3 ability has very few targets, but the static cost reduction is extremely powerful. Second is Mishra's Factory. Mishra's Factory is a creature land that sees play in many other cubes, but usually only generating colorless mana limits it to being in monocolored aggro decks. Here there are so many colorless spells that Factory has almost no downside, and there are a ton of utility lands to draft in the cube without hurting your mana. The third card is Chaos Orb. Colorless doesn't have the best options for removal in Magic, and it turns out that Chaos Orb is one of the most potent available options. If you've never had a chance to flip an orb, here's a great opportunity to do so. In terms of draft archetypes, the Devoid Cube surprisingly has most of Magic's major macro archetypes represented. Aggro using low curve creatures like Patchwork Automaton combined with powerful equipment like Grafted War Gear. Mid-range, often using Eldrazi cards like Reality Smasher to play a robust mid-range strategy. Ramp, using mana rocks like Horn Power Stone to ramp into expensive threats like Mirror Battlesphere or Emrakul the Promise End. control decks, finding colored sources to play early removal like Fanged Flames, as well as board wipes like Navinral's Disc to control the board and land a late game finisher. Or you can go full combo using Kark Clan Ironworks to build a loop, or just sack your board to go all in on Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger. If you're looking for a unique and challenging draft unlike anything you've drafted before, I recommend you give the Devoid Cube a try at CubeCon this year.
What's up, gamers? Welcome back to CubeCon. My name's Hayu. I'm here with Ryan Oberturf, and CubeCon is brought to you in part by Daybreak Games. Daybreak Games is now the steward and the runner and the protector of Magic Online. Magic Online lets you play what you want when you want. Collect cards, build decks, duel other players on your schedule with the widest array of cards and formats that are always available. What's your favorite format to play on Magic Online?
I feel like I'm supposed to answer the softball and say Cube, but it's so much better to play Cube and paper. So my favorite format to play on Magic Online, probably the one I've played the most, is I imagine it to be Modern. But actually, I want to shout out Daybreak Games for an initiative they recently rolled out, the Magic Online Creator Program. They highlight a bunch of different creators, give you a fully stock account. Through that program, I played in a tournament they ran for Duel Commander.
Okay.
And the games were really fun.
Okay.
I actually like that format quite a lot.
Interesting. Okay, yeah. I mean, I have to say I have played a lot of Vintage Cube.
Yeah.
Magic Online.
So you and everyone else.
Yeah, I have, but the most fun I ever had on Magic Online was during Streets of New Capenna Limited. And it was a very much maligned limited format, but the sealed of that format was incredibly fun. Everything the draft should have been, with multicolor nonsense, treasures, really creative stuff. And also you could open ledger shredders, which were like $30.
My favorite format is the one where I get the most tickets.
I mean, it definitely helped. But no, I have to say Magic Online is really, really fun and has a lot of different stuff that you can do, like Duel Commander. All right, so I think we are about to go into some backup Magic for this round. Let's have a look at the decks. Danny Kim, we've already seen Danny once today, and Danny is on this kind of tempered steel.
Tempered Steel Shaper's Gift.
Tempered Steel Shaper's Gift of the Godbearer.
I like this tracking method. You see the 2 6s on the stack of Ornithopters, 12 in the deck, and I don't think we actually said it on camera, but we're calling this a Boggles deck.
We said it on camera.
Well, then we're continuing to say it on camera.
All right, let's have a look at Danny's opponent's deck. We haven't seen this one yet, but this one is pretty sweet as well. Alex Romine's deck, and I see some blue cards here, which I'm very excited about. Hercule's Recall.
This deck is sick.
It looks really fun.
All right, a couple things to shout out in terms of how the card normally plays and what it does in this cube. I mean, Hercule's Recall, just the asymmetrical effect. You just return all your opponent's artifacts.
Right.
So that cleans up their artifact, their Ornithopters, not yours. And a card that shines in this cube that's not as obvious as some of the other stuff, Tameo, Collector of Tales. You can plus to mill your top 5 and find a card that you name. In a singleton cube, you're often looking for specific things. You know, you're going to name Door of Destinies often enough in this deck. But if you name Ornithopter, you could maybe draw 5 cards.
You could maybe draw 5 cards. That is so exciting. And I see Obelisk of Erd hanging out there as well, which I just want to give a shout out to this card because Andy did tell us that there was a time in which a player kept an opening hand of 6 Ornithopters and Obelisk of Erd.
That's so sick.
And won without playing a single land.
Without ever drawing a land. Just a turn 1 6-mana play. Play my entire hand.
It's so fun. All right, let's see what happens here. Danny Kim against Alex Romine. And Danny with the white mana to start with. And guess what? Ornithopter.
Do something original.
Learn some more songs. So what are we expecting out of this matchup?
All right, so for Kim, we're going to look for some auras, equipment, some anthems. And Remind has some good answers to a lot of that stuff. We saw the Hercules Recall. Repeal, very good against a suited up Ornithopter. This Assault Formation and also the Tempered Steel, these Anthem effects in Kim's deck, that's what he really wants, to be able to just punch through that stuff. So this Formation on 2, that's really nice. Ideally, you would be playing more Ornithopters, though.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't really have that kind of overwhelming air force of Ornithopters that we saw in previous games just yet. We also have seen Danny kind of sandbag the Ornithopters a little bit.
Yeah, not a lot of variation in formations for one Ornithopter. Like, can we really call this the Assault Formation? They're all the same.
What would you call it?
One Ornithopter.
Okay. All right. Just going Route A naming conventions. You know.
Keep it simple.
It's in the spirit of the cube.
Yeah.
And Alex playing a little bit of more of a cagey game here. No Ornithopters just yet. A lot in hand though. I think there's 4 in hand.
That's kind of what we've seen with the different deck styles in this cube so far. Is some of them try to come out of the gates, get attacking with some modification on your Ornithopters. Some of them are planning to play a lot of spells in one turn.
Okay, so there's going to be...
This is the Aura MDFC green-white uncommon from Modern Horizons 3. It's basically an all that glitters.
Okay.
It's going to +1/+1 for artifacts and enchantments. And it's going to get blown out by Repeal if Remind has it.
Love it. I mean, it's hard not to get blown out by Repeal, though.
That card is so good, just in general.
It's so good, yeah, and specifically here.
When your targets cost 0.
Right. Okay, it is going to be +3. Oh, but it's 5.
Right, because of the formation.
Right. So that does work. There are a lot of things that work with formation.
Not all of the combination in Kim's deck do work, so important to call out when it happens.
There's some combos and some numbers, right? We're going to average out to like a 0.7 of a bow.
0.7 bow.
It's the bow-ometer.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Alex Remind.
Oh, wow. Engineered explosives.
Okay.
So we were talking a little bit about
That's sick.
Pernicious Deed being a Wrath of God button. I guess that's not the only one in the cube.
This is a 0 mana Wrath of God button. I mean, obviously you still have to activate it, but still pretty insane.
Yeah, 2 mana to activate, you can do that at instant speed, and sometimes you be a little cagey with your explosives. You like wait until end of turn. You know, if Kim had another Ornithopter, it would have played it by now.
Right.
So kind of likely you do this just before taking more damage.
Right.
But just getting that Ornithopter and that Aura off the battlefield is a pretty nice swing.
I mean, usually, and it's kind of interesting because now with the sweep on board, maybe Kim's thinking, thank goodness I didn't have that many Ornithopters.
Right.
Better, force it to happen. Remind does not want to go down lower than 10 or so, I think. You don't want to be in the danger zone against this Boggles deck.
Right. Yeah, the deck can hit very hard.
So, no damage taken. What have you got?
Big question, do you have another Ornithopter? Because you need that to get going.
You certainly do.
Here's one of our non-bows, the Sword of Vengeance.
Is that giving
+3, +0. Yeah, power only.
Very
Please
cool.
repeal my Assault Formation. I mean, you got to have an Ornithopter to get anything going for so let's forget about that for now.
Okay. I will.
Done.
Deal. Offer I cannot refuse. Oh, okay. Lifecraft especially. This is why Ramin was holding all these Ornithopters.
Of all the E-Aries in Magic, this is the best one.
Of all the what?
The E-Aries. It's the best E-Airy. I'll give you a minute.
I'm going to blink multiple times at the camera. When you see that, that means help. I'm trapped.
This is a really nice card to convert the Ornithopters into extra cards. Only 1 green mana so far,
Right.
but it will be good over time.
I'm just getting excited. This like killer ornithopter. Oh, maybe it's not a killer, but it's suddenly a named ornithopter. Mm-hmm. Do you think the named ones are legendary?
Well, I mean,
you see, what's happening here is that Ryan really wants to be like very legalistic about it and wants to be like, I know the rules of Magic the Gathering.
nobody will control 2 of the same named Ornithopter.
But it's still difficult for him to admit that it would be fun if they were legendary.
Yeah, I will never admit that anything is fun.
No, not at all. Here's a 3/2 that's attacking for 2. I'm just
A little
gonna
waffling on how to tap the lands.
There was one time I was watching, I think maybe a Ben Stark video or something way back in the day, and he said something that just stuck with me forever. He said, I'm going to tap like I've played Magic before. Mm-hmm. I just love that. I say that all the time. Just... well, okay, but this one's just... It's a hyena.
This is a card that just works. We love those.
We love those. Is a hyena, bro?
Yes.
Okay, great.
It's not as good as some of the other cards. You know, Ethereal Armor would have been nicer.
Yeah. Still doing the thing. Doesn't do anything against repeal.
No. The Totem Armor is nice against destroy effects. Decidedly not very nice against bounce spells.
Mm-hmm.
That has vigilance. Let's correct. Let's maintain the game state here. The Sword of Vengeance gives vigilance.
Does it give haste?
I believe it gives haste, vigilance, and trample.
Okay. Well, Romine's down to 11. Bestiary.
They'll scry 1 every turn.
Little Scrysies.
Little bottomsies.
Now you're getting in on the fun. You see? Oh.
Ooh.
Door of Destiny. What's going to be happening here, Ryan?
Well, we're going to slam the door on the fun because these Ornithopters, of which Romine has been sandbagging quite a few, every time one enters, they're going to put a counter on the Door of Destinies, and they're all going to get +1/+1 for each counter. Thopter's a good name. You got to choose a creature type.
Nice. Okay.
So we're shortcutting a little. These should be resolving in between, blah, blah, blah. If this was online, it would take a lot longer. But these Ornithopters are all now 4/6s.
Okay. All right. That's pretty significant.
That's not weak.
It's not weak.
Missed the value on the draw with the bestiary. I don't think that he cares very much.
I care a little bit, though.
Yeah, I always hate to lose a card. I would rather lose a game than a card.
It's so true. Wow. You know what's great is that every so often we just agree on something, and it's so serendipitous, so unpredictable. We love it. Danny Kim untapping with, this is a, I'm going to say 5-4? 5-3?
I believe that 5/4 is correct. Or no, what is that one? That's not a +1/+1 counter. That's just there, and it shouldn't be. I think it's tracking the hyena umber.
Sure. So
it's a 5/3.
5/3 that's attacking for 3.
Sorry, no, it's a 4/3. Because just the sword and the umbra for 4 power.
Okay.
And then the counter that means
4/3
nothing.
It's attacking for 3 with vigilance. It has. Oh, here's the Hammer of Nazan.
If I was going to quiz you on whether Hammer of Nazan pumps toughness, would you think that it does or does not?
I'm going to say it does not.
You would be correct.
I'm only saying that because there's no way you would quiz me on that if it did. I'm just metaing a little bit here. That's how you pass exams, you know?
That's true.
All right.
You learn the test.
Attack for 3. Wait. Oh, yeah, of course. These are 4/6s, of course. All right. Scry 1 in the upkeep. Do a little
Pretty quick
Life
keep
crafting.
on that one.
Yeah, pretty quick keep.
There's a lot of cards you keep. You just keep any Ornithopter
Right.
because both the Door of Destinies and the Bestiary turning it into another draw spell.
Right. That seemed like an island to me. I could be wrong.
I
no.
saw Thoughtcast, but I could be wrong as well.
Okay. It might have just been an Ornithopter, of course.
I guess Mirrodin lands and Mirrodin cards look pretty similar.
Okay. It's going to be swinging in with the team. These are 6 powered creatures. That is lethal. And
The game
Alex
one handshake.
Ramon, yeah.
The friendly match.
Just, why not? Oh, yeah, here we go.
Oh, yeah. Get that hash mark. That Ornithopter earned its due. I think it's a second kill.
It's the second kill. Okay.
For that
Building,
Ornithopter. I think
okay.
it was already a hash mark as well.
Right,
yeah.
right. On to game number 2 now.
I just wanted to see an Ornithopter get its wings.
You have to go further back in the assembly line to see that. I'm going to see Danny can play out. Oh, that's the Modern Horizons thing, right? But on
Right.
the dual land side.
Yep, land side this time.
Very nice, very nice. Love an MDFC.
Same. Big same on that one.
And we are going to see no Ornithopters just yet.
They're coming.
They cannot be stopped. Well, actually, I take that back. Remind us a lot of things that stop Ornithopters. What I love about these games is that the beginning of the game and the end of the game, there's just so little that connects them. Like the board states and stuff, like everything just changes so quickly that you cannot really say, oh, this is what's going to happen step by step, you know? You just have to enjoy. Just to sit back and enjoy.
It's just kind of nothing for a while and then everything all at once.
Everything everywhere all at once?
Well, on the battlefield.
That counts. Well, actually, that doesn't count because that's only one of the zones of Magic. And we know that there are at least 4.
Yes, at least.
At least.
And perhaps more to be discovered in the future.
Right. We have not finished on this journey. Remind kept a 1-lander, it seems.
Yes.
Did not draw a second land.
As far as reasons to keep a 1-lander, I see a null in the spread. Repeal would be nice.
Yeah.
Because, speaking of,
Nice. It is nice.
replaces itself and answers. If you were really greedy about it, you could pick up your own Ornithopter at sorcery speed to try to find the land. I like the patience there because the land drop on top mattered less than answering that aura for free.
Right. We're getting a little ornery in the booth here. Hedge maze. It's a little bit of surveilling. Provides a second green source. Leave that one on top. We like that one, says Remind. Is that I think I see Mystical Tutor, perhaps.
Yeah, I want to say it's the Eternal Master's Mystical Tutor. That one's an instant. You can wait on that. Also, I believe a null is in hand, so some incentive to just leave that blue mana up for that reason.
Doesn't want to counter an Ornithopter, that's fair.
I can promise you this white bordered card is Hurkyl's Recall.
Okay. All right, what's going on here?
That's the 3-tree city, the budget Gaia's Cradle. It currently you can pay 2 and tap it to make 1 mana.
Nice. I mean, I'm no mathematician,
Same.
but I don't think that's a good deal.
It can turn 2 mana into 1 mana.
Okay. Well, okay, there's more Ornithopters in hand. There's a couple more Ornithopters in hand, at least.
It's true.
I love how hard Remind's thinking about how many Ornithopters to play. So now you can turn 2 mana into 3 mana, presumably.
Yeah, and also tap the land, so you kind of turn 3 mana into 3 mana.
Oh, you have to tap it as well?
Right.
Okay, I see.
I like Thoughtcast, though, turning 1 card into 2 cards. I'll take that deal every day.
Okay. Back over to Danny. Remind's very carefully keeping up this annul mana, which is smart.
Yes. You just want to catch anything like that tempered steel, some kind of aura. The auras are not threatening, right, because of that Hercules recall. But catching some kind of equipment, also pretty significant.
Okay. Reminders only played mana sources so far.
Is that what we're referring to Ornithopter as?
Yeah. No, I take that back. He's also plays some spells. Ignore everything I just said.
But he's only played mana sources and spells.
Correct.
No third thing.
No third thing. Okay.
Now, you were right. That's Mystical Tutor.
Mine's gonna go digging. Oh, scale up? Oh, I would love to see some scale up action.
I'd be kind of interested to know how often you just cast Scale Up without overloading this cube. If you have that conspiracy,
Sure.
you can kind of, make two things 6/4s. That would be like a reason.
Yeah.
But because your creature goes back to being an O2, I have to imagine this is mostly overrun in this cube.
You gotta. This is so sweet. Okay. And I assume that this budget Gaia's Cradle makes mana of any color.
All the same, but yes.
Yes. Wow, it would be great if you could make any combination.
Yes.
Okay, scale up in hand. More Ornithopters available. But now you can't scale up and attack this turn.
No, a little build on that.
Pretty interesting.
Kind of interesting, both the scale up being face up as the long-term plan, and then mystical tutoring, and then after you draw the scale up playing into that plan. You could have set this up a little bit more aggressively.
Right.
But with 5 Ornithopters attacking into 1, I mean that is lethal. So.
Right. I like it. I like trying to just wait until the last possible moment.
And that Hercules could clear any theoretical blockers.
Right. And maybe he is a bit aware of cards like Balance,
Yeah.
etc. Okay, let's see.
I mean, I like this play into the face-up scale-up, but we know that these Ornithopters will not be able to block.
Right. There's Rancor. And Remine's already a game up, so just has to win this one.
And if the plan works, the plan that he's clearly starting to execute,
Here we go.
it looks very good.
That's a Plague win.
Yeah, so this is a card that used to be very heavily sideboarded in multiple constructed formats. Return all artifacts to your opponent's hand.
Back in the days when artifacts were relevant.
Before they banned Affinity.
Yep. Okay, back to hand. And now over to Remine's turn. Just had to do the scale up thing. I think he's going to be wrapping it up here. And I mean, this, yeah, it's just gotta be right. Overload, make them all into worms.
6 times 5 is 30 where I'm from.
Oh, tap all the mana. What's the bigger 2 of them? Still lethal.
Okay, yeah, still 18.
Lethal. Still lethal. And Alex Remine. Were we wrong?
Allegedly.
The scale up not turn them into 6/4s?
It does turn them into 6/4s. Was our life total just like not updated between games or something?
Sure. Okay, it comes down to 2.
Cool.
What can he do? I mean, balance is still good here. I mean, and scale up is a one-time thing.
That's true. Yeah, that's a really nice swing for Kim, seeming as it did seemingly actually save him.
Right.
Now
yeah.
Remine kind of has to try to set up like that Door of Destinies to get any damage across.
Right. This is turned around. Potentially. We'll see what Remine finds. There's still a lot of great cards in the deck.
And one thing about this is part of the equation is Kim does not have good attacks. Like that Rancor means he can attack for 2 damage at a time.
Right.
The average draw step for Remine is much more highly impactful. a number of cards that draw multiple cards. Here's that Wrath of God button, engineered explosives online.
Right.
And you can also just wait, because the explosives destroys all the Ornithopters, that 2/2 Ornithopter with the Rancor, you can just spend a couple turns chump blocking it. You're actually like triple time walking until Kim gives you something else that means you need to hit the button.
That's true. There's no need to just do the thing straight away. I think that was the door, you know? Potentially.
Twisted Image picked up. That's a really funny card in the cube. You switch a creature's power and toughness, so a naked Ornithopter just dies to state-based effects, and you draw a card.
Okay, it wasn't the door. It was
Obelisk of
the Obelisk
Erd.
of
Okay.
Erd.
This is a way to get lethal next turn, or at least start to force some blocks.
Okay.
So that's going to give all of the Thopters on his side +2/+2.
All right.
Conveniently, I've seen that number before in Kim's life total.
Okay, so all of these are lethal attackers. Kim really needs to find something.
And that Twisted Image, that clears the third blocker. So
right.
Kim needs to do something.
What can he do? What can he do? I mean,
The deck is mostly Ornithopters and ways to modify their power and toughness.
right. But these don't have trample,
No.
right? So he can at least live if he manages to get some more Ornithopters out, or
Right. I am curious how functionally this deck can get Delirium for shifting woodland. We have not seen it do more than tap for green.
has a lot of artifacts. That's one of the harder ones to get.
Yeah, Artifact Creature comes online surprisingly
Right?
easily in this
Yeah.
cube.
Fetch lands probably exist. Yeah, fetch lands exist. It's probably really easy. You take that back. Here's Twisted Image. Oh, it's just gonna be Twisted Image, kill a blocker,
I mean, that's a hell yeah
get
for
in.
me.
Yeah, that looks lethal to us. Danny Kim, is there anything else in the hand? A disenchant?
Well,
No, that's
we're
gonna
looking
do
at
it.
the deck, which I think
Okay.
means that the match is over.
All right, Alex Romine with a bunch of Ornithopters and also a really sweet, actually, Simic deck. Loads of bounce spells, loads of card draw, and some great pump effects as well. It's going to get there over Danny Kim with that more of a Boggles style build. And yeah, let's not forget, put those hashes on.
Oh yeah, you got to mark that kill for the Ornithopter. And Romine's deck is actually one of the most problematic archetypes in the history of Magic. When you think about decks that have had to catch bans, combo control.
Okay.
Like the fact that he has the Wrath of God button in Engineered Explosives,
Yeah,
he has the
that's pretty
Plague Wind button in Hurgle's Recall, and then
Pretty
just ways
busted.
to draw a bunch of cards.
Right.
Like this deck looks really strong in this environment.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll see whether there's an emergency BNR on Monday for this particular build. I mean, it was really, really sweet. We didn't get to see Tamir draw 5 cards.
No.
So maybe next round. But we did get to see a lot of bouncing and some very sweet games between these two players. We are going to go away for a quick break. When we come back, we will have more Magic from 100 Ornithopters. So we'll see you very soon.
What's up, chaff aficionados? I'm Ben, coming at you from Morristown, New Jersey, and I'm a co-host of the Draft Chaff podcast. You know Draft Chaff, that stuff you find laying around after F&M draft? Well, we've been gathering all of your forgotten but beloved cards and giving them a second chance in the Draft Chaff Cube. We have some limited archetypes you really won't see anywhere else. Check out Green-White Splinter Twin. Kind of looks like a pile of counters and tokens until you look a little bit closer. We also have Is It Free Casting, which asks you to cast huge spells way ahead of schedule. We have Golgari Spider Spawning, which is, you know what that is. And we also have my personal favorite, Red-Green Power Pingers, which balances Enrage, power matters, and burn for some unexpected value. Other archetypes you can expect to see are Simic Flash, Boros Heroic, Orzhov Aristocrats, Dimir Reanimator, Rakdos Madness, and Azorius Flicker. Now, I know I'm describing color pairs, but even though draft archetypes are centered around color pairs, they're not rooted there. These archetypes are supported across all colors, so no two drafts of the same archetype or color pair will look the same. You could draft Blue-Black Reanimator, then Blue-Black Flash, then Blue-Black Spells, then Blue-Black Madness. Or maybe you could put together Orzhov Reanimator, or Selesnya Flash, or Is It Madness? It all really works. We have plenty of other hidden archetypes too, so keep an eye out for those during the draft. We've also got conspiracy cards and a whole list of achievements to spice up the drafting and the gameplay. If you get one of the achievements, let me know and I'll give you some stickers. The best part about this cube is that you probably already own most of it, and the average cost per card is just 25 cents. We hope you enjoy drafting the Draft Chaff Cube as much as we have. Happy CubeCon.
Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon 2024. My name is Hayu. I am here with Ryan Overturf, and we are bringing you coverage from one of the coolest cubes I've ever seen in my entire life, 100 Ornithopters. And Ryan, we've seen some great magic, but we're about to get into the final round here.
Playing for the trophy. And the CubeCon organizers, we have these cute little trophy pins that you get if you get that 3-0, and that's just an awesome keepsake from the tournament. So I would say that the stakes are high.
Yeah, I honestly, that pin is making me want to go and draft. Like that, I'm like, I just want to sign up and win one of those pins, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Not necessarily sure I'm gonna have time to do that. But let's find out what we are watching, as we're going to be watching the 2-0 players in the final round of this 100 Ornithopters cube. And we have Alex Romine. We already saw this deck a little bit, and this is maybe a little bit of a rebuild. And this Gaia's Blessing is in here now.
You don't want to run out of cards. That's good with the Tameo.
Okay.
When you're plussing for all your Ornithopters, if you go too deep, you can shuffle it all back in. Never go too deep. See, Collective Resistance here as well. That seems pretty nice against the enchantments that a lot of the players are running. Yeah, good interaction. And yeah, we saw a lot of these cards already. The Thoughtcast, the Repeals, etc. Let's have a look at who he's playing against. It's Fraser Goldberg. We saw Fraser all the way back in round number 1 of this cube. And this is also a little bit of a rebuild. We saw Fraser really with that very quick out the gates, berserk, reckless charge kind of thing going on. What's the rebuild saying to you? Yeah, so this is the deck that has access to that turn 1 kill. You're talking about reckless charge plus berserk. You need Lotus Petal in the spread there with your conspiracy conveniently on the side of the screen. And then the deck also has some ways to really kind of go off in a combo sense. The Glimpse of Nature being the big card. That was there before. We did not see Culling Ritual cast, but I want to say that we saw it in the spread. That's a nice one to tutor for. The Duress we certainly saw in action. I don't know, maybe cut a card for a land or an Ornithopter. And nothing's popping as a new spell edition. That's true. I mean, there are a lot of mana requirements because there are red spells here, so perhaps a little mana-based adjustment for Fraser. We did see the game where Glimpse of Nature was active and then Imperial Seal found a card, but he was not able to immediately Ornithopter to draw it. So it would make sense to me, like, add an Ornithopter or two. I would be surprised if all the Ornithopters hadn't gone in, but maybe I'm happens. Wrong. You know, some players are drafting more, some are playing fewer. That's true. Okay, all right, let's go down to the match. And we're going to be in game number 1 here. Looks like Goldberg's going to be on the plate. Duress, turn 1. What do you got? Wow. Would you call this a Thoughtseize-proof hand? I call it a Duress-proof hand. Swing and a miss, but the question is, are you happy or sad? Because the point of Duress is to leave you with just lands and Ornithopters, so mission accomplished. Okay. I don't know. I think I'm sad. Yeah.
I want to get value.
I think I experienced the entire range of human emotions when I cast that duress.
Your entire range of
Right.
emotions.
Yeah, happy and sad.
Wow. More than I expected.
You thought it was just angry. I didn't even name that one.
I didn't even think it was angry. You just told on yourself right there. Corvo's going to take one, do some fetching. Remine's going to play out one Ornithopter. Well, you know, Goldberg knows. He's got a bunch of them.
Yes. No secrets here on the Ornithopter count.
And the echoing boon? Echoing boon, I think, is the conspiracy.
Yes.
For those of you who weren't here earlier, this is the conspiracy that whenever you target one of your own creatures with a spell, you get to copy that spell.
Imagine if you had Leyline of Resist, or whatever the new red Leyline is, always in your opener and didn't cost you a card. That's what this conspiracy is.
Nice. I'm in. Where do I sign up?
Well, at the CubeCon main event in Madison, Wisconsin.
Perfect. That's why they call you a professional. Here's Door of Destiny. And that's why we saw Remine hold all these Ornithopters. Now we're probably going to see them all played out here.
It's time to meet our destiny.
We know what it is already. It's just Ornithopters.
Right. Let's see what's behind doors number 1 through 4. Oh, it's another Ornithopter. I'd like to trade my Ornithopter for an Ornithopter.
No deal. Okay, so this one's coming in for 5. Goldberg's down to 15.
No goats, just Thopters.
Has to find an answer.
And that Berserk combo is not a thing anymore.
No.
There is too much toughness on the other side of the table.
Yeah.
Also, now Remine is untapping that last card in hand. Got a peek. It had a white border.
Oh.
I believe that was Hercule's Recall.
Okay, so he's actually just going to swing in. No need to use it just yet. Make your opponent throw all their Ornithopters away first.
And I don't know how many pump spell decks you've played, but chumping away your entire battlefield is not a good start for them.
Okay, so before that happens, it's going to be Trash the Town. One of the spree cards from
Outlaws of Thunder Junction.
Thank you very much. This one does a lot of different stuff. Usually you use it to draw cards. This time, it's just on the blocks. Did he even manage to take out anything? No.
It saved one Ornithopter is
Okay.
kind of what happened there.
All right.
I don't know what any of that card's modes are. I'm just gonna...
Well, it puts counters, but usually you use it for the last one, which is like a curiosity type effect, was like whenever this creature deals combat damage to play, draw 2 cards.
Okay.
Which is quite nice with that Echoing Boom, but this time it was just a scoop for Goldberg. And we're going to go very quickly to game number 2 here. Alex Remine on the draw this time. And Door of Destinies really has won him most of the games that we've seen.
Really important to have an answer for that one.
Right. We did see Goldberg changing up the deck a little bit, though I'm not sure he actually has that many things. I mean, it's just Calling Ritual ready to take care of the board.
I mean, Calling Ritual would have been good there.
Oh, there is Maelstrom Pulse.
Maelstrom Pulse also would have been good there.
Mm-hmm. So here comes the Ornithopter. So in that, if you had Maelstrom Pulse there, would you take out the door?
Likely. Because the Pulse does kill your Ornithopters as well.
That's true. Oh, I see some...
Is that Fists of Flame? But tapping a creature to make red for it?
Yeah, it is. It's giving trample. It's like +1/+0 and trample.
And then that's going to double.
Each card you've drawn. Oh, and you draw a card. Okay, so you draw 2 cards.
Yeah, so the first
the
one,
important part.
draw a card, get +2 because you're draw for turn. And
Right.
the second one, you draw another card and you get +3.
Oh.
Now, if I was Remine, I would like to respond. We'll find out if we have that repeal.
That could be helpful here.
I would argue that this would be worth spending the Hercule's Recall if you had that as well. But
Oh,
these cards like to be
absolutely.
black bordered.
Absolutely.
Looks like some kind of naturalize effect, though. That plays.
Yeah. All right. So Goldberg is not going to be drawing a bunch of cards, and it's just going to be putting Ornithopter in the bin back over to Remind. Who doesn't... I don't see a door.
No. Not time yet.
It'll come. The time will come. The door will open. I'm not loving this Springleaf Drumland.
It's not strong. Is that what you mean?
That's what I mean. Okay, well, how about this? Double red. Oh, is it time? Is it Berserk? Are we Berserking?
With that hesitation on that naturalized, Goldberg has to have a read that Romine is not long in interaction.
Oh.
There's Berserk. Did you take a 24? You tell me who's dead, because I think it's you.
Romine's looking okay. Nodding. Is there repeal? Oh, negate.
Okay.
Oh, negate 1. Oh. It copies them, right?
Right, so we're still going to get in for 12, but the Ornithopter is also still going to die.
Okay.
And that 12's not lethal.
12's not lethal. Remind down to 8. Wow.
The charge has flashback, but that's still only good for 6 more, so Goldberg now needs a little bit more help to cross the finish line.
Well, he also doesn't have a red source
Yeah,
unless he finds another Ornithopter.
The encampment is not great,
Right.
as you astutely pointed out.
I just think, if it's a land, it should probably make mana by itself. That's the basic threshold for a land, IMO. Oh, hello, here we go. Tamio, Collector of Tales.
Name Ornithopter. There's a lot of arguments to name many of the other cards in the deck.
Not an Ornithopter. Oh.
Door of Destinies would make sense as a name if you didn't have it. Oh, named. But the thing about naming Ornithopter is next turn, Tamio can -3 and get whatever.
Right.
So
Right.
very likely Tamio sticks around. However, Goldberg gets a red source. All right, I like playing this Ornithopter for Romine because that Reckless Charge is face up.
Right.
So Goldberg theoretically had flashback Reckless Charge, copy it with the Conspiracy, get in for 6 on the Tamio.
Oh, no. This is... No, this does not work. No. I believe Tamio's ability,
Oh, you can't discard
static
cards.
ability, turns off duress. This is recorded magic, unfortunately, so I don't think we could do anything about that, but
And this is not the player's fault. This is the War of the Spark design team's fault.
I would agree with that. Like,
Tamio and
static
Narset's
abilities-
static abilities are so heinous.
yes. This one in particular, I love this card. I love this card in Vintage Cube. People get gone with it all the time. All the time.
And that line of text is not why you play it, so it's so easy to forget.
Right.
It just comes up sometimes.
It just comes up sometimes. And, it is CubeCon. It's a friendly event. It's not pro Ariel here, so we can let this slide. But for those of you out there, Tamio, do not let your opponents duress you. Don't do it. Getting the Lifecrafter's Bestiary. I'm trying to find some more Ornithopters here. I'm going to go back over to Goldberg, who still needs to find a red source, whether that is in the form of a land or another Ornithopter. But do you even do it if you can't do anything about the chump blocker?
Yeah, just attacking into the Ornithopter and not getting the Tamio is so bad.
Right.
I think you have to try to find a way to convert that into actually a lethal attack.
Right.
Especially because right now, Goldberg's not attacking because the attack would be for 0. So some help needed in that department.
So we're back over to Remind. Scry to the bottom with Lifecrafter's Bestiary. Now I guess to activate Tamio. Surely Ornithopter.
The strategy so far, I'll be naming Ornithopter. Gaia's Blessing kind of funny because that's going to shuffle the Door of Destinies back into the deck.
Oh.
So this is an older card. Even the reprint on this card is pretty old. But Gaia's Blessing, well, let's not talk about casting it. What's happening here is if it goes from your library to your graveyard, you automatically shuffle your graveyard into your library.
Okay. All right.
And then the Blessing, I believe, exiles itself.
And then what's the question here?
The question is, do I get the Ornithopter before it gets shuffled back in?
Okay.
Which you should.
Which
the
you
Tameo
should,
ability
yes.
has to fully resolve before something else can enter the stack.
Right. Okay, that's fair. That's reasonable. So the Ornithopter goes to hand, rest of the graveyard, including that Door of Destiny, getting shuffled away. I mean, Remind must have been worried about decking to put this card in the main.
I mean, you've mentioned your the fact that you like playing with this Tameo. I'm sure if you cast it a few times, in a 40-card deck, you will run out sometimes. You can only plus that so many times.
It's true. You will, and you'll like it. I mean, genuinely, it's so much fun.
Yes.
Great card. All right, so the deck gets shuffled in. Mine just has a lot of card draw, though. Like, it's not inconceivable that the door is just going to be within the next few cards.
Tameo alone gets you so deep so fast.
Right.
Like, that door will make its return to this game.
Here's the obelisk.
And maybe we don't need it.
Get in for 2. Is it 2? No, surely not.
Yeah, +2 on the obelisk, but I believe we're convoking, so that's not an attack.
Oh, that's the convoke. I see.
A bit interesting to hang on to these Ornithopters, playing around that Maelstrom Pulse, that culling ritual.
Okay.
That makes some sense.
Yeah. Definitely could have played it and tapped the green to draw and then tap for convoke.
Right.
But
Yeah. In some sense, leaving value on the tables. In other sense, we see what's being respected by that play.
Right. But now there's no blocker in the way, so Goldberg can play out the Ornithopter flashback Reckless Charge from the graveyard. That's giving +6, +0. Mine's at 8.
Well, that charge should be exiled. That is important. You don't just put that back in the graveyard.
Yeah, that's going to be going away. But I'm sure the players will figure it out. I mean, there's no way that Goldberg will try to flash it back again. So
I would certainly hope not.
And then if he has something like a land snakeskin veil or something, this is just lethal. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, I think that it's hard or interesting to think about Tameo versus put you to 2.
Right.
Comparatively easy to think about lethal or don't do it.
Right. I don't know. They've been cubing a lot. It's been a long weekend already. And
That
there's
is true.
More cubes to go. So we've all been there.
And that pin is on the line. That trophy pin's on the line.
Okay, so Ornithopter, tap for green, draw a card. Ornithopter, tap for green, draw a card. It is the best Erie. You're right.
It really is.
It really is. I can't name that many other Eries. There might be some aviaries.
There definitely are. Sarah's aviary.
Okay.
That's among the worst aviaries.
Seville land in the bin. Now what? See Twisted Image.
Just hanging out with that twisted image is a really strong position.
Okay.
There's not pressure to do other things while you just hang out with that trick.
Right.
Because right now, Goldberg's not trying to do anything.
Right. Well, I mean, we know that this deck can do stuff pretty quickly, although a lot of those explosive pieces have already been used.
Here's Diabolic Intent, so Goldberg gets his pick.
There are choices. I mean, is it time to get something a bit more responsive? Reactive?
We just saw the catch. The Reckless Charge has been exiled. So
Great.
viewers at home can rest easy.
Ryan in the booth can rest easy.
Well, that won't happen.
We'll see. Come on, it's CubeCon. It's a fun community event, you know?
Absolutely it is.
Yeah. Ryan's like, I get to choose how I engage with this, and I'm going to engage with it restlessly. I can get whatever I want out of it.
And I choose stress.
guess find a red source at least.
Do you think that tutor was for that surveil land?
You sometimes, look, you gotta do what you gotta do.
I've done it.
Yeah,
I've tutored for worse lands than a surveil
right.
land.
I've tutored for basics. Let's go. The Lifecrafter's Vestry continues. And now I see a whiteboard card in hand.
Yeah, Twisted Image plus Hurkyl's Recall plus a null in the hand.
Yeah, Goldberg is not going to be doing anything.
No. And if we were only looking at Goldberg's side of the battlefield, that would be true. You're currently just not doing anything on his own devices.
Right.
Romine really enforcing that.
Right. All right, let's see what Goldberg can find here. Wooded Foothills. And Echoing Ruin is still a thing, though.
Echoing Shatter?
Echoing Shatter, yeah.
Echoing Shatter, that is. Target my own thing so I can copy it.
Oh, yeah. It's still happening.
But the Obelisk and the Bestiary are both strong. I like going for the Bestiary because it represents card selection and draw.
But the Obelisk is what's going to kill you.
Yeah, this is all kind of little consequence because I kind of think that this Twisted Image is going to check the Ornithopter side and Repeal could save the Bestiary as well.
Okay. Yeah. This is the thing with this cube. Like, there's so many different fun things you can do, right? That you can try and put together all these wombinations, as some might say. But ultimately, it just... How can you beat Hurkyl's Recall? How can you beat Repeal? Like, it's just so busted.
Okay, little Hurkyl's target self.
Okay.
That is nice.
Yeah.
You know, it resets the Obelisk, but that's not hard. I like that play from Romine. You know, it could have used 2 cards to get out of it, but I think that every way that you play it wins from here. I do think that the play he made was better than the one that I suggested.
Okay, great. Inventor's Fair, the land for turn. For Romine. Lifecrafter's Vestry. Inventor's Fair is pretty sweet, actually, with Tameo and stuff as well.
That's just a sick card.
It's a great card. It's Lifecrafter's Vestry back again. Can draw so many cards.
Yeah, you can kind of just run those Ornithopters out, pay a green to draw a card, and then you will only lose the card on 1 to still convoke the Obelisk this turn. Because you only had 5 mana sources. You need an Ornithopter to get you to that 6th.
Right.
And you could also just not do that and leave up that Twisted Image.
I think he might do that, though.
Yeah, there's no rush.
Yeah, if I were him, I would simply do that. Do the thing.
Negate picked up? Yeah, okay. We can pump the brakes here with our 8-card hand. I think we'll be fine. Yeah, here's 2 Ornithopters not drawing cards.
No draw. Here's the Obelisk.
Okay.
Tap 5.
Content to leave up the image. That's fair enough. The image should be good enough.
Pass the turn. Thin to win for Goldberg.
Kind of interesting that running out the Obelisk this turn is not fully lethal. It's 1 point shy. An argument to wait.
Not?
An argument to wait. Not a
Did
meaningful or strong one.
Another Ornithopter, I guess?
No, I don't believe so. Which means there's 5 good ones left over.
Can you win with Twisted Image?
Yeah, you actually can. It doesn't just kill. Assuming you have some power.
We learned
it is
this
a pump
lesson
spell.
with Mocha's favor yesterday. Maelstrom Pulse time.
Well, I mean, I think the Twisted Image is being spent here.
Okay.
Oh, but you get to double the Maelstrom Pulse, so it at least does answer the Obelisk.
Right.
Another argument to wait.
It's tough.
There's so much going on in this game, and it's so weird.
It's so weird. I can't believe you thought 19 was weird.
I really just
the range
spewed my weird cred on that one.
Never
You think everything's
your
weird.
cred.
You even think that number 19 is weird as how boring you are.
Right. And now we're seeing Maelstrom Pulse my own Ornithopter to kill your 5 Ornithopters. No. that Ornithopter will turn upside down or something. Just honestly trying to keep up with the flavor of this is exhausting. But at the end of the day, Alex Remine untaps with 5 Ornithopters. None of them have power. Scries?
I think that might have been the door on top.
No. I mean, I'd be impressed if you could see that.
Oh, it's even better than the door. That's the scale up. That one kills now.
Oh, okay. All right, here we go. Overload scale up. That's going to do it. Alex Remine with Simic, Bounce Spells, and Scale Up is going to take down the 100 Ornithopters cube, takes home that trophy, and specifically the trophy pin, the coolest part of taking home the trophy, and of course all of the match points that you get for 3-0ing your part. And really putting himself, I actually don't really know what the total record is because players are not paired.
Not how this works.
Not how this works. Unlike a normal tournament, players are not paired by standings, not until we get to the business end.
No, but Remine's deck was awesome.
It was.
Goldberg had probably the best card in the cube, that Conspiracy. Had access to a potential turn 1 kill, some really explosive turns. But Remine's deck had so much going on. A powerful machine with a lot of card filtering, card draw, interactive spells, and just ways to win the game in one big attack on one big turn.
Yeah, that was really cool to see. All right, we're going to go away for a quick break, and when we come back, we will have more Magic from round 15. We'll see you very shortly.
Hi, this is Anthony Adams from Raleigh, North Carolina, and the UberCube podcast. And I want to say thank you for selecting the film Birds of Paradise to be featured at CubeCon 2024. The idea of the Cube is to celebrate the contributions of women in the Magic multiverse. Let's get right to it. The Azorius section is going to be your control blink section. I have cards like Turn to Mist, Dream Trawler, and Sublime Epiphany. Very powerful section. But for those players that don't want to wait around and control the game, they move straight into the aggro Boros section with cards like Captain Lenary Storm or Aurelia or Thalia. But if you want to kind of interweave the Azorius into the Dimir and have a amazing control shell, you can run cards like Liliana the Last Hope or Lilia. These are just powerhouses. Then we move over to what's been labeled the strongest archetype in the cube, the Rock or Golgari, where you can feature cards like Grist or Ghoul's Night Out or Sarith. Mid-range strategies rule in this cube. Gruul is also pairs well with the forward section we just talked about, where you get to run characters like Samut or Vivian or Nissa that's not on the page or Naelith. I wanted to lean into the heroines of the Magic universe. Then we move over to our Is It Spells Matter section, where I'm going to run cards like Sahili and Prismari Command or Seagate Stormcaller, which is kind of my Snapcaster at home for the environment. Then we move over to our Rakdos section, which is going to be our it's going to be our Rakdos sack and combined with our Stacks and Taxes Aristocrats type package, where you're going to see cards like Judith and Massacre Girl or Braids, and we go over into Orzhov Kaya, which is an amazing character, or Thalia. Then we move over to our Selesnya section, which is going to just pair well with your token strategies in the cube, where cards like Arwen or Tristani or Miri can take you to victory. Then we go into our Simic section, where ramp mid-range control, where the most featured card that I did recently, and I'm happy to see at CubeCon, is Bonnie Powell, the clear cutter, really used that mana to just drive that game home. I hope everybody enjoys this cube. Thank you, Bob, for choosing this cube, and I want to say happy cubing.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back to coverage of CubeCon 2024. My name's Hayu. I'm here with Ryan Overturf, and we are bringing you more Magic from the 100 Ornithopters cube because we have not had enough fun yet with this.
No, really want to draft this cube, and I feel like at least half of this pod we've been watching probably wants to jump right back into the queue again with this cube.
Right. Yeah, this was really fun. And it is one of the most popular cubes. That's one of the features of CubeCon is that you can go on the app and rank the cubes. And the app does some wizardry and it... I have to assume.
Wizardry is a good interpretation of ranked choice voting, especially to me as an American, because it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, there's some wizardry that happens and then you may or may not get to play the cubes.
What do you mean my vote matters?
Highly.
What do you mean?
Wow, Ryan. It's too early for that. I'm just telling you now, we've still got a whole cube left today. So, we'll save that for later. But one of the coolest things is you get to pick all of your things. And the 100 Ornithopters is, I think, third ranked in most popular cubes. So certainly very popular. And let's have a look at Marlon Lee's deck. Marlon is who we're going to be watching coming up. And Ryan, this is the worst Skull Clamp I've ever seen in my life.
Yes. It is also the worst Skull Clamp I've ever seen in my life. So just talk about this very banned, very powerful card. So it gives equipped creature +1/-1, and when it dies, you draw 2 cards. One of the strengths of Skull Clamp, and in fact, the flaw in the design of the card was the fact that you put it on a 1 toughness creature and immediately dies. That is what has given it a constructed pedigree in the brief amounts of time it's been legal in the formats it was legal in. Ornithopter just natively having 2 toughness means that you need something else to sack it to do anything with this card.
Right. And is there anything else here?
We can Pernicious Deed.
Okay.
We can Seal of Cleansing or Seal of Primordium our own Ornithopter.
Okay. We could, yeah. Or, Skull Clamp is just adding a bit of power.
Yeah, we can attack for 1 into our opponent's 0/2s.
That's fair magic. That's just fair magic.
I'm going to need the Oracle text on Curse of Opulence, but I don't...
I think it's you enchant a player, and when you attack them with a creature, you get a treasure.
So if that said, when you attack a player, you can sacrifice the creature you're attacking with, that would be good with Skull Clamp. What you just said is not.
No. Okay, great. Well, we'll see how it goes. I mean, this deck is sweet, right? Rite of Harmony is very sweet. Song of Freyalise is very sweet. He's going to be playing against Caleb Durwood. And Caleb, we've seen this deck before, has this first day of class thing going on, goes a bit tall with the Bone Sabers, Ozolith, and just draws a million cards with Mystic Forge as well. But what we really want to see, Ryan, the Song of Creation.
Song of Creation.
It just hasn't happened yet.
Give us what we want.
Give the people what they want, Caleb.
You're a streamer. You should know this. This is basic stuff.
Do it for the content.
Yes.
All right, let's go down to the action. See whether Song of Creation is in the books for us. And we're just going to get the right match lined up for all of you while we appreciate Caleb's deck a little bit more. And Caleb is on the draw this time, so we're going to have Marlon with the Surveil on turn 1. What? Oh yeah, land in the bin. Don't need that.
Portico Surveil Away Horizon Canopy is a statement.
What's the statement saying?
The statement is that it's not 2008 anymore.
Time passes. We're going to see the casual 4th color hit the battlefield for Marlon. What's the play? It's... Oh, Savine Calculation?
That's a combo. All right, we are back to being reverent of the canopy.
Okay. It was the first time I opened a really busted pack. Was I opened a pack of whatever Master said it was. They reprinted it, and it had a foil Horizon Canopy and a regular Horizon Canopy. It was sweet.
I've opened Horizon Canopy out of a Future Sight pack.
Oh, wow. Congrats.
Since we're still telling stories that aren't very, opening a card from a pack.
What? Okay, all right. Marlon's got Enchanted Presence. He's going to be drawing a billion cards. Caleb's already drawing a billion cards.
Let's both draw a billion cards, actually. Here's Caleb again, fanning out all the Ornithopters. Love that flourish. And Wheel of Fortune. All right. The mana's online. Can we Song of Creation next turn, Caleb?
Is there a Song of Creation in hand? Come on, we just drew 7 cards. What are the chances? Don't answer that.
Good.
I know, you can't. You
couldn't begin to answer that question.
Paradise Mantle, that's more mana. For some reason, Paradise Mantle doesn't annoy me as much as the Springleaf Drum. I don't know why.
Is it because it's stronger?
Could be.
Is it because it has synergies with other cards in the cube?
Could be. We'll never know. Oh, Showdown of the Skulls. It really is one of my favorite cards. First of all, you get to draw a card.
Draw trigger off the presence. Caleb, friendly reminder on that one.
And then you exile 4 cards, and you get to play them until at the end of your next turn. But usually you want to find lands.
It's a nice draw spell with the combination of the cube. You have a bunch of 0 mana cards, and those also conveniently play with chapters 2 and 3.
Right.
You can start putting +1/+1 counters on all of your Ornithopters.
Right, so you really do want to try and get some Ornithopters. So there was Misty Rainforest, step 1. A bunch of Ornithopters could hit the battlefield. The next turn you have Song of Freyalise. I mean, I guess if you have a bunch in hand, you can save the Ornithopter for the counter. Or not.
And I think there's 8 cards in hand for Lee. So you probably would have played an Ornithopter from hand over the one from exile. Not sure what's going on there.
Interesting.
The Forest in hand, discarded hand size. There's so much mana already available. It's pretty minor.
It's just interesting to find out what the plan is. Because some trickery is afoot. Here comes that equipment for Durwood.
Masterwork.
Masterwork. What's the first word on it?
Stone Forge?
Okay, that's not me. The question was too easy. There's 4 other Ornithopters, so that's +4/+4. Marlin, you still at a healthy 19 though, and Doe's not really putting the pressure up too quickly just yet. Bonus Monument is going to be helping a lot with that. In for 6.
Pretty good turn for Durwood.
Oh, certainly is.
And even if he did have the song, because that card makes you discard your hand every end step, he would still play this turn like this. So there's hope yet.
Okay. So I'm interested in seeing what Marlon's got planned. Because it's very deliberate, right? You don't just discard to hand size when holding a handful of zeros. Unless...
I don't.
Congrats.
And there's some nice stuff
analysis
going on.
in Overtime.
Some nice stuff going on with this Song of Freyalise, now available to be cast on this turn. You can go pretty wide, and that one's also going to grow the team over time as well.
I love Song of Freyalise. It was just Dominaria, what a format. The first Sagas format.
Great innovation in card design.
Yeah. Are you an anti-Planeswalker?
No, I think that's one of the most stupid opinions people have about this game. Like, tell me what you believe in. I don't like Planeswalkers. What do you like? Advocate for what you like.
All right, so here's the first 2 Ornithopters. Both counters are going on the one that can attack. Banish from nowhere? It's banished to another universe, even. Affinity for Historic. When it enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent component controls. Okay. It's just an O-ring.
Just so happens that every non-land permanent in this cube is historic.
It's just 1 mana O-ring. It's fine.
I like this include a lot.
It's sweet. It's neat.
It's a neater.
It's a neater.
This Skull Clamp? I don't know about that one as much.
It's not even a meme. That's the worst part.
Yeah, what's the punchline?
It's like those memes that your aunt sends around, in the family group
I
chat.
found a way to put Skull Clamp in a cube, and it's not good.
Yeah. That's the joke. Song of Freyalise, though, that is pretty good. And get the counter. Chapter 1 does happen. So all the creatures can tap for mana of any color, but...
All right.
Okay.
This is, minor. But what is going on with these dice? Talk to me about these translucent
they're
dice.
Translucent, and in particular, they're the translucent of the two colors that the ornithopters are.
And they're small.
Which makes
this
the
one's just clear.
The aesthetic of it even more difficult to understand. Like, the dots are the same color as the background.
Yeah, talk to Toby in the feature match area. Let's enforce our coverage dice.
We have such great coverage dice.
Yeah.
They're big.
Which have just been
numbers.
pushed off screen on the showdown and to highlight only the bad ones.
That's deliberate, you know? Marlon's like, I just bought these dice. You know, I got a little cube of like 20,000 dice, and then it's one of those boxes where if you drop it, they go everywhere. So I'm just going to
You pick up all but one every time. Then it starts rattling in your bag because it's not full.
Oh. What really annoys me is that I can't own one of those because I would need to make all the dice face the same way.
Like all the same number on the same. Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's a big effort every round.
I know, so that's why I don't own one. Save myself the pain. A lot of mana is being tapped here.
Ooh, I like Gavany Township. I mean, I don't think that's where we're going, but I like Gavany Township.
Flashback Savine's Reclamation. Okay. What are we getting? We're getting Ornithopter?
How many times do you think Savine's Reclamation has recurred in Ornithopter?
Well, it's in this cube. So I'm going to say more than 10. That's my guess. Plus Seal of Cleansing?
The seal is nice, okay. Yes. Just kind of a static disenchant effect on deck.
Importantly, get another counter.
Yep, that's Showdown still active.
Right, and Verdus Monument doesn't do anything in your opponent's turn.
No.
These are just
and it often
guys.
Doesn't do anything on your turn.
You take that back. It's done so much for Caleb. It won Caleb like multiple games.
Yeah, on the turns where it does stuff. It does stuff.
Oh my goodness. Caleb's taking 5, throwing one Ornithopter away in front of the bigger Ornithopter. Back over to Caleb's turn. And if you want to see some song creation, come on. It's
Sing
time.
the song.
Sing the song.
Play the hits.
Nope.
Caleb wrote a new ditty called Pass the Turn.
Come on.
We want him to play the hits.
Okay, well, look, +1/+1 counters are being added. And importantly, now we're seeing the sides of the dice that have more opaque backgrounds. So it's easier for us. They all have Vigilance and Indestructible, I believe, this turn.
I believe that's correct.
Right. So these are coming in.
The
12 damage.
Gavany Township also online. So there's a lot of damage being threatened here.
Okay. No trample, though, I believe. Is that right?
I kind of think that the song gives you trample, too.
It might. Yeah, you're right. Vigilance, trample, and indestructible. Caleb's going to be taking a bunch.
Just shortcut. Toss these in the bin. Your number minus my number is my new life total.
Okay, and that new life total is going to be 1. Perfect. That's all you need.
Yeah.
1 is not 0. Or so I've heard.
We're getting a song request.
Yeah, Freyalise is rising up the charts. You know, song creation, that's old news. That's last week's. Oh, hello.
First day of class.
I mean, it's not that exciting.
To learn how to rummage this mountain.
Oh, I forgot that there was another mode on Learn.
No lesson on the sideboard.
Yeah, that's going to do it. Okay, so Marlon Lee with Song of Freyalise is going to get there. And Caleb's going to be scooping things up. Let's go to game number 2. Caleb is going to be on the play this time. We've seen some extremely explosive starts from Caleb Darwood. Is this going to be one of them?
That's not Gaia's Cradle, so it's going to be a little slower than what we've seen.
Okay. All right. Is it weird that I'm like 4 permanents on turn 1? Come on, Darwood. You can do better than this.
I do like the old school Affinity vibes with some of the games of this cube. Just like play a bunch of literal ornithopter.
Okay, that's a pretty nice ornithopter as well. Powered out.
And there's a really nice Gaia's cradle.
Yeah, really nice Gaia's cradle. Sort of.
Truth and Justice.
Truth and Justice, yeah.
That one is pro blue, pro white.
Oh, here we go. Right of Harmony. Oh, that's...
All right.
Ouch!
An attempt at Plague Wind was met by an offer that Lee could not, but wishes he could refuse.
Ouch. Pest controls. So it's like, absolutely not.
I love to see a pest control get countered.
That just tickles you the right way.
It does.
Yeah.
I do not like that card.
Why don't you tell us about that?
Well, it's very boring.
Actually, no, I changed my mind.
And it has cycling.
No, I changed my mind.
So you just don't have to mean it at all to play that card. It's for cowards.
Well, that's okay. There are no warriors in sight, so it's irrelevant. What is relevant is this attack coming in from Caleb. I'm gonna see. It's a 2 from each.
Yep, the Masterworks +2, the Swords +2. We're going to get a counter and then proliferate. And hey, now we have another 2-power ornithopter.
Great. Keeping things simple here, which we appreciate.
As opposed to the last game
Yeah.
with the dice fiasco. Durward grabbing the coverage dice.
Yeah, with intent.
Yes.
The offending dice, though, they're still there. Like,
Right.
they're hovering, waiting in the wings.
They're coming. How funny would it have been if Durward reached across the table to use one of those dice?
I think Ryan would have just flipped the table, to be honest. Okay, all right, let's see what Lee's got. 2 treasures to work with. That's not nothing. Doesn't help you cast your ornithopters, of course.
But still better in the cube than Skull Clamp.
So much better than this. If you just put a treasure token in instead of Skull Clamp, it would be way better.
Lotus Petal is in the cube.
Yeah.
And it is just better than Skull Clamp.
It's so much better. We've been really like ragging on Skull Clamp, and there's probably some kind of really weird esoteric combo in here that does the thing.
Skull Clamp, Ashnod's Altar is pretty sick.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Kind of a build your own glimpse of nature.
Speaking of, here's Rite of Harmony.
Yeah.
And makes a canopy land. Any more ornithopters?
You would sure hope so. The right at least has flashback.
Right.
But I mean, you're out. You still have to draw the ornithopters to get that
there
going.
are treasures, right? And you can also cast enchantments, I think, to draw. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So you can pay one.
You do get something for the extra mana.
You do. Oh, okay. That's a great enchantment. Wait, affinity for historic. 1, 2, 3. You have to pay mana for that. Right?
So it counts the treasures, and paying cost with affinity is kind of funny. I didn't do the math on this, but when you declare the spell, it checks the treasures, and you can sacrifice them after to pay the cost.
Okay.
So you can definitely afford this.
Right. But now there's only one treasure left that was not an ornithopter off the top. Back over. At least the sword is dealt with, and that was a pretty big problem for Marlin.
Mm-hmm.
And back over to Delwood, who has the board advantage. Can just continue to keep pressing for now.
Yeah, the sword was the one scaling thing.
Is this isn't scaling?
I mean, the masterwork kind of scales, but it's not on its own. The sword just will do it every turn if it connects.
Also, scale up was actually in the other competitor's deck.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was not sort of scaling up.
I would play that.
Yeah, me too.
When it deals combat damage.
The creature that dealt the damage becomes a 6/4.
Until end of turn. There's probably some application for that somewhere.
It would be better than Skull Clamp.
That's true. That is true. All right, back over to Marlin Lee's turn. Got a find a way to deal with this Stoneforge Masterwork. Is that
That's the one.
second word? You know,
Yeah.
it's one of those portmanteau words that doesn't really exist.
Yeah, this card needs a more fun name.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ryan.
Stair Masterwork. Nah, I missed. I took a swing. You gotta admire me for taking a swing, but I struck out on that one.
It's always best when you tell people they've got to admire you.
They must.
It's the law. Okay, I mean the seal of the green seal is something, right? Doesn't that deal with the masterwork?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a naturalize on the table.
Okay.
Part of the story of this game here is 2 Horizon lands for Lee now with that Sunbake Canyon, and with 5 life, we're gonna have to start converting those into different cards pretty soon here.
Okay, so first of all, get rid of the masterwork. Oh. Combat trick?
Is this the land that puts a +1/+1 counter on a thing from Zendikar Rising?
Perhaps.
Or
Let me just have a look at the list.
kind of look. That looks like the effect that has
Revitalizing
happened.
repast. Yeah. Sounds like it. So those ornithopters are bouncing. And we're back over to Marlon Lee. Song of Freyalise goes to chapter 2. It does the same thing as chapter 1. Second verse, literally, same as the first. And is that Enchantress Presence?
Enchantress's Presence and Replenish.
What does Replenish do?
So it's a sorcery for white and 3 that returns all enchantments from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's kind of neat with sagas, right?
Right.
Once they run their course.
Yeah, really nice.
This is a battlefield where Lee's a little incentivized to get something going, though he does have things contained for now. So
Right.
yeah, Durward does need a top deck.
It's going to crack the Fiery Islet, get another look, passes the turn back, and we're going to see a lot of these Horizon lands go to the graveyard. May as well fetch. 4 is not 0.
Did we crack Canopy, hold priority, fetch and response?
I think so.
All right. Ooh, and we get a surveil? All right. Okay. I mean,
That's worth
there's
it.
no reason you have to hold priority, but this is good. This is strong.
It's just like, you do that emergency try to jam control thing on Magic Online. It never works for me.
Yeah, the oopsie.
The oopsie. Although 5 is my favorite.
We could also miss our surveil trigger.
Could. Did.
No need.
So Song of Freyalise goes off, gets the counter. That's going to get rid of Trample Indestructible for the turn. Pernicious Deed was the find. Is there black mana there?
That's a nice combo. Make my thing indestructible, deed your ornithopters?
Yeah. That's huge.
Yeah.
That is huge here for Lee.
And that would also just turn the Gaia's Cradle fully off.
Right?
Yeah, can't do that
Yeah.
fast enough.
Use the treasure as well. Why not? Oh, what's this? Oh, what's this?
Ooh, okay. Echoing Truth to save all of the precious little ornithopters. That's also going to bounce this ornithopter with 2 counters here. It's all
That's
artifacts with the same
really
name.
sweet.
Very nice trick there for Durward.
Right, and we saw that actually come in after the rebuild for Caleb Durward, so nice to see that paying off for him. Lee at 3 has managed to reset the board. Durward still needs something that gives power and toughness to ornithopters. Not sure if that was it, though. Didn't seem like an ornithopter at least. Could be it.
Ooh, Kessig Wolf Run. And Durward has plenty of mana to use this Spire of Industry. So Wolf Run Gaia's Cradle? It's not going to be hard to deal 3 damage, I guess is how I'll put it.
Okay, so...
You just need to not get hit by a removal spell here.
Right. I was having a look. What can you get back? What can you get back?
Actually,
Wait.
bad news for Durward here is Lee has that Replenish in hand.
Right.
And because the deed is a 0 mana Wrath of God there, like getting that back in play, Durward wisely is paying some mind to that, right?
That makes sense.
He picked up like 5 Ornithopters, only recommitted 2.
Right. That's hilarious. Okay. I mean, what else is there in the graveyard?
There's that Song of Frailes.
Okay.
It's a good one to get back.
There's a...
There's
This Enchanter's
honestly-
presence is just rotting away.
Yeah. There's not much else going on in the graveyard. It's not the strongest replenish I've ever seen.
Okay. Well, there's a seal also, I think.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
That does
Forgot
something.
about that one. That actually is a really nice pickup.
Yeah, that's a real card. So, Song of Frailes comes back. Pernicious Deed. Do you think you just do it now and play out some Ornithopters?
Yeah, you do kind of want to establish your Ornithopters for the song, but that only really matters for Chapter 3. So there's some value in waiting.
Right.
So currently with the Cradle tapping for 2, you can... Durward can only pump... Well, I guess Lee lost another life there with the fetch land. So that is lethal with the Wolf Run. So you do kind of need to
Right.
deed now.
Right.
Doing it in combat plays around some kind of like haste shenanigans.
Right. It is nice to wait. Gotta make sure Durwood commits the mana to the Wolf Run. We know, of course, and Marlon Lee also knows, there's still a bunch of Ornithopters left in hand. One at a time.
And it makes
that way.
enough sense to play one. The other ones are just mana for the Cradle. You know?
Right.
You can only Wolf Run one creature.
Right. There is also still a flashback on Rite of Harmony in the graveyard. So that is going to be drawing a bunch of cards now because Lee has 3 Ornithopters in hand.
Definitely another argument for sandbagging them last turn. And look at him go.
Yeah. That was Conclave Tribunal was one of the draws for sure. There's a red white land. Is it painful there?
It's Arid Mesa.
That counts as painful, sure.
Right. This mana base is really beating Lee up.
Well, back over to Durwood. He's still at 20, but he doesn't really have a way. I mean, there's Kessig Wolf Run. That is nice. And Lee needs to find a way to deal with that eventually.
He gets through this turn minimally with the seal.
So then what? Then what?
Well, I believe Savine's Reclamation is in hand, so he gets through next turn with the seal. And the turn after that, he can probably get through with the seal.
With the seal?
Yeah, with the seal.
Okay, all right.
He's going to put some ugly dice on his Ornithopter.
It's like a...
The deed. Oh, because they're indestructible.
Oh,
they don't
of
even need the
course.
seal.
Don't need the seal. It's getting a bit, Orlando SeaWorld here. Just all seals all the time. Keep popping back up. All right, back over to Durwood. Let's see what... It's so funny because just keep going into like the, the ramp up, the tone, cast of it. What's it going to do this time? It's Ornithopter. It's Ornithopter. But this equipment is really sweet.
Yes.
It does something.
Ornithopter...
Does it beat a seal? No.
No. It trades even. But also usually means you gave something up because you were trying to modify your Ornithopter in some way.
Right. So here we go. Sabine's Reclamation, flash that back. The deed.
Maybe the song.
Song, deed, or seal?
Gavin Township. Okay.
Okay.
I like Township Seal.
Township seal.
It's just the battle of the Innistrad not mana-fixing 2-color ability lands. If you can believe it,
It's like the opposite of mana fixing.
these cards used to be really good in Constructed Magic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess I can. I guess I have to.
Nowadays, our
why would
lands
you
all
lie to
tap
me?
for
Why
3 to
would you-
5 colors.
Why would you lie to me? Anduril is here. Okay, so Durwood has the potential. Like, I feel like it's probably you probably feel better with this on board than just Ornithopters and trying to draw these things.
Well,
Is
he's
that true?
dead next turn. So he probably doesn't feel good at all.
Okay, all right, okay. Marlon getting in. We're down to 2. I don't think he has a pernicious deed.
No.
What's he
during
got?
deck, he doesn't. He's kind of trying to be in the
Oh,
aggro.
no,
There's the song.
of creation. That's not the time for it.
You know
Oh.
what? That was justice. Because he never
whom?
cast it for us,
Okay.
the viewers.
Okay.
Because he never cast it and went off. And this is his punishment. Top decking it
This is the
when it's not good.
All right. I buy that. Justice has been served.
Yes. The 100
In the feature
Ornithopters
match,
Cube
right.
continues to deliver good times and justice.
Okay, that's exactly what I want out of my 100th Ornithopters Cube. And what I would expect, frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sword of truth and justice is just right there.
That's true. And just... All right, my friends, we are going to go over a quick break. And when we come back, we will have more magic for you from CubeCon. We'll see you shortly.
Hi, I'm Dave Nolan from Columbus, Ohio, and I'm here to talk to you about the GOAT Peasant Cube. In this case, GOAT is an acronym for Game Objects and Trinkets. It's a rarity-restricted cube, so it contains only cards that have been printed at common or uncommon. Here are the main themes of the cube. Most of the colors can do at least 2 of these things, sometimes more, and it challenges drafters to find synergies between all the stuff going on here. So your artifact payoffs can be found in every color except green. Your blue-based artifact decks tend to be a little bit more mid-range you're controlling, whereas your red ones are a little bit more aggressive. The creatures in this cube generally start off pretty small, but there are various ways to make them very large very quickly. So you have lots of trinket artifacts as well as your standard creature tokens, so go wide strategies and things like that. And lastly, graveyard synergies. So there are a lot of ways to self-mill or use looting effects to fill up your graveyard for various payoffs. All right, I just want to talk about a few cards that I pulled out here to just highlight. The Lost and the Damned is a cool card from the Warhammer 40k set that lets you create 3/3 tokens for playing cards not from your hand. So Red especially has lots of ways to play cards from exile. Woodland Champion is a card that starts off as a grizzly bear, but can quickly get out of hand with all the token generation going on here. And Thran Golem is a card that honestly started off as kind of a meme, but has definitely killed people before in this environment. All right, before I go, I just want to shout out CubeCon 2024. Thanks so much for letting me showcase my baby, the GOAT Peasant Cube, and happy cubing, everyone.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon. My name's Hayu. I'm here with Ryan Overturf. We are about to bring you the second of today's Cube pods. And Ryan, this one's going to be a pretty fun one. But before we get to that, let's have a look at where we are in the event. So you can see there on Thursday and Friday, players have already played a lot of the main event. The pre-core draft and a couple of pods yesterday. And then what's happening today, Ryan?
Yeah, so we just watched our first draft of the day. We have drafts 3 and 4 of the main event. We just brought you a lot of ornithopters in the 100 ornithopters cube. That was a ton of fun to watch. Definitely watch back the VOD if you missed that one. We're about to settle in for draft number 4, which is a pretty big turning point in the tournament because that's going to bring us to the top 128 cut, which is in the final fortune draft, where players will be playing sudden death rules. So those rounds are going to be timed, and we need a winner every round. So that sudden death is going to decide highest life total if it comes to time, which I would love to see. I'll be walking the floor looking for it. You need to go 2-1 in that draft to advance to top 64, which brings you to our top 64 cut on Sunday, where you'll draft one more time. That's going to be fully single elimination and bring you to our top 8 draft, which is going to be Vintage Cube, which I know a lot of players are very excited both to draft and to see in action.
And to cover.
Oh, yeah.
Frankly.
Very much.
Very, very much looking forward to that. And honestly, it's just adorable how excited you are about sudden death.
I love it. Sudden death with fetch lands in the format is so funny. It is so funny.
This is the most excited I've seen you yet. Other than the Harm's Way that we did yesterday, but the sudden death. It's like Christmas come early.
Just somebody in a game, so the stakes are low, it's silly, it's fun, getting punished for doing what they're supposed to do. I have a fetch land, it's very good. I first picked it, and now I lose.
Yeah. Okay, that's the kind of stuff that Ryan loves. Let's check in with the standings after the first few, or after 3 of the main event drafts. We see a lot of people with 3 trophies. Ryan Stallman there, 4 trophies.
Wow.
Nice.
Impressive stuff.
Yeah, and Luis Salvato is still up there as well. And, most of these players, I think, pretty happy to get into the top 128 as we look towards the end of the day, Ryan.
Yeah, the players at the top of the standings here. 128, that goes so deep. How many players could have possibly won 3 drafts? We're already in 2 here. Those players pretty comfortably making that cut.
All right. Okay, so... we have got a very sweet cube coming up. Let's just take a look at it because this one is another one that Ryan and I both really wanted to cover. It is Idris Graveyard Cube, and it's a 4-color non-white cube that is, as it says in the name, built around various graveyard-based mechanics. I do have to say, unlike as it says in the name, does not have Idris in it.
No. The 100 Ornithopters cube, you got what was advertised. You get half of that here. You get a graveyard cube.
Right, and as we turn to the list, Ryan, what's going on here?
Yeah, so big graveyard things. You mentioned that color restriction, and the reason for that, if you go over the entire history of Magic and cards that care about dipping into the graveyard, accessing the graveyard, whites does very little. I could name the exciting ones in like 2 sentences. Like Revel Arc, Rally of the Ancestors, kind of end a sentence. There's a couple others, like Savine's Reclamation, right? You don't need to have an entire color of Magic to represent 5 cards.
Right.
So we're going really heavy on the graveyard. Games are going to happen on the battlefield. You see stuff like Blood Gas that's going to be a deciding factor. Really powerful stuff like Wonder and Anger that just statically makes your position better by existing in the graveyard. And this cube also goes fully into the graveyard. This isn't just like nickel and dime or cool value things, creatures attacking in the graveyard matters. There's also Underworld Breach and Storm stuff happening.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we are using every way you could use the graveyard.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see how this happens. But what do you think the decks are going to be looking like? When I see a graveyard cube, I think, in my mind, I just immediately think, okay, everyone's just going to be playing kind of soupy, grindy, like value piles. Is that going to be the case?
There's definitely going to be some of that going on. You see, there's a lot of, a lot is maybe strong. There's 60 lands in the land column. This is a 540 card cube. So that's less than you would maybe like to see to consistently draft 3 or 4 colors.
Okay.
So it's probably going to be like 2 going into a third. Some players are going to be all 4 colors. And players do start the draft with 1 Ash Barrens in their pool, a bit of a house rule for this cube.
Okay.
Not the best mana fixing, but it works. And it will access all 4 colors if you need it to.
Right. Does the job.
And they'll be a little soupy. They're doing probably multiple things in the graveyard. And there's a lot of different ways to care about the graveyard. Like sacrifice is a big thing. Like stuff going to the graveyard from hands from the battlefield. Card looting and rummaging, just like discard outlets, tends to be really good in environments like this. And some of the games are going to be funny because Bloodghast attacking is kind of going to be like the payoff and like just kind of cheeky value that way. And sometimes we're going to see Underworld Breach and Lion's Eye Diamond do a full big on just combo turn.
Yeah, I know a lot of people will be clamoring, I think, to see this Underworld Breach kind of storm stuff going on. We haven't had a lot of that, at least for us, in the feature match area just yet.
We had some big-ish turn stuff with 100 Ornithopters, but not on that level.
All right, my friends, we're just going to go away for a couple of minutes while we get the draft set up for you. We'll be back in just a moment. See you soon.
Have dreams of drafting a Coria lair of behemoths, but a once-in-a-generation pandemic halted in-person play? Ever fall in love with a format where Honey Mammoth hits the sweet spot in any deck? Then gather your companions and draft the Coria at Home Cube, where you can choose humans based in Mardu colors and do your part against monstrosities roaming the plane, where additions like Champion of the Parish support both go-wide strategies and Aristocrats game plans. Draft monsters based in Sultai colors and mutate cards like Wilson Refined Grizzly into amalgamations of body horror so upsetting that David Cronenberg would be proud. Look for base creatures with keyword abilities to kickstart mutate chains. And based in Jeskai colors, players are cycling, ever cycling towards Freedom or Zenith Flare. However, signpost enchantments like Drakehaven help to diversify the strategies and account for a lack of doubles. Each color pair also gets an archetype that matches either the big three or focuses on a keyword ability, like Blue-White Flyers or Red-Black Menace. Additionally, the Naya Shard gets an influx of dinosaurs both from Ixalan and the Jurassic Park releases. Other individual cards like Chainer Nightmare Adept and Garuda's best friend, Calidus Assassin, are there to help support the unique synergies found in the format. The mana bases are flexible and generally slow. The Lord of the Rings land cyclers help to smooth them out, and can also find things like Triomes. Cards like City of Brass and Unclaimed Territory are there to help the aggressive decks. The added removal tends to be versatile, with cards like Feed the Storm being prioritized to help interact with other strategies. Lastly, Coria at Home plays companion rules as printed, which is great for everyone except Lutri, which is too free in either case. I know that you'll all grow to love Coria as much as I have. Thank you, CubeCon, and enjoy the drafts.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon. I'm here with Ryan, and we are about to go down to our second feature draft of the day. And it is the second cube part of the day. It is the Idris Graveyard Cube. This is a 540 cube, so we're going to get a little bit of a more varied play experience every time you draft it. Not all the cards are being drafted. Let's have a look at our feature drafter. It is Connor Olbach, and he's opened up a pack here with Blood Artists in it, and having a look at one of these Universes Beyond cards.
Nice little Warhammer creature.
Hellraiser? Is that right?
Yeah. There's a really good Rakdos Warhammer creature. It's not this one. This card's good.
Oh, how
the other
brute.
one's broken.
Okay. I love to talk about cards that aren't in the pack. Can I just say there's also a card at the back there, the Emergence that Connor was seeing, and it's just a 3-mana reanimate a lot of the time, so that's pretty sweet. But he is actually going to take the Hellbrute.
I can tell you what the reason I was talking about the other cards, so I know what that one does. The Hellbrute, I'm going to need a refresher on.
I am going to give you that refresher.
I assume it's very strong, because those Warhammer decks are generally very strong.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. 5/4 with haste for 5. And it has Sarcophagus, not an ability, just for flavor. You may cast Hellbrute from your graveyard by exiling another creature card from your graveyard in addition to its other costs.
Okay, it's reasonable.
Oh,
Here's
that?
a much nicer creature to cast out of the graveyard.
Yeah, great segue. Love it. Perfect. Yeah, Hogak, that one is in the cube and is also the picture for the cube on
Yes.
Cube Cobra.
That's a spoiler. That one's good.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Hogak yesterday.
Some sick cards in this pack. Breakthrough is like an all-time busted Dredge card. Dredge is a tough archetype to actually approach in Cube. Like, I have a fully functional Dredge deck. You see, like, stuff like that Hellbrute, you actually have to just spend 5 mana. The power of Dredge and Constructed is you do a lot of stuff for 0 mana.
Right.
Which Hogak costs 0. I like leaning on that over Breakthrough.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's difficult. I think, I love limited formats with graveyard stuff going on, but a lot of the time when you're drafting those sets, it's not like graveyard is the only thing you're doing, right? Like, you're still doing stuff on the battlefield, or you probably have some other stuff, and graveyard is really used for value, for a little bit of synergy, delve, whatever it is. But approaching something that is literally a graveyard cube are you still having this like board presence plan like a normal limited format, or is it much more graveyardy?
The board presence does matter, and you get some kind of sacrifice theme going on. There's stuff that plays to the battlefield, certainly, though many of the graveyard and discard synergies overwhelm the battlefield. There's a one in here that I expect players to not necessarily identify as a very high pick. Drakehaven in this pack makes it so anytime you cycle or discard a card, you can pay 1 mana to make a 2/2 flyer. I had to cut that from my graveyard queue.
Really?
You just think about casting Frantic Search with that. You just draw 2, discard 2, get 2 2/2s with flying.
I love Drakehaven.
For 2 mana. Yeah, Drakehaven is like a busted build around. It makes sense to value mana fixing highly. We saw, I believe, Llanowar Waves picked up there. Make sure you can cast your spells, and, Green-Black also, in theory, we're going to try our hardest to play that Hogak. So that makes sense to me.
And as we go to the next pack, not a lot of green cards, although Tarmogoyf, a classic, pulled to the front.
And that's kind of a graveyard card, but to your question about playing to the battlefield, obviously, Tarmogoyf, a big play to the battlefield card.
There's some really nice stuff here, though. Also looking at the black cards here, Kokosho, Evening Star, maybe a little bit of a...
Okay, Wonder is actually one of the most powerful graveyard things as far as getting into combat at all. If you just control an island and it's in your graveyard, all your creatures gain flying.
And I mean, look at Sailor's Bane. That's a pretty big boy. Oh, but it's a spell reduction. This is the most complicated spell reduction cost.
Reading this card is irritating. Caring about graveyard and cards in exile, that's a bridge too far from me.
The thing is, Ryan, if you don't say it, it's not as irritating. But as soon as you say it, it's like, it is irritating. And now I'm irritated that I've had to notice it.
I'll make no apologies. Mimeoplasm is sick.
Love
it
that
is
card.
fun to read and fun to play with.
Fun to read, fun to play with, fun to look at, kind of.
Yeah, what's going on there?
Oozes are just like that. Also, some other nice stuff here, though. Timeless Witness, really nice. Colossal Dread Turtle, Sky Turtle, that card, great.
Timeless Witness is reliably castable. That's something to like. It's a little expensive. You pay for what you get.
Right. I think Connor was also considering Obliterating Bolt, which is a removal spell that exiles could be pretty important in this kind of cube.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, when you are valuing removal in this cube, it's very common in mini cubes that spot removal is going to be a very high pick, just to play some kind of attrition game on the battlefield. And that stuff's fine in a graveyard cube, but exiling comes at a premium.
Right. You see Moria Scavenger pulled to the front here. That's a 1/4 with Death Touch and Haste. You can tap it to discard a card, draw a card, and if the discarded card was a creature card, amass Orcs 1.
That's a strong discard outlet.
Yeah, pretty sweet indeed.
Goes with the Death Cap Glade over that. Looks like kind of firmly trying to be in green-black. That makes a lot of sense, picking like Timeless Witness that highly, picking lands as highly as he has.
And yeah, I think we're maybe abandoning the Jund, the Red Dream, Trumpeting Carnosaur, not necessarily what Connor is looking for. Feed the Cycle, that's just a removal spell, right?
Yeah. And that one, it's a removal spell that's a little bit cheaper. As a Hero's Downfall, it's one less if you forage.
Forage, yeah.
That one's okay. So one thing about a graveyard cube is that you have a lot of cards that actually just play out of the graveyard. You know, Wonder is good to exist in your graveyard that we saw. Bloodghast, we've been talking about. Hogak, it pops out of the graveyard. Stuff like Feed the Cycle and stuff like Murderous Cut, like Delve cards,
right,
they eat your graveyard. And then you're kind of competing on resources. So you can only really bear so much of that in your deck. I do like picking up the Carnosaur over that.
How about a 1-mana Planeswalker?
Grist is... I had to cut that card from my cube immediately. That card is very strong.
Did it even get in?
I played a match with it.
Okay.
Against it, rather. I'm more likely to cut the card when I lose to it.
That's not surprising.
Yeah, read the back there. It's nice. The first line in here, there's kind of a lot of text here. When you +1 it, you mill yourself for 2, you make a 1/1, and if you milled a black card, it'll get a Death Touch counter.
Right. That's really nice.
The self-mill's nice. The token's nice. When the token has Death Touch, that's really nice. That card plays great with Hogak, right, if you can get the Planeswalker going.
Right.
And there's going to be ways to trigger that ability to pay 1 to turn that Grist into the Planeswalker.
Honestly, this might be one of the cards that has the most text on.
It's got a lot of text.
Right?
This cube list is not shying away from that.
No, we are extremely wordy. Cavalier of Night, a potential black card here for the strategy.
Bit of a Necrotol effect. You'd rather have a Necrotol than a Doomblade in a graveyard environment.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you, when you start with something like Hogak, how do you kind of craft your draft around that?
You really start to value specifically self-mill. Discard outlets are good with a lot of what's going on in the cube. If you have one with a heavy churn, like Breakthrough, an all-time one like Faithless Looting, that's good. But in general, the card, I mean, if you just look at the Hogak constructed decks, there's a lot of Easter eggs in there for you. Like Satyr Wayfinder is awesome to add to a deck like this. Like both creatures that can convoke the Hogak and just stuff that fills up your graveyard.
Right.
Both to, actually cast the Hogak, but also to find it. Self-mill helps you get the Hogak.
So Rankle immediately being taken here, the only black card in the pack. Love a Rankle.
The Master of Prankles?
Indeed. Thank you for giving him his correct title.
You can't go too wrong with the Thorn of Eldraine card.
That's, that's just the words to live by. Print that on a piece of wall art. Live, laugh, Eldraine. Let's see what comes next for Connor as we round out this pack. So, in terms of the cards that he's picked up so far, they're all... He's been done pretty well, keeping himself in 2 colors, getting a lot of the graveyard stuff. What's he maybe missing?
So some self-mill stuff would be really nice. Just in general, some cards that give him some churn. Card selection would be nice. I did like that selection of the Copper Langorge, particularly because red is going to give you some of that. Faithless Looting is probably a card that everybody at the table actually wants, but shoring up the way to cast it is a nice way to be able to capitalize if it does show up.
Right.
There's a number of other good red rummaging effects. Seasoned Pyromancer would be great. We went right from a previous draft into this one. I don't know for sure, but I have to imagine Fable of the Mirror Breakers in this cube.
It's I hope it is. Key to the City is a nice bit of a discard outlet, potentially.
Key to the City is really nice.
It is nice. You can get so killed by this card.
Yes, it is both a discard outlet, a way to draw extra cards, and a way to push damage.
I think that was Ironcrag Pyromancer taken there.
It was.
So whenever you draw your second card on a turn, you get to bolt a thing.
Right.
Cannot go wrong with Throne of Eldraine. Just can't.
The Pyromancer making the case to the contrary. It's well, we'll see if that one makes the deck. That card was really nice in Retail Limited.
It was so great in Retail Limited. It was so great. Oh, what a set that was. Just a format where you could draft all the color pairs and all the monos. Fantastic.
Yeah, the Adamant really enabling that.
Yeah. Okay, so mana curve-wise, we have some 1s, we have some 2s. You know,
this deck really wants a way to trigger that grist.
Right.
You know, Hogak technically does. We would like to do it before that happens.
Okay. Well, some decks can Hogak very quickly.
True. This is not one of them yet.
Not yet.
We hope that it becomes one.
It could.
It could.
Stitcher Supplier. That'd be nice.
That'd be a really nice pickup, yeah.
All right, let's have a look. Pack 2, pick 1. Bloodbraid Challenger. It's kind of Bloodbraid Elf.
But larger and recurring.
Larger and recurring. It's got to fit the theme, you know?
Very nice card when it comes to honest games of Magic. It's a fine card as far as playing out of the graveyard.
Is that what you want from your graveyard cube?
No. But it is what Connor wants. Does snap that up.
Oh, Corvold, Faker's King. Speaking of Eldraine hitters.
Yeah, that one plays
Maybe
really
even
nicely into the
bangers.
sacrifice synergy, too. It goes with the Challenger. That one's going to play a little bit face up, or like on the battlefield, rather.
And Basking Rootweiler is in this pack. I can tell you, by the way, no Fable of the Mirror-Broker.
Wow.
Could have been too strong.
Yeah, it is really strong.
Is that Golgari Grave Troll I saw?
I don't know if it's stronger than Underworld Breach, but it is really strong.
Quarter Calling is in the pack as well. Yes, Golgari Grave Troll. Sedgemoor Witch is going to get the nod here.
Okay. So we are starting to move into applying onto the battlefield kind of strategy. And if you can get some kind of sacrifice payoffs,
Yeah.
you know, making extra creatures, that can be good.
Doesn't have a lot of instants or sorceries just yet, but it's still early days.
Right.
And the 1/1s are also great to convoke Hogak with.
Cards that you can always cast are of some value.
That's true. Honest Rotstein. That's surely got to be a great card in this draft format.
Yeah, the cost reduction is nice. The recursive value is nice. The body's fine. Like,
Right.
that's a decent return on investment.
Right. And Tyvar, Jubilant Brawler. Was this the one that cares about elves, or is it the one that cares about
I
elves?
like this. I like this a lot. So we locked in Honest Rudstein, looked at the pack, and said, oh, wait a minute. There's a currency converter here. We saw how messed up that card was in Wheeler's 1-drops.
Yeah.
And spoiler, that's true everywhere. All right, locks in the Rudstein anyway. At least thought about it.
I have to say, I'm with you. The currency converter seems excellent in this cube, especially when you're trying to play multiple colors. Like, it's just always going to do the thing, always going to fix you.
And you're going to have other discard outlets. That's something that Wheeler did a little bit of, but that card just plays so well when you get anything else that discards for any reason.
Right. Oh, currency. Now I'm thinking about Omenhawker currency converter to Drakehaven.
Yeah.
It's a nice thought.
Oh,
it's pleasant.
That is a nice thought.
Wow. Grist. I have to say, I tried to make this card work in Modern Horizons 3. I was not able to.
Can't imagine there was a lot to transform it in there.
Really not at all. Okay, let's have a look at the next pack here for Connor. This is Analyze the Pollen. So this is one of those effects where you can go and fetch a land, but I think you can also exile some cards from the graveyard in order to collect evidence 8. Right, and then you can tutor a creature instead.
Yeah, lay of the land that can become a demonic tutor.
Well, only for creatures.
Oh, yeah, not even. And it's also another thing that competes for your graveyard resources.
And collect evidence 8 is a lot.
It is a lot. That pack also had Faithless Looting. I feel like that's a really big one to give up. But this is a nice
Oh,
find. Entomb
okay.
has to be one of the best cards on the cube.
Sure. I mean, I'm surprised to see it this late.
Right. I feel like it's first pickable in most packs, in most seats.
Right. Maybe black is just I mean, black, it does seem to be flowing, right? We are seeing a lot of them come around.
Well, there's only 4 colors. And I'm not just being facetious.
No, that's true. You're right. Actually, that was part of it. Like, I was like, wow, there's so many black, there's so many blue, there's so many red. Oh, wait. Okay, but even so, still a lot of black cards in this particular pack, at least.
Dread Wanderer does kind of work with our Hogak thing. It is a card for the grist.
Okay.
I'm hard-pressed to pass Entomb for about anything. I do see why you would value the Wanderer.
I'm hard-pressed to pass it for Dread Wanderer, for sure. I'm mostly sad that Torrential Gearhulk went so late in pack 1. No one's trying to do the Gearhulk thing?
Gearhulk's cool.
Very cool. Honored Hydra. That was... I was such a baby Magic player when this... I played this retail limited format a lot, and it's really fun. This card was just so unbeatable.
I like Honored Hydra as a callback to Roar of the Worm. To date myself. Roar of the Worm actually printed a year or 2 before I started playing.
Oh, okay. So, was it... When you started playing, people were like, oh, remember War of the Worm?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would be like, no, but teach me.
I want to be in on this.
I want to fit in.
Gravenkens is tempting.
Gravenkens is tempting, and the infamous Cruel Claw is actually just totally sick. Like, it's a discard outlet. Discarding for value at all is good, and the return there, just to flip through your deck and possibly cast something for free. I like that audible there. The Cruel Claw, as far as cards that you just like cast and play on the battlefield, it's one of the nicer cards in the cube.
Yeah, that is really, really sweet. Also, the art is great.
Yes.
So joyful. I don't see many joyful Rakdos cards.
Well, not a wholesome joy, I wouldn't say.
It's fine.
All right, this is a sick pickup. Alter Dementia, move towards this part of the front of the pack. We'll see if that's where he goes, but that is a really nice way to close a game with a Hogak.
Right. Should Fet Monitor be considered his struggle to survive? I mean, it doesn't have a lot of removal.
Yeah.
It is nice to get some interaction.
Survive also Graveyard Hate, right?
Right.
That is kind of nice in the graveyard environment.
I wonder how much graveyard hate there is.
Sometimes.
Right. I was like, I wonder how much graveyard hate there actually is in this format. Because, I mean, you have a graveyard cube. Like, how do you balance the letting people respond to things and letting people have fun?
I heavily prioritize having fun. This is a better graveyard hate than I would consider including in my cube.
Interesting.
But also the ceiling is higher. My cube doesn't have Underworld Breach, right? Like, I don't have to stop you from killing me in one turn.
Right.
Nowhere.
That makes sense. All right. We are moving on. Angrath the Flame Chained is really... I feel like never really got to do the thing as much as wanted it to.
Everything it does is okay.
Yeah, but it does a lot of okay things.
Phyrexian Tower really late, and now there literally are a lot of blue cards in the pack. Blue looks pretty open.
Thanks, Ryan.
Whoever got that wonder is eating.
Feasting. I don't think it's eating if it's blue cards. It's just drinking. Their thirst is slaked.
Well, that's fine. That's good, too.
Good. Quarter Calling is in the pack.
You don't want to be thirsty.
Never be thirsty. NPC. Honored Heirloom is a chord. This just doesn't really seem like a great chord deck.
No. It's kind of tough to Court of Calling for a Hogak. Not a lot of go wide stuff going on.
I mean, never say never.
Cemetery Protector is a neater. This is more modest graveyard hate. This is the kind of stuff I play in my cube. And it's really nice if your opponent's doing some kind of smaller ball graveyard stuff. And the body is significant. You know, so many of these creatures playing on the battlefield, we see 2/2s and 3/3s. So this 3/4 body is real, and the Vigilance is a nice kicker.
Right. And Connor does have a lot of expensive creatures, right? Like, we're not just talking about Hogak, but lots of 4s, 5s, you know, stuff that you do want to try and give a discount to if you can.
Yeah, if you get a discount on that Carnosaur, got yourself a stew going.
Please never invite me around to dinner.
You don't have an appetite for dinosaur?
I like birds. I like chicken. Does that count? It counts.
Oh, the Wanderer came back.
The Wanderer came back.
Rewarded.
Growth Spiral still in the pack.
That one's a little heavy on playing to the battlefield. Last pick Memory Jar? My word. I mean, I don't even care if it's good. That offends my sensibilities.
Good. I think you need more of that in your life.
That's true. That's true.
I don't think you have enough. One might say you're thirsty. One might say.
Thirsty for suffering.
Okay, so what do we think? What do we think so far?
I think that we have some solid individual cards. We're approaching some themes. Our deck is a little too honest. A little too playing on the battlefield. It cares about the wrong zones so far.
Yeah, it just definitely seems like, okay, I'm going to have a curve of creatures. There's some incidental value, right? We've got the Honest Bloodstein, the Timeless Witness, bring some stuff back. But ultimately, it's not trying to do like a big show-off, mill all this stuff, I don't know, go off with Drakehaven type thing. Well, we're going to look at Pack 3, and that might change as we look at what is available.
And there are big payoffs, right? The Hogak, the Grist. The deck is not built around them enough yet, is kind of where the issue is. We're really looking for cards to maximize our best cards. We don't need, you know, a new busted card.
Right.
If we can subsidize these ones, I think we're doing okay.
Okay, so we did see Green Seeker in the pack, maybe a bit of an early enabler. And Mending of Dominaria, the other green card was in there. That does a lot of stuff eventually. You know, one of those sagas. Do you like this Green Seeker here?
You know, the discard outlet is not nothing. This deck is not really discarding for value. What this deck really wants is self-mill.
Okay.
You know, finding a basic land is fine. We are going up the curve. You pointed out we have some 5s and 6s. So turning cards into lands is of some value. It's just not exciting.
Looks like Connor's actually going to pick up Flare of Malice. Just get some more removal. Maybe try and respond to / deal with what the opponent is doing. We see Obnix's Cruelty pulled to the front here as well to further that theme. This one also does exile. That is pretty sweet.
Yeah. It does fall a little bit into this caring about the battlefield camp again. You know, we're managing our opponent's battlefield, we're developing ours.
Oh, Takanuma.
That's some nice self-mill. I mean, it's just one thing. I like it. I would like to have it in the deck. There's nothing that's really thrilling here, I don't think.
You would never not put Takanuma.
Yeah, you'd always play it.
Right.
It's kind of a question. I think that Takanuma is a really reliable wheel in most cubes. Eliminating a full color of magic reduces that liability.
It's a graveyard cube, though.
Emphasizing the zone it plays into reduces that reliability.
Okay.
I'd be thinking about that Takanuma here. Immerstorm Predator is a pretty strong card too, though.
Right. Looks like it's going to be Obnix's Cruelty, but Immerstorm Predator, that has certainly been pretty terrifying. Olifant is really nice as well, but I guess Connor doesn't necessarily have a lot of reanimate stuff going on.
I think that Connor's also a little bit shy about red mana because that Territorial Kavu could have been a really nice pickup. That's both a discard outlet and a form of graveyard hate.
Right. But I guess I can definitely understand not wanting to take a red 2-drop.
Right, exactly. Yeah, if we're trying to like splash red, it becomes pretty tough.
Spineward's Armadillo, that has been pretty scary. Deeproot Wayfinder, again, we've seen it before. We've seen it in other cubes. Does do a lot of work.
It's a little bit of self-mill, so I really like it for that reason. I mean, it's not the most powerful thing that you could theoretically be doing, but as far as a pickup in a pack, getting a little bit deeper into it, it helps the deck.
Right.
Okay, Hermit Druid is messed up. This is a way we could really push our Hogak stuff.
All right, let's go. Connor immediately slams the Hermit Druid. Of course, you can tap to just kind of reveal cards from the top until you get a land. But importantly, everything else goes in the graveyard.
Yes, big graveyard enabler. Do not let you play this one in Legacy. Pretty easy to mill your whole deck and like kill your opponent in that format.
Right.
That's tougher here.
Uh-huh.
And to be clear, that's not what Connor's going to be able to do with it. But it will make that Hogak a lot better just by existing in the deck.
There's some... So, you know, you've been maybe a little bit dejected that Connor's concentrating so much on the battlefield. But is this a format where you can kind of just punish other people by doing that?
I think if you can be pretty heavy on graveyard hate, yes.
Okay.
I don't think casting Blood Rage Challenger is blowing anybody out of the water.
Okay.
It's a strong card, but I imagine that the ceiling on other decks is going to be much higher than cast 5 mana spell for value.
Right.
You know, that Graveyard Exiling card, that's actually the most significant piece of interaction in the deck here.
Choice between a couple of red-black lands does go for the Haunted Ridge over Blackleaf Cliffs, and makes sense given that the red needs to come later.
All right, to your question about interacting, that Soul Guide Lantern is really appealing. Deathcore Scavenger is also nice. This is a good kind of repeatable one-shot graveyard hate card. Green creature that plays to the battlefield. I get why we're looking at a land. Restless Fence entering tapped is a little weak for what we need.
Yeah, Deathcore Scavenger was really... It was like one of those great sideboard cards in Standard for so long. Just your opponent's playing Godfarer's Gift or whatever it is, and you just bring your scavengers in. Bone Shards is also getting considered here, though.
That one's okay. There's this...
Put stuff in the graveyard.
Not a lot that you can discard for value in this deck. A couple things. I like the land over the Bone Shards.
Okay. Yeah, I like the land here. Lands that do things. Love to see them.
A really meaningful part of basically every cube.
Right. And we move through the middle of pack 3 here. Masked Vandal is... you have to exile something of your own, but it is a disenchant on a stick, as it were.
Inkai's Servant of Oni, the card that has been cut from the Magic Online Vintage Cube more than any other card.
Is that true?
Yes. Re-added and cut several times over many years.
Quorum the Undertaker, that one, I think it pumps based on the number of creatures you have, right, in the graveyard? We are seeing a high creature count here for Connor.
So here we see that no one's necessarily interested in Storm, with Tendrils of Agony and Empty the Warrens making their appearance here on the stream.
Well, but there are plenty of options for Connor. Scrap Heap Scrounger is here. There's a Deadly Dispute.
If you want to play on the battlefield, pressure your opponent's life total, try to play a mostly honest game, can't do much better than the Scrounger.
Right. And,
you know, that's the deck that Connor's been assembling. So I like that pick there.
Yeah, I like it too. And, you know, if your mana base is a little sketchy, always nice to have a reliable 2-drop. You can always play. I don't know. I don't know how, you know, shenanigansy the rest of the table is. But I think there's definitely some world in which people are trying to, you know, Trainwreck Reanimate or whatever it is, get Drakehaven going, and it's just going to get punished by Scrap Heap Scrounger on 2.
It is true that if you try to do something splashy, it's much easier to get punished in that draft lane than to cast 2 mana creatures with power.
Right. Let's see what is going on as we round out the rest of the pack. Greenseeker did come back. Blessed Respite. That's
another
just a
piece
fog?
of graveyard hate.
Oh, okay. Graveyard hate fog. Okay.
That one, I don't know if is fully main deckable. You can. If your opponent is doing something really strong out of the graveyard, you'll sideboard it in every time. It's possibly worth main decking just because those are going to be the matches that are hardest to win.
Right. I think that makes sense. Especially if you are this curve out strategy, you know, you're the one who wants to be putting pressure on, and you kind of just want to prevent something stupid happening.
I think maybe something powerful, but
From your perspective, it's stupid. Stupid powerful.
I like it.
Compromise. Shout out to Jordan, by the way, who designed the CubeCon playmat that you see on the draft there. This is the big table mat version. They have on some of the tables, which runs the whole length of the table, which is really sweet, but it does also come in a regular playmat size. Jordan is a member of Birds of Paradise, and she very talented artist.
Really beautiful use of color on this playmat.
Yeah, I really think it's pretty stunning. Also, it's very hard to paint hands. I'll tell you that now.
I can't paint anything. I know for sure I could not paint a hand.
Well, the Predator's back.
The Kavu is back too.
The Kavu is back too, but I think the red 2-drop ship is sailing. Kind of still having a look at that Call of the Death Dweller, which I think had a think about before, but it doesn't really have very many small creatures.
Not a lot doing with the call. Pretty light on graveyard enablers in the deck. You know, like the call after your creature trades in combo, nobody's losing to that.
Right. An Instant Predator is also graveyard hate.
I think I said combo instead of combat there. So this is me correcting that mistake that I may or may not have made.
I appreciate your honesty. That's integrity, my friends. That's integrity. Spine was Armadillo. Wow, look at this Crucible of Worlds.
Yeah, there's no like strip mine in this cube.
Oh, okay.
That's a very honest Crucible of Worlds. I dig it. I understand why it's still in the pack.
Okay, Spine was Armadillo. I remember this card being very annoying in Retail Limited.
It's big.
That's probably why it was annoying.
It blocks real well. And attacks pretty good too.
7/7 with Reach and Ward 3. Oh, the Ward 3, I remember, that was why. Yeah, you can pay 1 and a green to discard it and get a land and gain 3 life. It's like it's like herd migration at home. Yeah? It's like herd migration, but you stacked all the creatures on top of each other rather than wide.
It's like herd migration, but if you cast it, you're losing.
I think that's unfair.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about constructed. You know, very much stronger in Retail Limited.
Okay, I also don't think many people have cast it in constructed though.
I think they play it in the Quintorius deck in Pioneer.
Of course they do.
You got a companion, that Karuga.
Oh, I covered arena championships in which that was a big part of the metagame, or at least a couple of people specifically, possibly even Ethan Lord Tupperware brought it, now that I think about it. It was not a good deck. Titania, Voice of Gaia.
Sadly, no big card. We don't have the land. I love Meld so much.
Have you ever melded?
Yeah, oh yeah.
You have?
I put that card and the land in my cube until it melded. That was the grounds for cutting it.
I see.
Gotta happen at least once.
You're making Cube just sound like a place where you are creating a situation in which you are having the fun that you want to have, and then no one else can have that fun.
I didn't say I had to meld it.
Okay.
Somebody had to meld it.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Love it. Well, there we go. There you have it. That was Connor Olbach's draft of the Idris Graveyard Cube. Ryan, tell us, where did Connor end up?
Connor ended up in a fairly fair Jund deck playing largely to the battlefield, leaning a lot on removal spells, some decent value mid-range creatures, but not really graveyard value. I mean, Blood Rage Challenger does come out of the graveyard,
right,
but the Cascade's the real value there, and that's kind of what the deck is doing. And I think that the graveyard hate cards that Connor picked up are kind of the most significant things, is really hoping to catch the opponent leaning too heavily on the marquee zone and trying to steal games that way.
Right.
And applying pressure with Scrap Heap Scrounger does kind of force the opponent to do their thing reliably and quickly. So there's something to like there. The deck, for my taste, is a bit fair, a bit too heavy on the... It's not the Idris Battlefield Cube, okay? It's the Idris Graveyard Cube, so...
Isn't every cube a Battlefield Cube?
No.
No, okay. Oh, all right. Well, I mean, I do have to say that I do think that there are going to be games where Connor's just going to go 1, 2, 3, you're dead. And the opponent's going to be spinning their wheels and trying to do stuff, and it's just not going to happen. And that's going to... I think that's happened to me a lot.
Hoping.
That's happened to me a lot.
That's what he was hoping.
When I tried to draft fun
I'm
decks.
sure it'll come up.
Right. All right. Okay, so that was your draft from Connor. We are going to go away for a break, and when we come back, we will have the first feature match from this round. So don't go anywhere. We have Idris Graveyard Cube gameplay coming up next.
Hi, my name is Gwen. I'm from Boston. I have here with me Loam Cube. Loam Cube is a very special cube where every single game, each player starts with a copy of Life from the Loam in their graveyard. It's also a desert cube, which means you have to draft all of your lands. There's no basic land station at the end of the draft. There's also no white cards, and that's mostly because white doesn't have as much cards to interact with the graveyard, and this is very much a graveyard synergy cube. I have 3 cards I want to share with you today. First is Tarmogoyf. Tarmogoyf is obviously a classic, but here it really shines because everyone is constantly dumping stuff into the graveyard. It gets out of hand really quickly. Next is Zombie Infestation. Zombie Infestation comes up every now and then, but it's actually really good in this cube because since you always have access to Life from the Loam, you're able to consistently make a lot of zombies and quickly overwhelm your opponent. And the last is the namesake, Life from the Loam. There's actually 8 copies in here because every single player gets one. The cube supports a lot of archetypes, including Dredge, where you can use your Dredgers to put Hogak in the yard, use Dredger Turn to bring back other creatures. You can play a landfall style deck with cards like Bristly Bill to make your creatures scarier, and also cards like Aftermath Analyst to get a lot of land triggers into play at once. There's a deck that I kind of think is a discard deck that has a lot of ways to discard all the lands that you randomly put into your hand and getting value with them. And that uses cards like Trade Routes or Seismic Assault, Ayula's Influence. There's also a couple combo decks, like you can play Valakut. There's Dryad of Elysian Grove, and in conjunction with Aftermath Analyst or Splendid Reclamation, you can actually get a lot of lands and play pretty quickly and kill someone with Valakut. There's a Spell Slingers deck where you can play with Phoenix and spells and try to get your Phoenixes back from the graveyard into play. It's also Labman. Since you have Life in the Loam in your graveyard at the start of the game, you can dredge really quickly and get into a state where you can combo kill with Labman. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the cube.
Hello everyone, welcome back to CubeCon coverage. My name is Hayu. I'm here with Ryan Overtuff. And we have just watched our feature draft of the Idris Graveyard Cube. I think we can actually bring up the deck of Connor Albert, who was our feature drafter. Just the pool, my bad, of Connor. So, you know, there's obviously some stuff here that isn't going to make the deck, but what are your thoughts overall on the mana curve?
Yes, we're not playing those blue cards yet,
Right.
so it's filtered out right away. A little bit of a question, are we able to play the full Jund? One of the cards that he had 2 looks at that looked pretty appealing was Territorial Kavu. You can see there with the total number of basic lands that were drafted, it would be really tough to have a red 2-drop and access all 3 colors of mana. So probably really heavily based Golgari. And then we have some early stuff going on. I mean, you can cast Grist on turn 1. That's okay. Hermit Druid, really the best thing to open up on. Start both ensuring your land drops, getting your graveyard going, and then hopefully milling this Hogak, drawing this Tarmogoyf, drawing or milling this Scrap Heap Scrounger and going to work in that way.
Okay.
Drawing or milling the Bloodblade Challenger. I think there's no way to not at least splash for that.
Right.
And maybe even stretch the mana base a little bit more to make sure we can cast this infamous Cruel Claw. Like that's one of the more powerful, honest things to do. Then meanwhile, just using a little bit of the spot removal, some graveyard hate, and trying to check the opponent in that way, and hoping that's good enough.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff to like here in terms of board presence, right? Huntsman's Reclamation, Archpriest of Shadows, lots of ways to just kind of put a lot of power and toughness down. We can have a look at some of the other pools that were drafted at the table. Brian Cowell, who is one of the founders of CubeCon, with this also Jund-looking deck. No white in the cube is really messing me up, I have to say.
Yeah, I'm scanning for the non-basics. We have the Ketria Triomes, there's a Teamer land there, but we're not casting this Cavalier of Gales, I have to imagine. Definitely
not
red-green.
With that attitude.
I'm really curious to see where BK goes. It does seem like we're leaning more towards like this Noose Constrictor and Territorial Kabu and getting on the battlefield that way. However, you gotta love Wildfire Greater Gargadon. I don't know if I have it in me to not pull the trigger on that.
There's also some Birthing Pod stuff happening. I don't know if this is a great Birthing Pod deck, but...
There's only so many creatures, but Vengevine's sick. I don't know.
That's a way to get your Cavalier of Gales.
True. Don't draw it.
Don't draw it.
Don't even think about
not
drawing
draw it. All right, let's have a move on and look at what some of the other players drafted. Here we have Gaborfu, and this Rakdos deck looks sweet.
Okay, you were talking about taking advantage of playing to the battlefield. This deck looks like it does that very well. We have a low curve and powerful cards kind of up and down. This is a cube where Skull Clamp is good.
Yes.
So jot that down.
I will.
I like the look of this a lot. And some big swingy effects to punish with Meat Hook Massacre, Goblin Bombardment. That is a fully endorsed Ryan Overturf combo.
I love it. Yeah, this is sweet. Young Pyromancer Skull Clamp is very nice. You got your Meat Hook Massacre, you got Croxa, Titan of Death's Hunger, Blood Tithe Harvester, Harvey himself, Blood Artist in here. This is great. This, I would love to play this deck.
Keeping it to 2 colors looks like it's going to pay off better than some of the mana pieces we've seen so far as well.
Right, and over to Nick Little, who has also pretty much kept it to 2 colors. Has with this blue-black deck, I see Psychotog, that's a classic, hanging out in there. A little bit of a cycling, discarding sub-theme with Archfiend of Ifnir, Shadowstorm, Vizier as well. Did the Drakehaven make it here?
It doesn't look like
so, but there's Nimble Obstructionist. That's
as far
always
as
fun.
Payoffs for discarding, though, Archfiend of Ifnir is really strong. I had to cut that very quickly from my graveyard cube. It's just so easy to Plague Wind, and not just once. You know, if you just like have Psychotog already, you just Plague Wind immediately, and then you just get to do it multiple times. So you draw that Bizarre Trade Mage, and immediately, you know, your opponent's going to have a lot of difficulty staying on the battlefield.
By the way, Treasure Cruise is also here.
It is. And, you know, I talked about Delve competing for graveyard resources. That one maybe gets a pass.
Okay.
You know, drawing 3 cards for 1 mana is really strong.
That's the threshold. Literally Ancestral Recall.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on to Zach Mills' pool. And did also go a bit Golgari here for Zach. We see Izoni. Center of the web there, that's a pretty nice one if you can get up there. Tyvar, Jubilant Brawler, Call of the Death Dweller is here. And some old classics, we see Liliana hanging out there along with Gurmag Angler, Stinkweed Imp.
Yeah, some neat self-mill things going on there, and that can pay off with that Hedge Shredder to put any lands you mill onto the battlefield.
That is, when you get that going, that is really busted.
Yes.
Oh, and the Cavalier of Thorns goes really well on that. This is sweet. This is looking nice. White of the Reliquary as well.
Yeah, some decent top end. Another messed up card, Sadistic Hypnotist, lets you sacrifice a creature to make your opponent discard 2 cards.
Okay.
So just any expendable bodies you have laying around, which to be fair, there's not a ton of that going on in this deck.
Yeah, there's a lot of big bodies, but Stitcher Supplier, that's a nice one to sack.
You'd really love a Bloodghast in this deck.
You certainly would. All right, well, I mean, this is a Golgari mid-range. He does use the graveyard a little bit more. Let's move on to Michael Brady's deck. And this is where that Golgari Grave Troll ended up. I see Virtue of Persistence. I mean, this seems like it's trying to do some big things here.
It does. This one's a lot harder to parse on paper, just looking at this whole pool and not the deck.
Oh, it's a Reclamation. So there's Aftermath Analyst and Splendid Reclamation and Slogurk. Let's go.
I think
very excited.
I finally know the entire text box of Slowgurk.
Yeah?
As to the way it actually plays on the battlefield. I'm a little slow on the uptake on that one. Need to be a little bit more Gurk on the uptake, I think.
Yeah, you need to get with the Gurk. It is really sweet
Big
when it
fan
gets
of
going.
6, though. That's a really strong card.
Very strong card.
Even games that are like mostly not about the graveyard, it does enough on its own. And in this cube, you're going to have a
Goes
ton
really
of
well with
sweet ways
Slowgurk.
to make recursion happen.
I really want to see some Slowgurk on the camera so you can get to appreciate
it.
the full extent of Slowgurk. That Squirming Emergence made it here as well, so that's the reanimate effect. And yeah, looks solid. Good to see that. Let's go and look at Hunter Hursko Fugit's deck. What's going on here, Ryan?
Right,
Oh.
so this deck
I see
confidently
what's going on here.
looks like an Is It Spells deck. That Crackling Drake, a lot of what's going on. Thing in the Ice, Murktide Regent. Rail Crackling Wit, kind of a self-contained storm card. And hey, you know what? We have Underworld Breach and Lion's Eye Diamond.
Okay.
That happens to be pretty good with Frantic Search.
Right. And on the subject of 1-mana Planeswalkers, Tameo Inquisitive Student is here as well. And this card, if you have it on turn 1, is just so busted.
I think that this is one of those decks where at the table, you'll watch somebody else play this, and you'll be like, I didn't even know anybody at the table could have drafted a deck that looks like this,
Right.
and you wish it was you.
Yeah.
Because the card, the velocity on the draw spells here is just so high octane. You're going to churn through this deck so quickly, and the top end is so strong, and Underworld Breach and LED just gives you that kind of inevitability with a big way to end the game in that way. And a card that also stands out that maybe not everybody will know, it's actually not on Magic Online, I found out recently. Cult Epiphany is a blue and an X instant. You draw X cards and discard X cards, and you make a 1/1 flying token for every card type you discarded.
Oh,
So
okay.
for 4 mana, you can actually just make like 4 flying tokens at instant speed.
That's sick.
If you have any card with multiple card types, it's
Right.
quite strong in graveyard cubes.
I also want to give a shout out to my literal favorite limited card of all time, Containment Construct.
Yeah, that's actually really busted.
Really busted.
And there's multiple, like Frantic Surge Containment Construct is out of control.
Oh my goodness. Even that occult thing you were talking about, Occult Epiphany Containment Construct.
This
Okay.
might be the strongest deck at the table.
Okay, all right. I'm excited to find out what happens. Let's have a look at the next one. This is where that Corvold ended up, and this one has a lot of colors going on.
Yeah, and the Mimeoplasm.
Okay.
And there's actually a lot of lands in this pool.
Right.
So you have reason to believe Eric will actually be able to play all of these cards.
Right, yeah, we see definitely some Soul Tie duels going on. Not a lot of ways to play the red cards, so maybe those aren't going to necessarily make the cut, although Bobberith and Fibblethip, that's pretty strong.
Here's our Drakehaven, but we're a bit shy on discard outlets. I don't know that that's actually going to be able to make the deck, unfortunately.
Yeah, I just see Ledger Shredder, and that's it, maybe?
Yeah, I think mostly this deck is just trying to cast those 3 color cards and just do stuff for a bunch of mana. And you probably can almost never cut Nexus of Fate just because it's so broken. And if we can make the 4 color mana plus Jace Wielder of Mysteries work, like just as a Planeswalker, I think that the card's maybe a little bit underrated. Like you put it in your deck because it's one-sided Howling Mine, and then with the graveyard churn just naturally available in this cube, you will just win the game with his ability sometimes.
I agree. I think Jace is pretty strong. I don't know about this Jace Wielder of Mysteries and Corvold Fakers King in the same deck.
It's ambitious. We have Mox Diamond.
That's fair.
We have an Ash Barons on the house. They spotted us that.
Okay, all right, I'm listening. Okay, so now that you've looked through the all of the pools, what does that tell you maybe about Connor Seeds and what he was fighting for?
I think that there are several decks at the table that play better on the battlefield and out of the graveyard.
Okay.
Which was my concern about Connor's deck kind of the entire time.
Right, it's not doing either thing to the best of the ability.
It's trying to do a very fair Jund thing, and I think if it's your first time certainly drafting this cube, it probably is. And if you're less experienced with graveyard cubes generally, it makes sense as a safe, comfortable lane.
Yeah.
Like, I know how to cast Tarmogoyf.
Right.
I can figure this out, and I can try to interact with you, and there could be timely graveyard hate cards for Connor that can allow him to beat even these decks that are quite a bit more powerful.
Right.
And that's what he's going to lean on, and we'll see if it works out for him.
Okay. All right, so I believe we are going to go to a quick break, and then when we come back, we will have the first round of Idris Graveyard Cube for all of you. So we'll be back with gameplay in just a minute.
A wizard is never late, especially for CubeCon! Hello everyone, I'm Thomas from Berkeley, California, and my cube for the CubeCon main event this year is the Lord of the Rings Expanded Cube. This cube is a love letter to the Lord of the Rings draft format. I wanted to expand this drafting format by both capturing the magic the LOTR lore brings and adding more cards to the card pool. While there are many cards from the draft format represented here, there are in addition cards from the LOTR products such as the Commander decks and the Holiday Bundles. In addition, there are cards that were included from other Magic sets that fit the flavor vibe. Things to note for this cube. Singleton was broken in order to ensure that Ring Tempt and other drafting themes were able to be drafted. Many of the drafting archetypes from Retail Limited appear in this cube, and I suggest thinking in terms of 2 or 3 colors such as Jeskai Aggro, Abzan Midrange Food, Grixis Control, and Banscry Value. There are some support put in place for 5-color good stuff, Tree Folk, and more goblins than you would find in Moria.
Just as Bilbo is prepared to leave Middle-earth, are you quite ready for one more adventure?
What's up, my friends? Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon 2024. My name's Hayu. I am here with Ryan Overturf, and we are about to bring you the first round of Idris Graveyard Cube as we get a look at our beautiful convention hall and all the people having the time of their lives. This is Connor Allback's deck. So we saw the pool earlier. This is the deck. And pretty much what we expected, I think.
You know, most phones these days are equipped with a cropping tool on the camera. We'll work on that technology for future CubeCons. But yeah, here's our Jund mid-rangey deck. Entomb for medium value, which is, I think, below where I would set my expectation going into the draft.
Okay, all right. Let's have a look at who Connor is playing against. And, well, I mean, before we actually manage to pull up Connor's opponent's deck list, you know, is there a sense in which this deck is just going to, like, do nothing?
It's not going to do nothing. This deck will be able to cast some spells. The curve, you know, there's only 8 cards that cost less than 3 mana, and 2 of them don't play to the battlefield, right? That Entomb is reliant on you setting something else up. The Haze of Pollen is just a, that's not the card's name, but there's a Lay of the Land effect there, and it costs 1 mana.
Analyze the pollen.
Analyze the pollen.
Put it under a microscope, you know,
Thank
really
you.
find out the DNA structure.
I just look at that card and I wish that it was Dig Up. Because that's one of my favorite Magic card Simpsons references. Anyway, we get to turn 3 and we can start landing stuff like 6. If we can land the infamous Cruel Claw and actually get a hit in with it, Then we're off to the races.
Okay.
Question is, how quickly will the opponent get set up?
All right, well, let's have a look at who his opponent is. And it is Hunter Hersco Fugit.
Oh,
and,
the best deck at the table.
This is so sweet. Honestly, like, I think both of us just saw this and we thought, wow, this is so much fun. And the Tendrils made it in.
That's so sick. I mean, you got to kill with that LED.
Right. Is there any black mana other than that? No.
No, that's the only way we're doing it. But what's nice about that is that the deck just has multiple discard outlets. If you utilize Faithless Looting, discard it, just shape up your hand. Frantic Search, Seasoned Pyromancer, Buyback Forbid. Okay, Forbid is messed up. If we want to talk about trying to play a fair game of Magic,
okay,
how about Counterspell that I get to do every turn in perpetuity?
I'm listening. That sounds like a good time.
Yeah, this deck is very strong. A lot of light going on here. There's some nice fair adjacent stuff. I don't know how much you can call any of this fair.
Region?
Casting Unholy Heat.
Yeah.
This deck is busted.
Okay, all right. Let's go down to the action, and we can join in game number 1. It looks like a mulligan to 5 maybe for Hunter. So that's not great, but
good news for Connor.
It is good news. Oh, and there's the Ash Barrens. Getting use out of that free Ash Barrens that everyone gets straight away. Back over to Hunter.
And with the quantity of mana-fixing lands we've seen in the average pool, I have to imagine at least 7 of 8 players will be playing that Ash Barrens. Probably the full 8.
All right, so let's see what Connor... Oh, it's the Hermit Druid. You talked about this as one of the most busted things that Connor can do in the early turns, and here it is.
The Nut Draw.
The Nut Draw. Let's see what Hunter has. I mean, you've got to answer this straight away.
Yeah. This asks for that Unholy Heat if it's available.
There is definitely something available. It's the Obliterating Bolt, so that is going to exile the Druid.
All right. Important to check that box.
Right.
Still got to find a way out of this mulligan situation.
So, all back now with the 3rd land. There's Analyze the Pollen. That can go and get another land. I think there's not certainly very far away from collecting evidence 8.
Take some time on that.
8 is so much. I mean, it's the combined mana values, right, of the cards, but it's still so much. Oh, and there's Scrap Heap Scrounger. So the clock is ticking.
Yeah. Building the pressure up, and the hand definitely has some more threats in it.
Right. And this is the thing, right? You had to use the Obliterating Bolt on the Druid, but you would have loved to have the Bolt for the Scrounger here. Let's see what Hunter has. Just going to go digging.
A quote-unquote honest frantic search.
Is there such a thing?
We'll find out.
All right, so...
Here's Fiery Temper, so the answer is no. There are no honest frantic searches.
Absolutely not. Yeah, because the Frantic Surge untaps the lands, and then the Madness. Yep. Okay, so Scrounger is down, but as we know, it's never truly out until it's exiled.
But all that mulliganing business, that's catching up with Hunter here.
Yeah.
Only 1 card left over.
And Connor still has a bunch of stuff going. I think that's Dread Wanderer, the draw. And Tomb, we see in the hand, potentially. Now Ryan's doing that leaning thing to try and see.
You get to a point where you're delirious enough and it just like feels nice.
Connor is in fact delirious. You're right. Had to check.
This is a sick, honest Rudstein.
Oh.
That's going to get back and discount the Scrounger.
Honestly, that is sick.
Honestly, that is Rudstein.
Rudsteinly, that is honest. We've been doing this a while, as you can tell. It's there's a lot of magic still to come. We are just chilling out, watching some good, honest magic, honest frantic searches, honest Rudsteins, Scrap Heap Scrounger. That's a card that's never honest.
No,
I'm just gonna say that now.
No, very dishonest.
Dishonest card. You think it's gone, No.
You know, we haven't really spent any time this weekend appreciating basic land selection in cubes.
Okay.
Andy Mangold's 100 Ornithopter cube this morning, I had the thought, just didn't say it, had mirrored in basic lands to complement the mirrored in Ornithopters.
Mm-hmm.
These portal basic lands are gorgeous.
They are very nice. I agree. I do care a lot about basic land selection, but
BK better have some good basics for this vintage cube on Sunday.
what basics would you want?
So, my personal preference, it's not the pinnacle, but it's the best playing field for me. I like unhinged basic lands.
Mm-hmm.
I think BK is, my read is he's more of an unglued guy, and that plays.
Okay.
I like him.
Yeah.
Something outrageous like APAC lands would be sick.
It would, but I think that is unlikely.
Yes, I
would
agree.
say.
I agree. Very unlikely.
Here's the Entomb. So, the fairest Entomb of all time. Well, actually, that's probably not true.
Yeah, the Challenger is neat. It's a good one to pick up. Is it escape for 3 cards or 4? Because we're there if it's only 3. And now we're asking, does the Rutstein discount the escape cost?
Oh, does it? It's a cost, right?
Yeah, it's cast. It should.
Yeah.
And it's only escape 3 cards, so...
Honestly...
That's a pretty nice Entomb, actually.
You were... Okay. You've been incredibly dismissive.
I have.
And this seems sweet. Unfortunately, you would have loved to have cascaded into that, but...
This was probably good.
Quorum is really nice as well. No creatures in the graveyard right now. So you're not getting that pump effect. But eventually there will be. And look at this.
Attack for half your life total.
What do you want to do, Hunter? Take 10? And there's just very little in Hunter's... I mean, obviously Hunter working with the mulligan.
Right?
But not a lot that you can do at this point. We'll see.
Yeah, from here, and this is even a long shot, if there's a possible draw, it involves Underworld Breach and capitalizing on that frantic search. The difficulty is there's only 4 lands and 2 cards in hand. Like, there's just kind of not enough material to get that off the ground.
Right, you really need to go... You need to find some kind of storm victory here. Oh, the mana's being tapped.
Okay, so here's Lion's Eye Diamond and Dig Through Time. Gonna hold priority, make some mana. I hope. All right, that didn't happen. Okay, there we go. Trying to find that breach. Exiling the frantic search is tough.
Okay, sure. But needs must.
Right.
Gonna go... I mean, this really is literally gonna go digging. But yeah, let's just make sure that everyone understands what's going on with the game state. Shortcuts make long delays.
I've heard that somewhere before.
Yeah. I told you. No mercy on this. Okay.
I'm not sure
right, come on, Ryan. Talk us through this.
So the math checks out, right? So we had 4 cards in graveyard. We have 4 lands. We tap our 4 lands. We delve our 4 cards. We put Dig Through Time on the stack. In response, we sacrifice Lion's Eye Diamond, discarding our hand. So we should have Crackling Drake, Lion's Eye Diamond in the graveyard, everything else previous there exiled, and Dig Through Time on the stack.
Right.
Something is being paused here, and it's not clear to me what the question is.
Right. Yeah, I wonder... I mean, it works.
There was a hiccup there where it looked like Hunter started moving as if he did not hold priority to sacrifice the Lion's Eye Diamond. I would be amazed if we're holding a player on that in this tournament, though. So my read is that that is not the question.
I mean, it's my understanding that in 2024 you can
do whatever you want.
Do whatever you want and take back whatever you want.
Right.
You told me that.
Yes.
Everyone's learning things today. All right. Okay. I think things are moving. We are going to resolve it. Yeah. Those are the delved cards. Right. The Drake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Here we go.
Discard that. Those go in the graveyard. 3 mana floating. And look at all the cards. Well,
7 of them.
7 of them. But it's often enough. Storm count is 3. Oh no, that's the mana count. I got excited there.
Storm count is close to 3. It's 2.
Is it? It's not 2.
Lion's Eye Diamond dig through time.
That was this turn. Okay.
Gonna read that Jund
It
creature.
just says lethal. Come on. There's no
Additional
point.
lethal.
There's just no point.
If we are picking up Island, it's over. Yeah, Tamiyo, that's not gonna do it.
Okay, sure. I think the question was maybe, does this quorum have trample? I'm gonna suggest.
It could be the question. You kind of want to know what the card does next game, but the battlefield as it stood without that creature attacked for half of the life total last turn. So
Yeah.
I've told you I'm not into math, but half plus a half equals a whole. I know that. That's some Common Core stuff. I can understand that.
Does it equal a game hole?
Yeah, it looks like a game hole going to Connor Allback here.
Let's go to game number 2. Hunter Husker had the mulligan down to nothing on game 1, so let's see whether he can do a little bit better this time. Connor, also with a full grip. All right, let's start going through the deck.
Unfortunate mill on a Cult Epiphany with that Thought Scour. However, the Thought Scour is the big draw for the Underworld Breach Land's Eye Diamond package because there's no Brain Freeze in this cube.
Okay.
So the Thought Scour is one of very few cards that actually puts enough cards back in your graveyard to reliably keep going.
Okay, all right. So nice little bit of setup there for Hunter, and Connor also doing a little bit of setting up in Tomb. And the instead, what's he gonna get?
So there's not a lot that really gets going quickly in this deck with an Entube. You know, there's no Reanimate. We're not doing anything big there. You need another creature to get the Scrap Heap Scrounger back. Yeah, Entombing for Hogak makes sense because drawing it is generally not very good.
Right.
It'll take some time to actually get it back.
Right.
But it hits hard when that happens.
Right. And, you know, this is a bit of psychological damage, right?
Right. You're down a game, and I got this.
And also, Scrap Heap Scrounger is here.
The hits keep coming.
Think twice now for Hunter Husker Future. You're going to think twice?
I miss Think Twice. That card
Great
used
card.
to be very good and constructed.
You know, have you ever thought about looking to the future?
No.
No.
That was from Time Spiral.
Both the future and the past.
Future Sight was about the future.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm no Vorthos. Ryan is the Vorthos of this booth.
That's the value I add.
Knowing the names of the sets. Oh, I know this one.
Ooh. The Murktide Regent, that is large.
Yeah,
Arguably in charge.
Oh, I don't think it's arguable.
Inarguably in charge.
Inarguably in charge.
It's too big for something like Ob Nicholas's Cruelty as
That's
well.
true.
So a
That's
more
true.
specific removal spell will be needed from all back here.
Scrappy Stranger is not getting through right now.
No. It could combine with the Cruelty.
It could, but I think if you're in Hunter's seat, you're going to be worried if old Scrappy is, you know, trundling into the red zone.
Trundling. I'm going to have to use that word more often.
Americans love just repeating what I say. I'll just say a perfectly normal word for me.
Perfectly normal
And then be
word.
like, oh,
Like
trundling. Maybe if you like read some books every so often.
No, that's again.
Honestly-
No reading, no math. That's not. I'm here to tell you that Future Sight is the future and that I am living in the past.
Okay, Honest Rutstein is here. Hogak is getting picked up.
You don't see Raised Dead for Hogak very often.
Yeah, but why would you leave value on the table? You know?
Yeah.
Or in the graveyard. Okay, we're going back over to Hunter's turn, and first order of business, Send in the king.
First order of business, give Connor the business. Trundle on in.
That thing is not trundling. That is swooping.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so is the Drake, by the way. Very similar physiologies.
I thought that the Drake was crackling.
But that's just the sound it makes. It's like when you get like plastic wrap, you know, and it's kind of like, it's the ASMR Drake. It's pretty big, also. Well, I guess it's medium big. It's probably got 3 right now.
I'm going to be honest. I've been a little bit heartbroken about exiling Think Twice to pay a delve costs for the past couple minutes here.
That's the thing you've been heartbroken about?
Yes.
Okay.
The Drake at least
My
gave Hunter a
condolences.
card back.
Here's a Spinewood armadillo doing a great impression of herd migration. Oh, and this is the
infamous Cruel
infamous Cruel Claw. I keep thinking it's infinite. I don't know why. Every time you say it, I just hear infinite. Maybe it's just I just hear what I want to hear.
Claw. They ought to make an infinite Cruel Claw. Whoa!
Anger of the gods? Goodbye, board.
Goodbye and good night.
Yeah, and this is what, 10?
All right. Anger of the Gods also had a brief stay in my graveyard cube.
Oh, yeah?
I would argue it was not very fun.
Wait. Let me guess.
Yeah.
You played some stuff and somebody exiled all your things and then you, I don't know, threw a sulk and were like, this card's not fun for me specifically.
The audacity. 1, of them to do that to me. 2, of you to act like that's just normal.
It's normal for you. Huntsman's Redemption's coming in and making a beast. My favorite beast token, by the way. This is, of course, lethal in the air for Hunter, Husker, Fugit. And we are going to game 3 here in round number 16.
Okay, so on paper, tactically, I like Hunter's sides of things.
Okay.
The large flyers, the storm combo kill. As far as an individual impactful card, Anger of the Gods also out of control.
Out of control. I mean, that is literally what it's like when gods are angry. You know? No control.
That makes sense, yeah.
Hermidred's back.
Very flavorful.
And as we all know,
You said you weren't the
you're
Vorthos.
the one who's equipped to judge. All right, we're going to actually see Hermidred activate this time. So let's see what we mill here. Bunch of creatures.
It only goes until you find a basic land. So we
Okay.
mill the waste, find a forest.
Okay.
Some stuff in the graveyard, none of it useful just yet.
Is there a way for Connor to get things back?
There's select few ways. You know, Honest Rutstein picking up that corner
yeah.
store could be really nice.
Yeah, okay. I dig it.
We can also delve away that stuff if we have the GAC in hand.
It's true. Very true. You could collect evidence.
That's less exciting,
You
but
are analyzing
literally
your
true.
pollen.
Yeah.
Hunter's gonna draw some cards. Found red source. We want to see some Underworld Breach action. And by we, I mean Ryan. I see Frantic Search in hand.
I like that.
What's going on here?
Okay. This is an important box to check. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can activate the Hermit Druid once. I'll let that slide.
Tamio is a nice follow-up as well here for Hunter. Not going to do a lot of blocking.
Some would argue that Tamio is very strong in conjunction with Frantic Search.
Some would argue
I
that.
would be among them.
Inarguably. Tamio. Oh, sorry, arguably. I've lost track of which is which. Meanwhile, Scrappy Scrounger.
You know, with the way that inflammable means the same thing as flammable, it's really easy to get lost in those nuances. Sauces, yes.
You know, it's very annoying when there are these American catchphrases that just don't rhyme in a British accent. Lost in the source. Just doesn't have the same ring to it. Here's Imstone Predator. Graveyard Hate could become pretty helpful.
Say goodbye to that Think Twice.
Well, can Hunter not just... No? Okay.
The Predator is good.
Predator's great. Let's see, okay. Crackling Drake does not care about graveyard hate.
No. A little smaller than the dragon right now, though.
True. It's only a 2/4, and the Predator can get bigger.
Right. Yeah, this on tap here is pretty significant because that dragon is likely to get out of Anger of the Gods territory here.
So Hunter at 17, facing down his Predator. Connor getting in. He's probably going to beat. I mean, this is threatening the sacrifice, at least.
Okay. Exiling Think Twice makes sense.
It's a 4/4.
You know, for some reason, I was thinking this card was like 6 years old and you had to choose between exiling a non-creature and getting a counter. No, it's just any card you get the counter. All right. It wasn't just likely to grow out of Anger.
Well,
it was determined.
They don't have space in the text box for all of that.
No.
Yeah. The Rutstein is back. Oh, getting the card.
Exactly what I predicted.
Dang.
This battle station is fully operational.
Is it?
Well, I mean, this is what it does. I don't know.
Well, it's great. I mean, it's doing it great, okay? This Immerstone Predator is huge. There's no answer in sight. If Hunter can't figure out something, like an Obliterating Bolt, which doesn't necessarily even do anything about it.
Right. Yeah, if you want to talk about that advantage bar, I think we're in Connor territory right now.
You had so little faith.
I did.
Oh. Okay, let's see.
And I also had so much faith in Hunter.
You did?
I maybe need to hang up my boots.
It's a weird thing to... Oh, Containment Construct! Okay, just ignore everything you just said, because Containment Construct, favorite card of all time. Very happy to see it. Let's do some stuff. Oh, yeah.
Here's a combo.
That's a combo. It's a combo with literally everything in this cube.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kind of funny because Hunter might just find the land that he tutors for, play that instead of the Ash Barrens.
Right. Yeah, for those of you who aren't...
Can't leave that value on the table.
Absolutely not. For those of you who aren't as familiar with this card, whenever you discard a card, you can exile that card from your graveyard and play it this turn. 2 mana, 2/1 artifact. Just incredible.
So
Tamio's getting in.
Things are looking good on the battlefield for Connor. Hunter has Frantic Search and Underworld Breach in hand.
Oh.
And the Containment Construct is going.
Are you okay?
This game's not going to take more than 1 or 2 turns, and it could go either way with that texture, with that makeup of the hand.
This is sweet. Okay, so Tamio's getting in, making a clue. She does flip if you've drawn 2 cards in a turn.
3 cards.
3 cards in a turn, sorry. 2 extra cards in a turn. So we're going to go back over, and Hunter needs to live. That's the most important thing right now.
Yes, I would start there.
And then, but for Connor, it is going to be the Trumposaur, Cascade. What's it going to be?
Not the lands.
Wow, you're pretty happy to get rid of those. Is that Quorum?
I believe so.
And does that give any creature?
I thought it was just itself, but I could be wrong.
Okay, let's find out. Quorum the Undertaker. Gets +X/+O. Whenever it attacks, each player mills a card. During each of your turns, you may play a land and cast a spell from among cards in graveyards that were put there. Okay, yes. It only gives it to itself. The team is... What's happening here?
Hogak is happening here.
Okay. Okay. All right.
This might be the first time that Trumpeting Carnosaur has ever been tapped to convoke a Hogak.
Okay. I think...
We're making history. This is a historic moment, Hayu. Let's try to appreciate this.
Sure. I appreciate it. It's a historic moment. Hunter has Go Future. It's going to get to untap, and we know that there's some pretty exciting stuff in hand. 5 lands available right now.
And that chump block with the Crackling Drake, you know, Hunter knows if he's crossing the finish line, it's with Underworld Breach. So getting that material in the graveyard.
Oh, I love this. Just play with it open.
Yeah. I have this. I'm going to try to cast all of these. I have Breach, Frantic Search, Tendrils. I have Lion's Eye Diamond in my deck. I only have 1 card in the graveyard, but I'm going to go to work with this stuff.
This also gives... There's some scoop equity as well, right? What is happening?
So this attack would be, again, to put a card in the graveyard.
Well, but do you not need the construct's ability?
You don't need it because you have Underworld Breach.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, I get it. Here is the Frantic Search.
All right, so
What's happening here?
a neat little small thing happening here is Hunter is casting Frantic Search floating a mana. So going to use the colorless mana from the Ash Barrens and then tap a different land. So it has access to 5 colored mana sources.
Okay. Okay, and there's Flare of Malice. That's going to be sacrificing Honest Rutstein and making Hunter sacrifice the biggest thing. That is the Containment Construct. So that's down in the graveyard. Before, of course, the cards can get discarded to Frantic Search.
Right. Yeah, so that construct value is off the table, but again, the breach is the prize here.
Right. There's still a blue mana floating, probably.
Yeah, that should be represented.
2 lands are going to go to the bin. The 3 lands get untapped. Storm count 1. Oh, possibly it was red floating, actually.
Looks like red.
All right.
At this point, though, you're frantic searching. Every time you make 3 mana, it's going to be in close to any combination of blue or red. You know, not all of either, but at least 2 of whichever.
Right. Talk us through this, Ryan.
Yeah, so every card in the graveyard now has Escape with Underworld Breach. The Escape cost is its mana cost plus exiling 3 cards. So this enables the Frantic Search to be cast from the graveyard, and it just goes right back there. This is not Yawgmoth's Will. There's no clause to exile that. So you exile the cards you escape, and so Hunter's going to draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards and untap 3 lands. Now, escaping for 3 and discarding 2 cards, you can't do the whole deck this way. He needs a little something extra, but he's so close. And there's Lion's Eye Diamond. So this is important. Like, eventually he needs that to cast the Tendrils of Agony, but the big deal, that's going to discard 4 cards. That means we are there on using our Frantic Search over and over. You know, being 1 card off, we get 4 more casts now.
Nice. And this is Storm Count, I believe. That is Frantic Search going again.
There's the anger of the gods. We don't need that one this time. Backbreaking in game 2, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Thing in the Ice, another banger, by the way. Surely we can agree on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I paused a little bit because I was wondering what the heck was going on with that Frantic Search because it looked exiled.
Right.
Which would be game losing, and I don't know how it would happen.
And also not what happens. But, no, it's in the graveyard.
Perfect.
It was just... It is so special that it deserves its own Frantic Search zone.
Okay. You know, this is a casual event. We don't need to harp on comp versus casual, but this slop,
we don't.
This
You're right.
slop on exile under graveyard.
We do not need to.
Unacceptable. Separate 2 piles. Just 2 piles. That's all I ask.
That's all?
That's
all?
And that and a long list of many other things.
Yeah, it wasn't all. All right. Storm counts at 6. There's 2 cards in the graveyard. Tendrils is in hand. I can see that.
And this is all fine because the breach doesn't just care what was already in the graveyard.
Right.
Your graveyard all is going to have escape the rest of the turn until you have to sacrifice that breach.
Right.
So discarding these cards, the Lion's Eye Diamond, they're still playable out of the graveyard. There are some cards you would cast from hand first because escaping and exiling 3 cards is a real cost.
Right.
Possible that's what's being considered right now.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, the Tendrils can go to the graveyard. That's not the problem, right? I think Hunter's thinking about maybe even this Prismari command? Does that do anything?
I think...
Make a treasure?
So my read, and something that
Draw
makes a
to
lot of
discard
sense to do when you're deep into a storm turn like this,
Mm.
Hunter is maybe thinking about what could happen where I lose the game.
Right.
I have this Frantic Search. It's going to get me to 10 Storm. I have this Tendrils. I have this LED. Is there maybe a way for me to not allow a window, if there's something weird, like some instant speed graveyard thing that I can't think of, that I could have some possible luxury to play around?
Right. Some free spell or something.
Yeah, with Flare of Malice just being cast there, you know, free
Right.
spell is fresh on the mind.
Right. I guess Endurance is not in your graveyard cube.
No.
Okay, here's Frantic Search. The Faithless Looting?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Hunter's deck is sick. Just has all the good cards.
Yes.
Okay, alright. So, Frantic Surge is being resolved again, the third time this time. Untap. You put some stuff in the graveyard. Storm counts at 7. We only need to count up to 10. Do we even need to count up to 10? We need to count up to 9, right?
Yeah, 9 and then 10 drills.
Oh my god. How long have you been queuing that one up? Goodness. Okay. There's still stuff to do first though.
Yeah, so about that graveyard, I believe that is where Hunter landed. When you sacrifice the Lion's Eye Diamond for black mana, and if the next spell you cast is the Tendrils, that's just going to be on the stack. There's not going to be a window where it's exposed in the graveyard.
Right.
So that's what was being paid mind to there.
Okay.
And yeah, so Hunter knew it was rolled up and played it as safely as possible to make sure that this went on the stack immediately.
Okay, alright, well there we go. Lion's Eye Diamond being sacrificed, discard the hand, Tendrils goes to the graveyard, of course, still has escaped thanks to Underworld Breach. And, this is the first time we've really seen actual factual Storm today.
Yeah, we saw some attempts at some combos today. This one is busted and it worked.
Yes, it's busted, it works, the Tendrils are being cast, and Hunter Hursko Fugit is going to take this one down 2-1 against Connor Olbach, our featured drafter. And really, honestly, people associate Storm with Cube so much, I think, in the general kind of milieu of Magic, and it's really nice to just get to see a straight-up Storm deck do its thing.
Yeah, and in addition to being a deck with like the full Storm package, we're winning with Tendrils of Agony. We have the Underworld Breach, which has, it's newer than everything else in the package, much newer than Mirage, newer than Scourge.
Wow.
As many Magic cards
really?
But Underworld Breach, for being so
Knocked me
recent,
over with a
has
pen.
really become the face of Storm in Cube. It's just like one of the most powerful cards in Magic.
I mean, it just fits, but it does fit right in there with these older cards. It really feels like a card that they would have printed back then, right?
You could call it a face. You could call it a fixed Yawgmoth's Will, except it's arguably more broken.
Yeah, is it fixed? It didn't seem fixed.
But in addition to being a busted Storm deck, we also saw a really strong fair game. That Murktide Regent Anger the Gods combo wrapped things up in game 2. I love the look of this deck. I like the shot that he has that's Rio the Pod.
Okay, all right. We are going to go away for a quick break, and when we come back, we will have more Magic from this round for you from CubeCon. See you soon.
Hi there. I'm Warren Fish from Oakland, California, and one of my cubes in the CubeCon main event this year is Melded Mardu Monarchy. This cube is without green or blue cards and is made for high-octane conflicts with a crescendo of trading blows in games that are usually contested until the final turn. The design is geared more towards synergies than archetypes. Most of the cards will be enticing in more than one context. There are no infinite combos, but there are a lot of components you could assemble into an unstable superweapon. This cube is about inspiring dreams for players to chase and to crush. Here are some cool things that might spark your imagination. Any subset of these cards can lead to exciting investigations and big trouble for your opponents. If the name didn't tip you off, one of the most thrilling things to do in the cube is to assemble one of the 3 melds. There are a few other pairs of cards that work particularly well together, even if they don't combine into a horrific monster. The cheapest way to cheat big creatures onto the battlefield in this cube is Kalia of the Vast, and there are some monstrous pals for her that are likely to close the game if you can pull it off. To keep everyone on their toes, this cube also has numerous ways to contest the monarchy. Palace Jailer is still great, but you don't have to connect to get your creature back when there are 20 other cards that can make you the monarch. Math isn't only for blockers in this cube. If you don't mind dabbling in the occasional arithmetic, there are some profitable avenues for you to immolate your opponent's ambitions. Each color has a devotion payoff, in addition to making big mana with Nykthos. Angels and Dragons each have enablers to charge up a deck planning to win with the biggest flyers. I would think very carefully before you pass any of the 5-drop haste dragons. If someone gets them all, they're a huge favorite to win the draft. If you win a draft of this cube in the main event at CubeCon, come find me for your very own Mardu Cube.
Good afternoon, gamers. Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon. My name's Hayu. I am here with Ryan Overturf. We are about to get into some more magic from the Idris Graveyard Cube. And Ryan, let's have a look at the deck list of the competitors in this particular match, because I think both of these decks are pretty sweet.
Yeah, some really cool stuff going on here. I always love to see a Mox Diamond. Take a look at that right column there. Some heavy-hitting 3-color cards.
I love to see it. Barbarogue, Moss, and Fibblethip are here. Corvold, the Mimeoplasm, Lockmere Serpent. That is a great card from one of the greatest retail limited sets of all time.
As suspected, the Nexus of Fate, uncuttable.
And what's the rest of the deck doing? How are we getting these creatures on the battlefield?
So the Mox Diamond, to accelerate them, a big part of the plan, Planar Genesis and Edge of Autumn. So we're kind of like playing calling it a traditional mana ramp's a little weird, but some nice just kind of ramp cards. Kyora's Follower as well, and then we're casting those. And there's a little bit of cheaty graveyard stuff. I mean, you have the Wonder, so you can just fly in and make it difficult or impossible for your opponent to block once you get online. This is kind of an honest Drakehaven, but it could really get going with the Ledger Shredder.
Right. Yeah, not a lot of enablers, but still nice to see Drakehaven there. And we're going to look at Nick Little's deck as well. This is that blue-black deck that we were talking about with the cycling discard sub-theme with Psychotog and Archfiend of Ifnir. I gotta say, this one really speaks to me.
Yeah, some really nice just value cards. Snapcaster Mage and Jace Fringe Prodigy. Can't say no to those. Psychotog also a classic.
Yeah, a currency converter plus Archfiend of Ifnir.
Currency Converter also just sick with Jace Fringe Prodigy.
Just a great card.
Just another card that gets you discarding. That is really nice. This deck would have really liked to have the Drakehaven.
This deck would have really liked to have the Drakehaven. But it does have Treasure Cruise, which is...
Cheeky little card in the spread here is that Hedron Crab.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
You know, you'll mill yourself a lot in this cube, and when that happens, it makes it a little easier for your opponent to mill you. You know, you don't want to just like crab them and make a plan over several turns, because you'll get punished in a big way for that.
Right.
But you could maybe close if your opponent gets a little bit too aggressive with their own self-mill.
Okay, all right. Well, let's find out what happens here between these two decks. Very different from the first two decks that we saw.
Yeah. You know, we did see a pretty mid-rangey deck, but these decks are mid-rangey, but they have way more graveyard stuff actually happening.
Right. A lot of grind, a lot of value to them. Here's Ash Barrens. You know, this Ash Barrens, it's doing work.
It turns out, when you get a mana-fixing card in your pool for free, it makes your mana better.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are the insights that I bring to the booth.
I appreciate you, Ryan. See? Being nice. It happens. Here's Edge of Autumn. Here's Edge of Autumn.
Edge of Autumn is a sweet card. It's like Rampant Growth that stops working when you have too many lands, but you can cycle it at the cost of sacrificing a land if you run into that problem.
Okay, look. It's good early, good late. That's what you want from your 2-drop, right?
Yeah, it's good early and has a function late.
Cunning Survivor, I believe.
I love Cunning Survivor. If you want a card, so it's a little weak. You know, if you're casting on a zero, it's a 1/3. But
it's so difficult to know what you're gonna love.
When you add the architecture of the cube in so many ways to discard for value, this card gets busy.
That's true. That's true. You play a Psychotog and your opponent's dead.
Yeah, you attack with this and Psychotog, your opponent could be at 30 and they might be dead.
All right, but let's just get him for 1 for now.
You gotta start somewhere.
Oh, Mirror Shell Crab being channeled there. Love the channel abilities. And didn't quite get a good cut. Okay, this glare is killing me.
The Chasm Skulker that was countered, is that what you're looking at?
Yeah. The Ledger Shredder is here, so one part of the combo assembled. That's a combo, right?
The Converter Shredder or the Drakehaven Shredder?
The Drakehaven Shredder.
The
Converter is a combo with everything. That just doesn't count, right? It's like saying land is a combo.
But
like,
imagine
sure.
if you had all three.
If only. I can barely. There's just too much
No one person
magnificence.
should have all that power.
Okay, well, here's the block. And, Waker of Waves! Discard that. Draw 2. I don't know why I'm so excited about Waker of Waves.
Oh no, the mill of the Hedron crab.
But the crab is supposed to do the milling. It's not supposed to be milled.
All right, I got another magic hot take.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
Hedron crab, immaculate vibes. Incredible card.
Mm.
Rune crab, stupid as hell. Horrible vibes. Atrocious.
What do you base that on?
Self-mill is cool.
Okay.
Milling your opponent is dreadful.
Is it?
In 40-card formats, yeah. It's
Yeah,
kind of
I
cool and
agree.
constructed.
I agree. I've just played a lot of rogues, that standard
Okay.
format when rogues was the
So
thing.
there's no mill your opponent deck that will ever be as cool as Dredgevine. Hedron Crab
Okay,
Vengevine is
fine.
unapproachably
But
cool.
imagine if you weren't like old.
I
like-
can't do that.
No, that's true.
That's why old people
I'm
have difficulty
sorry.
connecting with young people.
I'm sorry if I'm trying to make you like empathize or envision a different reality than the one that you're currently inhabiting.
Here's a Shadowstorm
you
Vizier.
literally play a fantasy card game. The Shadowstorm Vizier is getting in.
Kind of compounds the cunning survivor beats.
Best friends. They are from the same set, though, right? Or same plane, at least.
Yeah, I think same block.
Yeah.
One's first set, one's second set.
Yeah, the survivors were more Hour of Devastation. They had to survive the devastation.
Cycling of Ash Barons doing some work here.
Let's go.
So the Vizier is going to eat the Wonder in combat. Questionable if that is good. The Wonder wants to go to the graveyard.
Yeah, but it's not helping the Ledger Shredder, so
True.
who cares? Oh, okay. Yeah, channel. Bounce your Ledger Shredder.
Pump up the Survivor
Pump
again.
the Survivor again. Hoffman going down to 17. Is there any +1 for each time?
Yeah, one for each card.
Oh, this is what we came here for.
Mm.
This is why you draft Idris Graveyard Cube. Cast Ancestral Recall. Was that 3 islands?
It wasn't a great pickup.
Scrab-
Scrabbling Claws.
Okay. That's something. Get rid of that Edge of Autumn. So, is this too powerful of a graveyard
So,
hit?
short answer, yes. Long answer, the vibes are awful.
The vibes here, though.
Vibes of Mimeoplasm, immaculate.
Immaculate. I nearly got there.
Kind of unfortunate, though, with that Treasure Cruise delving and the claws going. Like, you can put this crab on the Mimeoplasm. Not a lot else going on.
This is a big crab, though.
It is.
That's got ward.
So Mimeoplasm becomes a copy of one thing that counters, so it will get the ward.
Yeah.
I imagine that that's what the card is copying.
Yeah.
That's how this is being represented. Sure.
Yeah. I usually just put it over.
Kind of tragic to exile your own Wonder, but the Claw was going to get it.
Yeah.
Much like in the movie Liar, Liar.
Yep. No, I actually like that movie. That's fair. That's fine. That's okay. Oh, look at this.
Windfall with these survivors. Oh, baby.
This is great. Wonderful. And you get to put Echo Vions in the graveyard. That's value.
That is.
Wait, what's this next?
So when do I shuffle my Nexus of Fate so it can't go into the graveyard?
Well, I discovered last night that there is a way for it to go to the graveyard. And it's if you manifest it and it dies. I was at the bar with some judges, you might have gathered.
Yeah. This has never happened to anybody.
Ever.
Actually.
No. Never in the history of Magic.
But it comes up weirdly a lot at the bar with the judges.
Yeah. It's one of those. At least there wasn't layers. So we're getting in. This is a pretty big attack for 8. The crab can do some blocking. It's not going to. Could the crab not block?
No, the survivor becomes unblockable once the ability triggers. You can block it usually.
Oh.
But then once it triggers once, it can't be blocked. And the Vizier does just fly.
Okay. All right. I'm in on the Survivor.
Yeah,
Unblockable?
so Survivor is like one of the mopier individual cards in my graveyard cube, but it's so sick when it gets going.
Oh, that's sweet. I love this archetype.
Yes.
I know you... Oh, there's Brainstorm. I know you've been hating stories from my past, but like genuinely the first standard deck I ever built myself to take to FNM, Drake Haven.
Hell yeah.
It was great. I went 2 and 2.
Was it like a God Pharaoh's gift kind of thing?
Nope.
No, just Drake Haven.
It was Drake Haven and cycling cards I owned. Oh,
Nice.
and Enigma Drake. Remember that?
Yes. The precursor and much weaker Crackling Drake.
Crackling Drake. It was one cheaper though. So.
Enigma Drake has good vibes.
Yeah. The art is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so...
Leave a Kosh grab.
Yeah. So this is... What? What did you say?
Kosh? Cachet?
What are you saying right now?
It's spelled C-A-C-H-E.
Okay, I understand.
How would you pronounce that word?
I don't really know.
I gave 2 options. None of them
I didn't like either of them.
Yeah, right,
I didn't like either.
Not like that.
Not that, but...
that either. But no other way.
Maybe just cash. It's not cachet. Cachet is a different word.
Szechuan.
That means different things. Now you're just making sounds.
Yes.
In with the crab. Does it remain an ooze? Like, is it an ooze crab or?
I believe it fully becomes a copy
Okay.
of the crab.
All right.
Nothing worth retaining of the mimeoplasm.
It does get the counters though, so that's nice.
Yes.
All right, and we're back over to Nick. I mean, there's not that many attacks that's needed with these creatures on the battlefield. Echo of Eons being flashed back here.
And if this finds like a fully powered discard outlet, a card like Psychotar, where you can pitch your hand, that's game.
Right.
You put pressure on Hoffman to interact.
Right. But in the absence of that, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. This is the beauty of wheel effects,
Anything could happen.
Exactly. Literally anything. And it probably has happened. That's where that Green Seeker ended up, by the way.
I like it in this deck quite a bit. Because this deck has 4 colors of mana.
Yeah, that's fair. I was going to say not 5, but then I realized.
Yeah, are there any planes in the land box? So a number of years ago, my Grixis cube was on Magic Online, and Magic Online just has one interface. So there's only blue, black, and red cards, but you were allowed to put planes and forests in your deck. And Durward actually streamed a deck where he played all planes and forests as his basics.
Nice.
Anyway, this Windfall is lethal.
Here's Windfall. And anyway, here's Windfall. Get in. That's lethal. Nick Little's going to be taking game at number 1.
When you get to do a draw 7 to recur the previous draw 7 that you cast in the game, that's so sick.
It is great. That was great. All right, we're going to go to game number 2. Let's see whether Hoffman can put things together this time. Mark's Diamond. I mean, that's a good start.
Very strong start.
All right, got to pitch something. Are you a styler? You like to play your mocks out before your land?
I don't have a strong preference on that one.
Not only is it impossible to gauge what opinion you're going to have on a thing, it's also impossible to gauge what things you have opinions on. Well, so Hoffman's going to fetch with his landscape while Little plays out his own. Oh, why not? Everybody, let's make fetch happen.
How do you feel about the beasties? We got the patchwork beastie here. Every time I see that word, I think it's bestie.
Aw, that's adorable. I thought this was going to be a Beastie Boys joke.
I got a diamond, call it box.
We're taking Ryan to karaoke. Oh, Life from the Loam. That's a graveyard card. We saw Sam Black do a lot.
Life from the Loam, Mox Diamond. Classic synergistic package.
Yeah. Is it a combo?
No.
No? Okay.
It was a hallmark of some of the fairest mid-range legacy decks you'd ever see in your life.
Okay, right. Let's see what little... This Scrabbling Calls?
They became broken later.
Yeah,
Lands is pretty broken now. Anyway, there's a Scrabbling. That's pretty good against the Life. He's going to have to pay the mana to get it right away, but I think the Life is probably worth the Claw. Especially if it's given the churn, right? Once you start dredging Life from the Loam with 3 cards every turn, the Claw never catches up to that.
Right.
You have to expect that you can catch some interaction on the stack later if you're not going to fire off that Claw now.
Right. And there are some things, there's like some reanimate effects, mimeoplasm and the such. But you've got to imagine, this Life from the Loam is just too threatening. Yeah, Little agrees. That's going away. And Eric Hoffman has no more Life in the Loam, but does have a bunch of stuff to work with still. Oh yeah, the mill to the beastie.
Someday, that beastie will be able to attack.
It is not this day. I'm just going to try and sneak in as many Lord of the Rings references as possible.
That was a good one. I even got it.
Perfect. Job here is done. This is the... Which Manolith is this?
That's Perilous Vault.
Oh.
No
not
Manolith at all.
not even slightly.
Andrew Brown will be offended.
My job here is done. I'm joking. Drakehaven goes to the bin, and Nick Little's looking longingly. Why aren't you on my side?
The way that you treat that, you do not deserve to have it.
That's true. Okay, so we have found... Is this Sidisi?
No, this is the Sultai Gold card of the cube. It lets you play lands off the top. And it does some other stuff too.
Oh, sure. It's 2/4 with Death Touch. You can look at the top anytime. You can play lands and cast spells with mana value 4 or greater from the top of your library, and it taps to Surveil 2.
Ooh, yeah.
That's
so you set
pretty
up
good.
what you can play off the top.
Yeah, 3 mana.
Good. And there's quite a lot of expensive spells in this deck. Hoffman ended up with all the other 5 mana 3-color cards. Fibblethip and Borborygmos would be sick.
Right. Well, let's start with Wake of Waves. Trigger on the Shadowstorm Vizier. Don't want to miss that. And, Ash Barons. This is so sweet. I love this deck. This Dimir deck is really doing it for me.
I definitely like what's happening here. I'm looking at the other side of the table though, and I don't like Nick Little's position. Looks pretty far behind. There's just an engine to itself.
Right.
In that 2/4, and the Perilous Vault if things get out of hand. And let's not forget about the Beastie.
How could we?
How could we forget?
How could anybody forget about the Beastie?
Someday that thing is gonna attack.
All right. Let's find out. Let's find out when. Could be now, but I mean, I'm not sure this 2/4 is attacking. Like Surveil 2? Tap to Surveil 2? Would you rather get in for 2 or Surveil 2?
Don't make me choose.
I'm making you choose.
I would rather Surveil 2.
Yeah, I knew it. Don't know whether Hoffman agrees. We'll find out. There's so much to do. Oh yeah, let's go. This is gonna get the Beastie closer to attacking.
Did we get all the way there? We had instant enchantment. We hit land sorcery.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Not the traditional Delirium.
No.
But it is a Delirium. Delirium is describing many things right now. Oh, I think I see Lock Me a Serpent in hand for Hoffman.
Okay.
That has flash.
You want to talk about cards in this cube that you can just cast that are really impactful in the battlefield?
Sure, that's our job.
That one's tough to outpace.
It is. It is tough to outpace. It's great. Love. Oh, the Survivor's back.
Yeah, that looked a lot better last game.
And step, here's a Lock Me a Serpent.
Thud.
I don't think that's in this one.
No. You probably wouldn't want to sacrifice the Serpent, even though it would be for a good chunk of damage.
It'd be perfectly fine to sacrifice it. It comes back.
Okay.
You only have to exile 5 other cards.
That would turn the beastie
off. No. You exile 5 targets from an opponent's graveyard. You want it in the graveyard.
That's upside. Okay, you would thud the heck out of that.
Yeah, you would thud that all day long.
Can I thud that last turn?
No, there wasn't enough. There wasn't enough mana to do that. That's the reason. I think you might want to attack with it first also.
I'd consider that, yeah. Yeah, I'd hang back the 2/4 to Surveil. I would jam with the Serpent.
Nice. The Surveil is happening. It's here. Land in the bin. Look at the top again. Oh, you can play lands. Oh, and you can cut. This card is really good.
Yes.
Imagine putting commander cards in 1v1.
Just like on rate, a 3-mana 2/4 Death Touch.
Mm-hmm.
Like you set that other text aside. It's like hard for an aggressive deck to like punch through that card. And it does it all.
I don't think the vanilla test is really what the dynamic that we're operating on anymore.
When you put as many lava darts in your decks as I do, you still got to care about a creature having 4 toughness.
Okay.
Is that a personal failing? Does it make it more difficult for me to win games that I do these things? Yes. But it matters to me.
I'm happy for you. You gotta have a thing. Everyone's gotta have a thing.
Yeah.
All right, back over to Nick Little, who also has stuff to do in the end step. Snapcaster Mage, getting back Consider. And that's gonna put the land in the graveyard. What's Nick looking for here? I mean, I feel like that could be a line to victory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Survivor and the Vizier represent a lot of unblockable damage with the right setup.
Right.
And there are quite a lot of cards in Little's hand. So from 16, if you discard 7 cards, you're there. And
right.
the Snapcaster Mage makes it even easier. The problem is that Perilous Vault is just there. And, Hoffman doesn't want to give up the battlefield, but if it means not dying, he will.
He would, yeah. Not dying is probably the #1 consideration in almost any game.
It impacts many of my decisions in games of Magic.
I thought you just said that it was about your opponents dying.
Well, I mean, that matters more.
Sure. That's really the definition of an aggro player.
I'm allowed to care about 2 things.
It's a free country, so I've heard.
That's what we tell everyone.
That's what's on the advertising. All right, so now that this card is not being counted, what's it doing?
The Chasm Skulker?
Yeah.
It's a 1/1. Whenever you draw a card, you put a +1/+1 counter on it.
Okay.
And when it dies, you make X 1/1 squids with Island Walk.
Oh.
Where X is the number of +1/+1 counters that were on the Skulker.
Okay. Sure.
Kind of a sicko.
That's really nice. With all these wheel effects in the deck?
Yeah, draw 7's Chasm Skulker is quite nice.
That's really cool. Does it have any kind of evasion itself, or it's just...
No.
Okay.
It has the evasion in the sense that you don't want to make a block that kills it.
Right. Well, we're going to see the Surveil again from Hoffman. Lock Me a Serpent is pretty big. You can make that unable to be blocked, I believe, by sacrificing a land. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe that's what just happened here.
Send them in. Your Snapcaster Mage and your 1/1 do not scare me.
They might scare the beastie.
Oh, yeah, send it back. Go home.
Sky Turtle bouncing the Serpent.
Yeah.
That's a nice swing.
Sky Turtle is so sweet. Remember that thing you could do with like Season of Renew on Sky Turtle, and you just like.
I don't. To answer your question, I don't.
Did you really not play Neon Dynasty?
I played one time with collector boosters.
It's literally that's stupid. It's literally such a great format. Like I think you would like it. Like I know you hate Retail Limited or whatever, but genuinely it's a great format. You love it.
Find us a box and 6 friends.
Okay. One of those is easier than the other one.
Which one?
I'll leave that to your imagination. Botanical Sanctum. That's tapped. This vault is just kind of sat there, menacingly.
That's what it does. It's perilous.
I mean, is it? I guess it's time, but it's
once
really
you
hard
pick up
to
the
figure it
Serpent,
out. Right?
It makes a lot easier to pull the trigger on that, especially because now you're also getting the Skulker. You know, previously you were just checking the 2 other creatures, but getting that extra bit and also having the Serpent back in hand made that really appealing.
Right, Little's gonna draw 3 cards. Wow, that would have been pretty sweet with the Skulker if that had stayed around. So pretty heads up there from Hoffman to get that off the battlefield. You know, seeing the danger.
And this feels like anybody's game at this point.
Absolutely.
Pressure on both players to get reestablished.
Hidetsugu and Kairi, the big 6/5 flyer. I have a little read of that one. There's some combos that you could do with this. In various formats.
Right, involving giant instants and sorceries, particularly ones that deal damage.
Yeah, exactly. Like breach the underworld. No.
The multiverse.
Multiverse.
It's nice with Cruel Ultimatum.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds really fun, actually. Yeah. So for those of you who aren't as familiar, there's 5/4 flyer. When it enters battlefield, you just brainstorm. When it dies, you exile the top card and you boop your opponent for a mana value of the top card.
Here's a currency converter. That's a nice one to start establishing a battlefield. You know, coming from this position of being pretty even, that's a nice one to get started.
Right, well, the Serpent's back for Hoffman. Is this main phase?
Yes.
Okay. And still has 1 blue up. Not sure how much he has by the way of interaction for that.
The converter combines nicely with a card in Nick Little's hand. Circular Logic, a counterspell with Madness.
Okay. That is... Yeah, I think Circular Logic is one of my favorite names of cards.
It's a really nice name.
Yeah. Lock Me 7 does a lot of things, but it does not fly or have reach, so Hoffman is going down to 10 after this attack. And honestly, if this game just comes down to being clobbered 3 times in the air, it would be surprising. Not necessarily unexpected.
I would say it'll be satisfying.
Yeah?
I like a good, honest beatdown.
Good, honest clobbering. That's not going to happen, though. Instead...
How about some fireworks?
Let's bring back this turtle and the Waker of Waves.
Okay, so the top card was still one known from the ability. I was really hoping that the death trigger would be some fireworks. Clearing out a swamp is not bad.
There's some great stuff to hit though in this deck, right? You've got loads of 7s and
just getting back these 2 creatures though, that's good for a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is a huge problem now for Eric Hoffman. The turtle does have flying. The Waker of Waves can be blocked on the ground. Psychotog is also a bit of a problem.
In terms of a third threat, Psychotog is maybe best possible.
Right.
Because it's another one that threatens lethal with either of the other 2 creatures, and you can actually tap your mana for it because it's a discard outlet, so it leaves up that Circular Logic.
Okay.
It also can discard additional cards if you need more cards in graveyard to power up the circular logic.
If you did. Does the is it 1 the madness cost?
Yep.
Okay. Well, Little says I'm gonna
Pointing to the Waker of Waves,
What's
shrinking
happening?
the serpent. We're making clear we're adjusting life totals properly.
Okay. So Little at 1, Hoffman at 10, facing down a massive board. Has a handful of stuff though. Gotta imagine that there's some interaction there. And,
Interaction, yeah, a moment's peace. And this card is a fog that has flashback, so it's really good against a counterspell.
okay. Somehow the only thing that would have helped is a fog with flashback.
You're playing mental magic, right? You're trying to name a card that exists that'd be the best possible.
Right.
That might very well be it.
Yeah, here it is. Okay, so what's... I mean, Little's at 1.
Yeah, that serpent, I imagine, will be becoming unblockable here.
Right. I mean, this is why you play Fogs. I mean, I personally don't. Like, I would rather just die.
This is why the royal you would play Fogs.
Would play Fogs. I'm always that person like, oh, I don't want to play a Fog.
Do you
and then
need
I
an
always
actual
die.
island to make the serpent unblockable? Or
Yeah,
is it just...
you need to sacrifice an island, don't you?
Okay. Well, I'm just asking because there's blue mana, but no islands.
Oh.
We have Botanical Sanctum, Flooded Grove, and Underground
Yeah.
River here.
Underground River? Isn't that a... Oh, no, Underground River. Yeah, that's not an island. Oh, my goodness. Is there a way to pick up the Ash Barrens or something? I see Mimeoplasm in hand. There's got to be something, right? Wait, but... Oh, you don't need... You also just need a bounce spell or anything?
That's a good block.
Yeah.
And you got to rewind all the way back to the early turns of the game.
Okay.
Nick Little cashing in that Scrabbling Clause on Life from the Loam.
Yeah.
Be trivial for Hoffman to have some islands if that didn't happen.
Right. All right, and now... What was going on here? What was that blue spell that we saw?
That's a great question.
I think a Season of Weaving.
Oh, yeah, one of the Bloomborough paw print modals.
Paw print modals, yeah. Choose up to 5 paw prints worth of modes. Draw a card, copy a thing. It's like Sublime Epiphany at home. They keep printing worse Sublime Epiphanies. For those of you who don't know, Sublime Epiphany are my favorite card.
It's tough to make a better Sublime Epiphany.
Right, just reprint Sublime Epiphany. Every set. Hear that, wizards? Make a copy? Okay. So you can, could have chosen return each non-land, non-token permanent to its owner's hand. Oh, that's the circular logic.
You can choose whatever you want. It's not resolving.
Well, maybe did choose both. Maybe chose 2 and 3. Copy a thing and return. But we know about the circular logic now. What do you think they're deliberating about?
It's a good question. It looked to me, just based off of modal spells versus counter spells, like it might have been a counter spell flash before the modes were chosen. And the reason to back that up would be if you had an additional play.
Okay.
But with the cards being picked up, I don't believe that Hoffman had an additional play.
He did not have an additional play, and that is going to be the game going to Nick Little. And I believe we're going to go straight on into the next match because we're going to show you some decks. All right, we are going to come back to the booth for just a second while we figure out what is going on. So Ryan, what did we think about that game?
I thought that we had 2 really cool graveyard-centric decks engaging in battle. And just kind of the leaner aspects are what allowed the Demir deck to really kind of get under before going over. When you have
Get under before going over?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the effects were larger when he was actually... I mean, he had giant monsters at the end of the game, right? Like a 6/7 crab or whatever. And it started with 2-mana 1/3s. So getting on the battlefield early and kind of dictating the pace of the game. And meanwhile, on the other side of the table, the spells just cost too much mana.
Right.
A little bit overloaded in that way.
Right. I mean, this is what I signed up for Graveyard Cube, I have to say.
Yes.
These two decks, I mean, that's kind of what I had in mind, you know, when you say something like Idris Graveyard Cube. All right, we have more Magic coming up for you. Let's have a look at the deck list of the players. On the one side, we have Gabor Fu, and we were both very excited about this deck.
This deck looks really strong.
First of all, Skullclamp needs some redemption.
Yes.
On the stream today. Second of all, Croxa.
Croxa also strong. This is also just a really powerful sacrifice deck. It's arguably a little bit light on creatures, but you do have some nice payoffs, a couple ways to make some tokens. Kind of weirdly leaning a little bit on Kari Zev in that department. But there's some strong individual cards. A really nice one is Mimic Vat. It's not fully graveyard hate, but you can always keep one creature exiled as it goes to the graveyard from the battlefield. More importantly, you keep making a copy of that creature every turn.
Right.
And then Soul Guide Lantern is really nice to have in this cube. It's a nice safety valve against a lot of what your opponent's going to be trying to doing. And meanwhile, you have like the Meat Hook Massacre to police the battlefield. And then you mentioned the Croxa. That's a really nice form of inevitability from the graveyard.
I love this deck. There's just so much here. Claim the Firstborn. It's so sweet. Like you said, Meat Hook Massacre. And there's some ways. There's Sukinzen hiding out in there as well.
Yeah, Sukinzen's
Olifon,
nice.
You know.
If anything, we're a little light on creatures.
Yeah, I agree. I would agree. All right. Let's have a look and find out what Gabor's opponent is playing. Here we are. It is Zach Mills. And this is the deck we were talking about earlier that maybe has a lot of kind of big stuff going on. Gurmag Angler, Honored Hydra, Cavalier of Thorns. You know, these are beefy creatures.
Yeah, some decent self-mill stuff going on with that Cavalier, the Mending of Dominaria. This deck, I don't know that it has any big fireworks plays. I mean, as far as cards that could do that, you have the Smuggler's Surprise, but what is it putting in? Gurmag Angler, Honor Hydra?
I guess.
Like, how strong is that? I don't know.
Cavalier of Thorns is probably your best bet.
Yeah, we can like dredge Stinkweed in, but to what end? You know, this deck would look a lot nicer with that Hogak.
Right.
As many of the decks on the table would,
okay.
you know.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
I think that this deck has some decent bones, but it doesn't have anything that really pops. You're kind of doing more graveyard things, but still largely casting one spell a turn.
It does have decent bones. It has tiny bones. It has bone shards.
Getting that Tiny Bones to connect might be one of the more powerful things that the deck can do. Like an early Tiny Bones could maybe really generate some value.
All right, let's go down to the action. We are going to be joining in game number 2 here. And you see Gabor already won the first game. And it's going to be Zach on the play this time. Ash Barons on 1. We're used to seeing it by now, but still sweet. For Gabor, looking at the top of the deck with the Raucous Theatre. They're eventually going to run out of names for dual lands.
Yeah, that's what you say. So then you learn a new word. They've already used bivouac twice. There are 2 bivouacs in Magic.
Well, yeah, that's what the BI means. Bivouac. It's 2 of them. Going back to Zach Mills. Yeah, I gotta read this one too. Gabor, I'm with you.
I have no concept of what this card is.
We're beyond concepts. Beyond concepts. Okay, let's get Zach's deck open.
Then here's this is the Adventures in the Forgotten Realms.
Yes.
Thoughtseize effect. I forget what the trinket text on this one is. Does it exile the card? I don't know. Check for traps.
let's go back to the previous one. The Osteomancer Adept. The 2/2 with Death Touch. You can tap it until end of turn. You can cast creature spells from your graveyard by foraging.
Okay.
In addition to paying their other costs. That's pretty nice.
All right. Check for Trap seems to exile a non-land card from the hand.
Okay. So that's the spider, I believe, getting exiled, and now we get to see what else is going on in Zach's hand. Seems to be a bunch of lands right now. There is the Honored Hydra. May as well get into it for 2 with the Adept.
The Perpetual Timepiece has arrived.
That just feels like the loop that I'm stuck in. Earlier when we were doing that loop with the draw cards. That's what that was.
with the Ornithopters.
Yeah. Blood Tithe Harvester. This is nice to see a familiar face.
The Timepiece is a nice addition with this Augur. Fuels the graveyard with a little self-mill for 2 every turn. That's going to give you some juice to forage. And also going to help you find some creatures that you'll want to play out of your graveyard. White of the Reliquary milled here, as well as Tiny Bones and Gurmag Angler. It's a little bit tough to forage and then cast Gurmag Angler out of the graveyard.
A little bit.
But the white's in range.
Okay. I thought there wasn't white in this cube. That's what you promised. Did you lie to me?
It's the exception that proves the rule.
Okay. So, it's actually, your Timepiece, you can tap to just mill 2. And this Adept, you can tap it, cast a thing, and you can forage. Forage means exile 3 cards?
Yep.
I believe. Or
you
give
can sacrifice a food.
Or you can sacrifice a food, okay.
Were you to have one.
Were you to have one. Zach does not have a food.
No. I like cleaning up that Augur with the Harvester here.
Yeah. It just seems like, it's not doing that much right now, but you don't want to let that get going.
And once it does something, you'll feel pretty silly to still have the Harvester.
Right. It's not going to be bringing back something that the Harvester's killing.
Right.
So, I guess not. I guess we're going to keep the Harvester around. Go digging with the Blood Token.
Could be a different removal spell in hand. That would allow you to attack for 3. That would make a lot of sense.
Sure. And discard a card, draw a card. Gabor seems a little bit stuck on mana.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're missing our 3rd land drop.
Right.
Okay. Here's some graveyard hate. Unearth for Callous Blood Mage.
Okay. It's just going to straight up kill the grave. And now this makes sense why there's no real need to take care of the 2/2 now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really weakens the Augur there.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Gabor facing a bit of an unfortunate mana screw situation. Does have a lot to work with. Cut is a nice removal spell.
So you see Mills thinking about blocking. Well, while you're watching that, these life totals are not correct. Mills is not at 9.
Right, this game just started. It kind of, sort of. Mills is going to keep milling. That's satisfying to see.
Unfortunate to mill that harness, that whatever that vehicle is. That's a combo with the Timepiece. You'd like to have them in conjunction.
The hedge guy.
The hedge guy.
I was going to say, look, I thought I knew the name, and then all I could think of was the word trimmer after the word hedge. And I thought, that can't be right. It just can't be.
Collective Brutality when you have a face-up hit's kind of nice.
Shredder. I was so close. Sorry.
Nice. I was fully off. I don't even remember what I called it. It was wrong.
I didn't think you even tried. Which is fair. Collective Brutality. Escalate. Pitch some stuff. Yeah. So these are the options.
Yeah, you might think, you're not going to get the Murderous Cut. It's going to be cast in response to the Brutality. That suggests to me that Gabor is going to cast a juicier target for a removal spell coming up soon here.
Okay. And our Perpetual Timepiece is starting to run a little faster. Well, you can put a couple more cards into the graveyard here for Zach. And
Centaur, I want to say Vine Lasher. It's cut down. It's dead. It's fine.
Okay.
It has an ability from the graveyard, though. I believe for 2 green, it can
Ryan's
pop
like,
out.
I'm going to save you finding out what this one does. Just save you some energy. I know what this one does. This one, I cost a lot. Cavalier of Thorns, 5/6 with reach, comes in. Look at the top 5. You get a land. Rest go in the graveyard. And then when it dies, you get to put one of them on top if you exile it?
So any card from your graveyard. When
Right.
you exile the Cavalier, then you can put any card from your graveyard on top.
I miss Fires of Invention. That's like the number 1 card that I want to be better than it is in Pioneer. Like, it's fine, right? There's a Fires deck, but...
Give it time.
Oh well. The time's all we got. Perpetually. Gabor is still not found a 3rd land. This is just not how you want to do it. I mean, we've all been there. You know, and they're thinking, okay, I'm not dead. You know, I have removal. Probably still have other stuff that they can do.
Gabor is at least up a game.
Right.
You know, it's unfortunate.
Right.
But it just means game 3 if it keeps going like this.
Right. And just got to pass the turn back. Has exactly 7 cards, so no need to discard, but Cavalier meanwhile is getting busy. Gabor is down to 12.
So something I love about this game is that so many cards have been put into the graveyard, and we have done so little with the graveyard. It's all been casting creatures that have ended up attacking and blocking.
Well, Mills is going to do us a favor and just pull out the relevant cards, it looks like. That's nice. Hydra is definitely... Okay, I take that back. Hydra is definitely a relevant card. That's kind of a relevant card.
Stinkweed out.
You asked the question earlier, to what end? It's the dredge. In this deck. It's still a relevant
It's
question.
easy to imagine if Mills were so inclined and was aggressive about it, putting every card from the library into the graveyard in this game.
To what end?
Exactly. That's what I mean. That's where we're going next. Is he could do that, and we would wonder, why, Zach? So I expect just more creatures with power and toughness from him.
Okay. I mean, you need that to win the game.
Yeah. That's why he's going to do it.
What do you have against power and toughness, Ryan?
It's not. It didn't
It's
make
not
a
fair.
It sounded like a value statement because I'm generally so judgmental.
Yeah.
But it wasn't.
Agreed. Oh, here we go.
The Smuggler's Surprise.
Smuggler's Surprise. The full smuggle.
There are not many cards left in that library.
So you can put the Hydra coming?
The Hydra and the Centaur.
Yeah, the 2 things that came back by themselves anyway. See, now you've got me doing it.
Doing what? Honestly reporting the facts?
Wine. Gabor has been a bit mana screwed this time. Facing down, pretty lethal board. I'm not going to commit to calling it full lethal, but it's pretty lethal. War and Soul Trader are not doing a lot.
It is approaching lethal.
The lethal does not exist.
Well, let's pump the brakes on that.
Okay, I think we are getting towards the end of this game number 2. Oh, wait.
That's a threatening
I take that
effect,
back.
right?
Yeah.
Did we ever correct Zach's life total?
I'm not sure.
I kind of think that he's still at 20.
I would believe it. I don't think there's been much damage coming at him. And this Honored Hydra is going to be doing 6. It's not going to Gabor's graveyard. That's not happening.
It goes from 9 to 17.
And it's going to get sacrificed. Make a treasure. That's a much needed mana source, at least, for Gabor.
Okay.
All right.
converts Tragic Slip there. That's nice. Clean things up a bit.
Okay. Not... technically not dead. The best kind of not dead, as we all know. Gabor goes down to 1. I feel like we've seen a lot of people go down to 1. Exactly. Well, actually, no. They could block, right? They could throw this.
Yeah. The Soul Trader
Soul
gets
Trader.
pretty weak once you're at 1.
It's the Mesmeric Fiend. Skull Clamp, Blood Artist, Carnage Interpreter. What a hand!
You can imagine a lot of games where this hand is busted.
Busted! Like, just completely busted. This game, not so much right now.
And you can kind of see that if Gabor found that third land earlier, there's some stuff here that could have run away with it.
100%.
I think starting, playing this game from up a game, Gabor is probably not feeling bad about their odds in the match.
Right. So Skull Clamp, I mean, they could just go Skull Clamp Interpreter. Make 4 clues. Is it Interpreter or Investigator?
Carnage Interpreter.
Interpreter, okay.
Discarding Skull Clamp, wow. I mean, it makes sense,
okay,
right? The battlefield's there. I'm just thinking about the way that we have seen Skull Clamp today.
Yeah. Not
has
good.
not been living up to its expectations.
No. Not at all. I really like the idea of a Carnage Interpreter. It's like, I don't speak the language of Carnage. I need somebody to make it make sense for me. You know? Oh, that's a sweet one. Goblin Bombardment on 2 for Gabor. And already, I mean, if I see my opponent do this on 2 on the play, like, my head is in my hands, you know?
It's strong, it doesn't do anything. It needs some help.
It does stuff. Come on.
Well, eventually. Okay, now it does a lot. Now it does a lot right away. Now I am sweating.
Squeeze coming in, it's making goblins.
Eventually has become
even
now.
goblins. So many things are sacked to Goblin Bombardment that aren't goblins.
Very flavorful.
Yeah. The Bone Shards is going to take care of Squee for now, but it comes back.
Squee always comes back.
And we'll get the life totals updated for you in just a second, as we are at the beginning of the third one. Gabor and Zach even at 1 game apiece as we go into the decider. Kari Zev, another great token maker in this deck. Just a great card. Love Kari Zev.
Really nice with the bombardment.
Yeah, she is menace. Gurmag Angler, what are you going to do? Can't block this pirate. Oh.
Ooh.
Never mind, can't block at all. Now, gonna... Mills down to 9 from the attack. Sack the Ragavan. And he's got to find an answer for this Kari Zev. That's an answer.
Right. Buys a little bit of time, but we're getting pretty close to the Squee escaping.
It's escape 4, I think?
Yes.
Okay. I love giving Squee escape.
This time, Gabor long on lands.
Well, Mills is gonna do the thing. Here's the Cavalier of Thorns. Does hit land, so that's nice. And puts a lot of great permanents in the graveyard. But is this Cavalier gonna do it? I mean, Gabor has to find some stuff.
I haven't been able to get a good look at the cards in hand.
Right. What does Mines of Moria do again?
I've been trying to think. I think in some capacity it exiles cards from your own graveyard to make treasures.
That would make sense. Yeah, you're right. 3 in a red tap, exile 3 cards from your graveyard, make 2 treasures.
Yeah, that would be horrible. I would never activate that.
Don't do that.
And it's Flood this time for Gabor.
It is Flood for Gabor. They so nearly got there. I mean, with that Kari Zev, Goblin Bombardment thing, and Zach Mills is going to keep getting in.
The Crook of Condemnation.
Put that on your gravestone.
One of the graveyard hate cards of all time.
Ryan Overturf, Crook of Condemnation. That was a joke about how judgmental you are.
I didn't get it.
Do you need me to get you a Carnage Interpreter? Because because that was a shellac.
Get that man a body bag and a carnage interpreter. Tell him what just happened.
Look, graveyard hate is graveyard hate. You don't want to put unlicensed cards in your cube. This is what you get. Feed the... just kill the thing.
Kill the thing has been cast.
Just there's so many things called feed the swarm, and that's what I always think about. And then they made a really similar card with a really similar name.
Is it feed the cachet?
It's not. It absolutely is not that. I don't know what it is, but it's not that. Anyway, Cavalier of Thorns is dead. Stitch the Supplier is getting busy.
Centaur, Vine Lasher, Milled.
Okay. Spider. Oh. That is pretty scary.
Supplier milling more. The Honored Hydra milled now. So, in pretty short order, Mills will be able to assemble a lethal attack here.
Yeah, the Spider. Sacrifice Stitch's Way, killed the Goblin Bond. Here's Oliphant, though. That's pretty scary. Oh, well, it would be. It would be. So now the Spider, it's just a 3/3, but Gabor's only at 10. This is a lot of mana being floated. What's happening here?
Is this the smuggler? Is this the surprise?
Is it?
I think that's the only thing that costs 8. There we go.
Okay.
Going on a bit of a spree.
I'm about to go on a bit of a spree. Yeah, they're back. The Hydra and the Cavalier. Mills might mill himself, though. There's only 3 cards in the library or something. Meathook Massacre?
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Meathook Massacre X6. That's going to take care of the entire board.
The Flood, not, working a little bit. However,
okay.
The Bombardment answered. The Squee exiled.
Okay.
All of these lands really only tap for mana. Mills still has a bit to fight back from this, but that bought a turn for Gabor.
It certainly did. Maybe even more than a turn. Didn't you gain some life as well?
Yeah.
Okay. And they only have to mill Zach out. I lied, by the way. It's probably more than 3 cards. Here's the white.
It's probably more than 3 cards. There's probably lethal power multiple times over, and things just recur from the graveyard naturally.
Okay, well, the Honored Hydra is coming back, but that's being eternalized. Or embalmed.
Right.
Other one.
And that white
How big is the white?
Gigantic.
Okay.
Ooh, look at that
Nice.
Hydra.
Love it. The embalmed Hydra.
Okay.
Oh! It's not over yet.
You want to talk about a top deck?
Carnage Interpreter. What do you read in the in the gore? The viscera. So it's something.
1 card
Pass?
drawn.
I'm gonna. Yeah. Looks like it's gonna be crack another one. So make sure we're using the right mana here. Okay. Okay. Blood Artist. Not dead yet.
Nice in conjunction with the Meathook Massacre.
Okay, so Carnage is jumping in front of the white, the gigantic white. Gabor takes 6. Gains 1 from Meathook Massacre. Opponent loses 1. Oh, sorry. Blood Artist also does the thing. Here's the Warren Soul Trader. Okay.
Unearth the Interpreter?
Oh!
No. Let's crook
That's,
about that.
That's not happening. keep going. Keep drawing. What's in the deck? I mean, they've drawn so many lands. Yeah, and Mel says this is the graveyard. It's so close. Okay, that's another land. There's still clues there.
And I believe Gabor did not get Gravecrawler, so there's no full Soul Trader combo.
Okay. Skull Clamp? Skull Clamping
I would suit up the Soul Trader.
Okay, and just block?
Because I think, the Hydra's going to come in for 6. You have to block the white.
Right.
And the Blood Artist is part of how you win. That's how you convert these chump blocks into actual damage.
Right. Well, I don't know if damage is what's going on here, necessarily.
You think the mill plan is how you do it.
2 cards.
Well, clamping the Blood Artist is not going to help you in that front, right?
Right. That's fair. Yeah, I agree. I think clamp the Soul Trader. You're going to get to draw anyway when it dies. Mm-hmm. Wow, that Meat Hook Massacre was so huge for Gabor.
Just imagine if there was a Meat Hook Massacre too.
I cannot. I don't have to. It was a land. Everything's getting in. And, wow, there was no equip. Pretty interesting. For Gabor. So, it's going to be block. 2 Blood Artists. Is Blood Artist other or counts itself?
It counts itself.
Okay. So, Gabor at 4, Mills at 3. What did they find? Oh, is it anything? Does it do anything?
I really can't think of a reason why you wouldn't just Skull Clamp that Soul Trader.
I don't know. Okay, that's gonna do it. Zach Mills gets there with 1 card.
And looks at the top 2 cards. The second one down was cut to ribbons. That would have been lethal.
That would have been lethal. So unfortunate.
Zach Mills and this Golgari. I don't know what to call this deck. It's like kind of self-milling. This Golgari graveyard deck.
That one was an easy one. You know?
Yeah. Thank you for spiking the ball.
Yeah. All right. Golgari graveyard deck and Zach Mills. They're going to be taking away the win from that match. A little bit unfortunate for Gabor, but really sweet Rakdos deck as well. I believe we're going to go to a quick break. And then after that, we will have round 17 for you. Plenty of Magic played here at CubeCon, and it is not over by a long way. Round number 17 coming up after this.
Hey, this is Anthony Adams from the UberCube podcast, and I want to talk about the Monopoly featured at CubeCon 2024. This is my twist on the Desert Cube genre, where I'm utilizing treasures as fast mana and lands enter the play tapped, where everybody needs to draft their lands in order to find success with this environment. The idea behind the Monopoly was, what if I could take a board game that people either love or hate, Monopoly, and turn it into a cube? So I did that by putting basically cards that personify the idea of economics within the cube, where treasures are very forward, and the idea is the rich keep getting richer and the poor keep getting poorer, and this cube is riddled with Easter eggs. So let's start out with, how do you weaponize treasures in this environment? Cards like Revel in Riches, or Killer Service, or Dragon Spark Reactor, which is my electric company, or Fame the Broker, which is like a pawn shop guy. But then we can't have the Monopoly without the traditional game pieces, so how do we represent cards like the Boot, or the Dog, or the Race Car, etc.? Well, Spirited Companion is my dog, Bill the Pony is the horse, Fleetwheel Cruiser is the race car, and Sky Sovereign Console Ship flagship is the Battle Cruiser. If you want to see a top hat, Ethereal Investigator has one, but don't get caught and go to jail. Or you've got Mimic, where you can take a chance, or Community Chest. Or if you got to wear those boots from the game pieces, Zephyr Boots will do it. But you can't have the Monopoly without Pennsylvania Railroad, B&O Railroad, Reading Railroad, or Shortline. How did I do that? Well, Luxurious Locomotive, Renegade Freighter, Untethered Express, or Andara Express can take you to your victory. So buckle up, everybody. Use those treasures to either spend or save. Get those rogues moving forward and try to go for victory. This cube is a desert environment riddled with Easter eggs. Hope everybody has a great time. And other than that, happy cubing!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon 2024. My name is Hayu. I am here with Ryan Overturf, and we are about to bring you round 17 here at CubeCon. We are still playing the Idris Graveyard Cube, and we've already seen quite a lot of shenanigans, although maybe not as many shenanigans as you might imagine coming into this cube.
Varying degrees of shenanigans.
Yeah, the scale could go up further, is what
You
we're
get the
saying.
shenanigan-o-meter on. We'll slide that.
Okay, all right. There's been a lot of kind of bespoke measuring apparatus discussed on this stream this weekend, and I appreciate that. That's the kind of conversation that I live for, personally.
Same.
Let's have a look at the decks of the competitors. I believe that we're going to have our feature drafter, Connor Olbuck, with this Jund mid-range strategy. We've already talked a lot about this deck, so, what I'm going to say is I really want to see a Hogak come from the graveyard.
Yes. We saw Trumpeting Carnosaur tapped to convoke Hogak from a hand in the previous round. That was cool.
That was cool.
I think your ask for it to do something busted is reasonable, and something that I would like to see as well.
Yeah, I would also like to see Grist flip.
Yes.
All right, let's have a look at what Connor is playing against. This time it's Eric Hoffman's deck, and this is the Lockmere Serpent Nexus of Fate deck that we saw a little while ago. What do you think? What is on your wish list?
Yeah, well, let's call it. This is a Glarb deck. I think we can all agree that this is a Glarb deck. Glarb, Calamity's Augur would be the deck's commander if this was that kind of format. So,
actually, Ryan,
you need a fourth color. You need a partner.
Yeah,
for Glarb.
I hate to bring this to you, but there's red in this deck. So
this is mostly a Glarb deck.
You can tell Ryan does not really play commander.
This is Glarb splashing Korvold.
And Bobrick.
And so, this deck is really trying to cast expensive spells. And that's what we saw a lot. Big part of the game plan was just casting the Mimeoplasm, just casting Lockmere Servant, that top of the curve stuff. And Glarb really the most powerful thing that kind of lets this deck gel.
I think Ryan's trying to set a record for how many times he can say the word Glarb.
That's correct.
Yeah. 7? Let's go to the action. Round number 1, game number 1, even. It's definitely not round number 1. Landscape go for Hoffman. And Olbach's gonna cycle on Ash Barrens. I was like searching my mind. I was like, what are the wonders? Is it Grist type? No. Do we deserve Grist?
Yes.
Surprisingly uplifting answer from Ryan Overturf. You don't get those often.
So...
Oh, Hoffman's on the mulligan here.
You are interpreting deserving Grist as a good thing.
What's not to love?
The art is horrific.
That's just his face. How is that horrific? That's pretty sleek and minimalist as magic art goes.
That skull is real creepy.
Okay, I hadn't seen the skull before now. Now that's all I can look at. Which is good, because I don't want to look at Scrapheap Scrounger ever again.
Wow. I
That
got
was maybe
bad
a little
news about
harsh.
the nature of that card. Because when it keeps coming back.
That's why I've seen it so many times. But you know what it can't do?
Block.
Yeah, correct. Can't do that.
Kira's follower really not wants to attack.
No.
But it can.
It can.
Unlike Scrapheap Scrounger and its ability to block. Players off to the races here.
I would love it if this game was just a race between
These two creatures.
I mean, it would be a little bit deterministic.
Right.
Someone might skip their combat step.
I'd like a little more texture than that, I will say.
What's your favorite texture?
I don't know what the categories are.
Crunchy?
Okay.
Smooth?
Rashad Miller is telling me that crunchy is a texture.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a front runner. I'd like a crunchy game, yeah.
Bet you do. Do you like a sweaty game as well?
Is that a texture?
It can be, I think. For people? Question mark. Yeah, Scrapheap Scrounger's going to be bumping faces with Wonder. And the follow-up Quorum. So that's currently getting +3/+0. And Wonder doesn't mind being in the graveyard either.
No. I would argue I would be happier having a Wonder in my graveyard than a Scrap Heap Scrounger.
I would too. But only because I don't want to ever look at Scrap Heap Scrounger ever again.
I think you can exile Scrap Heap Scrounger to its own ability.
Can you?
And that way it won't come into play.
You made me really happy.
I could be wrong.
Back in the day... Okay, you know what? I'm not going to tell this.
Oh, another. They thought of everything.
Another? Wow. They never let us have fun. I often
That's
think
a really good way to stop you from misclicking on Magic Online. That's probably a big part of the consideration.
And I appreciate that because, boy, do I misclick on Magic Online. And we talking about Daybreak, obviously one of our sponsors here, love Magic Online. But the first 3 months of playing Magic Online, the number of combat steps I skipped, astronomical.
Daybreak Games does a lot of good work. They cannot save you from yourself.
Mm-hmm. But have they tried?
Why bother?
Yeah, that's fair. Ledger Shredder comes down, no second spell to follow up with. It's always a little bit sad.
Mm-hmm. Leaving the follower up, a little suspicious. The Wonder gives it flying. I don't know if this Jund guy has reach or not. There's a lot of words there, but I don't believe it has reach.
I don't think it's a guy either.
Okay. This Jund card.
Yeah, it looks like it should have reach. Does that help?
No.
Okay, there's no reach. It's getting in for 3 though.
So it does some milling, and then you can cast a card, put it into the graveyard this turn.
Yeah, when it attacks, each player mills a card, and during each of your turns, you may play a land and cast a spell from among cards in graveyards that were put there from libraries this turn.
But you have to have the right color. You can't use mana of any color.
Correct.
Okay, so you can't just steal the Mimeoplasm and exile a Wonder, because that would be incredible.
That would be insane.
But yeah, you would need blue mana to make that happen.
But it is still pretty great. Like, that's a lot of value.
Yeah, players asking the same thing. You want this Mimeoplasm? Well, you can't have it.
Psych. My Mimeoplasm. Says Hoffman.
Mimeoplasmy.
Oh my god. Why do men do this?
Do what?
Just your joke, but worse. Wait, might happen. I see Grist.
Ooh.
Come on, Connor, do it. Do it for us. Do it for the booth. Grist, does Scrap Heap Scrounger trigger it?
We need a creature.
Okay.
We need something to exile. You'll recall, but the Scrounger cannot exile itself to itself.
Okay, but Connor could sacrifice the Quorum to Flare of black.
Flare of Malice, yeah.
Yeah. Was that a deep root? Wayfinder?
Where?
In hand?
I didn't get a good look.
All right, okay. Back over to Hoffenstein. Sells the Ledger Shredder. All the creatures have flying, and more flyers are about to join the fray.
More importantly, Ledger Shredder Drakehaven combo.
Combo assembled.
It hasn't happened yet.
No.
But at some point in this game, if it goes long enough, one or both players will cast 2 spells on the same turn.
Okay.
That will enable the Ledger Shredder to draw and discard a card, and that will enable Hoffen to pay 1 mana to make a 2/2 flying creature.
Honestly, this Drakehaven has been hyped up for so long.
This is kind of like the game Mousetrap.
Is it?
No.
I've never played the game Mousetrap.
Well, I'm not even sure how it's a game, actually. You kind of just play with
What
things.
is it, then? It's just a vibe?
yeah, Mousetrap is a vibe, yeah.
Slayer of Malice, edict one of these things, but you get to choose.
This Kiora's follower has attacked for 2 and done nothing else, so I think that's the one I would get rid of.
I love this, though. Gotta get your value first.
Oh, yeah, you gotta untap this land. When you get Stone Rained, do you always float the mana?
Of course.
Yeah, you got it. Same thing.
Though I would prefer to just not get stone rained. Obviously. Back over to Olberg's turn, and it's going to be swinging with the team. Mill with Cora. That's not helpful.
No, that logic knot will not be cast and likely wouldn't be useful if it were. His cruelty is good, though. The answer to the shredder.
Yeah. Exiles it. Combo disassembled.
And
now that Drake Haven is doing stone cold nothing.
Right, yeah. That shredder enabler. The player's about to cast a second spell in a turn, and it will not happen.
What's the Deep Root Wayfinder? Hoffman is down to just 10 life, and Olbak closing in on taking this first game in round number 17. Blooming Marsh tapped go, says Hoffman. That is not looking very helpful.
I'm just going to say Drake Haven was better than this in my cube.
I believe you. Mill.
Whoa, okay. That Corvold mill, that's huge. Albach can cast that, and it's really strong.
Wait, does that flip Grist?
So you're casting a card from a graveyard. I think that's what's happening.
It just Grist just has so much text on it.
Well, also the card allowing us to cast the Corvold is a lot of text.
Words everywhere. And Olbak, I would do it. Just do it. Just cast that Corvold.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
We didn't even get to find out if it transforms Grist. But, yeah.
My Vold, the Vegas game. Not yours. We're going to go to game number 2. Hoffman is trying to play catch-up here, and Olbak just needs to get this one. And this is a nice aggressive start. 1 mana, 2/1 on turn 1. What more could he want?
A Scrap Heap Scrounger on
Oh
turn
my.
2.
Okay. all right. Here's Edge of Autumn for Hoffman.
Pretty important for Hoffman's deck to have this stuff. Yeah, I talked a lot about how this is very much a Glarb deck, and the 5 mana cards are pretty important. So the mana acceleration to actually get there, that means a lot.
The thing is, Ryan, that after a while, every word you say sounds like Glab already. Like without.
I don't know what you want me to do about that. That's not actionable information.
More coherent. I am obviously the expert of coherence at this moment in time. So they call me. Oh my goodness.
Oh, we got the Tarmo die.
Tarmo die. Love that. Still don't like putting a die on Tarmogoyf to track it.
Maybe you shouldn't say that. Don't want to get sued, because that's not the official Tarmo die.
You know, in a previous life, I was an intellectual property lawyer. Now I talk about children's card games. I'm joking. This is a game for adults.
You have fun here at CubeCon.
That's the point.
Yes.
I was told. I was promised fun.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, the fun is mandated.
It's illegal to not have fun.
Correct.
At CubeCon. So let's have a check. Yep. There's an instant. There's a sorcery. So it's a 4 coming across. Hoffman.
Unfortunately, the cruelty exiling the follower.
Right.
You would like to turn up that Tarmogoyf, but still a good turn.
Still a good turn. Hoffman down to 17? Doesn't.
Yeah, it's hard to get to 17 when you take 4 damage.
That's true. Oh, this is one of my favorite cards.
The Master of Crankles?
Just every Eldraine card is just such a banger, and Hoffman is just going to be so heartless and counter it.
I think smart.
Yeah,
I think
smart.
That was intelligent. Well, here's an unfortunate aspect of that counter. That crab is creature and artifact for the Tarmogoyf.
That's true. Okay. Goyf up to 4, coming in for 6.
Wild swings on the life total here.
I guess Hoffman's at 8. Something pretty low facing down this massive Tarmogoyf.
This smells like a Lockmere Serpent to me.
What does a Lockmere Serpent smell like?
6 untapped mana, playing a land you could have cycled. Then you might ask as a follow-up, what does that smell like?
Is it going to be Lockmere Serpent?
Well, I see you've heard this one before.
Well, there was no Lockmere Serpent.
Is it just
least with
nothing?
blocks.
Oh, it's Takenuma.
It's Takenuma?
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to do it. You know? And
Maybe,
Olbak, with the aggro plan.
Yeah, Lockmere Serpent maybe smells a lot like a dead opponent, actually, if this is what the play is.
Just watery, you know? Like a big snake.
Yeah, kind of briny.
Briny. No. See, now you're showing your ignorance again. A loch is a lake. A lake is a freshwater body of water.
There are some saltwater lakes.
Not in Scotland.
In order to demonstrate my ignorance again, I would have to have previously ceased demonstrating my ignorance.
You're right. There was no repetitive quality there. And this is the Takenuma, I believe.
Yes.
And Hoffman's going to be able to get a creature back.
Sidisi's Faithful. A creature that could sacrifice itself to return a creature to the opponent's hand.
Okay. Doesn't help that much.
Could also just show up as an 0/4.
Hey, it's blocking something.
If you got an answer to the Goyf
as well.
Okay. It can't sack itself.
All right. Let's try again. Try again next turn.
Nexus of Fate, really strong card. Extra turn effect that is sort of reusable pretty naturally because it just keeps shuffling in. But you need to have something else going on. You can't just be tapping out and not doing anything. So that buys a turn, it's a redraw. If it shows up again, it's a redraw every time, but Hoffman needs something else.
You don't want to play 7 mana Explore?
Well, it's not even Explore because you have to draw the Nexus of Fate.
It's true. Oh, okay. Return time. You know, this is fine. This is fine. This sets the clock back again.
Okay.
That's basically a time warp.
Bounces the Goyf, blocks the Wanderer. Allback does have a number of other removal spells in the deck.
That's true. It's gonna start off with the Armadillo. Just get a land. Gain
And
some
3
life.
life. 23. Crushing it.
Well, I mean, when your opponent's at 2.
Running
It's all
up the
relative.
score.
It's all about the cube context.
Yes.
We keep saying that. We're going to make it a thing. I believe. Right, so...
Oh, actually, we got the vents.
Oh, we can fire up the vents? Okay, get on the team. Got to block this
The
one.
vents has Menace.
Can't block that one. That's going to do it. Connor Olbak, 2-0 takes this one down against Eric Hoffman. And that was round number 17 for Olbak. And I'm glad that we got to see Olbak kind of take one down with the deck that we watched him draw.
Yeah, and we saw kind of the value of those efficient threats that Allback was able to pick up.
Right.
The Dread Wanderer, the Scrap Heap Scrounger, and just a little bit of interaction. There are going to be games and matchups where that is enough to cross the finish line.
There we have it. All right, so we are going to go away for a quick break, and when we come back, we have more Magic from round number 17. So we will be watching more graveyard stuff happening right after this.
Hi, this is Anthony Adams from Raleigh, North Carolina, and the CubeCon podcast. And I want to say thank you for selecting the film Birds of Paradise to be featured at CubeCon 2024. The idea of the Cube is to celebrate the contributions of women in the magic multiverse. Let's get right to it. The Azorius section is going to be your control blink section. I have cards like Turn to Mist, Dream Trawler, and Sublime Epiphany. Very powerful section. But for those players that don't want to wait around and control the game, they move straight into the aggro Boros section with cards like Captain Lenary Storm or Aurelia or Thalia. But if you want to kind of interweave the Azorius into the Dimir and have a amazing control shell, you can run cards like Liliana the Last Hope or Lilia. These are just powerhouses. Then we move over to what's been labeled the strongest archetype in the cube, the Rock or Golgari, where you can feature cards like Grist or Ghoul's Night Out or Sarith. Mid-range strategies rule in this cube. Gruul is also pairs well with the forward section we just talked about, where you get to run characters like Samut or Vivian or Nissa that's not on the page or Naelith. I wanted to lean into the heroines of the Magic universe. Then we move over to our Is It Spells Matter section, where I'm going to run cards like Sahili and Prismari Command or Seagate Stormcaller, which is kind of my Snapcaster at home for the environment. Then we move over to our Rakdos section, which is going to be our it's going to be our Rakdos sack and combined with our Stacks and Taxes Aristocrats type package, where you're going to see cards like Judith and Massacre Girl or Braids. And we go over into Orzhov Kaya, which is an amazing character, or Thalia. Then we move over to our Selesnya section, which is going to just pair well with your token strategies in the cube, where cards like Arwen or Tristani or Miri can take you to victory. Then we go into our Simic section, where ramp mid-range control, where the most featured card that I did recently, and I'm happy to see at CubeCon, it's Bonnie Powell, the clear cutter, really used that mana to just drive that game home. I hope everybody enjoys this cube. Thank you, Bob, for choosing this cube, and I want to say happy cubing.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back to coverage of CubeCon 2024. We are at the business end of Saturday here at CubeCon. I know what day of the week it is.
I had faith. I knew you would get there.
Thank you, Ryan. I'm here with Ryan. We're covering Idris Graveyard Cube, Idrisless Idris Graveyard Cube, and we're about to give you some more magic from round number 17. We have Hunter, Hershko, Fugit. This is our favorite deck, I think.
This deck is sick. It is a Storm combination deck that also plays a pretty good fair game. We have Thing in the Ice, and it's a sideboard card. There's an Anger of the Gods hanging off screen that was pretty important in the first round here. Allows the Crackling Drake and the Murktide Regent to really overpower some decks there.
All right, and let's have a look at what Hunter is going to be playing against. It's Nick Little's deck. I love this deck.
This deck was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I want to see Archfiend of Ifnir, though. Since we're just asking for things now.
I think that this is a tough pull for the Archfiend. I don't know if it's particularly strong against what the opponent is up to here.
That's fair. That's fair. It is sweet though. So Conrad the Grim also could be pretty interesting if you manage to discard a bunch of stuff at once. So let's see. Let's go down to the action and see what happens here. Game number 1 between Hunter and Nick. And it looks like we have Hunter on the play with the Surveil.
Surveilling away for bid is telling. I imagine we are looking for a land if we're milling that one.
I'm going to get going with Thing in the Ice. How can you not love this card?
I've cast a lot of Thing in the Ice.
It's just so sweet. It blocks, it attacks.
And who could forget the other side of the card, Thing out of the ice?
Otherwise known as Thing.
Yes.
All right, we're going back over to Hunter, who... Was that Thought Scour?
Yes.
Okay. So both players just getting set up. JBP, not quite as powerful without Time Walk.
Can you believe that he just guarded the Archfiend there?
My soul just left my body. Come on. That's okay, all right. And Hunter's going to do something very sensible, like play Seasoned Pyromancer and get a bunch of value.
Seasoned Pyromancer, kind of a nice one to combine with the Thing in the Ice. Anytime you have other creatures with enters abilities, with E abilities, good to pick those up with the Awoken Horror.
That's true. Bet little wishes he had an Archfiend with you. That's all I can say. Waker of Waves is going to the graveyard. And doing a bit of card selection as well. I mean, JVP it's getting there. But is there anything to flash back yet?
Not just yet.
I mean, things already look so dire for Nick.
Nick is behind.
Let's see whether he has stuff that can help him catch up.
Hunter did miss that 4th land drop.
Okay.
Don't always need it. Crackling Drake's in the graveyard. That's one of the reasons to want it.
So Conrad goes to the graveyard. Is it a Victimize?
Ooh, all right. You'll get your wish.
Hope so.
Or actually, Jace will transform and you will not.
What? I love how Hunter's like, yeah, you can't miss that one.
Whoa, back up.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
all right.
This would be a good one to victimize away.
Okay. Jace went up, presumably.
Yes.
And we're going to go back over to Hunter. There's still 3 counters on Thing in the Ice, so that's still some ways away.
Mm-hmm. There are some quick ways to do it. Frantic Search, probably the best combination with Thing in the Ice, but that's also the top part of the graveyard.
Yeah, that's... Well, I mean, it is a graveyard cube. Here's Tamio, though.
Tamio, a little less good with the Thing. You would like to transform it before that happens.
Oh, this time. This Tamio.
Ooh, we're playing Ash Barrens. You gotta think that means there's a 3-mana spell being represented
Right, what
here.
does that mean? No, you told me what it means, I know. You don't have to tell me again. Little's gonna consider his options.
I like it. That was good.
Smooth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this time the Victimize is gonna happen. Archfiend? Is it Archfiend time? Please? For me?
I believe that the card that Hunter is representing is Prismari Command.
Okay.
Also, Victimize does not sacrifice a creature as an additional cost.
Oh,
it's when the spell resolves. You sacrifice a creature. The Skulker has a counter, though, so just like killing it, that leaves a squid behind. So the Victimize will still work.
Okay.
So like shocking that in response is not really anything at this point.
Right. Okay. Well, Thing in the Ice does lose a counter. And it looks like it's going to be make a treasure. Plus potentially kill this squid king.
Kind of wonder if you try to, well, it doesn't necessarily make sense to target the Jace because the Awoken Horror will be able to clean that up. That's a point. There's a spot you could aim 2 points.
Right. I guess it was draw 2, discard 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Okay. Now we understand where we are. Victimize is still happening. You think? Oh, I guess now we're looking for squid tokens?
You would hate to not have the squid token that's about to be returned to hand by the Awoken Horror.
I agree. It's gonna be Sir Conrad and Waker of Waves. Nobody wants me to have fun.
Well, actually, I don't think Hunter has the ability to transform this thing in the ice. There's been a lot of churn in the hand.
Is it Darcy?
I think it was Underworld Breach, so scratch that.
Okay.
This turn could be very explosive.
Yeah, anything could happen. Everything could happen.
Everything can, and very well, maybe will happen.
Very well, maybe will has been called.
Yes. Very common, easily parsable, sensical statement.
Sensical? Wow. You're right.
Okay, so Dragon Race Channeler, actually, that makes this Underworld Breach really easy to turn through the whole deck.
Okay.
So I think it's quite likely that we're going to see a Tendrils kill this turn.
All right. Talk us through it, Ryan.
Yeah, so there's already a lot of cards in the graveyard. Underworld Breach comes down. Frantic Search is being escaped. That's going to trigger Dragon's Rage Channeler. You get to Surveil. Once again, we have accidentally almost exiled the Frantic Search. That's going to go back to the graveyard. It simply has escape. We're going to resolve this. That's going to draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards.
Okay.
Hunter's empty-handed. Doesn't matter. They go to the graveyard, but they have escape.
Tammy's going to flip.
Yes. Every time we do this, we get to untap 3 lands. Eventually, we find Lion's Eye Diamond. Lion's Eye Diamond is important because it is our source of 2 black mana for Tendrils of Agony.
Right. Okay, so this is actually just factually a kill.
And we don't even need to go to the full 20 if there was concern about milling, because this thing in the ice is going to transform into Awoken Horror, and that's 7 points. So that makes the math a little bit easier.
I have to say, I do think Tamir should have flipped before Thing in the Ice transformed.
I have to say you're right. I have to say it doesn't matter.
You have to.
I have to.
It's in the contract.
It must be said by me.
That's one of my diva clauses for doing that. My co-caster has to say that I'm right. Can you imagine? You don't have to.
Yes, I can.
All right. The horror is awoken. We're gonna keep searching.
So
that
Storm
count?
at 5,
Okay.
yes.
Is there some way in which this can fizzle or go wrong?
The concern would be if Hunter actually ran out of cards in library,
Right.
which, we've been through so many, and the Frantic Search itself has to draw 2 cards every time. But given the Awoken Horror, I believe we should clear that bar pretty easily. Also, at some point, you're just casting the Lion's Eye Diamond.
Right.
If the math works out that Lion's Eye Diamond is the bottom card in the library, and there's an odd number of cards in deck, that is a way that the Frantic Search itself could miss. However, there's a lot of cards here. Another card might just be able to cantrip and get you there.
Right.
And this looks like 4 cards, so I think we're in the clear on the potential nightmare scenario.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we've established that. Yeah, let's have a look. I'm going to look through my opponent's deck and see what's going on. Which is actually a very sensible thing to do.
Yes. Sensible.
Sensical, even. Wow, we're just so on the same wavelength. Okay. So, what is there to think about?
If you're Hunter? Well, so 2 cards were drawn since it looked like there were 4, and there's clearly at least 4 now. So that wasn't fanned out as well so I could read it. So there could still be like library count considerations.
Well, also you're not getting 3 cards each time.
Oh, may have actually run out of the total cards. So the Lion's Eye Diamond also could be important to discard some of these cards from hand.
Right, because the Darcy got bounced, so you weren't able to surveil each time.
Right.
Where are the cards? What's happening?
We might have run out.
Did it happen?
Oh no.
Is this real life?
I fear it might. Well, hold on. Okay. So Faithless Looting means we can ditch the whole library now, and then Lion's Eye Diamond will be going to the graveyard.
Right.
And you can escape. So you just need enough cards to escape that as well as this Tendrils.
Okay.
So the Lion's Eye Diamond is just from hand, too. That makes it even easier.
Oh, well, then that's easy.
All right.
Okay,
We're
all right.
worrying about nothing.
It was almost a tragedy.
Yes.
Almost.
It was stressful.
It was stressful. But ultimately, Hunter got there, so we're going to go to game number 2, and we'll get those life totals fixed up for you in just a second. Nick starting off with the Ash Barons, as is tradition. Ash's tradition. Here's Shadowstorm Vizier. I mean, this can get there.
It can. We've seen it.
We have. Is there a survivor? No. But there is, I mean, that's
No,
sweet.
but that is nice.
Yeah.
The currency converter. Leaving up some mana here, leaving a point of damage on the table. Gotta wonder if this means there's some interaction being left up. Oh, well, got memory lapsed anyway.
Okay. So. That's fine. That one you're pretty happy to put back on top.
Right. I'll try this again.
Yeah.
Turns out I wanted to cast it.
Do you think memory lapse is better than counterspell?
Contextually. CubeCon textually.
CubeCon textually.
I'll tell you that memory lapse is not a fun card. It is categorically very unfun.
Do you think counterspell's fun?
Yes.
I agree.
My first casual deck, I bought it from a friend, sold me a Magic the Gathering deck for $10. We could play together. My deck, he sold me a deck with 4 counterspells. So the person that was trying to get me to play the game with him said, you should play this deck with 4 counterspells. So that's always just been part of the game for me. I won, my win condition of that deck was Prodigal Sorcerer. So that gives you a feel for the rest of the power level.
One of the first decks I learned to play with had like Overburden and Lethal Vapors, and it was just a deck that just bounced all your stuff and made you discard all your things, and it was awful.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Yeah. Shout out to my fiance for that one. Crackling Drake is not long for this world.
By currency converter, madnessing circular logic. Just like we drew it up.
That is magic. That's magic. I honestly think that's really sweet.
Yes.
Really, really sweet.
Completely agree.
Yeah. Here's Darcy. Is there Delirium? There's got to be Delirium.
I see a land. I see some instants.
Okay, well, here we go.
There's a Crackling Drake. Frantic search how to get us there if we're not there already. I mean, not by virtue of being an instant, by virtue of discarding something else.
Oh, okay. I was like,
There's a sorcery. There's that Tendrils that we don't care about ever having in our hand.
Nope. Do we have Breach?
We certainly don't need it yet.
No.
And this looks like it's more important to have. Like Unholy Heat taking care of that Sir Conrad, so things can't get too out of hand.
Okay. And Little is just left with Shadowstorm Vizier, which is itself pretty little right now, but
Little is left with little, one might say.
You're a joke, but worse. Currency Converter is going to do some converting. This time it's just a land, so no rogues are going to be made, but Vizier is going to be getting in for 2, and that means Tamio at least can't just bounce. Right?
Yeah, you could try to block with the Tamio, or you could throw the Dragonite Channeler in the way. I wouldn't recommend it. I like the no blocks there.
Squid is back.
The Skulker be skulking.
That's all he knows how to do, okay? Go easy. Come on. Tamio's going to get in, make a clue. Darcy's getting in as well. I mean, that one had to be done.
Yeah.
And
it's like Occult Epiphany in hand, as well as Dig Through Time and Faithless Looting.
Those all sound like great cards.
Yeah.
I want to play those cards.
It's a little tough to figure out sequencing because they're all kind of
the same card.
They all shape your draw when you resolve them. And you also think a little bit when it comes to both the looting and the Dig Through Time, what you're using as far as graveyard sources, or what your graveyards will look like after that. I kind of do like starting with the Epiphany.
Oh, I love this.
It's very easy to discard the Faithless Looting to that one.
Yeah, we already talked a lot about how we love cards that combo with currency converter. Here's one of them.
Discarding Waker Waves. Yeah, cycling, a nice synergy. And synergizes with the Skulker.
Does it?
I mean, cycling does, yeah. It's drawing an extra card.
Sure. Making a treasure. You get the counter in your draw step as well, right? That's why we have 2?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, every card.
Now we're gonna get a bunch more. This is sweet. This is what you want. You know, you put Skulker in your deck. This is how you imagine it going.
I want that thing to get large.
Large. Not gigantic just yet. Oh wait. How about no? Is this a bounce?
No, this is a Cult Epiphany. It's a draw 3, discard 3.
Okay.
And then a 1/1 Flying Spirit's going to show up for every card type discarded. There goes the Faithless Looting. That one, pretty easy to discard that card. Didn't see what the other card types were.
If you think about it, it's kind of like a Skulker.
Well, not if you think about it much.
I wouldn't.
I would not dream of it.
I wouldn't. So, do we have a count on the Vizier right now? There was a Waker of Waves. Was that this turn?
So Waker was this turn. I don't think there's too much in the way of that one. There's a lot of extra cards drawn, but the Vizier does not care about the opponent discarding. So that Treasure Cruise is just good for the Skulker.
Right. Okay, well, Hunter's going to go down to 12, taking the damage from the Vizier, throwing one of these spirits in front of the Skulker, which is pretty big.
Yes.
And then you make squid equal to the number of counters, right? Not the power.
Correct.
That's not an Elender. Do you know Elender? The Dusk Rose?
It's a fairy of some kind.
Oh my god. She's a vampire.
Oh yeah, you're right.
She's just my favorite.
I'm thinking of Glanalandra, I think.
Yeah.
Which is also just like not the fairy, it's the place.
Really?
I think so.
Glanalandra is the place?
I think it's the place. I don't know. You called me a Vorthos, but I did not claim that title.
Okay, well, Tamio has flipped. And Hunter needs to find Underworld Breach. Right, like it feels like the win conditions are Crackling Drake, which is in the bin, and Storm.
Right. Yeah, Thing in the Ice, but it is really tough to play and transform that with this little mana.
Right.
Okay, so I think that there's a conversation happening right now around a Cult Epiphany transforming Tamio, and when that happens, and if it happened at a point where Little could have attacked it with these creatures, saying that he would have liked to have done that.
I see.
So that's
So when
fun.
did it happen, though? Do we know?
So I believe it happened in response to it happened in response to Treasure Cruise, right? It didn't really make sense that it happened then, because like he wasn't able to draw anything that could interact, but that is when it happened.
Okay, I see. So yeah, so technically the answer is yes. Right?
Yeah, they should have been able to attack the Tamio,
Yeah,
that's my
okay.
understanding.
That's fair. I think that is very much fair, you know? And I think, you know, as sensible broadcasters, we should say, always call it judge.
Yes. They are here to help.
Yeah. And the number of times I've heard stories of people just letting things go or not doing it out of some kind of awkwardness or whatever it is, just do it. Just call the judge.
Especially when you're here at CubeCon.
Right.
This is a casual rules enforcement.
Right.
We are here to have fun.
We are. And it's also a learning moment, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Once you've asked the judge once, then you know.
Every single cube draft that these players do, many of them are playing a new cube for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Many of these cubes have tremendous levels of complexity.
Right.
Reading cards for one of the first times, seeing how they interact with different cards for the first time. A lot going on here.
And Hunter's going to be doing some digging. Surveil first. Put that in the bin. And are we just looking for breach here?
I have to imagine.
Was the search, has that gone already? Is that in the graveyard? I mean?
The frantic search?
Mm-hmm.
It was not cast, but it might have been discarded. There's been a couple of things where the discard happens slightly off screen.
Hate it when things happen slightly off screen.
Yeah, the card right on top of Tendrils in the graveyard looks like it might be Frantic Search, but it also might be Forbid.
Do you remember you saying the word forbid earlier?
It is a word I have said before. I can confirm that.
Well, I mean, Hunter's also picked up the graveyard and exiled cards for Delve and stuff, so the ordering isn't necessarily representative of chronology. And I'm going to see Seasoned Pyromancer. Pitch 2 cards, make a 1/1, draw 2.
And this buys a lot of time against the Skulker, which itself does not have Island Walk.
Right.
There are still ways for Little's deck to make a massive attack with the Vizier.
Mm-hmm.
The deck has multiple cards that draw a ton of cards.
Right.
Windfall is not a draw 7 proper, but it draws some.
Right.
And then there's the Echo of Eons, which is a draw 7.
Right. And that Skulker does keep getting bigger, though. And, there are ways, right? Victimize.
To sacrifice the
To
Skulker.
sacrifice it,
right.
yeah. And so I'm going to draw for 10. We're trying to peek at Little's hand, but
Looks like Windfall's in the spread. Neither player with many cards. It's a Ghostly Pilferer, which is sort of Key to the City incarnate. It's a 2/1 that has most of the text of that card, plus some more text.
love text.
Yeah, it also has a static ability where if your opponent plays a card from a zone other than their hand, you draw a card.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of nice.
But if your opponent's killing you with Storm that turn, does that help?
If you have a card that can do anything against Breach, looping Frantic Search, then that will draw you closer to that card. You'll get a lot of triggers.
We're not sure that Little does have a card like that.
Right.
Well, here's the Pilferer, though. I mean, it's really just coming down to Little trying to get the damage through against Hunter before inevitably
Little's deck has the Circular Logic and Snapcaster Mage.
Mm-hmm.
And there's 5 mana here, so I want to say we already saw the Circular Logic this game, but with 5 mana, we are drawing to Snapcaster Mage as a counterspell.
Okay. Okay, all right, okay. So we could see a counter on Breach. And then if that happened, is it just over for Hunter?
It's a lot harder. There's not a lot of cards in the library here.
Okay. I'm having a read of Tameo, so +2 until your next turn. A creature gets -1/-0 if it attacks. -3 return target instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. So it's the classic Tameo thing. And if it's a green card, you get a mana.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. I don't know if I've ever seen this card in a blue-green deck doing that, but nice upside.
I think
Picking up Frantic Search here, though.
Okay, so it was Frantic Search. Okay, so now, I mean, Hunter just has to find Breach.
Right.
So Surveil to the top.
Well, Surveil to the top is scary.
Yeah, you do not want to see that. Is that commit memory?
I was just going to ask the same question. That card
What
is
a card.
nice. Is it good here? I don't really think so.
Who cares?
But that card is nice.
I would cast commit memory at any time in any game. How could you not? So we've got a spirit token there. An official government spirit token.
No, it should be blue if that was from the Occult Epiphany. The government once again letting us down.
Yeah, I heard there was no white in this cube. What's happening? Unbelievable.
Maybe it is white.
Oh, there it is.
Probably actually is white. All right, the Breach is in
What
the
is this
graveyard
mill?
because of Thought Scour, and that's bad.
And Tamio can't even get that back.
It's not where you want that.
Oh my goodness. And now... Okay.
And then Nick is doing the library count.
Yeah. Better do that.
No, you got 8 cards here, and none of them are Underworld Breach.
Yeah, but commit memory, doesn't that reshuffle?
It does reshuffle, yeah. Being able to resolve memory.
Does Nick have a way of...
You gotta clean up the battlefield a little bit, though.
But Echo Beyonds doesn't do it. I'm just trying to think of Nick as a way of just... just getting Hunter to draw 7, you know? Like...
Yeah, the Windfall doesn't draw that many cards. You have to have the cards in hand to get there.
Don't need that. Tamio and JVP, if you think about it, just pretty much the same card. Pretty much.
I'm thinking about it, and they're not.
Ryan, you can read the contract. It's the same right.
Well, that's my time.
No, don't leave me. No, come back. It's okay. He's not allowed to.
That is in the contract.
That literally is. Here's Ghostly Pilferer coming in along with a massive Skulker. 9 Skulker.
You discard a card to the Ghostly Pilferer, it becomes unblockable till end of turn. That's what I mean by the built-in key to the city. Yeah, can't target other things. It itself becomes unblockable.
Wouldn't a key make things unlockable?
You would think.
You'd think.
Innistrad's a scary place.
Oh, I love this. Love this. Commit. Your Ghostly Skulker? No.
Chasm.
That's not right. You sure it's Chasm?
Yes.
Okay. Commit your Chasm
Do
Skulker.
you honestly believe it's ghostly?
No, not even slightly. I just wanted you to be wrong as well.
All right, I understand that.
Yeah.
That makes sense
I
to
knew
me.
you would. All of those counters on it. Nick spent so long putting those on.
Yeah, he worked hard for that.
He did. Yeah, and Tamio's gone. Is there a way out for Hunter in this game? From this spot, Crackling Drake is gone. Is there a Murktide?
I don't believe we've seen the Murktide Regent or the Thing in the Ice.
Yeah.
A lot of the ways you end up transforming a Thing in the Ice involve drawing extra cards. So here's an attempt at memory. That can solve this I'm out of cards dilemma, but it has to resolve.
Okay, surveil first. Don't put that in the bin just in case. Just in case it doesn't. Okay.
Some discarding for value, as well as the Sky Turtle getting rid of the token before this draw 7 resolves. What this accomplishes is it makes it so the Vizier will be a 3-power creature to block the Channeler.
Okay.
It doesn't amount to much because Delirium's gone now.
Right.
But, you know, what else was going to happen with those cards?
I don't know. They seem kind of impactful.
Well, they get shuffled
Oh,
back
I guess
with the
because
memory.
victimize doesn't matter, right? Because there's victimize doesn't have target. Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm on board now. I'm on board. I'm on board? Unclear. Oh, Psychotog. On board with that.
Ooh. Whoa, hold
go.
on. We're flashing a Nimble Obstructionist. We're making a Rogue token. Psychotog, as you mentioned, is part of the cards. So you cast Psychotog, you'll have 5 cards you could discard that makes the Vizier come in. I don't know if this is the plan, but this Bizarre Trade Mage, that's more discards. You draw 2, discard 3, so our Vizier is up to 4 power now.
Nice.
And then our Tog can be good for some damage. We got 3 as a baseline from the Obstructionist.
Right.
So we're at 7 plus Tog, and I think he's discarding all these cards to the Pilferer, actually. Yeah, that's already there. I think we have lethal.
Oh, sweet. Nick Little getting there. We're going to go to game number 3 and see what happens here. I'm actually very excited to find out. Yeah, Tamio comes in on the other side. Both players with great 1-drops.
Yes.
Make a clue. And then Little just leaving out the mana. Could be doing some converting.
like a busted sleeve being sorted.
Ugh, hate those. All right, back over to Hunter.
These must be katanas.
Surveil. Wow, no respect for censor.
Yeah, we have not seen that do anything but go to the graveyard somehow without being cast. And here's Psychotog. I gotta say, Psychotog not as powerful as Tameo.
No.
But I can't help but root for Dr. Teeth.
That's the name?
That was, that's
Dr.
the
Teeth?
colloquial nickname for Psychotog is Dr. Teeth.
Why
It's a
does it
reference to the Muppets.
Okay. The Muppets is something that just passed me by. I moved around a lot as a kid. There are whole chunks of pop culture that I just completely missed out on.
You did mention that would not be a strong point for banter for you before
I did.
Yeah.
And yet, here we are.
Typical.
Scrabbling around for topics of conversation. That polluted daughter is getting exiled, and I'm going to say, did you think twice? It's interesting to see Hunter not really wanting to flip the time, or at least not prioritizing flipping the time.
In general, it makes sense to me to get as many cards as you can off the Tameo.
Oh, hello.
The Substructionist tried really hard to block.
Yeah, a little just flashing it on top of Tameo.
It's so aggressive.
It's so aggressive.
I love it.
Hunter says, no.
The commit is a really big card for Nick to get from that Obstructionist.
Yeah.
And that kind of suggests why Hunter wouldn't be transforming to Tameo. The way he defended that, it looks like he really needs to convert these clues into cards.
Right. And... that Windfall?
That is Windfall. Discarding a bunch of cards to pump that Tog.
That's sweet.
I
Dr. Teeth in the house.
So Psychotog gets +1/+1 when you discard a card. It can also get +1/+1 by exiling 2 cards from your graveyard. So there's 6 cards in hand. That alone is worth 9 damage. It looks like about 8 in the graveyard. That's 13 plus the 4 already. I think we're only 1 shy of lethal.
That's
I think
crazy.
we're frustratingly close.
That is crazy. And it didn't come in this turn, right? It came in last turn, so...
Yeah, he's been here.
We've got the attacks. Okay.
And if it's not lethal, cashing in just 4 kind of makes sense.
Yeah. All right. So, Tameo is dead. Here's the Pilferer. I love this deck. I love this deck from Nick Little. It's just so tricksy.
And that visually, the Tameo flipped from that Windfall that Psychotog then attacked it. It might have been shortcut a little bit.
Okay, we're going to go back over to Hunter's turn. I mean, this is the thing with Storm, though, right? Like, I just still feel like, okay, Hunter's so far behind, but at any time...
The deck has that I win button.
Right.
And casting the Windfall is scary in that way.
Well, okay, it's not one button.
Yeah, it has a series of buttons.
Yeah, it's like a piano.
Pressed many times in the correct order without the buttons jamming.
Without running out of buttons. Okay. So we're back over to Little's turn, though, and it's going to be the swing in, so Hunter better have something here.
I spy a Cult Epiphany.
Okay. And it's going to be a Cold Epiphany. X equals 5.
Often good for some surprise blockers.
So it's making 5 spirits?
If you discard, it's the number of card types you discard.
Oh, yeah.
It'll make some, at least 1.
Okay. Don't make promises you can't keep, Ryan.
I can vouch for at least 1. I'm confident in this.
Okay, all right. It's 3. It's 3.
You see the Pilferer become unblockable before the spirits can block.
Okay. One's going to jump in front of Dr. Teeth.
Important. Thank you.
The Rogue? I'm down. I'm super into this now. But, okay, I guess I do have one gripe. A single gripe.
Yeah.
Is Dr. Teeth a dentist?
No, Dr. Teeth is a member of a band. Is Dr. Teeth the drummer? No, that's not true. Animal's the drummer.
Here's Crackling Drake.
What does Dr. Teeth play? This is troubling.
Magic the Gathering?
Yeah.
This Drake is massive, by the way. Right?
Yes.
Like, it's absolutely humongous at this point.
Yeah, so something that kind of quietly happened there is it looks like Underworld Breach was among the cards discarded to the Windfall, which is now has been exiled, so there's no way to get that back.
No. Okay.
So, Hunter
Now
putting
what?
the game on Crackling Drake's back.
Okay, but, I mean, it could happen.
It could.
There's only one the Pilfer doesn't even have flying. Right? It's just unblockable?
Right, yeah, it can't block.
I thought it was... Oh, it can't block. Okay,
Well, it can't.
never
Sorry,
mind.
it can't block a flyer. Yeah, I think that's what you were getting at.
Yeah. It just looks like a spirit, you know? Got that vibe.
I mean, it is a spirit.
Then why doesn't it fly?
Well, not all
I've been
spirits can
misled.
fly. You know, there's different lore. You know, fast zombies, slow zombies, flying spirits, non-flying spirits.
Okay. I'll defer to the Vorthos in the room. Here are the blocks. Drake on Pilferer. Spirit to Chump. You gotta imagine that this Drake is at least close to lethal.
It is large. Facing that an opponent at 19, it's kind of hard to call one creature lethal, but it's going to be significant.
Memory lapse. Yeah, don't bother. just wait. Just hold on a second.
That Victimize is a scary spell.
Okay,
That
but-
memory lapse, I think, was important.
Okay, and there's also still a flying spirit for Hunter. So it only needs 18. 18 seems like a tall ask. I'm not gonna lie.
It does, however. Hunter is looking at a count. There's a pretty significant card in hand in Prismari Charm. Significant because it has some churn. It itself counts as an instant for the Drake and
Yes.
can be a shock for 2 more points.
true.
So if you're like kind of close,
Okay.
this is a significant card to try to cross the finish line.
Okay, well, let's dig first. I mean, I think Hunter's just going to try and put everything, right? As much as possible.
The entire deck being looked through for dig through time. So this is 2 demonic tutors. If there's a way for lethal this turn, Hunter should have access
He
to it.
should have access. Okay, so let's see. Prismatic Command represents 3. Spirit is 1. So we only need to get up to 15. There should be 15 in the deck, I imagine. Maybe?
15's a lot.
It is a lot. It is a lot.
Hold on, is that Fiery Temper?
Oh.
That changes the math a lot. So that's 3 more
Oh,
points.
you can discard that to the Prismari command?
Right.
Nice. Okay, 2 modes. Draw 2, discard 2, and 2U. Go to 17. One of those is Fiery Temper, 3U. And now we are at... I mean... Oh! Oh, the Obstructionist! And it was for their commit memory! Oh!
This time, the Nimble Obstructionist directly into play blocking, that's appropriate.
Yeah. Full on. That's gonna do it! Nick Little,
Wow.
a Nimble Obstructionist, taking that one down against Hunter with that incredibly powerful Storm deck.
And Hunter fought tooth and claw, and it really looked
Was-
like he was going to get there.
It did. That was great. Tooth and scrabbling claw.
That was a lot of fun to watch.
That really was. And this is why we do it. And, you know, I've got to say, Nimble Obstructionist, what a card. Really, really nice to see. And I just loved it. This is the kind of thing that Cube is great for. Like, all the cards that you love that don't necessarily have a home.
Right.
Right?
We give them a home here.
We give them a home
We
here.
welcome them in.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the orphanage for cards that weren't quite good enough for Constructed. All right, my friends, we're going to go away for a quick break, and when we come back, I believe we have the next round of
Sounds right
Magic,
to me.
round number 18 coming up after this.
Hi, I'm Dave Nolan from Columbus, Ohio, and I'm here to talk to you about the GOAT Peasant Cube. In this case, GOAT is an acronym for Game Objects and Trinkets. It's a rarity-restricted cube, so it contains only cards that have been printed at common or uncommon. Here are the main themes of the cube. Most of the colors can do at least 2 of these things, sometimes more. And it challenges drafters to find synergies between all the stuff going on here. So your artifact payoffs can be found in every color except green. Your blue-based artifact decks tend to be a little bit more mid-range you're controlling, whereas your red ones are a little bit more aggressive. The creatures in this cube generally start off pretty small, but there are various ways to make them very large very quickly. So you have lots of trinket artifacts as well as your standard creature tokens, so go wide strategies and things like that. And lastly, graveyard synergies. So there are a lot of ways to self-mill or use looting effects to fill up your graveyard for various payoffs. All right, I just want to talk about a few cards that I pulled out here to just highlight. The Lost and the Damned is a cool card from the Warhammer 40k set that lets you create 3/3 tokens for playing cards not from your hand. So red especially has lots of ways to play cards from exile. Woodland Champion is a card that starts off as a grizzly bear, but can quickly get out of hand with all the token generation going on here. And Thran Golem is a card that honestly started off as kind of a meme, but has definitely killed people before in this environment. All right, before I go, I just want to shout out CubeCon 2024. Thanks so much for letting me showcase my baby, the Goat Peasant Cube, and happy cubing, everyone.
What is up, my friends? Welcome back to coverage of CubeCon 2024. My name's Hayu. I am here with Ryan Overturf, and we are still bringing you round number 17, despite the erroneous words that I spoke before we went to break. We do have one more match coming up for you, and it is Michael Brady. This is a deck we haven't seen yet, and it's doing some pretty interesting stuff. It's got Aftermath Analyst, it's got Splendid Reclamation. I want to see stuff happen.
Here's your Slowgurk deck.
It is my Slowgurk deck.
Some neat stuff going on here. Fanatic Aronis, a really nice ramp creature that can also, pay off out of the graveyard and also do some big mana stuff. Can help you cast something really thick like this Borborygmos Enraged. Also a bit of a stitch together going on here. The Reanimate that sometimes is only raised dead, but pretty easy to get Threshold in this cube until it turns into the full Reanimate spell.
Yeah, there's a lot to like here. Squirming Emergence is sweet. 6 is sweet. Slowgurk is awesome, of course. And we're going up against Zach Mills. Really, if you think about it, born to play this cube.
Fittingly, our Perpetual Timepiece deck. Some self-mill going on here.
Yeah,
some Golgari creatures that'll be cast a couple, Cavalier. 3 times.
Let's go down. Let's just watch it. Let's just see what happens, Let's save the pontificating for later. We're joining in a couple of turns in to game number 1. I think we saw Smuggler Surprise just doing fetching some lands. And this is Teachings of the Kyrian, which is one of the sagas from Neon Dynasty. Chapter 1, you're going to make a spirit, and then it does some graveyard management, and eventually becomes a creature. So it's just one of these little value 2-drops.
And here's a big value 3-drop in 6.
Nice.
That thing starts connecting, and Mills is in trouble.
Yeah. Mills does not want to see that stick around. Is that a Stinkweed Imp?
Stinkweed Imp has not Death Touch.
Nope.
A delayed trigger Death Touch. A good blocker.
And now we're going to see the teachings of the Kyrian flip over into, I think, just Kyrian itself. As we see Brady go fetching. Come on, Michael. Give us Slowgug. Oh, I think I see. Okay.
Ooh, little Lockthane Scorn. Gonna enable the 6 to connect.
All right, okay. They're getting in. Mills is going down to 14, it looks like. But more importantly, Michael is filling up that graveyard. Oh, and his Cathartic Reunion. To put...
Discarding Slowgurk.
Discarding Slowgurk.
Though, the Slowgurk has Retrace.
Oh,
it
that's
might
true.
come back.
You know, you're right.
6 is looking out for you.
I was heartbroken. Like, you cannot imagine. You cannot imagine how upset I was. But that's okay. You're right. 6 has got my back.
Here's Cavalier of Thorns, some self-mill for Mills.
Some self-mill for Mills.
They call him Zach Self-Mills.
Do they?
I just did.
You just... Okay. You're they? Who are they?
I just need one other person for that statement to be true.
They call him Zach Self-Mill. Was that right? Was that close?
Yeah.
I tried. I started well. Okay. All right.
10th point deduction on the landing.
What is this? The Olympics?
Yes.
Do you like the Olympics?
I do.
I'm a huge Olympics fan. Just love the Olympics. Archery? Let's go. Murderous Cut seems to be the play. It's going to be taking care of 6.
Really nice to find that swamp on the Cavalier to enable that Murderous Cut.
Yeah, very nice indeed. And so Slowgurk, unfortunately, in the graveyard for now. We're going to see what Brady can do here.
As
a lot going on.
There is that Fanatic of Ronus that could be eternalized.
Okay. That makes a lot of mana when you internalize it.
Right. Just it turns on its own Ferocious. Set Adrift on the Cavalier. Okay.
Okay. Sending that one back.
All right, so I like what's happening here. So the Set Adrift and then the Eternalize of the Fanatic. So like we said, next turn, ton of mana. And that Virtue of Lockthwain is hanging out on an adventure. That's castable next turn. And just letting Mills mill himself with that Cavalier, that's more looks for nice things to bring back with the Virtue.
Virtue of Persistence. That's what he means, my friends.
What did I say?
Virtue of Lockthwain.
Sure.
That's fine.
That was so close.
You were flavor correct.
It's hard to be closer than that while still being wrong. You were flavor correct.
That's the important kind of correct. All right, the Kyrian's going to get in, and it does do a bit of graveyard management. Stinkweed Imp is out of here. Fanatic Ronus is back in here as a zombie. And I'm going to go back over to Zach, and I'm going to look for the Eternalized token. Let's go. Let's find it. I mean, that's the kind of thing about Cube, right? That's the other thing. Cube creators take so much pride in like getting all the right tokens and stuff. I really love that about the Cube community. Go back over to Zach Mills, who has a Cavalier in hand that we know about. That looks like Cavalier Man is me. Okay. We're seeing some value go to the graveyard now.
The Vine Lasher and the Honored Hydra.
And Honored Hydra, cheaper to cast from cheaper to embalm from the graveyard. Let's be correct here. Than it is to cast on the front side.
And the Vine Lasher returns itself to hand.
Oh, hello. Stitch's Supply doing some milling.
Milled the crook. No crook condemnation coming this game.
Unfortunate. That's all I can say. And that token is the Fanatic Aronis, right? Yeah. Okay.
I think those are more tokens from the Kieran.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Fanatic. You're right. Fanatic is doing its own thing. Okay, and now we are going to see the Virtue of Persistence hit the battlefield. So Brady doing a great job. This is what the deck wants to do. And next turn, he's going to be starting to get a bunch of stuff back. Well, one thing back. Did get rid of the Hydra. I had to get rid of that one to stop it from being embalmed.
Given a bunch of turns, Brady will get a bunch of stuff back.
Nice. That's what you need. A bunch of tons. One more could... Oh, you know what we could get back? Slowgug.
Oh.
Come on, Brady.
Got a Fanatic of Ronis sketch here, like that.
Oh. That's so cute. Okay, Call of the Death Dweller. And Zach Mill says, you're not getting my stuff. I'm going to get this Mesmeric Fiend. I'm going to get this, the one that taps and you can cast things.
The Forage Homie.
It becomes, yeah, Forage Homie. Begins with O. We know that. But, I mean, it's just not that exciting, is it? Like, what are you getting back? You know?
Right, a little Tyvar mill, so we get the Mesmeric Fiend again. Tyvar is nice if you have some kind of combination that takes advantage of that static. If you have activated abilities, you can just go right away.
Right.
It's kind of mopey self-mill in the setup we have here.
Is that Bulbarignos Enraged?
It is.
Okay.
It was.
It was. Now he's calm. Gathered himself.
Bulbarignos vibing.
Aren't we all? What more could you want? What more is there?
Virtue picks up that spider.
Okay.
Mesmeric Fiend down. Bulbarignos back. And here is the man.
That's what Bulbarignos is?
Oh yeah, Bulbarignos is definitely the man.
I'm not going to argue with that, even though I want to. There's still a Cavalier of Thorns standing in the way of all these little attackers, but... And Brady's not tempted to send a bunch of them at Tyvar. Doesn't see that as a threat.
Yeah, weirdly, content to leave that Planeswalker with very little text online.
His Mending of Dominaria, that is a great card.
Do some milling for 2 here.
Do some milling, and then you get to put all the lands back, right? You're gonna mill and put a card in your hand, I believe. It's like a regrowth.
Right, I think from among the 2 cards milled.
Okay. And then
it's all the lands on chapter 3, right?
Yeah. Doesn't have that many lands, but definitely a few. Back over to Brady. The Virtue is happening. Yes. Let's go, Slowgug, the Overslime on the battlefield, and gives me an excuse to teach Ryan what Slowgug does. 3/3 with trample. Every time a land goes to the graveyard from anywhere, you get a +1 for your land. You get a +1/+1 counter. You can remove 3 +1/+1 counters to bounce it to your hand. And when Slowgug leaves the battlefield, you can return 3 lands from the graveyard to your hand.
On the topic of lands.
Yes.
Oh, never mind. I have Kessig Wolf on the brain. We saw it in the Ornithopter's Cube. I thought that was the land played was. It's not.
Okay.
There was a Splendid Reclamation, and that was going to be sick, but also the game was just over already.
The game was indeed over already. So we're going to go to game number 2. Brady is up from the first game. Mills on the play this time. And it looks like it's going to be Wooded Foothills as we go to Mills the second turn. Both these decks take a little bit of time to get online.
And once they're online, I mean, you saw how that first game won. I think that it's pretty significantly advantaged Brady as far as the value engines. You know, Slowgurk, of course, being a contributor there.
Of course.
But just cards like 6 that are so easy to cast and generate so much value unchecked.
Let me tell you, Slowgurk is way better than 6 once it starts going off. Well, if you have the right composition.
I would have to know what Slowgurk does to contend
I just told you. Not 5 minutes ago.
My statement stands.
Well, how about Spelunking?
I know what that one does.
Yeah?
Draw a card, play an extra land.
Yeah.
All your lands enter untapped, henceforth.
It's pretty nice. Yeah, pretty nice. Okay, so very nice with Splendid Reclamation and Friends. Here's Honored Hydra being embalmed. That is a 6/6 with Trample. And Brady with the Resilient Kenra. So a lot of Amonkhet block stuff happening.
Just casting Resilient Kenra with nothing to pump. Unfortunate. You hate to see it.
Certainly do. Oh, Bone Shards?
Having an answer to 6 is quite nice.
Right. That's the biggest problem dealt with, at least so far. Hydra is coming in. Brady's taking a big hit down to 14, and here is Tyva. Why not?
Yeah, give that Hydra vigilance.
That's what it needed.
That's what I want my 3-mana Planeswalker to do.
Master of Death comes in, does some milling. Is this you can get stuff back, I believe?
The Master itself. At the beginning of your upkeep, it's in your graveyard. You can pay 1 life to return it to your hand.
Really? That's it?
Wow.
It's 2024. Brady's down to 7.
It's a zombie.
Okay.
It has 3 power. Screen Goblin to Bob rules.
Yeah.
And it's similar.
Yeah.
It's enough.
It's enough. Okay. All right. So, Mills, I'm just going to keep adding to the board. We're going to go back over to Brady. I mean, he has to find something. You've got to deal with this, at least with this 6/6.
A lot of lands and Borborygmos Enraged have been what's been in hand for Brady. Which, you know, it's good. You need lands to cast and to utilize Borborygmos Enraged.
That's true.
But you also need time. That he's a little bit limited on.
Wow. If only he had a perpetual timepiece. That would help.
This is some kind of mana rock. That's useful. It's a 4-mana card that taps for 2, and it also has some kind of mopey graveyard hate ability, I believe.
Okay. So Brady is just going to say, I'm going to go to 1, not 0, and double block this thing. Back over to Mill.
The Gurmangler.
The Gurmangler.
I miss this one.
Yeah?
This card used to be really good in Modern.
It did.
And it is so sad that that's not true.
Is it sad or are you sad?
It and me.
Sadness abounds.
Ban everything until Gurmangler's good again.
The Gurmangler.
The Gurmangler.
Demands its day. Demangles? I don't know. Can you... Doesn't Borborygmos help? Like, can you discard some stuff or whatever?
Fairly light on cards in hand. I don't know that Brady has enough material to get out at this point.
Okay. Well, it's happening.
Step 1.
Step 1. Play it.
Summon the man. Step 2.
Okay, step 2.
Pick up all your cards.
Step 2. Go to game 3. We're going to see a decider here. Round number 17 in the Idris Graveyard Cube. Brady on the play this time. And, I mean, these 2 decks going against each other. You know, this really is what Graveyard Cube sounded like it would be to me, but also it has kind of just been about the board.
Yeah, a lot of what matters is actually happening on the battlefield.
Yeah.
That is kind of the consequence of most graveyard decks, though, right? Is you try to get some material in the graveyard and then use it later.
Has changed significantly since the beginning of
I think your understanding of my tune is what changed.
Both could be true. ¿Por qué no los dos? Liliana of the Veil. That's a great answer to 6.
Shout out to Liliana of the Veil. Printed in 2011.
She's still good.
Not a lot of cards printed back then really stand the test of time the way Liliana has.
Right. Plus, you know, like, they've got to keep Reed happy somehow. So they're just going to put Liliana back in standard every few years, I think.
And it's also just like strong in that way, but still kind of modest. Like, you feel like you can fight back against a Liliana.
That's true. You can. You certainly can. Oh, this is sweet. Death Gorge Scavenger, Otawara the Stinkweed Imp, get in with Scavenger, eat the Hydra, kill Liliana. What a turn that was.
Very nice swing for Brady there.
Yeah. Would have been nicer if Slowpoke were on the battlefield. Slowpoke with Channel Lands? Oh.
That's a combo I've heard.
Yeah. It is a combo. Shout out to Sanctum of All, the team that comes up with the absolutely
the slow gurkiest decks.
Yeah, manglingest decks. And Mills is going to spend 3 mana playing Stinkweed Imp.
And Mills would really like this Stinkweed Imp to die.
Right.
So there's a couple Delve cards in hand, or cards that care about graveyard. You know, Murderous Cut there. I think the other removal spell is called Agonizing Remorse. It really just needs some cards in the graveyard to work with.
All right, we're going to Eternalize the Resilient Kenra. Got the official token this time. It's a 4/4. When it comes in, it's going to pump something for 4. And Brady doesn't attack.
Doesn't have trample. The Stinkweed Imp does just trade.
I thought the Resilient Kenra gave trample.
I don't think it does. It might.
You could be right. I could be wrong. Who knows?
There are
Perpetual
similar
Timepiece
cards
is
that
back.
do. Oh, the Timepiece is
Yeah,
here.
leaving up double black.
Our mascot for the weekend, the Perpetual Timepiece.
Yeah, okay, all right, this time. I like this. I like this from Brady. Saving the Death Gorge Scavenger, not wanting to let go of the graveyard removal. Graveyard hate.
I don't know if it was good to trade away our 4/4 there. But anyway, better than trading the Scavenger
Something was
anyway.
trading, right? Yeah. Okay, so here's the Gurmangler.
Gotta get in front of the Timepiece, I suppose.
Gotta. That's what they say. Number 1 rule. See a timepiece, get in front of it. Stinkweed Imp is back, as is its wont. It's difficult to get in front of this timepiece, I think. Wow, Brady's just not doing anything.
No. 7 lands in play. Not a sign of strength to pass from there. 2 lands and the leftovers.
You don't even really necessarily want to play those, right?
You want an 8th mana source for Borborygmos, and then you have another lined up to discard.
Okay, well, things are looking good here for Zach Mills. Went a game down, but won the last one. This one is looking nice as well. Master of Death now for Michael Brady.
Keeps a card on top of the Surveil. I hope it's a this is a high impact card and not a I need a card with text kind of situation.
Okay. Master of Death goes down. Is that the graveyard? Or is that exile? It's so hard to know.
I believe that the removal spell just cast exiles.
Okay. So Brady's going down to 9. Hedge Shredder joining the fray as well. That is massive, by the way.
We've talked about the Shredder in deck list a bit.
Here's the Squirming Emergence on Borborygmos. 8 permanents in the graveyard. This is coming back. Pitch some lands.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll kill this. Oh. Yep.
Well, you know, you got to kill the forage, homie. And that's a pretty big W.
Sure. It is.
But the Gurmangler.
Mills just needs to have anything to crew up this, and that is going to do it.
Okay.
Michael Brady goes down. Zach Mills wins in round number 17 with a big attack from the Gurmangler and the Hedge Shredder. And, you know, that's Graveyard Cube for you.
Looking over the cube list, I did not expect Kokusho the Evening Star to be of much consequence whatsoever. And to be fair, crewing a vehicle? Arguably not. But it was very cool for me to see Kokusho cast and be lethal on that turn.
I like the mental image of Kokusho crewing a vehicle.
Horrifying.
It's just, I'm imagining like a little clown car situation, and Kokusho's just like stuffing its wings in there through the windows, and claws are kind of emerging. All right, my friends, that was quite a game, quite a match, quite a draft, and quite a day from the two of us. We've been with you since the beginning, but we are about to sign off, even though it is not yet round number 18, the last round of this cube, because we are going to be switching in for our other awesome casters here this weekend. We have Ethan Sachs, Lord Tupperware, and Rhonda Green. They're going to be taking you through the rest of this round and, of course, this third and final draft of the day, which is after the top 128 cut. So we're going to go away for a break. Ryan and I are going to go and fall asleep, probably. But we will see you tomorrow for the top 8. And, of course, don't go anywhere because more magic is coming up right after this break.
Have dreams of drafting a Coria lair of behemoths, but a once-in-a-generation pandemic halted in-person play? Ever fall in love with a format where Honey Mammoth hits the sweet spot in any deck? Then gather your companions and draft the Coria at Home Cube, where you can choose humans based in Mardu colors and do your part against monstrosities roaming the plane, where additions like Champion of the Parish support both go-wide strategies and Aristocrats game plans. Draft monsters based in Sultai colors and mutate cards like Wilson Refined Grizzly into amalgamations of body horror so upsetting that David Cronenberg would be proud. Look for base creatures with keyword abilities to kickstart mutate chains. And based in Jeskai colors, players are cycling, ever cycling towards freedom or Zenith Flare. However, signpost enchantments like Drakehaven help to diversify the strategies and account for a lack of doubles. Each color pair also gets an archetype that matches either the big three or focuses on a keyword ability, like Blue-White Flyers or Red-Black Menace. Additionally, the Naya Shard gets an influx of dinosaurs both from Ixalan and the Jurassic Park releases. Other individual cards like Chainer Nightmare Adept and Garuda's best friend, Calidus Assassin, are there to help support the unique synergies found in the format. The mana bases are flexible and generally slow. The Lord of the Rings land cyclers help to smooth them out, and can also find things like Triomes. Cards like City of Brass and Unclaimed Territory are there to help the aggressive decks. The added removal tends to be versatile, with cards like Feed the Storm being prioritized to help interact with other strategies. Lastly, Coria at Home plays companion rules as printed, which is great for everyone except Lutri, which is too free in either case. I know that you'll all grow to love Ikoria as much as I have. Thank you, CubeCon, and enjoy the drafts.
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. I am Rondez Green, joined by Ethan Sachs, my friend Lord Tupperware. CubeCon 2024 is live from Madison, Wisconsin in the Alliant Energy Center and brought to you in part by the Gamers Guild. Gamers Guild Arizona is a company based on a simple idea: creating a safe, inclusive, and fun gaming space for everyone, but especially minors, LGBTQ folks, people of color, and women. Their vision is to see a Gamers Guild in every city in North America, all united for their love of safe and fun gaming for all. Magic is for everyone, y'all. That's the message, and we're getting right back to it. Again, I'm Rondez, joined by Lord Tupperware, and we're getting into a mono red cube this evening. Ethan, this is the second to last day of CubeCon.
Sir, we will soon, but we got to find finals for the Idris Graveyard Cube.
That's right.
We're not to mono red just yet.
That's right. We're going to finish off this cube where our friends left off. And we're going to get right into it here shortly. We got some deck lists to show you on screen as well. We're looking at the work of Zach Mills in this cube, the Graveyard Cube.
Yeah, so this is a all colors but white. White doesn't play with the Graveyard that much, so we have seen Zach Mills in the last round emerge victorious in round 2 with his black-green recursion deck. Graveyard is the name of the game here. We saw Stinkweed Imp, we saw the Hydra there, and Liliana of the Veil, and his timely removal spells serving cheaply for him in Murderous Cut and Overwhelming. I believe that is the party removal spell there at the top. I'm not quite sure the name there. But those both being deployed for cheap was what was able to snatch him the win along with his creatures. Moving on to Nick Little. We've got a little Dimir Reanimator action here. He's got Victimize to get back some large monsters that he can put into the graveyard for cheap. Waker of the Waves he can discard. Colossal Sky Turtle he can use to bounce. Hedron Crab for milling himself, milling his opponents, whatever he chooses. Sir Conrad, a nice limited bomb at the top of the curve there. So I'm excited to see these two decks face off, Rondez.
Yeah, it should be a really exciting start to our evening. We're getting into game 1, our final game of the Idris Graveyard Cube. Again, Zach Mills, Nick Little. If you have not seen the Fuel Cube list, it's in the bottom right-hand corner. Scan that QR code, and you can see the full list of cards in this cube. Starting things off, we got an island and a forest on both sides. Doing a quick search of the deck with that, was it Terramorphic Expanse?
It's Ash Barrens. Everybody starts the game, or starts their draft with an Ash Barrens in their pile. That's one of the house rules of the Idris Graveyard Cube. Currency Converter, one of my favorite cards. Love to loot. Love to get benefits from other cards looting, exiling them and then turning them into either 2/2s or treasures. Mesmeric Fiend, going to be the first play for Zach to see what's going on upstairs. Ghostly Pilferer, little JVP, yeah, you know me, and Sir Conrad.
So, what are we thinking is the best pick here?
I would take Jace. Jace in combo with, and it looks like Zach agrees, in combo with the Currency Converter, just getting that free. Currency Converter, great fine on its own, activate 2 mana to loot, get a little benefit there, but it really works well in conjunction with other looting effects. Now, Ghostly Pilferer also going to be able to do that, but hopefully Zach will have some interaction for that as it hits the battlefield here on turn 2.
That's right, and eventually, after it swings, when it untaps, you could pay 2 to draw a card, so a bit of an option to draw an extra card each turn. More concerned about the Jace at the moment, of course. And now our next play comes in.
Well, that looks like a buddy from Bloomborough, an Osteomancer Adept. 2 mana, 2/2 Death Touch. Lets you cast, basically forage to cast a creature from your graveyard. So we'll hit that. So Ghostly Pilferer is going to turn sideways here. We'll trade off with the Adept.
Taken out just as quickly as it came in. No card draw for Nick Little. No additional card draw for Nick Little, I should say.
And we do see a Call the Death Dweller in Zach Mills' hand, as well as a Masked Vandal. Looks like Vandal's going to come down to exile the Adept that was just placed there, so we can get this Currency Converter gone for good. And that is what Zach is going to elect to do. Not before Nick decides to go looting, pitch an island. Checking on that, it does exile. I think Shapeshifter from Kaldheim, one of my favorite limited sets.
What excites you most about the Kaldheim limited set?
Just replayability. There were like meta shifts all over the place. The Elves deck being sort of discovered and emerging as a top deck in the later weeks of the format. I love to draft snow. Just take a snow land, pack one, pick one, and say, this is what I'm doing. You'll notice there's no snow land in the pack, person to my left.
All right, seeing a consider we played. We're going to take a look at the top card of our library here, decide if we want to put that in our hand, in the graveyard perhaps. 2-mana play here, 2-mana creature, going to give that a quick read.
That's a Chasm Skulker. It's a 1/1. It's going to grow when you draw cards and then dies into a number of 1/1s with Island Walk. Won't be so relevant against Zach because he's on Golgari. But the number of 1/1s equal to its power, I believe, when it dies, or maybe just the counters on it. There it is on the left side of your screen.
That's right. And this Chasm Skulker could have been, has excellent synergy with much of Nick's deck that has, the opportunity for card draw. The Ghostly Pilferer would have been nice too, being able to draw that, put a counter on each turn. But maybe we see that return in future turns here. It does get a counter here. Keep in mind when it dies, it's going to create more squid creature tokens that have Island Walk. We don't see an island on the side of Zach Mills' board state here, so those are going to be able to get through. So the more that this creature grows and grows, whenever it gets sacrificed or taken out, it'll still leave some threats behind.
We see the Haunted Hydra getting dropped there for Zach. 6/6 with Embalm. Can come back later. You'd like to just be able to have it find its way naturally to the graveyard, but we'll take 2 6/6s here in installments. Psychotog hits the board for Nick Little. We've got a reader. Discard a card from your hand, gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Remove 2 cards in your graveyard from the game. It gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Having played with Psychic Frog quite a bit in the Vintage Cube these past few months, Psychotog is a bit tamer.
It is.
A bit more relaxed.
Indeed. Not quite seeing the same legacy in modern play.
For sure. No answer as of yet for Sir Conrad for Zach, and I do believe that's going to end up being and a Stitcher's Supplier. Post-combat to mill 3. See what he can find.
That is more fuel for the Psychotog.
Nothing exactly that he can, nothing with Flashback, nothing with Embalm getting milled there. Sir Conrad is going to trigger. Sir Conrad says anytime anything even smells, thinks about, goes near a graveyard, I'm going to deal you damage. Okay?
Sir Conrad said, I see dead people.
I see it. Movie holds up. I just rewatched it a few weeks ago.
Oh, I was making a Kendrick reference, but I appreciate that too.
All right.
Well, he was making the same reference, so
Yeah.
we're on the same page here. Sir Conrad, you could also tap 2, put the top card each player into the graveyard, so that's even more fuel for that so powerful triggered ability in this cube.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like Sir Conrad in a non-graveyard format in Eldraine was excellent. Here, I have to imagine it is juiced. And there's I believe that's an Aid the Fallen? No, that's an enchantment.
Which enchantment is this?
We've got a Feast of Sanity. Whenever you discard a card, deals a damage to any target, and you gain a life. A little bit of a wombo combo with Psychotog. As Masked Vandal goes a chumping. And Zach finds himself in single digits. Nine life. Stitcher Supplier is gone, so I believe 3 more cards. Or no, that was... Can't see quite what's going on there. Mesmeric Fiend is gone.
And so we're nearly all tapped out on the side of Nick Little here as he picked things up for Zach Mills. Kind of mulling over exactly how he wants to approach this. We did see the Call of the Death Dweller, as you mentioned, in hand. Bringing creature back with Menace, another one with Death Touch, and that is where he's going to go. Which 2 creatures do we favor here the most?
looks like we're getting a white of the Reliquary.
Oh, my Knight of the Reliquary, look what they've done to you. So, for those of y'all that might not know, as we might see this card return to the battlefield, it'll come with either a Menace or a Death Touch counter on it. It's already also got Vigilance, so that's kind of nasty to give that Death Touch if you wish. Sacrifice another creature, you'd have to tap it. Search your library for a land card and put it onto the battlefield tapped. We're quite late into the game, but still getting extra land into the battlefield is a big, big deal.
So we got Stitcher Supplier plus Zach elected to take White of the Reliquary instead of Mesmeric Fiend. Stitcher Supplier going to mill. We got a Spider there. And going to distribute a Menace and a Death Touch counter among those creatures. We'll have those tags from our judge staff in just a second. Haunted Hydra turns sideways. This is extremely close, and I'm loving the synergy that Nick Little has with all of the discard, right? We saw Currency Converter. That got exiled early on, so we didn't get to see that pop off, but this Feast of Sanity just hanging out in conjunction with the Psychotog, in conjunction with Jace now, that can hit the battlefield. Well, we might just be GG's here with all of these activations and drains. Not quite sure, but it looks like, yeah, we are going to have Psychotog. We're just counting up Sir Conrad damage at the moment. Stitcher Supplier. Going to take a census here about how many creatures are hitting the bin. Anytime a creature hits the bin, Sir Conrad is going to have something to say about it. And Zach has something to say about it right now with a Murderous Cut, which gets countered. Okay. Got a Circular Logic.
First counter spell of the match here is Circular Logic. This one is a conditional spell where the controller must pay 1 for each card in your graveyard.
And Zach says, that's it for me. We can go to game 2. I am fine with all that. Yeah, Sir Conrad seems like an absolute beating. I love, I like a Golgari deck. We haven't seen Tyvar hit for Zach yet, but I really like the looks of what Nick Little has assembled here.
Yeah, Zach's got both Tyvar and Liliana in the deck.
Yeah.
They both love their graveyards.
Oh, for sure.
First 2 mana play.
All right.
Dropping a black creature.
Mesmeric Fiend again. We'll see what's going on upstairs. Circular Logic. The Waker of Waves.
So same start as last game, but no Jace to hit this time. Jace was certainly a good pick. But now we're seeing Waker of Waves, a 7/7 for 7 mana. Creatures your opponent control get -1/-0. You could also discard it, so that's more fuel for Nick to put in the graveyard.
Kind of forced is Zach to take Dark Blast there, single black. Creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Doesn't have really much of an option.
Yeah, got to take the removal, otherwise creatures being removed immediately.
Mesmeric Fiend's going to get killed, and with Dark Blast having Dredge, you can potentially use it a little later on. A little self-mill engine here in this artifact. Perpetual Timepiece, as you can see on the left side of your screen. So we'll just mill Tyvar. Mesmeric Fiend turned sideways. First blood of the game. And we're effectively walking into a counterspell with, the counterspell's face up, so let's just get it done. Yep, there's the Skyfisher Spider. And it looks like it may stick. Yeah. I think we're just cycling Ash Barrens.
Right.
When it enters, you can sack another creature when you do destroy target non-land permanent, but there are no permanents to be destroyed for Nick Little at the moment.
That's right. And the circular logic that we're seeing face up at the moment is current tax of it is at least 4. That might as well read counter target spell at this point. I mean, that graveyard of Nick Little's is only going to grow.
Well, and we haven't even mentioned its alternate cost of madness single blue that Nick has a number of ways. One just hit the battlefield to enable in Jace Vryn's Prodigy. Loot that away. Oops. I'll counter it with the madness cost. Skyfisher Spider into the red zone. Nick Little does not block, makes sense. We'll go mill 2, Bloodstained Mire, and a Gurmag Angler. Have to be really careful, as I know we've seen, and I know that Hayu and Ryan were discussing earlier. Have to be careful about, in these graveyard synergy cubes, about cards that are going to tax your graveyard like that, right? Treasure Cruise, we'll make an exception.
Yeah,
right? To
draw 3 for 1 blue mana is...
We'll do that.
That's a price I'm willing to pay.
Gurmag Angler, that might put a pinch. You might have a little bit of tension there. Cavalier of Thorns is a huge play here for Zach, as he finds a land and then may find himself topping a relevant spell should Nick have an answer for it.
A 5/6 reach is no joke. This thing is a menace in the Pioneer format at the moment. Psychotog coming right back into play.
Uh-oh.
This one's dangerous. Discard a card. You can put a +1/+1 counter. Remove 2 cards from your graveyard. +1/+1 counter as well. But keep in mind that removing those cards from the graveyard of Nick Little, that would weaken the circular logic that he has in his hand. So nicely placed face up on the table for us.
Fetch with the Misty end of turn. And tapping 5 mana. Not a ton of 5 mana plays in the deck for Zach, and he's choosing to pay the full 5 for Murderous Cut on Psychotog. Which is interesting, given that we know Nick can loot and discard circular logic to counter this.
I suppose maybe we're just trying to get the counter spell out of the way. Maybe we've got another removal spell coming or one in hand already.
It does seem that Psychotog may be a card worth fighting over here. And we are going to loot first, ask questions later.
This will be the 5th card in the graveyard once Jace has finished looting, so we'll transform next turn.
Jace will flip, Circular Logic's madness cost being evoked there, and Psychotog will remain on the battlefield. And I believe Jace should flip.
That's 5. There we go.
That's 5, says Zach.
It out. So Jace, Telepath Unbound. Is it a May? Does he not want to flip it? No, it's not a May, so he must.
Well, hopefully that gets sorted before we go much farther.
Cavalier of Thorns going in for 5. This thing's a beast.
Yeah. All right, Nick's down to 11. Draw for turn. Archfiend of Ifnir. Let's go. I mean, every card Nick plays out of this deck, I love it even more. Whenever you cycle or discard another card, you put a -1/-1 counter on each creature your opponent controls. Hachi-Machi is that a combo with JVP, with Psychotog.
Big way to weaken these
And here we go. Mesmeric Fiend down for free. Cavalier of Thorns with a counter. Skyfisher Spider with a counter. Dark Blast back to hand.
So with Mesmeric... Oh, okay, so we are seeing Jace flip now. Jace, Telepath Unbound, is going to have 3 different options here for the Planeswalker abilities, of course. Only a +1. Up to 1 target creature gets -2/-0. Typical Jace.
Our second ability, as you can see, casting instants and sorceries from your graveyard this turn. Very, very relevant in this cube. And then the ultimate, which I don't believe that we'll get to today, but you get an emblem whenever you cast a spell, top 5 to the grave.
We'll mill 2 mysterious cards off screen before untapping. And I believe there are 3 total cards in Nick's hand, which is relevant because Psychotog can discard those at will.
That's right.
To dump 3 -1/-1 counters on each of Zach's creatures, should Nick choose to do so.
And that's just so nasty in tandem with Jace here, who can weaken the creatures further to a point where Nick is, effectively doing no damage. Maybe we could see an ultimate. 3 turns, so it'd be still a tall order. Quite a large ask for Nick to be able to get there, but positioned very nicely for it, unless we have more interaction from Zach Mills coming.
We'll mill 2 more. And I wonder if, as I'm seeing the Mending of Dominaria as the bottom card we can see, or top card rather, that we can see from Zach's graveyard, if he's done any looping shenanigans, if he's able to shuffle back up some cards. White of the Reliquary comes in. Looks like we'll have a die to mark the number of creatures.
So White of the Reliquary currently is 6/6. Next turn, that tap ability will be online.
And there is that enchantment. My goodness.
Feast of Sanity once again.
Mm-hmm.
And again, Psychotog in a great spot to be able to abuse this. We'll be draining and we'll also be weakening all of the creatures on the side of Zach Mills' battlefield.
You can see why Zach wanted to fight over it, wanted to at least attempt to kill the Psychotog with Murderous Cut. It is a problem. As a little bit of, I believe, Graveyard Hate hits the board in the form of Scrabbling Claws. It's a little bit of a self-elective. Target player removes a card in their graveyard from the game. And then you can do one more if you want to sack it, if you want to get a specific card out of there. Back over to Zach.
This card will be relevant for something like Hall of the Death Dweller, which is in Zach's deck here.
Right. Head Shredder and an unknown milled off of that Perpetual Timepiece. And looks like we found a Haunted Hydra that we could embalm, so we'll have a friendly 6/6 token. And while Zach is ahead on life, and in some ways ahead on board, the fact that he cannot disrupt Nick's engine at the moment is going to make combat an absolute nightmare for him.
Yeah, very problematic. And Jace is about to hit 8 loyalty. So now we're only just getting 2 points away, 2 loyalty points away from that ultimate. We can continue to weaken these creatures here. One way is with the Scrabbling Claws, removing cards from the graveyard to weaken the White of Reliquary. Another way, of course, is with the Archfiend of Ifnir, discarding cards, using Psychotog to put -1/-1 counters on all the creatures. That big, beefy Cavalier of Thorns is withering away.
So Dark Blast was the discard there on end step, and then Nick Little is choosing to dredge that for 3 rather than draw a card off the top of his library, milling Island, Consider, Ghostly Pilferer. And it looks like Jace will choose to downtick here and will flash back Consider. And Nick says, I like what I see, and draws that card. I'm sure he'll be sharing with us shortly what that is, and we'll discard Dark Blast once again. This is... I mean, this is a dominant performance.
Yeah.
By Nick Little in this match.
Got some incredibly powerful creatures on the side of Zach Mills, and they are all leashed by this Archfiend of Ifnir and Jace, the Mind Mage, the Telepath Unbound.
There are... Okay.
Oh, is that our friendly neighborhood treasure cruise?
That is. Everybody gets one. At least Nick does in this match. Wowie zowie.
So we're seeing Delve draw 3 cards, Just one of the most powerful draw spells in the game.
And he's going to choose to, as one of those three, mill 3 and get back Dark Blast and then draw 2 more. There are times, Rondez, when you draft a deck and you play it against people and yeah, there we go. The hand extends. I was just going to say, there are times in Limited when you draft a deck and you just feel like you're playing a different format than other people. And I kind of feel like that's just what we saw with Nick in that match. Like, I liked what Zach had. I liked that Golgari deck. I think if they play that match 20 times, I think we're going to see a similar outcome.
For sure. I mean, the way that Zach's graveyard was being preyed upon, like, it was just more fuel for his opponent. So that's going to be the end of the Idris Graveyard Cube. We have more matchups coming here soon. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. We have the Mono Red Cube coming up tonight. Stay tuned, and we'll be back shortly.
Hi, my name is Gwen. I'm from Boston. I have here with me Loam Cube. Loam Cube is a very special cube where every single game, each player starts with a copy of Life from the Loam in their graveyard. It's also a desert cube, which means you have to draft all of your lands. There's no basic land station at the end of the draft. There's also no white cards, and that's mostly because white doesn't have as much cards to interact with the graveyard, and this is very much a graveyard synergy cube. I have 3 cards I want to share with you today. First is Tarmogoyf. Tarmogoyf is obviously a classic, but here it really shines because everyone is constantly dumping stuff into the graveyard. It gets out of hand really quickly. Next is Zombie Infestation. Zombie Infestation comes up every now and then, but it's actually really good in this cube because since you always have access to Life from the Loam, you're able to consistently make a lot of zombies and quickly overwhelm your opponent. And the last is the namesake, Life from the Loam. There's actually 8 copies in here because every single player gets one. The cube supports a lot of archetypes, including Dredge, where you can use your Dredgers to put Hobak in the yard, use Dredger Turn to bring back other creatures. You can play a landfall style deck with cards like Bristly Bill to make your creatures scarier, and also cards like Aftermath Analyst to get a lot of land triggers into play at once. There's a deck that I kind of think is a discard deck that has a lot of ways to discard all the lands that you randomly put into your hand and getting value with them. And that uses cards like Trade Routes or Seismic Assault, a Yulo's Influence. There's also a couple combo decks, like you can play Valakut. There's Dryad of Elysian Grove, and in conjunction with Aftermath Analyst or Splendid Reclamation, you can actually get a lot of lands in play pretty quickly and kill someone with Valakut. There's a Spell Slingers deck where you can play with Phoenix and spells and try to get your Phoenixes back from the graveyard into play. It's also Labman. Since you have Life in the Loam in your graveyard at the start of the game, you can dredge really quickly and get into a state where you can combo kill with Labman. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the cube.
Hello and welcome back. We are here at CubeCon 2024 in the Alliant Energy Center, live from Madison, Wisconsin. We're getting actually into more Idris Graveyard Cube. But before we get there, quick shout out to Dragon Shield. This event is brought to you in part by Dragon Shield, who's been providing players with reliable gaming accessories since 1999. They're passionate about creating high-quality accessories that protect the games we love. Dragon Shield is one of the major contributors to this event, and we are happy to have their support. Getting into this next game, y'all. More Idris Graveyard Cube. We're taking a look at the draft of Gabor Fu, excuse me. Meat Hook Massacre in there, one of the stronger enchantments, and looks like the only enchantment in the deck. Great board wipe.
Oh, we've got a Goblin Bombardment, one of my favorite cards. This is Rakdos Sacrifice is my favorite archetype to draft, Rondez. I love what I'm seeing here. I mean, we've got Blood Artist, we've got Goblin Bombardment, Claim the Firstborn, a little Steal and Sack action, right. Phyrexian Altar, maybe to turn those creatures into mana. There's a Croxa there. I like the looks of this deck here.
Yeah, lots of opportunities for card draw here as well, as we're looking at the 2-mana instant spell Deadly Dispute. This is something that allows Gabor to sacrifice a creature, create a treasure, draw some cards. Moving over, though, we're looking at Hunter's List. This is It. We're seeing Crackling Drake. I'm seeing Dig Through Time. All just the best ways to play through Is It for the graveyard here in this cube.
There's also a spicy in the midst of these blue and red cards. A Tendrils of Agony alongside this Lion's Eye Diamond. I wonder if we may be storming off here in this Is It deck. I mean, I see the Is It Spells Life. I see the Crackling Drake, the Beacon Bolt. But I'm wondering if this Tendrils of Agony is going to come into play or not.
We shall see. We shall see some of the best Is It and Prismari cards to be seen. I saw the Murktide Regent as well. Really, really powerful draft here in Is It colors.
Look at you. Your Strixhaven is showing, calling it Prismari. I love that.
Well, there was a Prismari command, so. So we got a Terramorphic Expanse coming in or an Evolving Wild. Can't quite tell based on the art, but either way, we're getting a basic out of the deck. Ash Baron, excuse me.
Looks like each player shortcutting that for their first turn, saying, I'm going to do that too. We're all good.
We're getting right into our first play of the turn. Dragon Rage Channeler coming down. Just one card in the graveyard so far.
Ooh, Lion's Eye Diamond getting a free. Oh, what's the problem here? Unclear what's happening with the sleeves. But LED is going to come down and we'll get a little Surveil trigger for the Dragon Rage Channeler for the low price of 0 mana.
Looks like one of the sleeves might have busted.
Yeah, and this is one of the questions that I haven't asked anybody this weekend. How often do you think they have to re-sleeve a cube?
That's a good question, right? We got players playing it all the time, and people with differing levels of being careful with
gentle,
the paper in front of them. And Unholy Heat being surveilled here off the top.
I've had a slap on the wrist for my shuffling of a cube before. I've been told no riffle shuffling.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, thanks to Dragon Shield though, these are high quality and very protective of the game pieces inside. I gotta say, I literally never have an issue with my shield, with my sleeves breaking, but I treat my game pieces like glass. So Dragon Rage Channeler is going to get in. We were able to surveil last turn. Once it hits Delirium, that's 4 cards in the graveyard. It'll have +2/+2 flying and must attack. We're not quite there just yet.
Undead Sprinter, a new card from Duskmourn. A little 2/2 haste that can come back when non-zombie creatures die. And that's chunking in for its second attack here as Hunter falls to 16. Lion's Eye Diamond is the kind of card that when you see it hit the battlefield, you are automatically thinking, my opponent is either very smart or very silly. And it looks like we'll try and tragically slip the Dragon Rage Channeler. And no issues there. Sometimes you like that to be -13. Sometimes it's just -1 as the follow-up play is Croxa from Gabor Fu.
Gabor dropping Croxa is going to cause Hunter to discard a card here, and if it's a non-land card, they don't lose 3.
Yeah, but we're gonna sort of say right back at you as we discard Fiery Temper, get the Madness cost, single red, fire it off on the Sprinter.
Oh, big play.
A nice return in kind from Hunter. And it looks like we'll just fire off a Think Twice. Well, we're gonna think once. Think Twice will hang out in the graveyard. We'll be able to think again for a flashback cost on a later turn. These battlefields surprisingly clear after the clogged board states we were seeing in our finals match previously. Important to note that even though we're not watching the trophy match here for this cube, that this match has relevance. Our players are playing for cut to top 128. Wins are extremely important here.
That's right, playing for the prestige, also those CubeCon bits, those cube bits. Hit the prize wall one time. In turn order here, we're looking at Gabor's side of things. They just dropped the Croxa into the battlefield. Once we get 5 other cards in the graveyard, we can pay that escape cost, and Gabor can bring Croxa back into play.
Oh, and this is such a great decision by Gabor. He's going to unearth the Croxa, so that'll come in, get sacrificed, thanks to no escape, and then Undead Sprinter gets to get cast, comes in with a counter, and we'll send that.
So back to Hunter. Almost all islands here. It's quite a heavy deck on red with lots of Izzet spells and double red, so we're going to want to get some more mountains here soon.
Obliterating Bolt, deal 4. If it dies, exile it instead. That's a real shame on a recursive threat like the Sprinter there. But Gabor will recover with a Blood Tithe Harvester.
Got a blood token now. Blood Tithe Harvester. Also having the ability to be sacrificed. Put some -1/-1 counters on the opponent for how many vampires you got. So now we're at the top of Hunter's turn. Still lots of blue, lots of islands over here. Second mountain now, so things like Crackling Drake turned on, and just right off the top, the Drake comes into play. It's power and toughness dependent upon how many instants and sorceries you got in the graveyard. This is a flying creature, quite a dangerous one. Seeing lots of constructed play, Pioneer, sometimes in Modern.
Oh my!
Murktide Regent follow-up. 2 of the most dangerous flyers in these colors just hit the battlefield.
Oh my goodness. And Hunter still gets to keep Seasoned Pyromancer in the graveyard for a potential 2 1/1s down the road. And the exile off Murktide Regent not hurting the Crackling Drake one bit, which I believe he's sitting at 4/4.
That's right, because it's an exile and in your graveyard.
That was...
So you can still use things like Treasure Cruise and all this other graveyard. We were mentioning last game, utilizing your graveyard. Mm-hmm. It's actually going to benefit Hunter here.
Well, and Gabor finds themselves in an extreme pinch. I need removal yesterday. Okay, we'll start with...
Cut to Ribbons.
Cut to Ribbons, taking out the Drake. That still leaves a 7/7 flyer. Which, you know, Rakdos has the tools to answer.
Absolutely. If any color's got it, it's in a Rakdos deck. Ribbons is more of a finisher that can come from the graveyard. The second half of that Cut to Ribbons, we may see that come into play later on, especially as Hunter's life is dwindling down here to 14. Croxa is online as well. You can bring Croxa in at some point here.
That's a great point. No 1/1s in Hunter's future as Soul Guide Lantern comes in and exiles. The Pyromancer from the graveyard. I would normally be extremely excited to see an escaped Croxa, but I am nervous that that doesn't actually answer the problem at hand.
It does not.
In Murktide Regent. It can
at the very least, you can threaten some damage on the crackback, right?
It can, in theory, race, right? It can theoretically race depending on what Hunter has to discard to it.
That's right.
But for now, Gabor takes 7 and falls to 12.
All right, right, now top of the turn here for Gabor. Kroxa returns to play. We've been waiting for it. 5 cards leave the graveyard. No more ribbons from cut to ribbons, but it's countered. That's such a costly, costly turn.
Forbid comes in. That's a cancel variant with buyback, discard 2 cards. We won't be buying it back here. We'll just be using it as a counter spell, and it is quite costly, as Gabor's graveyard is effectively reset to 0. And I imagine we'll be cracking this Soul Guide Lantern fairly soon to cantrip.
Is that 1 card in hand for Gabor right now? So we're tapping 3 for something.
That's
Callous
Blood Mage.
Callous Blood Mage.
Well, 3 mana, 2/1.
3 different modes on it. Which one are we
yeah,
choose?
we'll be digging a little deeper. Kari Zev, the draw in some situations might be helpful, not particularly here.
No, down to 4. If that's not removal, then this one's that might be it.
It's more velocity. It is Deadly Dispute, a card you shouted out earlier.
That's right.
We'll get 2 cards deeper.
Sacrificing the Callous Blood Mage. We're going to draw some cards, some treasures. No, did not get the removal that they needed for the Murktide Regent.
This is sometimes the problem. As a Rakdos mage, I know, is that you can do a lot of stuff. You can take a lot of game actions. Winning sometimes isn't always one of them.
No, absolutely not. Especially not when the Blue Mage has a counterspell for your biggest thing.
All right, here we go. Blood Artist, off the bat, for Gabor.
Straight to exile, to put 3 to the grave.
Yeah, so Thought Scour is going to target Hunter, mill 2, draw, pass back. Kari Zev. Nice little synergy there with Blood Artist. I believe Kari Zev will sacrifice the Ragavan.
That's right, triggering Blood Artist each turn. It's a drain.
No exile. They never let us have any fun. They never let us have any fun anymore, do they?
Exile that token at the end of combat. Boo, it's fine. I understand. Fair enough. We're tapping 3. We're tapping 3 on the side of Hunter. The top of the turn. Okay.
Goodness.
The big Drake is back.
Wow.
Murktide Regent
Thought
makes a
Scour
return.
on 1, binning the Unholy Heat, cycling Sensor, enabling the turn 3 Murktide. Gross.
Just nasty. This is a 6/6 flyer on turn 3, by the way.
Kroxa is the play for Gabor. Nice. Enabling the tragic slip for Murktide Regent. That's what you like to see.
Yes. Don't believe that we have a way in Hunter's list to get this card back. Nothing like a it's a blue spell. It starts with R. Nothing to get creatures back from the graveyard on Hunter's list, I believe. So that may be the end of one of the biggest threats.
Yeah. It's got to be a sigh of relief for Gabor. Looks like a Claim the Firstborn and a Sokenzan to create a couple of hasty creatures to attack if we choose to discard that land. Always forget that as haste. I often will wait. It took me a while. I used to wait. I'm like, on your end step, make 2 1/1s with haste. Whoops.
Yeah. No, you were just bluffing, right? You were bluffing that you were holding a good card.
No, I've got something to do.
For sure. So we're seeing the Sokenzan come into play. It's discounted because of Kari Zev being a legendary permanent, paying 3 in total, 2 black, 1 red, and we're going to get 2 elemental tokens that swing in with haste alongside Kari Zev, who should also bring in her monkey friend. That monkey has a name. It's Ragavan. First mate, mind you.
Ragavan used to be so innocuous. And then he had his own card.
No, he's so cute.
Oh, come on. He's a menace.
He brings you back little treasures, little trinkets. That's the best pet ever. Oh, Anger of the Gods? Is that what that is?
No. And
Anger of the Gods
also has the word that you don't want to see when you're Gabor, which is exile.
Right.
So
no Blood Artist
triggers and no fodder for Kroxa.
That's right.
And all of a sudden, Gabor goes from an excellent position to top deck mode. Claim the Firstborn and Mountain, the 2 cards in hand. Now, important to note, Hunter also has no pressure, but we'll start things off with the Dragon Rage Channeler, and that can certainly do work.
Right. Gabor kept a really good hand in this game. I mean, just a very, very responsive to what they were seeing in Hunter's list, I think. Meat Hook Massacre for just 2.
Okay, we'll take out the Channeler. But Hunter still has 4 cards in hand and immediately says go. Callous Blood Mage. It's just no way this is resolving, right?
Leaving 1 black open. This is probably just, what is Gabor maybe looking to just draw a card here? We got 2 cards in hand. It's probably the mode we'd choose.
I would imagine so. It's tempting to perhaps make a 1/1 just because you're kind of in striking distance against Hunter. But I would imagine that just more physical cards to draw.
Especially to get Croxa back in.
Is important, exactly.
Every time it swings, you're draining 3.
Looks like we're starting off with a frantic search, so we'll draw 2, discard 2 on tap 3. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think this Callous. Oh no, perhaps we're on end step because there is a 3rd card now in Gabor's hand, and we are gonna have Fiery Temper discarded as one of the 2 cards to frantic search, so that'll enable the madness cost. We'll deal 3 to the Blood Mage and go about our business as Hunter on taps. Faithless Looting. There is so much churn in honestly all of these builds we've seen so far as we're tapping in here for round 18. The black-green deck that we saw, the blue-black deck that we saw, they're all having a ton of churn, self-mill, looting, rummaging, what have you.
That's right. Well-crafted cube.
Indeed.
The best of the best here to get cards in your graveyard and get out the ones that you need as well.
Obliterating Bolt and Think Twice as the discards there off the Faithless Looting.
So Think Twice, a card draw spell, Obliterating Bolt, pay 2, deal 4. So discarding removal tells you that maybe Hunter has more in hand or some counter spells in hand.
I would imagine so. When Hunter immediately passed as the board was empty and had 4 cards in hand, I assumed that meant...
That's a tell.
I'm going to have some answers here. Looks like we're going Collective Brutality, multiple modes, pitching Claim the Firstborn, Gabor deciding that's not going to be relevant for me anytime soon.
It's countered.
And instead it gets countered with Forbid. And we'll pass.
Paving the way slowly but surely for Croxa here. But with multiple cards in the hand of Hunter, there could still be another counterspell to follow it up. Think Twice is in the graveyard, and with that buyback cost, we could get more counterspells in hand if there's not enough already.
I see it. I see one. We've got Memory Lapse in Hunter's hand. I peeped it. So, and we're also still missing our second red source to buy back Croxa.
Oh, that's right.
So we're not there just yet.
Got a blood token. Maybe we can cycle to it.
I think we're thinking twice here, flashing that back. Gabor says, let me have a look. Let me have a look-see. There's a Faithless Looting. You have anything else you can do in the graveyard? No.
So, Banefire, you're not going to be casting that.
Polluted Delta the draw for Hunter. I'm not sure if this Tendrils can be cast off of Hunter's mana base. It might just be off of Lion's Eye Diamond. And we're going to Seasoned Pyromancer, pitch 2 lands, get 2 fresh looks.
So this 2/2 on the battlefield can block the Blood Tithe Harvester. Blood Tithe Harvester is one of the most powerful 2-drops printed recently. Just a really, really incredible card in Rakdos. You know this, though, Rakdos Mage. Gabor tapping 3. We're taking out the Seasoned Pyromancer.
Feed the cycle.
Prismari Command comes in. So which 2 modes are we going to choose? We got 3 options, 2 damage to anything. We can take out the Blood Tithe Harvester. We got the Creating a Treasure. We can draw 2, discard.
Looks like we'll certainly answer the Harvester. I have to imagine Hunter has seen enough cards. Doesn't need to loot twice again.
Yeah, so we are going to get the treasure. It's a well-sculpted hand from Hunter at this point. At the top of the turn, we are paying for 2 red, 2 blue. You know him, you love him. That's Crackling Drake. And that is a beefy Crackling Drake at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I dare not count up. We just call it a lot at this point.
Big old Drake. That's at least 4 cards in exile. Looks like maybe at least 6 or 7 in the graveyard. So at least 10, and it's flying. Still stronger than Kroxa. Kroxa still a good play here, especially as Hunter is tapped out. Oh, no, the madness cost, no?
No, we got a memory lapse.
Memory lapse,
Treasure
thank
in
you.
single land.
That's right.
Is going to memory lapse, so Kroxa will go back on top of the library. Not the best.
Yeah, you'll have
right?
to escape cast this again, and
We're
graveyard's not there yet.
We're not anywhere close.
Really, really excellent management of the Kroxa on the part of Hunter here.
Absolutely.
It's easily one of the most powerful, one of the biggest threats in Gabor's list. Nothing can quite match these flyers, though, between the Murktide Regent and the Crackling Drake.
Well, and here's Itty Bitty Tameo saying, I'll play 2. I can attack 2.
You know, Tameo's more brain than brawn, right?
For sure.
And so that's what we're seeing here. A careful study is all she needs. Paying 2 for Dig Through Time. We're going to delve, y'all. Picking some cards from the graveyard to exile. Again, this does not weaken the Crackling Drake. This is just more fuel for the Drake. If anything, we got 2 more cards that could be a removal spell, could be more counter spells, which are Hunter's deck is filled with them.
Dig Through Time, while it will add 2 cards, the Hunter's hand will not actually count as drawing 2 cards to flip the Tameo.
That's right.
I don't think Hunter's too concerned about that at the moment.
We're looking at our top 7 putting to.
I believe that we see 1 card remains in Hunter's library among these, with these 7 being looked at. So Hunter does have to end the game fairly soon.
Oh, I think Crackling Drake does a good job at that.
I would agree. I would agree.
But there could be a removal spell on the top of the list there, or the top of the deck there for Gabor. So we'll see in these coming turns. In this, well, you got 1 chance. You got 1 shot. You got to cycle. The blood token can be cycled here. Tapped to cycle.
Well, we know Kroxa's on top, so we gotta cycle to get 1 card deeper. So we're only really gonna get 1 fresh look.
That's right.
And that's if Hunter didn't, as he looked at basically his entire library, didn't find
another counter
spell or
who's this?
Oh, this is Underworld Breach. We might just be storming off, right? I think we just win.
That's right.
We've got LED and we've got Tendrils in the graveyard. I think this is game. So Underworld Breach is going to let you cast cards from your graveyard, basically adding an escape cost of 3 to each of them. So LED can get cast, cracked, cast, cracked, cast, cracked, as we're going to see. And then with all that mana, cast Tendrils.
Storm off, it's over.
Call it good. Beautiful. Beautiful deck. Wait, but is Tendrils still... Oh, Tendrils might have just... I can't quite see if it's there still. Or if it's been exiled already. I know it made its way to the graveyard.
Yeah, hard to tell. We'll let Hunter work through it. Talk through it as well.
Okay, we're floating double black, double blue. Or...
Triple black, triple blue.
Right, thank you. LED comes back. No, I think Tendrils might be gone. So what are we trying to do here then, Hunter?
Did we see Banefire yet? Banefire was exiled, right?
That I'm not sure.
Dig Through Time.
Okay, we've got a Frantic Search. So we'll get a little deeper. So this isn't an auto win. Tameo will flip after this Frantic Search resolves. Just making sure we're counting this mana correctly. from the Lion's Eye Diamond. Okay, draw 2, discard 2. There we go. Okay.
Found it.
There we go. So it was there. I just couldn't see it. The graveyard was a little mysterious to me there, Rondez. But I saw what the intention was.
Yeah.
But wasn't sure if we could pull it off. But we did. I mean, that was an incredible deck.
Oh, yeah. Hunter put together a beautiful, beautiful set of Spellsinger cards and Izzet colors. I mean, really just wonderful drafting on the side of both players. We saw a wonderful opening hand from Gabor as well that kept them in the game for quite some time against huge threats like Murktide Regent with that Crackling Drake. Oh, so powerful.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get into another match here in just a moment, though, so make sure y'all stay tuned. We're looking at the work of Connor. Connor's got looks like we got green in here. We got some black. I'm seeing Obnixilis Cruelty.
I think we're junding them out here. I believe this was our featured drafter of the pod.
Hogak.
Yeah, an Immersturm Predator, Rankle, Master of Pranks.
Got the new Grist in here as well, and Analyze the Pollen, a new tutor coming from Murders of Karlov Manor.
I will say I think Connor had some struggles in the first match that we saw from him, and having seen another good Golgari deck at the table, I'm wondering if perhaps better tools were snapped up. / I'm wondering if blue, kind of, as it often is a bit of a king in this cube.
Yeah.
As we saw the Dimir player and the Izzet player absolutely dominate the previous 2 matches.
Right. Having exclusive access to counter spells is a big deal, and we're not seeing a whole lot of hand disruption, like this Duress, Thoughtseize, those sort of effects. Looking over at Michael's list, Michael Brady here.
Ooh, a little Slogurk.
Blue, red, green.
Yeah, a little.
I see 6 in here.
Oh, and a Borborygmos. A nice Gruul beater at the top of the curve there. The fact that this cube doesn't have white in it can often lead, if these decks aren't streamlined like the blue-red or the blue-black that we saw in the previous matches, the decks can look a little homogenous, right?
Yeah.
They can kind of feel like they're doing a similar thing, which I wouldn't be surprised if that's not tied to win rate as well. That the more streamlined decks that say, hey, I'm doing this thing, I'm doing my Dimir shenanigans with Reanimate, I'm doing my blue-red spells thing, that those decks are going to get it done, and perhaps these other soupy decks might have a bit of a struggle.
Michael Brady still having a new 3 green mana enchantment, Spelunking. Spelunking. Let these lands come in untapped might be helpful, and some of that the soupy nature, especially of the mana base. Opening up with Xayatoro's Proving Ground, having access to all 3 colors here right off the rip. All 3 land types as well in Jund. Basic land types. But 2 basics coming from Connor as we get into the first 2 drop of the game. Oh, maybe not. Mulling it over.
Hermit Druid, the play there. Seems really strong in this cube. You can reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a basic land, put that card into your hand, put the rest into the graveyard. Teachings of the Kirin, a saga from Neo, coming on down.
First chapter is going to read mill 3 cards, create a 1/1 colorless spirit token. We're all about filling the graveyard in these early turns. Seeing more cards. This is in this cube, of course. Filling your graveyard is akin in some ways to drawing cards and having access to them later on. Tarmogoyf in the graveyard. I saw Honest Rustine and Obnixilis Cruelty in the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's some Reanimator effects in Connor's list to at least bring back that Goyf later on.
You would hope so. And we'll see a Deeproot Wayfinder.
Ooh, that one's nice too. Every time it swings, you're going to be able to surveil. I didn't see any battles, so I suppose it'll just be going to the player.
And the other nice thing about the Deeproot Wayfinder in this cube specifically is that everyone's starting off with those Ash Barrens, and so you have the opportunity to just get that back if the way is clear for the Wayfinder. Verdant Catacombs getting cracked here. Fetch lands have to be an absolute premium in this cube. Fetch lands are always powerful in any cube environment. Vintage cube, they're very high picks. In a cube that cares about sheer amount of cards in the graveyard, it's got to be nice to just add that count as you're hitting your land drops, as Road to Ruin is going to start things off here with a Road, a 3-mana rampant growth effect.
That's right. And also, we just got to Chapter 2 of Teachings of the Kirin. We were talking about cards being in the way of the Deep-Root Wayfinder. Now, the Spirit token does have a +1/+1 counter on it. It's a reasonable blocker. At least give you another turn. Will not win that fight, but you can get in the way and prevent the Surveil one time.
There's a lone island in Michael Brady's hand, and I believe the only blue card I saw on his list was Remand, which can't be right. I definitely saw the Remand, but I wonder if there are some other applications for that island in his deck. Perhaps caring about multiple land types, or maybe another blue card I missed. Remand, a powerful effect, don't get me wrong, but not necessarily something I'd stretch my mana base to 4 colors for. Connor's mulling things over here. Does look like Immersturm Predator. No.
Honest.
Oh no, we've got a Jundi, a Jund friend here. That looks like
just the new Tarmogoyf Enjoyer.
That's a Corum the Undertaker. Gets +X/+O, where X is the greatest power among creature cards in all graveyards. When an attack, each player mills, and during each of your turns you may play a land and cast a spell from among cards in graveyards that were put there from libraries this turn. That's not limited to your own.
That's right. And as Connor's graveyard grows, so does Tarmogoyf, so does Corum the Undertaker.
Well, and Hermit Druid as well is going to be a nice way to fuel Corum, right? So you can activate Hermit Druid, mill some spells, and then you can cast one of those spells from among those cards milled.
Oh yeah, really nasty.
Teachings of the Kirin going to hit Chapter 3 and flip. A 1/1 with sort of minor ability, I guess a bit of graveyard hate. And Corum is going to be undertook by, some ruin here, equal to the number of lands you control, which is 5 on Brady's side.
This is going to be a really, this flipped saga is actually really, really impactful here for Michael. Getting rid of the Tarmogoyf weakens Corum.
Well, nothing's going to weaken Corum like this removal spell that just got fired off. I think that's going to take care of it just fine. And we're going to, a little bit of a pitch spell here.
And
We've
so
got a Flare of Malice. Can sack a non-token black creature instead of paying its cost.
Doing that on the stack prevented the card from being exiled as well.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's when it attacks, but yes.
And so we'll have Michael sack the Teachings of the Kirin. So no graveyard hate. As of yet for Brady. Entomb will let us go tutor up any card and put it into the graveyard. It's usually part 1 of the story. Part 1 is Entomb, and then part 2 is Reanimate, or maybe it's a card with flashback. Right? I've entombed a Lingering Souls. I'm not above it. I know that won't be in this cube because it's a white card, but you can do it. It can be done. Entomb a Think Twice. Build your own cantrip.
I'm seeing Corvold in here. Is that what that is? Not Corvold.
That's it's not Bloodbraid Elf. It's like Bloodbraid Berserker. It's an escape Bloodbraid Elf that's 5 mana.
Bloodbraid Challenger.
Thank you.
Cascade and Haste. It's also got an escape cost.
Yeah, so that's a nice card to bin. Entomb seems like an extremely high pick in this cube from what I've seen so far. Being able to, it's effectively a tutor.
Hogok, that's dangerous.
That's a card worth putting a pinch on your graveyard for, I'd say. And
no
it
doubt.
Looks like we'll be casting it right now. We'll leave the Undertaker in the graveyard, exile the rest, tap the Druid, tap the Wayfinder, and here's an 8/8. Now, this card is answerable. Not easily, but
not easily, no.
It's possible.
And so, in getting this Hogak on the battlefield, even if it is removed, if we have a way to bring our Jund friend back, our Undertaker back, it would have Hogak's power and toughness. So, you know, the with how much reanimation is in Connor's deck, these threats, they just keep coming. Deep Root Wayfinder able to, every time it swings, should it be able to get in here again, you're just adding more fuel to the fire.
Connor's going to untap here and find himself able to possibly get in with the Hogak.
He could.
Or Madrid effectively just going to draw a swamp there. So that's the first card off the top. Oh, and a Grist. Not a Planeswalker often flipped in Limited, but I imagine it is trivially easy in this cube.
That's right. So I think Brady here is just trying to work a way to get rid of this Hogak. Once we get to 8 lands is when that Road to Ruin, the second half, the Aftermath ability is online and is strong enough to take it out.
I think that's an exile. It already took out the Undertaker.
Oh, that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. Thank you.
Rankle, Wayfinder, and Hogak.
Dangerous board state for Connor right now.
This is, it's do or die, and I think that the emphasis might be on die for Michael Brady here in game 1.
Okay. So
what do you got here, bud?
Pulling something from the graveyard here, paying 5 to do so. Is it Delve spell? Flashback?
Scoop him up.
We're going to scoop it up. All right, yeah. Hogak tends to do that to people. So Michael's going to drop that game in game 1. We're heading to game 2 with Connor up 1. Michael on the play. Dropping in a red-green tap land off the start. Got an island as well. Okay.
Fanatic of Ronus.
So this is a new card coming from MH3. It's a Mana Dork, among other things. It's got Eternalize, so should this thing go to the graveyard, you can bring it back as a 4/4. So it's capable of activating its own Ferocious ability, where you can activate only if you control a creature with power 4 or greater. Add 4 green. 4 green mana.
6 also, another buddy from MH3 coming down. And it looks like both players stuck on 2 mana, or Michael's stuck on 2 mana, Connor not doing anything with his 2 mana, and Obnixilus's Cruelty going to answer the 6.
Yeah, excellent call to drop that spell there.
Yeah, demands an answer for sure, and Michael's solving a bit of his mana issues here by firing off Road.
Get a basic into play, comes in tapped. We're choosing a swamp. Michael Brady now has access to all colors in the deck.
Corum, the Undertaker.
A bit underwhelming at the moment as we have no cards in the graveyard.
That's true.
But that can very quickly get out of hand, very quickly get powered up, as we saw the Entomb and just many other cards to mill on Connor's side.
Aftermath Analyst going to come in and mill 3. Maybe some lands to get scooped up later. And a Master of Death, another recursive threat. It's going to come in and surveil 2. But then if it's in your graveyard in your upkeep, you can pay a life to put it right back in your hand. A card in a graveyard or a card in a cube like this that can freely move from zones like that is extremely powerful. Imagine this card in the hands of the Izzet opponent we saw in the last match, right? Just having that card is like, oh, I'll Faithful Salute this to the graveyard, put it back in. It's an extra card for me to discard to whatever, my Seasoned Pyromancer, etc. Those kinds of cards are extremely versatile in cubes like this.
Absolutely. So this Undertaker still 0-5. Don't be fooled. It's a decent blocker. It'll get beefy here shortly. And its power toughness still being supported by the graveyard of Michael Brady.
Well, but there's not enough power on Michael Brady's side to tussle with the 5 toughness, so no reason for Connor not to, as he does, to turn it sideways. And he'll get a land from Brady's graveyard, the Verdant Catacombs. And we'll play an Immersturm Predator. A very difficult creature to deal with as long as Connor has other creatures to sacrifice to it. He'd obviously prefer not to sacrifice Quorum, as that's a nice engine piece for him, but could do it if necessary. And
oh, that's the adventure.
Virtue of Persistence is going to.
It's -3/-3, so it's able to get around the indestructible, even if we wanted to sacrifice the Undertaker.
Correct. Well, I think, does it grow when it gets tapped?
Exile up to 1 target. Yeah, when it becomes tapped, it does indeed put a +1/+1 counter. I don't know that we have a way to tap it right now.
The sacrifice does do that as part of the cost, right? So sack another creature, it gains indestructible, tap it. So we could, it's basically just what does Connor feel
is more important
at this moment? Does he feel like the free sack?
Yeah.
He is going to choose
right,
to get the Predator online here. Right, flying, that is the keyword of the weekend, isn't it, Rondos?
It is, and it has been for our
Cube
Zone coverage.
The cubes we've seen, flying has mattered a lot.
Absolutely.
It's always, that's a joke, right? Every set, people are like, flying's really good in this format. You're like, yeah, flying's good flying's just good.
It is.
That's the thing.
You know what else is a really common reference? That has reach?
Yeah.
There's just something about this mechanic in particular that just, it does something to Magic players. Virtue of Persistence over there in Exile. Once we get to 6 mana and having access to double black on Michael Brady's side, he's going to be able to bring a creature back each turn from the graveyard, which is a way to get around this Undertaker's powerful ability to look at both graveyards. But that's an expensive card to cast. I don't think there's any enchantment. I don't recall any enchantment removal in the draft of Connor.
Yeah, he is going to have to hope that he has some, finds some, proxies some, because Brady is 1 turn away from casting the Virtue, should he choose to do that. Oh, and it looks like we may be getting our Quorum back thanks to this Archpriest. This is going to have backup. So it grants this ability that it has, which is whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield.
So giving that to a flyer is a big deal here.
Yes.
Can't be blocked. Let's get that Undertaker back on the field.
And we're getting in. And the other thing that's great about this Predator is that it's simultaneously eating Michael's graveyard. And we're exiling things as it's being tapped, adding counters to it. Playing double duty like that is very powerful. And I'm not sure that Michael Brady can afford, though it may be his only option, to tap out for something like Virtue of Persistence at this point. Would it do enough? There's no creatures in Connor's graveyard, and any relevant creatures in Michael's graveyard can be
exiled,
chomped up by the Predator. Exactly.
Answers for this Immersturm Predator are certainly limited. We got more sacrifice fodder in the form of that Archpriest of Shadows. These creatures on the ground are just not doing enough for what's flying above them.
And I am seeing a bit of what I thought we might, which is there's just a little bit of lack of focus in these decks. Sure, and they're doing stuff with the graveyard, and they have good creatures, and there's powerful things happening. But it's not quite like what we saw out of the Dimir and the Izzet decks.
That's absolutely right. There's quite a bit of synergy in these Jund cards for this for what Connor's got going on. The Undertaker, the Immersturm Predator, this backup Shadow Priest, the Tarmogoyf, of course, that we've seen in the list alongside Entomb. Even just those 5 cards, pretty powerful there, but they're all quite expensive, right? We were seeing the Izzet and Golgari lists in our previous match doing a whole lot more for a whole lot less mana. They got all the good Delve cards, I think.
Right.
I think that's where they all went.
Yeah, right. We saw Treasure Cruise, we saw Gurmag Angler, we saw Dig Through Time.
Right. Hogok's here, but...
Sure. Okay, we're going to ruin the Quorum.
Oh, no, we did it to the Immersturm Predator, but Connor's going to sacrifice a creature and give it indestructible.
No additional counter there, as it was already tapped.
Keeping the 4/4 Death Touch, which is a solid decision. Another Aftermath Analyst.
We're going to get back the Analyst here. Not the most exciting play when we're facing... And there's no reach on Michael Brady's side. So he's just going to get rinsed and repeated here, as Archpriest still has that same ability and can get back the Quorum.
I think the only thing to block with it here is this Wizard. Ooh. Oh, no. This is going to discover 5 right off the top. We get Tarmogoyf.
Do. Trumpeting Carnosaur.
Oh.
Predator sideways, so we'll uptick on a counter. Choose a card to exile. Not sure it matters. Cling to Dust actually does matter as a flashback spell that can interact with graveyards.
That's right.
Oh, and that Archpriest doesn't, even though this art is extremely flying adjacent. Does not have flying. So
does not.
Master of Death can hop in front.
Just a very flowy cloak.
Master of Death going to come back for the low price of just 1 life. Though that is becoming, well, hello, Borborygmos. How are you today? 8 mana, 7/6. When it deals combat damage to a player, reveal the top 3 cards of your library. You put all land cards revealed this way into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. And you can discard a land card to have it deal 3 damage to any target. There's a lot going on, and I don't think it's enough.
No,
to
3
tussle.
It's just not enough for these huge. And we've gotten so late into the game with, again, how high the curve is of Connor's deck. 3 is just not cutting it at this point.
Yep. I mean, Trumpeting Carnosaur tussles with it, and that's not even the most threatening card on Connor's side.
Right. We're tapping. We're swinging everything here. I mean, this poor Fanatic of Ronus and Aftermath Analyst getting crushed. Borborygmos, the best blocker on the battlefield, is just not going to do it. You might be able to take out 1, but Immersturm is still flying over your head for 7 damage.
We'll exile Verdant Catacombs. We'll trade with Carnosaur. We'll chump the Archpriest. We'll chump the Tarmogoyf. Before damage, we'll activate the Analyst, only getting back Foothills. But I believe that's game. 1 point of trample damage from the Carnosaur plus the 7 from the Immersturm Predator, and that's going to do it. That's 8. And Borborygmos, more like bye Borborygmos. We're all done. That's all it. That's all she wrote.
Sure is. An exciting finish to our Idris Graveyard Cube. We've seen some exciting things coming in the colors of blue, black, red, and green. It was sans white, that cube, with some really, really interesting play that we saw from the Izzet and Golgari decks especially. But guys, we're going to cut to a quick break. We're coming back to you with more cube action. The mono red cube this time, I promise. Stay tuned.
A wizard is never late, especially for CubeCon. Hello, everyone. I'm Thomas from Berkeley, California, and my cube for the CubeCon main event this year is the Lord of the Rings Expanded Cube. This cube is a love letter to the Lord of the Rings draft format. I wanted to expand this drafting format by both capturing the magic the LOTR lore brings and adding more cards to the card pool. While there are many cards from the draft format represented here, there are in addition cards from the LOTR products such as the Commander decks and the Holiday Bundles. In addition, there are cards that were included from other Magic sets that fit the flavor vibe. Things to note for this cube. Singleton was broken in order to ensure that Ring Tempt and other drafting themes were able to be drafted. Many of the drafting archetypes from Retail Limited appear in this cube, and I suggest thinking in terms of 2 or 3 colors such as Jeskai Aggro, Abzan Midrange Food, Grixis Control, and Banscry Value. There are some support put in place for 5-color good stuff, Tree Folk, and more goblins than you would find in Moria.
Just as Bilbo is prepared to leave Middle-earth, are you quite ready for one more adventure?
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. We're here for day 4 of the event, and we are in top 28. We're calling it Final Fortune. We're going to give you a short overview of our main event this weekend. I'm Rondez. I'm joined by Ethan Sachs, my friend Lord Tupperware. And guys, we got the Mono Red Cube coming up. We just concluded our matches for the Idris Graveyard Cube. Really exciting finish that we've seen from some powerful Izzet decks, some powerful Golgari decks. But we are going all one color. Hot and enraged is the red mage here. But our main event that we're getting into, as I said, we're in our 4th of our 5th day as top 28 advance to this part of the tournament. And we're looking for players with a 2-1 or better record to advance to top 64 here, Ethan, and to get into Sunday.
The hall filled. There was a lot of people standing. The environment was palpable here as people were waiting to see the final cut for top 128. And it's been a little fun, a little loose, a little freeform leading up to this, but it's now real here as we're getting into crowning a champion here. Top 128 will cut the field in half. We'll split it by everybody drafting a cube here at the end of the night as we are in the night shift here. And we're going to have everyone with a 2-1 or better record advance to tomorrow. Top 64 is going to draft. That's even harsher. That's single a limb. That's going to get people to the top 8 draft. Single a limb as well till we get to crown a champion. So it's really hard here. You know, you get to this point, maybe you had a record of, 8-4, 8-3-1, whatever. You have to go 2-1 to 3-0 to get to top 8.
That's right. The stakes are a bit higher. We're a bit more cutthroat, a bit harsher at this stage of the tournament with some of the best players making it to our final days of the event. We got the cube up here for you in just a moment so we can take a look at the magic in this beautifully curated cube. Some of the most powerful cards in red that you will ever seen. We have every iteration of Chandra. We've got plot cards. We've got many opportunities to make infinite mana. You got your Dual Caster Mage, Twin Flame. You got your Bergi God of Storytelling alongside Grinning Ignis. That's not even getting into the assortment of goblins, Conspicuous Snoop, Skirk Prospector, the Big Dumb Dragon of Glorybringer. We have Terror of the Peaks. I mean, just if you know a powerful red card, whatever you just thought of, it's in here.
Yeah, I had some folks being like, wait, really? You're going to be doing mono red cube on coverage? This cube rules. This cube is really fun. As you can see, it's not just an aggro cube. There is a lot of, sure, there's aggro, there's burn, don't get me wrong. There's prowess, there's goblins, as you mentioned. There's go wide, there's anthem effects. There's also big red. There's also wildfire control with mana rocks. There's also storm combo. There's goblin welder combos to get large artifacts out of the graveyard, swap those, trash for treasure, that sort of thing. There is a lot going on in this cube. A buddy of mine just 3-0'd this cube to get himself into top 128. He faced off against Caleb Durward. Here's how he won. He mind-slavered his opponent and had him crack a Shrine of Burning Rage that had 21 counters, targeting himself.
Mindslaver, taking the turn of your opponent and making them do some damage to themselves. That's just among the many powerful artifacts, the colorless artifacts that we have here in this mono red cube. Just lots and lots of fuel. This cube is all gas, no brakes, and I'm really excited to see what they're able to put together because their options really wide here. You're able to string together some wild lines of play. It's all about that good sequencing. We're taking a look at Robert Taylor, my friend Fire Shoes.
The man, the myth, the legend. You
tag
love to
Fire
see
Shoes
it.
for visibility.
Oh my gosh.
So in this first pack, again, lots of heat, several good 1-mana spells here. We're seeing the Monastery Swiftspear off the top. I saw Crash Through in case you want to get into some Storm gameplay. The Rampaging Ferocidon can be huge in terms of being able to respond to opponents that are going in the aggro gameplay, your creatures ETB dealing damage to you.
Some notable things, there are some vintage cube staples in this environment. We've got a Ragavan, we've got a Gut, Broadside Bombardiers, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, the One Ring, Sneak Attack. Anytime those cards are in lower powered environments, you want to shout those out. We also see a unique effect in Robert's first pack here in Crucible of Worlds. There is a Crucible Strip Mine combination here that we can have.
I think I saw Bergi, and I understand that that's quite high up on the list here, but getting red mana every turn seems quite powerful, or if you're in some horrible, dire situation where you have to cast that back half the horn, that's nice too, but it's really all about that front side. We are going with the Monastery Swiftspear. Excellent pick, one of the best red drops ever printed.
Yeah, it's nice to see that. One of the things, as I did a number of practice drafts of the cubes that we have a chance to cover here, is that you can get kind of locked in or excited about the possibilities of, there's this combo, I see the Crucible, I see this. Robert's electing to do something extremely smart, which is to say, let me just take a really powerful, effective,
it's gonna be good
hasty threat that's going to be good no matter what. Sure, maybe he'll lean into the prowess kind of, maybe a bit of more of a spells matter, bleeding the two, burn, prowess kinds of styles of decks that the cube designer has shouted out here for us, but it's probably just going to be good no matter where he puts it.
Yeah, absolutely, generally speaking, and we have something like 80 at least instants and sorceries in this deck, so you're going to find some that not only empower your Monastery Swiftspear, but also might support the strategy that you have going elsewhere in your drafted deck. So the first pick of Monastery Swiftspear, a brilliant one. Lotus Petal off the top, a little bit of mana acceleration there, another trigger for your Monastery Swiftspear maybe.
Got a Pashalik Mons, and I do think while there is a Goblins theme, a Goblin deck in this cube, that I'm not sure that you want to be diving into it for a card like this. I feel like Muxus Goblin Grandee is one of the few cards that would make me say, I'm going to really try and draft a Goblins deck out of this cube.
Right. So I'm seeing a Magma Channeler in here. The Soul Scar Mage caught my attention immediately because just that paired with the Monastery Swiftspear, we're low to the ground and doing lots of damage with these two humans.
You did shout out that Soulscar Mage as another sort of, that's a prowess 1-drop, right?
Sure is.
So it'll be interesting to see. I feel like we'll get a sense right off the bat if Robert is thinking a bit more about, do I want to go down this synergy path, or do I want to really just be taking the cards I think are best on rate, and maybe you take something like Goblin Guide, which is, has been one of the best 1-drops in red for over a decade.
Sure has. Seen lots of play in Boros Burn, Naya Burn, whatever you got going on.
Reckless Bushwhacker here. Not quite the Goblin Bushwhacker that we're seeing on the left. We got a Reckless Bushwhacker. It has a similar effect on the game, a bit of a go wide thing. So perhaps thinking about pairing that with some token generators, which are also going to be goblins, and maybe we'll find our way into Goblin here. But for now, we'll move on to pick number 3. And some more diverse options here. Portal to Phyrexia, one of the best.
Oh, yep.
Okay, so yeah, we've got you and I both went.
Get the bird.
Stop everything. Slickshot Show Off is one of the hallmark, the keystone cards for the prowess deck in this cube. I mean,
that it is.
That's going to be really good. I think we're likely to see Robert select that here. Well, it remains to be seen. But I wanted to shout out Portal to Phyrexia for that Welder-style deck. If you can cheaply find a way to get Portal to Phyrexia into your graveyard, you're looting it away somehow, using a Duretti, and then you can use a Goblin Welder or one of the many welding variants, Trash to Treasure, as I already mentioned. Getting that into play, cheating it into play effectively, really, really strong. I don't imagine that Robert's going to take that here after the Swift Spear. He seems to be saying, no fun.
No, we're doing damage. We're going to face. Also, it's a flyer. We want, for any cube where there's a shortage of those, you want to make sure you have that, especially something that's just going to get pumped up every single turn. Slickshot is going to be a great pick. So that'll be our 3rd card from this pack, from this round here for Robert Taylor.
So, where Robert is right now, I think he probably wants to keep open a little bit, but he's got a really powerful lane to try and push down. So, a little sideways on our lone battle here.
This is the only battle in the cube, Invasion of Regatha. One of the weaker of the red ones, I think, but relevant here in the fact that we just want to do some damage, get something to attack and flip.
Well, that's another thing about a mono red cube. There's not going to be a lot of life gain.
No.
Rondez. There is a Batter Skull in the cube of note. I think that's one of the best ways to gain life at our players' disposal here. There's also, you can get really cute with like Elixir of Immortality to tap, gain life, shuffle some cards, but I think that's a pretty niche thing. I think Batterskull's the best of the bunch. The rest of it, the burn's going to stick. Rampaging Ferocidon is sort of in effect. Everybody can't gain life unless you've got a Batterskull. In this pack, a lot of burn here. Flame Rift, there's Stagger Shock, deal 2 with Rebound. There's regular Shock. There's the Battle. There's Shatter Skull Smashing as a modal double-faced land.
Deal some damage to up to 2 targets.
He is going to go Flame Rift, deal 4 damage to each player. Robert is looking to make quick work of his opponents with these prowess creatures and some burn spells.
Sorcery Speed, deal 4 damage is quite strong with the picks that Robert's gone with so far.
Oh my god, and just another card that's the complete opposite end of the spectrum here, an Ensnaring Bridge. Each creature with power greater than the number of cards in your hand can't attack. Oh, an Ogre.
So that's a really powerful pick. However, with what Robert's got going on at the moment, it might not be necessary due to that trigger only mattering for non-combat damage. The only non-combat damage spell does 4 already. So maybe you pass that to the left and let someone else take a hold of it. But it's nice because it's something that can come back each turn.
Right. There is a Kiln Fiend that seemed to have caught Robert's eye. It doesn't exactly have prowess. It kind of has super prowess, right? Any non-creature spell, or I believe any instant or sorcery, rather, is going to give that +3/+0 until end of turn. There's some shenanigans to be done, not quite with the Kuldotha Rebirth, but there is a Gleeful Demolition. Destroy an artifact. If you controlled it, you make 3/1/1s. Well, there's a Darksteel Citadel in the cube, so you can target your own indestructible artifact, make 3/1/1s right off the bat.
Gleeful Demolition's in here somewhere, for sure.
Yes. He's going to go for the Kiln Fiend, and I wonder, if I'm Robert right now, I'm going, Man, I kind of wish I took that Soulscar Mage. Then he'd be all like locked in. You don't want to have those kinds of regrets as your thoughts, but it's hard not to. Stoke the Flames, another burn spell.
I like Stoke the Flames, especially if we're going with lots of creatures here in Robert's deck. 4 damage to any target is quite powerful when you're doing that. Skewer the Critics would be a good pick as well, and it looks like we're all having kind of the same thought process here in terms of these picks as he marks that one on top of the pack.
Goblin War Leader, 2-mana 2/2 with Battle Cry, Dreadhorde Arcanist.
Oh, that would be nice here too. But I think you want one of these 2 burn spells more than Dreadhorde Arcanist so far.
I would be inclined to take Stoke the Flames as Convoke, effectively kind of turning that a little free. It's not quite free, but you can get the cost reduction. You can kind of surprise your opponent. Like, you can be tapped out and still get a prowess trigger, right?
That's right.
Because of the Convoke, depending on how wide your board is. So the Reckless Bushwhacker, I think, could still prove relevant in Robert's deck, though. It remains to be seen. You got a Vexing Devil there. There's that Darksteel Citadel I was talking about. A few other lands here. Buried Ruin, Sun-Scorched Desert. Another kind of combo piece in Squee Goblin Nabob, that kind of rectangle that can move from graveyard to hand, etc. Maybe a recurring sacrifice piece. The 3 mana is a lot. This pack is a lot less exciting for Robert, especially given... So certainly all of the prowess things will trigger off of this Saga that he has in the front, but he's going to go with Vexing Devil. Single red 4/3, I believe. It'll just deal 4 damage to your opponent. So another way that Robert has to, you can see it on the left of your screen.
Looking for quick games.
Yeah. He's going to try and turn and burn.
Helm of the Host, not too great here either. The Inventor's Fair. I see a Nykthos, but I don't know that we're going to have enough permanence in the battlefield for that to matter.
The card that Robert lingered on at the beginning there, I believe, is Grim Reaper Sprint. It's a 5-mana enchantment. Costs 3 less to cast if a creature died this turn. And as it enters the battlefield, you untap each creature you control. If it's your first main phase, there's an additional, or if it's your main phase, there's an additional combat phase. And enchanted creature gets +2/+2 in haste. That could be a really nice top of the curve for him. Maybe not even top of the curve if you pair it with a removal spell and get the cost reduction for the morbid cost. But he's going to go with Great Furnace, just an artifact land. Maybe he's got plans for that down the road. Maybe thinking about that the Kadoltha Rebirth coming up on the wheel.
Right.
Kadoltha Rebirth, kind of great with the Bushwhacker. Cheap to double spell to get that cheaper cost. Everybody gets +1/+0 in haste. Nice way to close out the game if that combo comes together. There's a Bergie.
It's back, but curve's so low. Maybe it's not necessary at this point.
Crash Through is beautiful here. Cantripping, sorcery, though Robert doesn't seem interested. Looking at Brimstone Volley as perhaps a way to grab 25% of your opponent's life total if the morbid cost, or morbid clause rather, is qualified for. Smash to smithereens, huh? Maybe a little hedge against.
Cut some artifacts out of here.
He has passed some, right? He passed Portal. He's passed Ensnaring Bridge, which could give him some trouble. So grabbing a kind of Shatter effect makes a bit of sense, though I'm not sure it will make his main deck. There's probably not a ton of destroy artifact. I'm sure there's probably a number of them in the cube, as Red has no shortage of access to those in Magic's history. But
that's right. A Braid's in here as well.
Right. That's the kind of spell you'd rather have. Yeah, something that's... I know that Smash to Smithereens also is going to deal damage, which is obviously Robert's MO here, but...
Another Slick Shot. Oh, no, it's his... Oh, my goodness. It's the cards that we saw here. I was like, there's no way there's a second one.
This pack looks really good.
I was like, there's no way there's another one in here.
That's what he's drafted.
No, we got the lone Slick Shot already.
But I think something modal like a Braid is a bit better in terms of having, a diversity of answers to your opponent's threats at instant speed, for sure.
Right. Good call.
But it looks like Robert, a Braid's downside, as far as I can tell from Robert's perspective, is it doesn't go face.
That's right.
And Robert seems to be saying face is the place for what he's drafted so far.
Yeah. And a good collection of cards for that exact strategy. We'll see what comes up in our next pack. I'm not sure how many more prowess-esque creatures are in this. At this point, Bedlam Reveler somewhere.
Yeah, Bedlam Reveler can be there. I believe there is one of our mousy friends.
Oh, from Bloomborough.
Yes.
That's right.
We had a Molten Rain. Goblin Guide still in the pack. Monstrous Rage as well.
I think that's an excellent pick here. Either Monstrous Rage or Goblin. I can't believe the Goblin Guide made it back over here.
That is a little offended. I'm quite offended by this, actually. I'll have some words for our drafters here if we have a break coming up. Goblin Guide still got it, and Robert agrees.
Yeah, maybe the Monstrous Rage will make its way back over here. I think that's more likely to see that again than the Goblin Guide.
Right. I mean, Monstrous Rage is one of, as you know, it's played in those kinds of decks, it's one of the better versions of that kind of effect.
That it
We've
is.
seen. There's a Reckless Charge, I'm sure, but
I like Remnant Ruins.
Yeah.
That's an excellent pick. Again, we're worried about going to face and having a land that can do that, something that just adds some inevitability to what you have going on. Quite dangerous in that you're paying life in a mono red cube, but still just that activated ability is so worth it.
the land choices for this cube, I think, are so smart. There's a lot of powerful ones that exist that shine in different decks. We'll see some burn versions, right? Barbarian Ring's been going around, Ramunap Runes, Robert just selected. But there's also ones that work with artifacts. Talked about Strip Mine. There's just some random red fetch lands, maybe to enable Delirium. I know Fear of Missing Out is in the cube. So there's just a lot of things happening in the mana base. I think it's really smartly curated here for this list of 450 cards. So we won't see the entire cube this draft. We will see most. 90 cards left on the sidelines.
Notably, we were talking about creatures that can give you prowess here. We lost out on the Skullscar Mage. Robert Taylor did. Fire Shoes did. There's still the potential for things like Dragon's Rage Channeler to come up. Phoenix Chick could be another good one. That's a flyer as well. We'll see what comes up.
Robert, help us out here, bud. Oh, there's the battle's still there. He might want that. Just to deal 3 mana, deal 4.
That's
plus
right.
Maybe pick off an X1.
That's right.
Again, not the kind of card you might main deck. I think he probably won't have to, but if you face a lot of 1 toughness creatures, you may want to. He's going to go for, I believe this is some sort of Reckless Abandon as an additional cost to play it, sack a creature, and it deals 4 damage to target creature or player. Robert is chunking them in groups of 4. Says Flame Rift, Reckless Abandon. I'm gonna get you done in about 5 shots here, unless you've got a Batter Skull or some other random way to gain life. It's a little refreshing, Rondez, I have to say. I feel like, if you've been following our coverage throughout the few days, the Changeling Cube was fun, but there was a lot. The World War of the Spark Cube was fun, but there was a lot to track there. We just got a taste of the Graveyard Cube.
Right.
That was quite a bit. This is a little, it just feels like it's a palate cleanser at the end of a long day of coverage.
Just count down from 20. It's that easy.
Exactly. Right, I only need 1 spin down.
Yeah.
It's not going up. The number's not going up.
That's right. Well-drafted list so far, I'd say, from Fire Shoes. I'm curious to see if anyone else at the table is maybe making an attempt to go for some of these bigger, splashier plays, the battles, the Planeswalkers, the sagas.
The Portal to Phyrexia wheeling, I'm really hoping that someone snapped that up on the wheel and decided, oh, this means that it's open. Because that's the kind of strategy, the big artifact, the welder kind of red deck that's in this cube. That's the kind of thing you don't want to be doing it when someone else is doing it.
Right.
If I'm taking the welders and you're taking the big artifacts, both of our decks are going to do really poorly.
Right. So we're seeing, I think that was it Goblin Engineer that we just pulled?
Oh, a Fireblade Charger here. Very notable for Fire Shoes. I wonder if he selected the mono red cube based off his moniker there. We'll get a review here after pack 1. And I have to say, really nice for Robert that a lot of these pieces were opened in pack 1. For him to see the slick shot show off 3 picks after he selected the Swift Spear, and then to see the Kiln Fiend, it's nice to sort of be like, oh, I can go down this strategy, because sometimes, especially when we're playing with a 450 card cube, it's nice to know, sometimes you might go, oh, I'm building towards this strategy, and then those cards weren't opened. And that can be really disappointing. And he's got a lot of the starter pieces here and can really sort of just fill it out with the best cards that he sees.
And redundancy is in his favor here with this. Their Stoke the Flame is like one of the few. There's 2 direct damage spells in the deck so far, but in the cube itself, there's Shock, there's Lightning Bolt, there's so much more. Gut Shot, Lava Dart, lots of stuff to come that can build onto this play style. Oh, Runaway Steamkin might be okay here.
That just seems like anybody would want it. I will say I am surprised he didn't want the Crash Through. That's one pick, not taking the love me a Smuggler's Copter. There's a Bolt. There's a One Ring.
I mean, do you really want to be doing damage to yourself in this guy? Not against Fire Shoes, that's for sure.
No,
but
no, you
still,
don't.
One of the most powerful cards in the game, give you protection for a turn, but paying life each turn is, it's certainly not what Fire Shoes wants to be doing, is paying for, and it's a bit too expensive for what we have going on.
Ball Lightning kind of fits for him as well. As sort of a
risk factor is good here
another
too.
Excellent option for him. I was wondering, because so much seems to be, he seems so interested in deal 4 in chunks of 4. I was wondering if he would feel that Lightning Bolt was perhaps too small ball for him, but no.
Fury.
It stays king. Fury, another one of the, it's good enough for Vintage Cube, so probably good enough to think about here.
Yeah.
Though it doesn't quite fit. It's effectively Pyrokinesis for him. Like, he's not, I think he's hoping to have ended things before that. There's a Stingerback Terror here as well, which he can do some plot stuff for. Hopefully we can get the focus worked out here. But Robert does seem to be lingering on Fury or Terror. I would personally give the nod to Fury if these are the 2 we're deciding between.
Yeah, maybe you've got some creatures on the ground that you need to get out of the way for your Swift Spear and company to be able to attack. Terror of the Peaks is a bit high in the curve, but it's a flyer that deals lots of damage.
And Robert will be emptying his hand extremely quickly.
Different Terror. Stingerback Terror.
And that's what we go with. This is rough here with the blur, unfortunately. Sorry, folks. We'll have Zealous Conscripts. There is Kiki plus Zealous in the cube, plus Fable of the Mirror Breaker as well. Not quite infinite, but there is combo in that respect. This is a really interesting card. I was looking at this before. It's not one that I'm familiar with. This is the Flux. It's a 4-mana saga. Chapter 1 says it deals 4 damage to target creature and opponent controls. The next 4 chapters have the red, like, sort of impulse card draw thing where you exile and can play it until end of turn, and then add 6 mana for Chapter 6.
I think Bone Crusher Giant's a really, really good shout here. Again, cheap, 2 damage. Damage can't be prevented. Direfleet Daredevil's nice, but I'm leaning more towards the Bone Crusher Giant here. That stop. Oh, I just see Eidolon of Revel.
Yeah, Eidolon of the Great Revel is interesting. That seems very much in line with what Robert's mentality for this cube is.
That's right. I think either one of those is an excellent pick, and it'll be unfortunate to pass either of them up, but you can only come out with one.
The land destruction sprinkled throughout the cube. I believe there was a Molten Impact in the first pack. We're seeing Avalanche Riders. We know Strip Mine exists. And Robert agrees with you on that Bone Crusher Giant. I like it.
2 highly impactful cards right there.
Serving
on that one
double duty. More of the control options here. Burning of Signet, Cityscape Leveler, Pulse of the Forge, a potential recurable burn spell here.
a 3-mana instant at that. Oh, Sokenzan's a great pick here. We were talking about how powerful the lands are. Just getting more bodies into the battlefield could be relevant.
And one of the things that happens in, regular cubes, maybe you're figuring out your colors, blah, blah, blah. You're worried about making playables. No one's going to have any trouble making playables in a mono red cube. And so when you're not excited by regular picks, lands provide power in other ways and let you play more of your draft picks. And that is really what you want to be doing at the end of the day. Pulse of the Forge is going to be the selection here for Robert. This is a really interesting card. 3-mana instant, deals 4 damage to target player. Again, chunks of 4. But if that player has more life than you, I can't imagine that being possible. Pulse of the Forge will go back to your hand.
An excellent pick as a burn spell. We're about going in the face here. If you're spending, 3 mana per turn and you're doing at least 4 damage a turn, I think that's relevant.
There is a Monarch card that we're seeing here.
Look at this, the
Searing Blaze.
That's a really, really big pick out of here.
And Kamano faces Kakazan as well. This pack has a lot of options. I don't think Robert will be taking the Crimson Fleet Commodore. That was the card I was shouting. That's 4-mana 5/2 trample. When it enters, you become the Monarch. I don't think Robert's interested in the game going long enough for him to reap those benefits, but is that a breath of fresh air seeing those cards come into focus.
I think the Searing Blood is the best pick here, but Kamano's not a bad one either. We got lots of creatures that would love that extra counter. You get a 2/2 haste to, you can start exiling your opponent's permanents.
What's really nice there is, as well, it's sort of in line with the Bone Crusher Giant.
Good catch. Look at those hands.
He's nimble.
You're in the wrong line of work, buddy. Get him on the field.
Is that Bone Crusher and Kamano are both creatures that will trigger prowess effectively, right? Kamano waiting to flip from being a Saga, Bone Crusher being Stomp on the adventure.
Right.
That's really nice with what Robert has going on from Pack 1. Final Fortune. Aptly named. This is our Final Fortune top 128 draft. Should Robert take another turn and then lose the game at the end of that turn, it's not a bad selection for him, to be honest.
I think you're right, because you're trying to make short work of your opponent. Sometimes you just need that extra little push.
There
Final
it goes.
Fortune will do that for you.
Okay.
Spikefield Hazard.
Sulfuric Vortex. Going to deal 2 damage to each player in their upkeep. Rift Bolt. Another 3 damage burn spell.
So 2 good picks in here so far. I think I'm looking the most at Spikefield Hazard and Rift Bolt. The modality of Spikefield Hazard is tempting. Also, again, we're trying to go to face, but Rift Bolt is just, again, this is a modern burn staple. So I think you want to lean towards those as often as possible. We're seeing Goblin Guide, Lightning Bolt, Monastery Swift Spear. Just build it out.
And one of the things I like about how Robert's navigating this is he's not, I think he's doing just a good job of thinking about the game plan rather than thinking about the prowess of it all.
Right.
That he's just thinking, I'm just an aggro deck. I'm a burn deck.
Right.
I'm trying to get them, as you said, from 20 to 0. Not overthinking things here.
That's right.
Pillage more land destruction.
Makes me wonder if we'll see some kind of a control-y type list here. We saw lots of board wipes, and there's lots of removal and planeswalkers.
Yeah.
If you think you can survive that long enough to get some of these bigger threats down, I think those cards will be less sought after than what we're seeing Fireshoes pick.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. I wonder if we'll see someone who perhaps got into that kind of deck for the Portal to Phyrexia. A lot of these threats can be cheated in as well. There is Sneak Attack in the cube. There's Through the Breach as well. There's even, we may see it, Emrakul. There's a 15-mana creature in this cube. I don't believe it's meant to be hard cast.
No, certainly not.
Seal of Fire. Seal of Fire is also nice with the prowess creatures because if your opponent doesn't have something that you want to kill, but you still would like to trigger prowess and have that 2 damage down the road, you can fire it off.
Cash that in later.
Yeah. Well, and I also have to imagine that Robert is equally interested in pointing that upstairs.
No doubt.
As well as to some creatures. And I was talking to my friend earlier who drafted the cube. We were talking about, is the Goblin life a little underrated in this cube? He was like, well, Goblin King is actually incredible because it not only gives +1/+1, but it gives Mountain Walk.
And Mountain Walk is huge. Get through for your damage.
Everybody's got mountains in this cube.
Oh, that's fair. So we got one of our mini free spells, Flare of Duplication, copy target instant or sorcery spell, and you can sacrifice a non-token red creature rather than pay its cost. Lots of burn spells in Fire Shoes deck, so this could be pretty valuable later on, and it's free. I expect that we'll be at a pretty low land count for this deck, so that's an important thing to consider.
It looks like Robert's taken the opportunity here to, as the packs make their way. We are zone drafting here at CubeCon, so as the packs make their way around the table, he's going to take this opportunity to sort his curve, see what's what. Dare I say, I think he would like some more threats.
Some more bodies on the ground, right?
I think he's probably going to want something in a 50-50 split of he doesn't need a ton of creatures. Something in the low double digits will do. But I think he picked up a lot of them in pack 1. I think he's going to need a few more in pack 2. And he does take the Stingerback Terror.
4 mana. It'll come down as a 7/7 at some point in the game because I know he's going to be low on cards in hand. We're just cashing in those burn spells every turn.
He's got to be pretty happy that the card he was considering taking the first time he saw the pack, he ended up taking Fury over it, that it came around.
Yeah, got to be grateful for that. Second flyer for the deck. Eidolon, a Great Revel, made it back. I think that might be the pick here, but we can still review what was left of this one.
There's another Prowess buddy. We'll see. Heartfire Immolator, no. Okay. Avalanche Rider. That feels like a Zag to me. Curious what Robert's plan is with that. I mean, haste, sure, but a 4 mana 2/2 blow up a land seems a little bit off theme.
Perhaps something for the sideboard in case there's a dangerous land that you really need to get rid of, but there were just better options in that pack, I think. I think that was one of the weaker picks from Fire Shoes among, more than a dozen other excellent ones.
Gutshot is another free way to trigger Prowess off the Phyrexian cost, and Char another way to grab 4 damage. I think I would personally like the Gutshot just as free Prowess, but that might be, that's sort of talking about being cautious of locking into thinking about the theme, the thing. I'm doing this one thing that the cube designer said I could do. Robert's just saying, no, I'm just going to get him dead.
Right.
So Gutshot may be a little too small ball, a little too cute, and Char is going to do the thing every time. And in conjunction with the other deal 4s that Robert has picked up, it's not going to take many threats for him to answer his opponent. I wonder how, I have to imagine, play draw is extremely relevant in Magic these days. Winning the die roll in this cube seems massive.
Oh, for sure. Mono Red lives off of getting that early damage in, and it's going to be a big deal. So, looking through this one.
Another adventure spell is nice, right? It's sort of doing a similar job as Bone Crusher Giant, as just, hey, I got an adventure to pump up a creature, trigger some prowess, trigger my Kiln Fiend, and then a threat on the board on a following turn. And a Blistering Firecat, one of the weaker cards in the cube. I imagine that is a last pick a lot of the time. And Robert's going to review. My feeling right now for Robert is I can afford to take lands. If I see any utility lands I'm happy with, I'm going to scoop them up because I think he's no shortage of playables. And I think a few more threats would be ideal to get a hold of.
So some pretty excellent picks here. Lots of the player-targeted removal or player-targeted burn spells here going to the hands of Fire Shoes.
A little shocked as well. Perhaps he thought it was too slow to grow, but that he didn't seem that interested in Runaway Steamkin. when you saw it.
And I'm wondering if that's just because there's so much removal in the queue that maybe he was just like, they're just not going to let it stick around. It's just going to die. It's going to die immediately. You took your turn off to play a 2-mana creature that didn't get to attack, and it just dies. Maybe that's where he was going with it. But that's still going to be really powerful in anyone else's hands in the moments where it does not get taken out right away.
Well, and one of the things that I'm thinking of right now is that a lot of his threats, he has seemed to not be interested in 1 toughness threats.
Right.
Right. Swift Spear has 2 toughness. The Bird has 2 toughness. Kiln Fiend has 2 toughness. And so some incidental 1 damage things. We just saw Gut Shot run around. We saw him pass up on Invasion of Regatha that can deal 4 to a player, 1 to a creature.
Right.
So he may be aware of those incidental 1 toughness, X1 hate cards and saying, I'm going to steer away from valuing any 1 toughness threats. Which
No
is a good
shortage
point.
of, absolutely. And there's no shortage of board wipes and board wipe adjacent effects in red. Anger of the Gods in here. I think I saw Sweltering Suns, not sure. There's a lot going on, many ways to get rid of it. Magda,
not going to be quite as good as it was in the Changeling Cube.
Certainly not.
But still a good card, Breya's Apprentice. It's, a good card, but feels off plan for Robert. Seeing some of the few gain life effects in the cube in this pack, in the Elixir of Immortality, the Rezuran Orb. So far, I mean, powerful cards, but kind of duds for okay. Fiery Confluence is one of the best curve topper burn spells in Vintage Cube. 4 mana, deal 6. Sure, you can blow up some artifacts. Sure, you can do a little bit of board wipe. Control decks love to see it. But aggro decks also love to see it. That was a real 11th hour. I was not excited for any pick for Robert as he was going through the pack. He seems to be a little interested in Stromkirk Noble. I would be windmill slamming this Fiery Confluence. Wow. Surprised to see that. Surprised to see that from Robert.
Yeah, especially with On Theme again, going for damage straight to the face is so powerful in this list.
I wonder if he thinks 4 mana is too expensive.
It is, and he did to get that cat for 4, but still, like you said, I mean, just the power behind it is still very, very relevant. Maybe he just doesn't expect to get to 4 mana.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's something I don't quite know. You know, standard limited decks are 17 lands. These curves are pretty low. Robert may be thinking, I can shave a land, I can shave 2 lands. And the more you're thinking about that, the less interested you are in cards that sit any higher than 3 mana on the curve.
That's right.
Lava Dart's a way to enable prowess for free. Right, deal a damage to a creature or player, and he is going to take that. Yeah. Flashback is air quotes free, right? Doesn't cost mana. It actually costs a whole mana. Sack a mountain, but potential double prowess trigger in 1 turn if he wants it.
I think we take any sort of those spells every time we see them.
I think so too. It's nice that he has so many of those free spells. Right? He has the Flare that has an alternate cost. He's got Stoke. Now he's got Lava Dart. Really like the way Robert has navigated this draft.
I think so too. I think he's found his path and he's largely sticking to it.
Yeah, the Fiery Confluence a bit confusing to me.
Passing up on that, right?
But beyond that, I think he's got a clear idea of what he wants to do with this seat, and I think the packs are breaking his way as well.
Somebody at this table has board wipes and planeswalkers, and I want to know who it is.
I hope we'll get to see him. Because I feel like if the mono red cube proves to be just burn and goblins and turn them sideways, everyone's going to say snooze. But I know this cube has more to offer. Oh, another sort of, free pitch spell. Banned in Modern now, right? Simian Spirit Guide.
Yeah. Saw the Tectonic Giant, bit too high for the curve here, but
I would think so.
Oh, Karizev is a good shout.
Karizev's good, and Torbran Thane of Redfell.
That's nasty.
We'll see if Robert thinks it does. If 4 is too expensive, he may not be interested in that.
And then his spells are already doing like 3 and 4 damage to the face most of the time anyway. So do you really want to take a whole turn off to play that card?
6 is more than 4.
It is, but there's no.
I hear you.
I like the Karizev here, getting more bodies on the board.
Karizev is really annoying to deal with. The 3 toughness is kind of a break. Well, certainly that, but I'm just thinking in terms of burn spells. There's a lot of 1 mana deal 2s.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of deal 4s that are 3 mana, right?
That's right.
There's a handful of 2 mana deal 3s, but I'm just thinking of in terms of dealing with Karizev efficiently for the same or less mana. It doesn't come up a lot, and Robert's got the lightning bolt, so there's basically chain lightning and then a handful of, incinerate, lightning strike, etc. So I like Karizev. It's a good threat.
I'd have to agree there.
I don't believe... Oh, yeah, Ragavan Classic... Not Classic, but Ragavan alone is in the cube. Haven't seen it in a pack just yet, but I imagine if Robert saw it, he would take it, and I can't imagine it would make its way to him if it was opened at the table. Not much left here before we get to the wheel, so there won't be many new cards for Robert to see. Probably got a pretty good sense of what as he's had some mid-pack time to review, probably has a pretty good sense of, this is what I'd like to put in my main deck, this is probably what's sitting on the side, these are the kinds of cards I'll be swapping. These are the kinds of things, when you have this amount of time in the draft, as these picks aren't timed, you get to really mull over, like, what do I need, what am I looking for, are there any holes I'm trying to shore up in the deck?
Got a good set of lands. I think we're happy with just mountains beyond what's been selected.
Sure.
I think we just continue looking for burn spells. Even the cheap... Wizard's Lightning is nice. That's a good pickup.
Scrap Mastery.
Even if you don't get that discount. I think he's only got, 1 wizard in the deck? It's just the Swift Spear, right? I don't recall any other wizards, but still, that's 3 damage anywhere you want it, and we know where it's going.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Goblin Grenade. A nice piece of burn, but I don't think Robert's got enough fodder for it to sack a goblin. It's very interesting. I wonder if someone found their way into one of these control decks, because it doesn't seem like a lot of those cards have been opened until this pack. We're seeing a lot of them here. We're seeing the Worn Power Stone. We're seeing the artifact nonsense happening. And when it shows up in pack 3, it's a little too late. You already had to kind of make your bed and lie in it, as it were.
That's right.
Fires of Invention. I love building around that card in Limited. G2 Encampment as a creature land, can animate into a 2/1 first striker.
I
think it being an ETB tapped land is probably too much of a cost for Robert.
Right, for what we're trying to do here. I think Wizard's Lightning is the safest pick out of this pack.
Mm-hmm.
I know that we're eyeing the Bloodthirsty Adversary. Maybe we want to throw that big 7/7 dragon that we had, or throw any of...
Oh, that's a combo.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of maybe something else. The cat that we have to sacrifice, the 4-mana cat.
Yeah.
But that's quite a lot more than just throwing a bolt at your opponent's face. A lot more work.
Imperial Recruiter, 3-mana 1/1's not in the market for Robert. Enduring Courage is quite powerful. I don't think it's going to be powerful for Robert. It gives any creature that comes into play +2/+0 in haste. But it being 4 mana, Robert not actually, as we've said, doesn't have that many threats. And they all sit lower on the curve. So by the time he lands an Enduring Courage, he's probably run out of creatures.
I think Electrostatic Field is an excellent pick here with, again, all of the burn spells. You just continue to deal additional damage to your opponent. It's something that they're going to have to spend resources to remove while you're just cashing in on the value from it.
Mm-hmm. It's a Goblin Rune Blaster as well. He favored that Avalanche Rider earlier. He may be thinking a bit more about some land destruction, being aware of there being powerful utility lands in the cube. So perhaps not thinking about, as I said, he's probably already got playables. If the draft ended right now, he'd have a good deck. So he might just be thinking, what do I want to have as weapons to bring in when I face specific decks? And that's what we're going to see here with the Rune Blaster. Agatha's Soul Cauldron not really doing it for Robert in terms of what he's got going on. Reckless Charge is a really good option. I was thinking about that when he had passed up the Monstrous Rage. That single red, sorcery, +3/+0, and Bushwhacker. We saw him take the Reckless Bushwhacker earlier. Perhaps he's interested in Goblin Bushwhacker as well. But he's not really going wide, and so he's not going to take advantage of that effect very much. I think Reckless Charge makes a lot of sense in conjunction with Monastery Swiftspear, the Slickshot Show-Off, the Kiln Fiend. I like that pick.
Thinking more about these land destruction spells that we've seen Fire Shoes take. Ooh, that's a Lava Spike. I think you picked that one up. Thinking about these land destruction spells that we've seen Robert pick up, I wonder if he's considering facing, like, what's going to happen when facing off against other burn players at the table. Maybe a player with only 1, 2, or 3 lands, you just start picking their lands off.
Yeah, that might be true.
Sideboard.
Shrapnel Blast is a way to deal 5, though I don't think Robert has any artifacts to sacrifice. Skullcrack can deal 3 to a player.
I think you want the Skullcrack.
Yeah, I would imagine he's not. Well, maybe he is. Maybe he's going all in on the burn. I was going to say, I wonder if he's not going to main deck it. Like, the players can't gain life this turn is going to come up seldomly. But there are going to be, right? There is a Batter Skull out there if it was opened. We saw Elixir of Immortality. We saw Zurin Orb. There's a handful of ways to gain life, and Robert definitely doesn't want those to exist. There is the Elixir as we make our way to Robert's wheel here in Pack 3. There wasn't much for him here the first time around, and I'm not surprised to see the dregs coming back.
Yeah, this Combat Celebrant maybe might be the most relevant card in the deck. Maybe you take the Elixir so someone else doesn't have it, but there's really just not a lot going on here for you.
Yeah.
I doubt he's going to get the Fable to hit the combo here with Combat Celebrant, but it's still just something nice to have.
Yeah, both Fable and Kiki Jiki, but neither seen by Roberts.
Right.
If it was opened at the table at all. Very few missteps here, in my opinion.
Oh, for
from
sure.
Fire Shoes in this draft. I think if he could go back, he would exchange the Bushwhacker for the Soulscar Mage.
Yes, absolutely.
And if I were him, I would want the Fiery Confluence. But other than that, a lot to like. And one of the things here is he's eyeing maybe Shard Volley as a way to deal with a number of 1 toughness creatures. Experimental Synthesizer does trigger Prowess. Gives him some options there. Mind Collapse as a burn spell, but not one that can go face, but one that could be cheap in terms of an alternate cost. Sack a mountain rather than pay 4. I won't imagine that whatever he selects here makes his main deck.
Yeah, these options, not spectacular.
And in a cube like this, where everyone's going to end the draft with like 35 playables. And so it not only becomes about drafting correct picks, but also deck construction plays a huge part in a cube like this. If you're off by, if your 18th through 23rd card or 20th through 25th card are wrong, if your land count is wrong, that might be the deciding factor for which decks are advancing in this cube or not. Remember, players, there's a lot on the line here. Players have to be in the top half of their pod. You got a 2-1 or 3-0 to make it to top 64 tomorrow morning. There's the Voldaren Thrillseeker. You talking about that with the Stingerback Terror? Or the Terror Stingerback?
Yeah, Stingerback Terror.
Oh my gosh.
And of course, that's
hot.
Yeah, and that's all. It's like the only. There's like maybe 2 cards in the deck where you really want to use that ability,
right?
Of what Fire Shoes has picked, but it's still a powerful option to have should we get there. Oh, we take the Electrostatic Field, right?
Yeah, but I mean, to your point of, I don't think Robert wants a 2-mana 0/4 in his deck. Like, I know it works with the plan. He takes the Enduring Courage again. I think whatever he selects there is probably not making his deck. Bogarden Dragonheart is a sack outlet. Reckless Impulse, a bit of card advantage. I actually
I like the Reckless Impulse.
Reckless Impulse that might actually make the deck.
For sure.
Cheap way, trigger prowess, get a little bit of card advantage.
As it stands, he's just drawing a card per turn anyway.
Mm-hmm. So. Which may not be an issue, given that he's trying to get the game done fast.
Mm-hmm.
As we see the last card, Hollow One, make his pile, and that is the 45 for Robert. We'll go back in time here, start the draft again. No, here's his deck. Or it looks like this is his pool. We can review the pool, the full 45 here from the mono red draft.
That's right. So as we mentioned, lots of burn spells here. Lots of mono red burn staples that we've seen through the years. Mm-hmm. Robert not really trying to fool too much with what's going on the battlefield. We're sticking to creatures, instants, and sorceries. The only outlier in that sense is Kumano, who faces Kakazan, something that turns into a creature, but still, it's a part of the game plan. Deal damage to the face, power up one of your creatures. Really just an excellent pull here. And I'm curious to see who else maybe had a similar thought and was trying to stay low to the ground, trying to build these low to the ground aggro decks. There's lots of options in this pool for that. But again, there's also the option of going some kind of big red, maybe some kind of control type list in here. I think Fire Shoes picked the safest route, though. One of the safest routes here in the cube.
I think so. And cube is often, it's often for fun. It's often expressive, but we've also got something on the line here.
That's right.
And so it's nice to think, I want to draft, I want to do sneak attack, Embercool, whatever. It's also, you can also just get people dead real fast with what Robert has, and I think that's what we're going to see in the matches.
For sure. Red, great at that. We're going to cut to a quick break. This is CubeCon 2024. We're in day 4 of this 5-day event. We're looking at our top 128 players. Stay tuned, and we'll be back to you in a couple of minutes with more Magic action.
Hi there. I'm Warren Fish from Oakland, California, and one of my cubes in the CubeCon main event this year is Melded Mardu Monarchy. This cube is without green or blue cards and is made for high-octane conflicts with a crescendo of trading blows in games that are usually contested until the final turn. The design is geared more towards synergies than archetypes. Most of the cards will be enticing in more than one context. There are no infinite combos, but there are a lot of components you could assemble into an unstable superweapon. This cube is about inspiring dreams for players to chase and to crush. Here are some cool things that might spark your imagination. Any subset of these cards can lead to exciting investigations and big trouble for your opponents. If the name didn't tip you off, one of the most thrilling things to do in the cube is to assemble one of the 3 melds. There are a few other pairs of cards that work particularly well together, even if they don't combine into a horrific monster. The cheapest way to cheat big creatures onto the battlefield in this cube is Kalia of the Vast, and there are some monstrous pals for her that are likely to close the game if you can pull it off. To keep everyone on their toes, this cube also has numerous ways to contest the monarchy. Palace Jailer is still great, but you don't have to connect to get your creature back when there are 20 other cards that can make you the monarch. Math isn't only for blockers in this cube. If you don't mind dabbling in the occasional arithmetic, there are some profitable avenues for you to immolate your opponent's ambitions. Each color has a devotion payoff, in addition to making big mana with Nykthos. Angels and Dragons each have enablers to charge up a deck planning to win with the biggest flyers. I would think very carefully before you pass any of the 5-drop haste dragons. If someone gets them all, they're a huge favorite to win the draft. If you win a draft of this cube in the main event at CubeCon, come find me for your very own Mardu Cube.
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. We are here for the 4th out of our 5th day event. 5th day for this event. And this event is brought to you in part by Wizards of the Coast. Magic is about gathering. Play the game your way, whether it's your local game store, at home with friends, or online with Spell Table. Today we're looking at a mono red cube that's been put together for us this weekend. I'm Rondez. I'm joined here by Lord Tupperware, Ethan Sachs, and we just finished watching the draft for this cube. A whole lot of burn spells coming your way thanks to Fire Shoes. Robert Taylor is going to be one of our 2 players here, and we'll take a look at his deck here. Very well curated, lots of instants and sorceries, really just leaning into going straight to the face. Stoke the Flame. Kumano faces Kakazan. We also have the Lava Dart. We got Reckless Impulse for some card advantage. I mean, we watched this unfold, Ethan, and this was just really an excellent and a well-curated list with just 14 mountains in the deck, and the Remnant Ruins is the 15th land.
Yeah, we were talking about perhaps why he avoided the Fiery Confluence in the draft. He doesn't want anything that costs 4. Stingerback Terror can be plotted for 3 mana, so he's really not thinking about anything super expensive. I think this is a pretty near perfect list in terms of the cards Robert saw. He might like some better creatures up there. I think Vexing Devil, Stromkirk Noble perhaps being the weakest of the bunch. We see Thermo Alchemist actually making the cut, which was surprising to me, given that he passed up on that electrostatic field, which does a similar job. So maybe he regrets that pick as well. But a lot to like about this burn deck that Robert assembled.
Yes, indeed. Some of the best that we have to offer in the burn archetype all went to Fire Shoes. And looking at Michael Schmidt, we found out where all the goblins went. Lots of them.
Muxus, Goblin Ringleader, Goblin War Chief, Goblin Chieftain, Goblin King. Hordling Outburst to make 3 goblins. Krenko's Command to make 2 goblins. Conspicuous Snoop. This is a deck with a plan. There is Tarfire as a goblin spell, and Goblin Grenade to sack a goblin. 16 lands plus a Strip Mine as the mana base. I think that Muxus is basically the only reason to get into goblins. I wonder when Michael saw it, but it looked like whenever he did see it, the goblins were a-flowing.
Yeah, and being able to look at your top 6 cards and putting all 5 putting anything with 5 or less of a cost and its mana cost onto the battlefield, big deal. So, as you mentioned, the Goblin Synergy typal deck. We'll see how it fares against Robert Taylor, Fire Shoes, who doesn't even expect to let him get to that point to spend that much mana for Muxus.
Yeah, you think you're going to get to 6 mana? Robert's got some other thoughts, as Rift Bolt gets suspended on turn 1 and goes upstairs on turn 2.
Gotta tell you, one of the most terrifying things to see against the mono red player is that turn 1 Rift Bolt.
Yeah.
We talk about the advantage of going first in this game as well.
Right, Robert winning the die roll is huge. I think anybody winning the die roll in this cube is huge, and Robert's doing that. I would imagine Monastery Swiftspear was the top deck, and look at this.
Wow.
Into Lava Spike, and Mike Schmidt finds himself already at 12 on turn 2.
Explosive start, and this is exactly what a burn player wants to see in any format.
I wonder if Robert had an appointment. Do you think he has a dinner reservation at 9 and he was like, I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, guys, we gotta wrap this up. So I'm just gonna build mono red burn or modern burn and clear this pool real quick.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, we gotta read this goblin here.
This is a Flame Tongue Yearling, basically a little baby FTK, baby Flame Tongue Kavu. 2 mana 2/1, has multi-kicker, but it's just coming in as a 2 mana 2/1, going to deal 2 damage to the Swiftspear, take it out. Yeah, one of the few non-goblins in Mike Schmidt's deck. And Vexing Devil comes in. Can I keep it? Or do you want to go to 8?
I imagine this is just gone, no?
I would imagine so. Mike doesn't have a ton of removal, but it looks like he says, no, I'll tussle with it.
Okay.
I'll deal with it some other way. Seal of Fire for Fire Shoes. And it looks like Experimental Synthesizer is the last card in hand.
So lots of deal 4 to my opponent cards in Robert's deck. So, I mean, if this Vexing Devil gets in one time, we might just be a couple turns away from Fire Shoes ending the game right then and there.
For sure. And this makes sense for Mike if he knew he was deploying Hordling Outburst the following turn. He can line them all up against Vexing Devil. He can have some chump blockers for some time. If he thinks as long as the game goes long, I'm favored. Here is the synthesizer. The egg, I call it, because the art. This is golden egg.
Very egg-like. So we get a mountain into play.
Okay.
We're up to 4. Didn't think we'd get to this point. Gotta be honest. But lots of land off the top of the deck for Robert.
Yeah, an explosive start, as I imagine Robert's deck will find time and time again, but sort of petering out a little bit. Vexing Devil turns sideways after Seal answers the Yearling.
Now, did we use all 3 to block here and take it out, or did we just chump over and over? All right, we're going to take it out.
I would think I would take it out now that the way is clear. Robert has 1 card in hand. You would hate to triple block and have him say bolt 1 and the other 2 are dead and you're left with your Vexing Devil, but at a certain point, Mike doesn't have those options. He doesn't have the luxury to play around anything. Just kind of has to take what's given to him and preserve his life total.
So anything off the top of Robert's deck, I think, besides the creatures, at this point is kind of really powerful. All heat, lots of burn spells.
It's a Smuggler's Copter.
Got a flyer, nothing to crew just yet, but we drop a goblin to shore that up.
And I believe this goblin taps to deal damage equal to the number of goblins. It also then deals damage to you, Sparksmith.
Goblin Sparksmith.
I don't imagine Mike will be happy to activate that, given that he's already at 12, and that will not only deal damage to whatever he targets, but also deal damage to himself.
That's absolutely right.
So, but a 1/1 body to crew the copter is just what the doctor ordered. We are making a samurai from the experimental synthesizer as that gets sacrificed, and we will reveal the top card of the library, and it's Reckless Impulse. We know Robert has land 5, and there it is.
There we go.
And we'll fire that off. See what else we can find. A Bone Crusher Giant and a Stromkirk Noble.
I like the Bone Crusher Giant quite a bit. Think we just go up top with it, then play it on the battlefield next turn if we don't draw any other better plays. But it's 2 good plays on one card for what Robert's doing. You could even... I don't think he really fears the Smuggler's Copter, even though it is card advantage for Mike. But I think the 2 is going to go upstairs.
Right.
Or... card selection rather than card advantage.
Indeed. All right, crew, attack, and select will Mike. I think there's a Goblin Ringleader off the top, and Ember Hauler was draw for turn, so more goblins coming. Pitch a land. There's Ember Hauler. Can pay 1, sack it to shock something. And a Goblin Dark Dweller. Another bit of card advantage-ish. Can sack a creature to then do what red does. Exile cards. Play them until end of turn.
That's right. So I don't expect this Stromkirk Noble to get in for anything. I think maybe we're satisfied with letting it, depending on what else is here, again, off the top of the deck, letting it exile, but maybe we have a 6th mountain, a 6th land, and we can play both.
We could do it all. If we had a 6th land, we could go Stomp, Giant, and Noble.
Right.
Though I'm not sure Robert should be prioritizing getting Stromkirk Noble into play, as I don't think...
It's not getting in.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to grow very much this game. So that could probably stay in exile, but I imagine Bone Crusher Giant will not. Oh, and there's... I think that was a Reckless Charge as the draw for Robert, so perhaps he's thinking about engineering a way to give one or both of these haste.
I like giving the Bone Crusher Giant haste, but...
And the Bushwhacker as well. Oh, Robert has actually quite a tricky turn here. So we will go Stromkirk Noble. Get the surge cost on Reckless Bushwhacker. Now everything has +1/+0 in haste. We can stomp to take out the Dark Dweller. But everything's getting in for now.
Vigilance on that Samurai.
So a 3-2, a 2-1, and a 3-1. The fact that Mike smartly left up a single mana for this Ember Hauler means that this attack actually won't be that devastating for him. What he can do is block, sack, shoot. So have a block on, say, a 3-power creature and then shoot another one. Maybe he's electing to think that the Ember Hauler or the Vigilant Samurai is more important. Remains to be seen. So we'll block, and Ember Hauler will shoot the Samurai. So despite Robert's efforts here with haste, Mike's not going to take any damage.
Yeah, none this turn. We do have 2 mana for the stomp. We want to save that Bone Crusher Giant for future turns, so I think he's trying to mull if he wants to go to face or get rid of one of these creatures. Stopping at the moment, able to stop that Smuggler's Copter from being crewed, but I'm sure we got another goblin, another creature coming in soon from Mike to crew it.
It's a Bone Crusher on an adventure. Stromkirk Noble, the only threat in play for Robert at the moment. And I believe that was a Hell Rider off the top for Mike.
Wow. Tapping 4 here. It's
Looks like we'll start with Goblin Ringleader. Try and grab a few more goblins. Mountain. Perforos. None of those will be eligible, but the Runvelt Hordemaster will be. Good long shuffle on those bottom 3.
Got to go back in a random order.
Decorum coming into play here.
Playing off the top of the deck, Robert won't let us see what he's drawn, but we'll find out shortly. I'm sure there's no secrets in this burn deck. Everything at this point castable from the deck. Only one creature really sitting in that 4-mana curve. 2 creatures, excuse me, but only one of them made the main deck.
Robert looking. Stromkirk Noble, I believe, can't be blocked by humans.
That's right. However, on the other side of the field, no humans.
Yeah, we got a vehicle and we got a goblin, both extremely eligible to block.
Yeah. So Bone Crusher Giant's going to come in, having that online for attacks next turn is important. If you remove it, gets to deal damage, just 2 to the dome. So something good's going to have to block it here.
And land number 6 for Robert's not what he wants to see.
We talked about the downside of only seeing 1 card per turn. The longer the Smuggler's Copter stays around, Mike gets better selection. Robert's still playing off the top of the deck. We've already used the Reckless Impulse, and that was really the only thing that he had to see more cards.
And the Experimental Synthesizer. But,
that too.
But it doesn't feel like it's pulled him ahead at all, and I'm a little worried as Mike is now Hellbent, but Hell Rider is at the battlefield.
And so looking at this Hell Rider, 4-mana spell, it's got haste. Bit of a theme here in all the cards on the side of Mike Schmidt. Aside from being goblins, everything else seems to have haste. The creature you control attacks. Hell Rider itself will deal 1 damage to the player or planeswalker it's attacking. That Smuggler's Copter's been getting in every turn, so we should imagine that that'll get some damage in for him.
And I'm honestly surprised to see Mike elect to risk Hell Rider there rather than maybe crew the copter. You'll get in for 4. Hellrider triggers off any creature attacking and doesn't have to attack itself.
Right, it's 3 damage a turn.
Because as Robert did, I'd be like, I can't block fast enough. I can't throw my Bone Crusher Giant in front of the Hellrider.
Absolutely.
Quick enough, I need that off the board.
So that single card was removal for 2 creatures.
Right. Yeah. So while he didn't draw multiple cards with it, right? He still got the 2-for-1 just the same. Thermo Alchemist, the play for Robert, might be able to get some work done if we can draw some spells. Copter, Crude, and pitches the land. Gets in for 3, and we're almost all tied up here as Conspicuous Snoop hits the board. Card advantage. Look at this.
We're looking off the top of the deck now. Conspicuous Snoop is going to have, as long as it's a goblin on top, all activated abilities.
Yeah, well, there's a goblin, Battle Cry. There's a goblin, a War Chief. Can't quite cast it. Whew. Snoop, there it is. Am I right?
No.
What? No good?
Just fine.
All right,
actually.
just fine. A solid C.
So Conspicuous Snoop is going to cause Mike Schmidt to play with that card on the top of the library revealed. Again, if you want to take a look at any of these cards as they come up on your own, the cube list is in the bottom right-hand corner. Scan that QR code. It'll take you to our lovely Cube Cobra. Top of Robert Taylor's turn. 2 creatures in the battlefield, 2 of whom are quite underwhelming. We see the Kari Zev in hand, but with the creature base on Mike Schmidt's side, you can't expect that to get through. Even with Menace, it's gonna go so wide.
Yeah, but I think that Burn is Robert's only path here. But as you said, he's at the very least, at the best case scenario, it's 3 turns. It's I draw a 4-point burn spell. I draw Char into Flame Rift into whatever.
Stoke the Flame, maybe.
But by that point, Mike, I think, is gonna have too much.
Yeah.
He's got Snoop playing goblins off the top. He's got Copter that can then loot through the lands that remain on the top. War Chief gives the goblins haste. Yeah. An explosive start, but definitely seems to have fizzled here in game 1.
Yeah, drawing almost half your land base off the top of the deck and doing it at a rate of almost 1 card per turn is very dangerous for a burn player. We've seen very little of the many burn spells that Robert Taylor drafted.
Yeah, he has drawn his deck in an awkward order, for sure.
All the good ones are sitting somewhere. Somewhere in there.
Looks like we're deciding what to crew the Copter with. A deliberate decision. Runveld Hordemaster going to be the selection. And now there is a decision of what to swing with, because the Battlecry Goblin, it may want to get in the red zone here as it can, and everybody goes sideways because the Battlecry Goblin is going to create a 1/1 here thanks to us attacking with 6 power or more. And then we're going to be able to pump the whole team just once. Only 3 mana remain, but we are going to get to pump the team nonetheless with the +1/+0.
That's right. And so I think we can expect to see Fire Shoes, Robert Taylor, lose quite a few creatures on the battlefield here. And, that clock's ticking. It's getting real dangerous here he hasn't done any damage since the 2nd turn of the game.
Which is impressive to think that Mike was at 12 on turn 2.
That's right.
But that's all that's happened since then.
And that's all account of the greater card selection and card quality coming from Mike Schmidt. On top of that, the unfortunate draws from Fire Shoes of drawing so many land.
Now, if I was right, I don't know if it was. If Reckless Charge is the last card in Robert's hand, the Menace on Kari Zev might get him there.
being able to put that in twice for, well, sorcery speeds, just Karizev would get it. It'd go in for 4 plus Ragavan, 6 damage.
But Mike is, I mean, shields down. We know he can play the, unless we're thinking of trying to take out the Snoop. But I don't think we are. So, assuming that post-combat, Mike can play the 3-mana Goblin on the top of his library. He'll have 1 blocker. If Karizev can survive here...
I think, yeah, Karizev is the star of the show right now. We want that to survive. I think the Snoop going would be nice, too, though, because that's what's put him so far ahead in these last 2 turns.
And I think he has to chump with the other 2. Because everything is going to be... All these 2-power creatures are going to get pumped by the Battlecry Goblin.
That's right.
If he could keep the Alchemist around, it might have been lethal with Reckless Charge. But I think without, he's going to need help off the top. Reckless Charge would give him 7 menace. Putting Mike to an awkward 5 because that doesn't actually... Even if Robert draws, whatever, one of his deal 4s, doesn't quite get him there. Oh, but he does get the ping from the Alchemist. 11 is relevant here. This does mean the flashback on Reckless Charge is 3, though, right?
It is 3. That's right. So an expensive play. You pay red 1 time, and then you got to pay 3, and that's 4 of a 6 land here. Doesn't leave a lot of room for anything else.
The Flame Rift could draw the game. could draw the game with Flame Rift. Reckless Charge, and then deal us both 4. Did you get there, Robert?
What you got there, buddy?
Oh, I think it actually is Flame Rift. Oh my god!
Are we gonna do it?
I think this is a draw.
Oh man!
So Karizev is a 7-power menace. I swear I did not know that, folks.
Flame Rift, dealing 4 damage to each player. Robert Taylor will take himself out while also taking down Mike Schmidt if he's able to get through with this damage.
Stop it. I think it was.
Do it.
I think it was.
This is juicy. This is juicy. How about we both lose?
That is amazing. Wow.
All right. So I think that was our first draw that we've seen this weekend at CubeCon.
For sure. All right, guys, pick it up. You got 3 games to play in 30 minutes. Oh, my goodness. That was sick. Looked like we're resolving some mulligans here for Mike.
Oh, Vexing Devil going to get sacrificed 4 damage off the top.
And Robert gets to be on the play again. So Vexing Devil, as you said, taking out 20% of Mike's life.
Karizev on 2 is excellent as well. We're getting 2 bodies. And it's certainly going to get past whatever creature gets played here.
Oh,
2 body. Okay.
I mean, it may not get past, but they're not tussling.
That's right. We're stopping 1 with that first strike, and then bouncing off the other, I suppose.
Yeah, getting a Ragavan token reading on the side.
Goblin Guide. Okay.
Love it. Into the red zone.
First Mate Ragavan reporting for duty, coming in as a 2/1 token, thanks to Karizev Skyship Raider.
Goblin Guide not providing an extra mountain to Mike, though it may eat the shock in the next turn cycle.
Okay, going for the Reckless Impulse.
Nice.
Looking at our top 2, Remnant Ruins is a great draw.
And a Pulse of the Forge.
Okay.
Another way to deal 4. And again, Mike's already at 11. Broadside Bombardiers, a very powerful card in Vintage Cube, has a raid trigger. When it attacks, you can sack something. Or if it is attacked this turn, you can sack something. And if you do, it deals damage to any target equal to 2+ the sacrificed permanent's mana value.
So we could see Karizev die here.
You could just deal 4 to Karizev. There we go.
There it
Great.
is. Quite a good stop there, I think. Got to untap your Goblin Guide here, friend.
Come on, Robert.
And the Rummin' Ruins comes into play. I think we just see this second burn spell popped off the top as well, bring Mike down to 7. We've only seen one explicit burn spell so far, and that's it. And many more to come. Wizard's Lightning, Lightning Bolt. We didn't see really any of them in game 1.
I do know that Char is in Robert's hand. I saw that.
Oh, yeah.
So there's 2 damage from Goblin Guide. I don't think it's going to get chump blocked because there is the shock in hand for Mike. And he's going to go to 9. If we pulse here, Robert is extremely close.
That's right. This, yeah, his odds are much, much higher now. It's looking really good.
Yeah. Mike's at 5. Oh, yeah, Mike, you're at 5. Don't put yourself in Char range here.
2 from the Goblin Guide, 4 from the 3-mana instant spell. Total of 6 damage that we just saw. 11 to 5 is correct.
Just making sure life totals extremely important to accurately track.
That's right.
Here. Because the difference between 5 and 4 is actually huge with a lot of Robert's cards. I mean, I know we saw Char, but Pulse of the Forge, whatever.
Stoke the Flame ends the game at that point. Yeah, so important benchmark here that we've reached.
But Robert should be able to piece together, as long as he's not, I don't think he would be, dead this turn. Robert should be able to piece together 5 points of burn.
For sure. Even though all of these creatures that Mike has have haste, you still got to take the time to draw them and cast them, and Robert should have more than enough time to get to these, as you said, to these burn spells. But then again, we said that last game, so.
Right. All right. Ember Hauler, the play, will attack for 3. We'll sack the token, which will deal 2 damage to Goblin Guide. Take care of that.
Oh, Bolt you.
And
okay.
That's game.
Yeah.
Right, Bolt, Char, or land to sack Ramunap Ruins, whatever Robert wants to do. Yeah, sure. Looks like he wants to go the Ruins route, keep Char a mystery to his opponent, and
Smart.
that is how I kind of expected the first game to go.
Yeah, yeah. And really, I got to say, just really skillfully piloted from both players up to this point. But Robert pulling that first game into a draw, really, really excellent to see. I mean, just excellent pilot of this deck that he's drafted.
And, you know, I wonder, as we did draw game 1, folks, if we have to go to game 4, do we even have a graphic for that? Well, we do. We're pros here at CubeCon. We came prepared.
A well-equipped production team for sure. Tapping 2, we've had a turn 2 play every turn so far for Mike Schmidt. Got to take the moment to read this one. I wasn't quite able to see it just yet.
It's a Goblin Bushwhacker on 1, just a 1/1, and
Back
this
again.
is a Battle Cry, 2-mana 2/2 Goblin that when it attacks gives Battle Cry +1/+0 to every other attacker. Vexing Devil.
In that opening hand, all 3 games so far. First game, it did not get sacrificed because Mike had some creatures to block it. Second game, it did, and here it's going to stay alive once again.
And Seal of Fire takes out.
Oh, nice.
I believe that's a War Leader. War Driver, my mistake.
4/3 is an important line of power and toughness here because of the low power level of the creatures in Mike's deck at this point in the curve. 1, 2, 3 mana. So getting that out of the way with this seal is smart because now, again, this Vexing Devil is just that much more threatening to get in. You're paving the way. A big benefit, a big advantage that Mike has is the ability to go wide with these creatures.
Oh, man, what a draw. I mean, maybe it wasn't a draw. Maybe that's why he let the Vexing Devil hang out, is because now attack and can sack the Bushwhacker to kill Vexing Devil. Not extremely vexing. The few times we've seen it cast so far, I would say.
Not too vexing. That's absolutely right.
It's sort of why I pointed it out, as I think it's a creature that Robert, if he had an upgrade for it, would prefer to not be playing. And Bombardier's doing what it does best, which is mowing down the threats on the opposite side of the battlefield. All right, Lightning Bolt and Akari Zev. The all-star so far.
Absolutely, and coming down in a clear board state. Okay. Perforos is in. So Karzev can still get through for damage, but Perforos is going to be able to do some damage whenever creatures enter the battlefield.
And against perhaps a slower deck, I think Perforos would be quite scary, right? Mike has proven that he has, we already saw Instigators last turn, so he has multiple, like Hordling Outburst comes in, that's going to deal 6. Right? Anytime a creature comes into play with Perforos, deals 2 damage.
That's right.
Reckless Impulse, again, not being shy in any of the games so far, reveals a land and a Pulse of the Forge again.
It's 3 damage next turn. We can expect that Pulse of the Forge to be cashed in, I think. I don't know that there are better plays in Robert's hand. I don't think we'd want that to go to waste.
If he doesn't do anything else with the other 2 mana he has untapped, I would imagine he's a little flooded. It looks like land at least in hand. And maybe some kind of upstairs burn spell. The Runvelt Hordemaster comes in, just a 2 mana 1/1 right now. It does trigger Perforos, so Robert goes to 15.
Mountain for turn, that's 5. Access to 5 mana for Robert. We'll see 3 of it cashed in for the Pulse of the Forge. That's 3 damage.
No, 4.
4 damage to the opponent's face. Lots of those spells on this deck that Robert's drafted. So Mike will go down to 10. And now we're seeing the Reckless Bushwhacker come into play.
Surged.
Yes, indeed. Another spell was cast, so you get to pay it for its surge cost. And Ragavan returning to play because of the Karizev triggered ability upon attack. So this 2/1...
2/1's not buffed. I think that's what we're clarifying here. The 2/1 Ragavan is not being buffed by Bushwhacker.
So attack.
So we've got a 2/1, a 3/1, and a 2/3.
Yeah, blocking the Bushwhacker is
Mike says
the best thing we can do.
Can I do this? Is this allowed?
Lots of damage getting through that turn.
It's 4.
We're going to see a mountain.
Yeah, this is the death trigger on the Hordemaster. If you reveal a goblin when a goblin dies, then you get to put it in your hand. It's just a mountain, so won't get that. But I'm also sure Mike is happy to not be drawing that next turn. And number 6, and Flametongue Yearling with Multi-Kicker 2 will mean it's a 4/3, and we'll get to deal 4 damage to Karizev. Plus, trigger the Perforos, so Robert's down to 13. And Robert responds in kind with a Fury. Deals 4 damage to the Yearling.
And it stays in. This is a double striker.
And that's it.
It's over.
Mike extends the hand. Robert picks it up in 3 games.
3 games.
But he's 2-0.
After getting our first draw, at least in our segments of the broadcast here for CubeCon 2024, Robert Taylor, Fire Shoots, is able to take it in Game 3 with a well-curated burn deck in this mono-red cube. So, folks, that's going to be the end of this game. We're coming back to you with more Magic action in just a couple minutes. Mono-red cube. Stay tuned. See you soon.
Hey, this is Anthony Adams from the UberCube podcast, and I want to talk about the Monopoly featured at CubeCon 2024. This is my twist on the Desert Cube genre, where I'm utilizing treasures as fast mana and lands enter the play tapped, where everybody needs to draft their lands in order to find success with this environment. The idea behind the Monopoly was, what if I could take a board game that people either love or hate, Monopoly, and turn it into a cube? So I did that by putting basically cards that personify the idea of economics within the cube, where treasures are very forward, and the idea is the rich keep getting richer and the poor keep getting poorer, and this cube is riddled with Easter eggs. So let's start out with, how do you weaponize treasures in this environment? Cards like Revel in Riches, or Killer Service, or Dragon Spark Reactor, which is my electric company, or Fane the Broker, which is like a pawn shop guy. But then we can't have the Monopoly without the traditional game pieces, so how do we represent cards like the Boot, or the Dog, or the Race Car, etc.? Well, Spirited Companion is my dog, Bill the Pony is the horse, Fleetwheel Cruiser is the race car, and Sky Sovereign Console Ship flagship is the Battle Cruiser. If you want to see a top hat, Ethereal Investigator has one, but don't get caught and go to jail. Or you've got Mimic, where you can take a chance, or Community Chest. Or if you got to wear those boots from the game pieces, Zephyr Boots will do it. But you can't have the Monopoly without Pennsylvania Railroad, B&O Railroad, Reading Railroad, or Shortline. How did I do that? Well, Luxurious Locomotive, Renegade Freighter, Untethered Express, or Andara Express can take you to your victory. So buckle up, everybody. Use those treasures to either spend or save. Get those rogues moving forward and try to go for victory. This cube is a desert environment riddled with Easter eggs. Hope everybody has a great time. And other than that, happy cubing!
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. We are on day 4 of 5 for this 5-day event here in Madison, Wisconsin at the Alliant Energy Center. CubeCon 2024 is brought to you in part by Daybreak Games. You should know that Magic Online lets you play what you want, when you want, collect cards, build decks, and duel other players on your schedule with the widest array of cards and formats that are always available. Thank you, Daybreak Games, one of our CubeCon 2024 sponsors. I'm Rondez Green Mage. I'm joined here by Lord Tupperware. Ethan will be joining us for this mono red cube here. We just saw the conclusion of a game that took us to our first draw for the weekend of CubeCon 2024. Fire Shoes was able to win that in Game 3. Next up, we're getting into Game 2 of this matchup. And I think that we're seeing J-Bro, a CubeCon veteran, a CubeCon contributor as well.
He's the man, the myth, the legend.
The man himself.
He is CubeCon. Jonathan Brostoff here has a really nice looking. Actually, I don't think this is not J-Bro's deck. This is his opponent's deck. So we'll be popping over to table 2 here for the first round. And so J-Bro has the reverse curve here. If you're looking at your screen, he's got his 1 drops on the right, his 5 drops on the left. He's got a low curve, 13 mountains plus these 3 non-basics and a couple free spells, Simian Spirit Guide, or not free spells, but free accelerants. Simian Spirit Guide, Lotus Petal to just ramp out some of these threats.
That's right.
A couple 3-drop Chandras there, plus the 4-drop Chandra. This is...
I think we're seeing every Chandra in the pool in these 2 decks. We saw Hope's Beacon is missing, but Awakened Inferno is in Brostoff's opponent's deck.
Yeah.
But we got 3 others there, from Torch of Defiance all the way down to Fiery Dancer. Yeah, a little bit of a higher curve here with the accelerants to try and get to them sooner, which could be quite powerful.
J-Bro's got that Fiery Confluence I was bemoaning Robert not having. I'll see how it plays out for him. And Corey, this is actually a friend of mine, and he's got the deck that I want to draft in this cube. He's got Jokal Hops. He's got Wildfire. He's got Greater Gargadon. He's doing the welding stuff with Portal to Phyrexia, Platinum Empyrean, Cityscape Leveler. Look at those lands coming in. Buried Ruins, Inventor's Fair. He's got Crucible of Worlds as well. Mox Opal is basically a Mox with all his artifacts. Ensnaring Bridge as control. I'm excited to see this deck in action.
Yeah, and with lots of discard spells here, that 3-mana artifact where we can play our lands from the graveyard could be a big deal. So lots of card selection coming here for Corey. All right, tap 2 off the top. It's going to be Magma Channeler. This card is able to tap in the future to loot. And it gets beefed up depending on the number of cards in your graveyard. Maze Mine Tome at 2 coming in from Jonathan Brostoff. Again, this is another card that lets you scry, look at cards at the top of your deck. You gain some life eventually, and there is quite a shortage of gaining life in this cube. So that could be relevant here for sure.
So Corey, right off the bat here, gonna activate Channeler, pitch Platinum Empyrean, reveal 2 cards. You can play one of them. He's gonna choose to play the Sandstone. Plays nicely with the Crucible because I believe once those counters are off, it goes to the bin. Sandstone Needle, yes. Comes in with 2 depletion counters. You can tap, remove 1, add 2 red mana. And then once there's no depletion counters, you sacrifice it. Well, Crucible lets you bring that right back. And these Soul Ring lands, as there are just a handful of them, Ancient Tomb in the cube.
Unholy Heat taking out the artifact creature there. Loving the no art full text mountains here from Jonathan.
Yeah, those meme lands are excellent. Barbarian Ring for Corey. And I'll drop a Pyrite Spellbomb. And Wheel of Fortune.
So we're wheeling and dealing. Discard our hand.
The last card in Corey's hand was Wildfire. He's happy to get a fresh grip. J-Bro had, I believe, 5 cards in hand. I'm sure he's happy to have 2 more, but perhaps had plans with those initial 5. And here's Mox Opal. And Sensei's Divining Top. So Mox is online. Corey's popping off here. I like what I see.
So we do have the chance to activate this Magma Channeler again, but no mana, not enough mana to really cast many of the cards that would come up in the deck. So we're just going to swing for some damage, get in for 1. Mm-hmm. Back to Jonathan Brostoff, off the top of the deck. I believe that's Chandra, one of them. Torch of Defiance.
I believe that's Torch of Defiance. Yeah.
Torch of Defiance, 4-mana Planeswalker. It can come online this turn, and it can take out the Magma Channeler with the -3 ability, deal 4 damage to target creature. Looks like that might be where Jonathan's leaning. You could also plus, and the Magma Channeler. I think it's good to turn off that, card selection.
Mm-hmm.
But you might risk then just straight up losing the Chandra to a burn spell.
Well, you would lose it to the Spellbomb.
That's right.
If Corey chose to do that, but that's sort of face up at the moment.
All right, so we're going to plus. Maybe we're going for 2 red mana to play another spell. All right, and we've got it. Was that a Lightning Strike?
I didn't see. I think that was a ritual of some sort.
Okay.
So maybe we have 3 mana available now. I'm going to look at Inventor's Fair, which will start to gain Corey life as well now that he has 3 artifacts. He has Metalcraft. 3 artifacts in play will gain Corey a life every upkeep.
So what are we doing with your newfound wealth here, Jonathan? All this mana. We assume we're at 5, maybe 4.
Mana, you mean?
Mana, yeah, that's right.
I think only 3 is my guess. I see J-Bro peeping some 3 drops, and oh my goodness. There's Brotherhood's End.
Oh. Taking out all artifacts with that. We're going to crack...
All artifacts with mana value 3 or less, and that's all of them. Oh,
that's a big stop.
Come on now.
Excellent draw off the Wheel of Fortune.
That's not very nice.
That was like... Looking at the deck, that's probably like best case scenario of what could have come into Jonathan's hand off the Wheel of Fortune. That's huge.
So it looks like we'll save the Divining Top. We'll order use Mox to order the top 3 and then swap the top of the library with the top. But we still have a Chandra to contend with.
Yeah, Magma Channeler's only getting in there for 1 damage still.
Right. Okay, there is an unexpected windfall. That'll be discard a card, then draw 2, make 2 treasure.
Very similar to Big Score, for those that might be unfamiliar.
Just strictly worse, right? Big Score only costs 3, is only 1 red mana
That's
cost
right.
in its value. 3 in a red rather than 2 red.
That's right.
Here's a couple treasures.
Inventor's Fair almost online. We're needing 1 more artifact in order for Corey to be able to gain 1 life each turn. Chandra being taken out there before she could get out of hand was huge, but that was still big swing of momentum the turn that she came down.
Oh, yeah.
Got another Chandra in hand, though. She's coming in. This Chandra will allow you to create 2 elementals. Oh, we're swapping her out. This one's going to look at the top card of your deck. You can get red mana, deal 1 to your opponent. Acolyte of Flame is in hand, but we're looking at Chandra Dressed to Kill.
And Relic of Progenitus is kind of relevant here. Exiling all graveyards. Gonna shrink that Channeler back down to size. And Wasteland taking out Inventor's Fair. J-Bro's deck seems extremely well tuned to answering exactly what Corey is trying to do.
It sure is.
I think that was an Embereth Shieldbreaker in J-Bro's hand as well. Is that true? Or is that a Rimrock Knight? I think that was an Embereth Shieldbreaker, so he can blow up more artifacts as Corey drops Crucible of Worlds, gets back his Inventor's Fair.
Oh, yeah. And that's 3 artifacts. It's online now. Magma Channeler dealing 1 damage to Chandra Dressed to Kill. She'll be able to get that point of that loyalty point back with their +1, which I imagine we see Rostov use. That 1 damage from Chandra being nullified by the Inventor's Fair at this point. Keep that in mind.
And Battle Display, the adventure on Embereth Shieldbreaker, going to take out Crucible.
Both Chandras in play now. Acolyte of Flame can create 2 elementals. You can also call another instant or sorcery from your graveyard.
Or we can just uptick and add a loyalty to each Planeswalker.
That's right.
And that's going to be the option that J-Bro chooses.
And smart, too, because we know it's just going to be damage spells to try and take out these Chandras.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to need more and more of them as they get stronger. So getting both these Chandras down at once is a big moment in the game for Brostov.
Grim Lavamancer. The last play there for J-Bro.
Yeah. And as you can see up top there, the Embereth Shieldbreaker is on an adventure. He's going on a venture.
A little venture. Looks like we're spinning the top here. And I think J-Bro's reminding Corey of... Did he gain the life on Inventor's Fair? I'm not sure. Corey really would like... Well, I guess it's too late now. The Platinum Empyrean's gone thanks to the Relic of Progenitus. Saying he would really like a trash for treasure type of deal. Legion Extruder comes in. 2 damage to the Lavamancer. And Channeler gonna get in the red zone. Corey figuring out which of the 2 Chandras is more of a problem.
Right. And so tapping 2, this Legion Extruder is able to cash in these treasure tokens for goblins. Excuse me, golems. 3/3 golems.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. J-Bro really, his deck is really tuned to hate on what Corey's working with. I believe he just drew one of the spells from Lord of the Rings.
Oh,
Cast into the fire.
So exile an artifact, right?
So he can take out the Legion Extruder.
Just an excellent trade of red here. Artifact destruction.
It gives and it takes away.
That's right. Folks, should you want to see the full list of cards in this mono red cube, got the QR code in the bottom left hand, scan that, see the full list. What these players are working with. On Jonathan's side, we got at least 3 Chandra in the deck, and they're putting in some work right now.
It's a Hanweir Garrison. I don't believe J-Bro has the other half of this pair. It comes with a land, and they can combine to transform. I don't believe he has Hanweir Battlements, though it is in the cube. So it's just going to make 2 1/1s when it attacks.
Which is very, very valuable for 3 red mana, giving you lots of blockers for both your Chandras as well. If it's not taken care of soon enough. And so one of the more dangerous ultimates we're looking at here on the battlefield is Chandra Dress to Kill, -7, exile the top 5 cards of your library. You may cast red spells from among them this turn. You get an emblem with whenever you cast a red spell, this emblem deals X damage to any target, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. So the spells are not free, but they are doing lots of damage wherever you want it to go. And next turn, Brostov will be able to do that should he use the other Chandra, Acolyte of Flame, to pump both Chandras, light loyalty points.
It's so interesting, just the extreme contrast of how this game is playing out versus how Robert's match played out.
Yeah.
Is that just a...
Meteor
is that just
Golem?
being cast?
Hard cast Meteor Golem?
Because of the Sandstone Needle, because of Treasure. Yeah, Portal to Phyrexia hits the board.
Portal to Phyrexia. Sacrifice those creatures. Now, Magma Channeler can get in for some damage and stop the ultimate.
Yeah, that's perhaps the least exciting Portal to Phyrexia that Corey could have imagined.
Yeah, this card in any other context, when it comes down, you're like, oh my god.
Well, and thanks to the Relic of Progenitus, there's nothing for it to get back.
Right. So, quite an expensive way to remove one creature and stop Chandra from ultimating for 1 turn.
And then it's cast into the fire, just exiled for 2 mana. You did all that work? Goodbye. All done. This is going just about as poorly for Corey as I think we could draw it up.
Yeah.
Because he's doing, his deck's doing what it's supposed to do. J-Bro just seems to have every answer to it. He says, oh, I got you, I got you, I got you. All the while, his annoying planeswalkers are ticking up.
Turn after turn, it's the worst possible outcome for Corey.
Right.
And the planeswalkers are only getting stronger.
Corey's starting to have to worry about his life total. But that's not quite what, unlike the match with Robert, it's not quite what this matchup is about. It's not quite about chip damage, and it feels like the tide is much bigger in this game over time than it is about a ping here and a ping there.
That's right. It's about stopping these planeswalkers. We're looking at a mono-red Super Friends, effectively.
Yeah, that's the problem right now.
Okay, so we're going to take 1. Chandra will not ultimate next turn either.
I believe that's a Riveteer's Overlook. Effectively just a fetch land. It'll gain Corey a life, too. The great thing about those Streets of New Capenna fetch lands was that it got everybody used to I'm just going to crack my Evolving Wilds right now.
Right.
I'm not going to wait until your end step like I should. I'm just going to do it now. Ensnaring Bridge, again, a powerful card in any other context, except it's not doing much against the Planeswalkers.
Right, these creatureless interactions here.
So that says, as long as creatures are bigger than the amount of cards that Corey has in hand, they can't attack him.
Magma Channeler's put in quite a bit of work in this game. Looks like we were trying to get rid of it.
I mean, we dealt 2 with the Searing Blaze, or Searing Blood, rather. But Magma Channeler is
3 toughness. I don't think there's enough instants and sorceries for the other static ability, to come into effect just yet.
I wonder if J-Bro had the numbers swapped there. I wonder if he thought it dealt 3, and then if the creature died, went 2 upstairs, but it's the reverse.
Right.
It's a 2-mana deal 2, then 3 upstairs. Okay, we'll pair it with a Stagger Shock. So that'll deal 2, and that'll go into exile, and it'll be rebounded next upkeep.
So right now, Corey could make a golem on the end step. Is that sorcery speed, that effect for the golem?
No.
For the artifact?
We can do that whenever we want.
Right, so we can make a golem on the end step, and we have an attacker for Chandra who is ready and able to ultimate next turn. There's 1 blocker on the battlefield, but we've seen Corey time and time again has had removal to get in there and keep Chandra from getting that ultimate for the past 3 or 4 turns now.
Mm-hmm. Gains a little bit of life.
Inventor's Fair.
Mm-hmm. Still has those 3 artifacts, Treasure Golem and Extruder. Looking at what might have been cards of Christmas past in exile and in his graveyard. Okay.
Chump block. So do we have a burn spell? Do we have something to stop this Chandra Dress to Kill from using the ultimate?
We'll find out. Inventor's Fair is going to go tutor up an artifact.
Spellbomb's already gone.
Yep.
So what more do we have, Corey? What are we looking for? Oh!
We've got a Cityscape Leveler.
Can't cast it just yet.
No.
8-mana creature when it comes in, destroy target permanent. It has Unearth 8 as well, but this is going to Corey's hand.
You get a Power Stone for your troubles.
Indeed. Okay, there we go.
Oh, I see. So perhaps, I believe Inventor's Fair may have given Corey Threshold. And so it wasn't about the leveler per se, but it enabled him to then activate the Barbarian Ring.
That's right.
To once again fend off the ultimate from Chandra.
Yeah, excellent management from Corey here, especially considering the absolute gas that Jonathan's been drawing off the top.
Yeah, not always team can. Well, it helps. You know, you're pointing out these red decks when they can do more than 1 card a turn, and Chandra's doing an excellent job. Goblin Dark Dwellers revealed there, but I don't think. You got to cast it immediately, and we don't have the mana to do so, unfortunately, because we let off on the Steamkin.
So we're ticking down on Chandra in order to remove an artifact from the battlefield. You're going to get rid of that golem. Corey does not have enough mana to make another one here, Ethan. So now we're kind of in trouble in that Corey once again has to figure out a way to keep this Chandra from using their ultimate next turn.
Yeah, Ancient Tomb. There
is the leveler.
That's 8 mana. Okay, leveler comes in, exiles or destroys the Chandra.
So now Brostuff has to figure out artifact removal. We're not at a shortage of artifact removal. I'm sure we could downtick and get another one. The Cast into Fire is still in the graveyard. Exile that Meteor Golem, or Cityscape Leveler, excuse me. I think that's the best play here, and it looks like that's what we're going for. Oh, that was not Cast into Fire.
No, I think what we were working with there was that, because I had the same question. J-Bro had flashed back Searing Blood to target the 3/3, which again should not have been able to happen because that's only 2 damage to a 3/3. But the rebounded Stagger Shock I believe, had targeted it.
I see.
To finish it off. So I think we're all kosher here. Okay, Cityscape Leveler. Takes out the Steamkin. Takes out the Chandra. This is looking very promising for Corey, who I feel like was down and out, but seems to be not quite out.
Yeah, I mean, Cityscape Leveler is something you need to be able to answer immediately. And if you don't exile it, then you unearth it and it gets to come back.
And one of these utility lands coming in clutch for Corey is Buried Ruin, a nice little loop, kind of, with Crucible. It says 2 tap, sack, return an artifact from your graveyard to your hand. He gets the Crucible back. Can play the Buried Ruin again next turn if he wants. And now Cityscape Leveler is free to go at Jonathan. No Chandras needed to be taken care of. And Corey's suite of utility lands, Barbarian Ring, Inventor's Fair. Choosing the ring here for turn. And it looks like, I think J-Bro's on all lands, 2 mountains in hand.
Not a good spot.
Yeah, and he's going to scoop him up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Big way to turn it around. I mean, Corey was getting dunked on by just the hot cards off the top of Jonathan's deck. The Wheel of Fortune was mostly fortunate for Jonathan, and still, Corey kept himself in the game and continued to manage the Planeswalker loyalty count beautifully.
How? Honestly, how?
With an artifact-based deck, turn after turn, getting your artifacts removed. Just still excellent responses, keeping your cool and staying in the game. Corey went the distance and took it. We're going to game 3.
Yeah, so we jumped in here in this match after J-Bro was up a game. Players reviewing, perhaps assessing some sideboard situations, and we'll get game 3 underway in just a moment. I mean, we watched that, but I'm still really not quite sure how Corey pulled that off.
Yeah, really incredible. I mean, both players, I think, played to the best possible lines at each stage of the game. But the effect on Cityscape Leveler is just you can't match that with too many other cards in this cube once it hits the battlefield.
And this is a fast start from J-Bro. Mountain Lotus Petal and Razorkin Needlehead, a new card from Duskmourn. 2/2 first strike on your turn. But more importantly, whenever your opponent draws a card, deals the damage to him. Ooh, and Wasteland answers the Sandstone. So Corey's hopes of ramping, perhaps, thwarted. Needlehead in again, tapped land, and a Grim Lavamancer. And this is looking like a Fire Shoes game if I've ever seen one. Legion Extruder will take out the Needlehead before it has a chance to deal more damage to Corey. But perhaps the damage has been done, as, interestingly, turn 3, Gitu Encampment animated and sent sideways. No better play for J-Bro.
Turn 3 got Corey down to 10 life. Blistering fast start for a deck that really wants to get up to those Planeswalkers, but you see these creatures lower in the curve are doing more than enough work. Grim Lavamancer is going to be taken down.
Yeah, that's going to make a Power Stone as well. Mox Opal online.
It's back. 3 artifacts. Metalcraft in effect.
But we know that J-Bro has multiple ways. He's got Brotherhood's End. He's got Fiery Confluence. Like,
that's right.
Corey can't relax with these artifacts.
Certainly not. Cast in the Fire on the way. Or maybe we save that for the Cityscape Leveler.
Okay, we're going to animate the encampment. Corey's down to 2. Sensei's Divining Top. Pass.
So with that top, Corey able to have some good card selection, taking a look at the top of the deck.
And among J-Bro's cards in hand, there's a Stagger Shock. So Corey effectively at 4. If he doesn't find, like, Inventor's Fair, if he's got other life gain in the deck. So J-Bro only has to find 4 points of damage. Corey's going to upgrade the Power Stone to a Golem. Play a Buried Ruin and play a Goldspan Dragon.
5 in the air, treasures made every turn. It's got haste. We're going straight in for damage. And we've seen what Corey's able to do with treasures.
Stagger Shock. Face. Simian Spirit Guide.
Oh,
Fireball.
there it is.
Stagger Shock. That's it.
Wow.
J-Bro burns out Corey 2-1 in our final Fortune draft. It's not over for Corey. If he wins the next 2, he'll advance to 64. And all J-Bro needs is one more win.
That's right.
And he's going to be in top 64 as well.
That's right.
Very exciting.
We're looking for 2-1 records here on out if you want to remain in the tournament at CubeCon 2024. And what an exciting matchup that was. I mean, really lots of back and forth, both players trading blows with an excellent pool. We saw lots of artifact synergies coming from Corey that once you got into the later stages of the game, quite a bit of inevitability, some proper loops. But what we saw from Jonathan Brostoff, lots of things to answer these artifacts. Guys, we're going to cut to a break and come back to you shortly with more Magic the Gathering gameplay. I'm Ron Dez. This is Lord Tupperware, Ethan Sachs. Stay tuned.
Hello, my name is Bones and I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. One of my cubes in this year's CubeCon is the Museum of Modern. This is a nostalgia cube focusing on the modern format as it existed from different points between 2012 and 2018 before the release of Dominaria and the Horizon sets. There are extensive singleton breaks in this cube, including 2 copies of each Shockland, 4 copies of each Fetchland, and 4 copies of 5 iconic cards, which are Path to Exile, Snapcaster Mage, Thoughtseize, Lightning Bolt, and Tarmogoyf. Some of the decks you can make in this cube are Burn, available in both Mono Red and Boros styles. Naya Zoo, also known as Landfall or Bushwhacker Zoo. Big Red or Mono Red Control. Classic combos like Splinter Twin, Kiki Jiki, and Sahili Cat. Or use your fairies for tempo instead. Azorius Control, when its favorite win condition was a land. Or perhaps everyone's favorite verb, Jund. Or its junky cousin, Abzan. Or for Game Objects fans, Black-White Tokens. Speaking of tokens, it's Mardu Pyromancer. And even Smallpox. Take advantage of all the fetch and shock lands with Shadow, of Death, and taxes. There's even a Stoneforge Mystic variant. Or just go with the classic humans. Other combos include Melirapod, Kiki Cord, and Spike Feeder. And many more. 3 of my favorite cards that I'd like to highlight include Harsh Mentor, who's especially potent at stopping combos like Splinter Twin and shocks the opponent every time they crack a fetch land. Sig River Cutthroat, who's great in Black-Red Burn alongside Blightning, or with the Shrieking Affliction deck. And Meddling Mage. Better here than most cubes because there's so many duplicates and there's so many ways to look at your opponent's hand.
Hello and welcome back to CubeCon 2024. I'm Ron Dez Green. I'm joined by Ethan Sachs, Lord Tupperware. We're getting into some more action in this Mono Red Cube. We just finished up a game where we saw some awesome gameplay and a wonderful showcase of what Red is capable of. Burn, artifacts, excellent planeswalkers that go straight to the dome with damage. Really, really exciting stuff. But now we're getting into our two players that we did see win these games. Fire Shoes facing off against Jonathan Brostoff. Ethan Sachs, let me know what you're feeling about this matchup now that we've gotten to see both of these decks in play.
I think I like Robert's chances a little bit better. I think his deck has the more consistent draws. I think we saw a little bit of awkwardness with him drawing cards in slightly not the right order, but he just the sheer amount of burn that he has available, I think is going to be able to sort of skirt around, oh, J-Bro, you're drawing an extra card with your Chandra, how fun. 4 damage, 4 damage, 4 damage. I think
Enjoy.
Is what my assessment would be. But I like both of these decks, as we saw them both win. And it's important to note that this is a win and in, right? Both of these players, sure, 3-0 is nice for bragging rights, but all you need to do is get 2 wins in this draft, and you move on to top 64.
That's right. So we were talking about the low ground game here, the low curve, the Fire Shoes Robert Taylor had put together. There's some stuff in Jonathan's deck that could put that to a stop, right? We saw the Brotherhood's End, the board wipe. We saw the Rekindling Phoenix, a creature that can block, and if you kill it, it just comes right back. You need removal for the Feather token. So a hot start is what Robert's looking for. You don't want these Planeswalkers coming down and gumming up the board with other permanents and more spells to your face. We're looking for a swift win from Fire Shoes. It can't go too long.
Goblin Guide reveals Lotus Petal. Not quite a land, but a mountain is here on the second attack. As it cleanly gets in, and J-Bro falls to 16, and oh no.
That's the seal.
That's 1 land for Robert on turn 2. So he may fall behind here if he's not able to double spell.
That's right, and I'm seeing a cast into the fire in the hand of Brostoff, it's the only player's hand we're really able to see clearly at the moment. Off the top of the deck from the Goblin Guide, we're seeing that creature, the 3-mana creature where you swing and get 2 tokens. Not a lot on the side of Robert Taylor to block it, so I think that we might see a burn spell come the way if that creature comes into play. Searing Blood, that's 2 damage to the Goblin Guide, and some damage goes upstairs too. That's a card that Fire Shoes passed up and was certainly mulling over in the draft. Kamano faces Kakazan, comes down. That's 1 red mana, 1 damage to Jonathan Brostoff, straight to the player, and that's the first step of the saga. We'll get into the second step next turn. Chandra, Torch of Defiance comes down. Big spell for the opening hand of Brostoff here for sure. It's going to go up to 5 loyalty, and that's quite a lot. Robert Taylor's going to have to send quite a bit of resources to take that Planeswalker out, Ethan.
Yeah, and I don't see that happening with only 1 mountain on turn 3. It's just so hard to do. Like, we've seen this happen before on coverage. I mean, any Magic player out there has seen it happen as you've got a low curve. You keep the 1-lander, fine, but then you miss, and then you miss, and then you miss. And it's just really hard. I mean, J-Bro has access to a lot of land, a lot of card advantage at this point if he wants with Chandra. You can see casting the Fire Stagger Shock, etc. Another Chandra. Wow. I mean,
we get Searing Blood again for that creature, the Kamano, when it flips next turn, and then Robert's got nothing on the battlefield.
Right.
The Chandra Acolyte of Flame here, as you're seeing on the left side of your screen, will be able to bring a creature back from the graveyard. Look, we got the 3-mana creature as well that creates tokens. This board state's getting out of control, and there's just not much in the deck for Robert to play right now, especially not with 2 mana. We were talking about card advantage, card selection. There's a lot of it in Jonathan's deck. For most of this game, Robert's going to be drawing 1 card per turn. And that's a really scary situation to be in when you are missing land drops this way.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Reckless Impulse, he's got the Experimental Synthesizer, but if he's wasting time doing that, like, he just needs to draw lands naturally, and it looks like he missed again here. And
scary.
We'll go through the motions. This is a game of importance. No one's conceding early, but it's really hard for Robert to crawl out of this at this point, facing down 2 Chandras plus the Hanweir Garrison.
Yeah, also Chandra Ultimates next turn. So this is a rough spot to be in. I imagine maybe Robert's got something in hand to stop the ultimate, but you're not getting through with Kamano. Oh, we got the seal, of course. Deal 2 damage to any target.
And then we'll finish it off with a Lava Dart.
Okay.
I don't think we'll be flashing that back and sacrificing our only mountain anytime soon.
Certainly not. So we can Searing Blood from the graveyard, which I think would be a good use of small Chandra, the Acolyte of Flame. You could do either mode of this 4-mana Chandra and they'd be good. That's 2 damage to Robert because the top card that Jonathan exiled was a mountain. So I expect here to see the down tick to 2, get the Searing Blood, take out the Kamano, and then the Chandras are free next turn to continue to do their thing. But we're going to plus.
Yeah, just add a loyalty. I mean, while Robert can't really pressure, is this Kamano really anything we need to worry about? Oof.
No. I'm thinking more about just getting the Chandra ultimate off, but I'm sure Rostov's got something in hand to deal with it. With 5 open mana. That's my best guess here.
I'm looking at Robert's face. I feel like he's trying to put on a little bit of a show. I'm like, oh, let me look at this. Ah, yes, well, if I had mana, this is what I would do. But alas, I do not.
That Lotus Petal is just salt in the wound.
I know.
Getting that Chandra out a turn early while Robert's still stumbling on land.
It was a promising start with Goblin Guide on 1.
Indeed it was. We're going to try with Kamano. It's gone.
Yeah, there's the answer. Stagger Shock. Deal 2, rebound.
Yeah.
We'll deal 2 to something again in the upkeep. Robert says go. Stagger Shock goes face. There's a Rishadan Port. That's nail in the coffin. That's brutal. He's going to be able to tap down Robert's lone mountain in upkeep.
we ultimate Chandra here. Left with 1 loyalty point thanks to Chandra Acolyte of Flame pumping it. So now every spell that Jonathan casts gets 5 damage to any target. Yeah, game's over.
Yeah.
Look, that Chandra ultimate's been ending games for like a decade now.
Yeah.
And it's always exciting to see it happen. Game 1 goes to Brostov. That's a quick one. Fire Shoes or Robert Taylor is going to stumble on land and make it quite an easy one for him to take.
All right. Rift Bolt suspends and cast on turn 2. And Kari Zev and land number 2 as a relief to Robert Taylor here.
Yes, we've already made it further than the last game. 2 land for Jonathan and then says go. Got another land in hand as well. I thought I saw a Planeswalker. Couldn't quite tell just yet. Looking at Brostov's hand, I see some removal spells. I think I see a Cast into the Flame. I see Rekindling Phoenix. That's going to be big on 4, especially with this Kari Zev here.
Land number 3, practically flooded at this point. And there's the Ragavan, a nice little custom-drawn Monka. So we'll get in for 3. We'll play a Kamano.
Kamano faces Kakazan Chapter 1. Y'all saw it last game. 1 damage to Jonathan Brostov directly. Next turn, a creature that enters will get an additional +1/+1 counter. The 3rd land comes down and Jonathan passes. And now that we go back to Robert Taylor, we're going to go to Chapter 2. And we should expect to see a creature here, maybe something with haste, come down next.
Looks like he's reading it just to make sure that the Ragavan token doesn't snatch up that counter.
On theme for the pirate.
For sure.
I think it's the next cast, no?
I
next
believe
creature
so.
you cast.
I believe so. And double duty here. Magma Jet plus Unholy Heat to take out Kari Zev before it's cast.
Wow.
We'll get a Scry 2 thanks to Magma Jet.
Now, keep in mind, if Rekindling Phoenix blocks the reverse side of this Kamano faces Kakazan, the 2/2, if Robert decides to use a burn spell on the Rekindling Phoenix, the card is exiled and the Feather token does not come into play. The creature would not be able to recur itself. Let's see what Brostov decides to do. Do we have a 4th land? 4th land comes into play. Just snap, play down that Rekindling Phoenix.
There's a Phoenix. And more importantly, it's pretty devastating that Robert didn't have a creature to take advantage of Chapter 2 of Kamano.
That's right. So is it all burn spells in hand? Is that a tell for Jonathan to refuse to block here, maybe?
Maybe. Fury.
Oh, that's big. So, Feather token. And the Rekindling Phoenix should return now. Oh, no, because it's static. So any red damage, as long as Kumano's in the battlefield, exiles.
Yeah, that's pretty big for Robert to have that.
So this 3/3 double striker is kind of dangerous at this point.
Yeah.
Jonathan's down to 12, so if it gets in one time, that's half your health gone. What removal spells do we have? There we go.
Doubling up again, Searing Blood, cast into the fire.
These are some expensive turns, though.
Right.
Spending 2 cards twice to get rid of a single creature.
Not ideal, but you got to do what you got to do.
Absolutely. Certainly worth it. You got rid of 2 bodies by getting rid of the Karizev. You got rid of 2 attacks, essentially, right, with that double striker and Fury. So it's an unfortunate cost that must be paid.
That Fury was a 3-for-1. It took out the Phoenix and then ate 2 removal spells.
Yeah. Huge.
All the while, Lava Spike taking out a chunk of J-Bro's life. And we have a Bone Horde Dracosaur. You don't want J-Bro untapping with that, Robert. Let me tell you.
Lots of flyers over here. It's important to note that Fire Shoes has 1, and it's the Bird Detective, Slick Shot. But this Bone Horde Dracosaur has flying and first strike. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top 2 cards of your library. So again, that's going to allow Jonathan Brostoff to see more cards. You may play them this turn. If you exile land, he gets to create more creatures, 3/1 dinosaur tokens. And if you exile a non-land card, that's treasure tokens. So this is a huge 5-drop that Robert doesn't even need to really worry about. Maybe you just need to keep going up top, going to the dome. That's 6 life is separating you from victory in game 2 here.
Well, make that 4 life, as Raminap Ruins is the last card for Robert. And he's got a lot of top decks. I mean, if he cracks Ruins end of turn, puts J-Bro to 4, he's got a lot of time.
2 lands, that's going to be 2 dinosaur tokens. You got 2 blockers on the ground.
Gross. Just gross.
These are 3/1 dinosaurs, so whatever they block is probably dying. But it's protection on the ground nevertheless.
Grim Lavamancer and Embreth Shieldbreaker.
Cute. We get 2 of those, though, no? Or does that only happen 1 time? Let's see. Exile the top 2. If you exile a land card this way, create a 3/1 red dinosaur creature token.
Yeah, it's not for each.
Right.
Okay. Go face. Are we going to have an oh my god, it's Lightning Helix moment here? Looks like no, though Robert's not dead immediately.
No.
He's only just mostly dead.
Right. You get another 2 attempts, I think, to maybe, well, let's see. We got a blocker for the dinosaur. Bonehard gets in. Got 3 creatures on the ground. You can only block 2, so something's getting in. So 2 turns, I think, is what Robert might have. And that's if Brostoff doesn't draw more burn off the top of the deck.
So Robert elects to swing. J-Bro animates his Gitu Encampment, which is a first strike creature. So 2/1 first strike takes out the Kiln Fiend. The Shieldbreaker trades. Is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Robert's just dead, I believe. If J-Bro animates the encampment, or I guess can make 2 1/1s.
Right.
And then he activates Gitu Lava, or the Grim Lavamancer for 2.
9. Chandra makes 2 elementals.
Yeah, so that's 10, and then Lavamancer is 2 more.
Yep.
J-Bro takes it.
Wow.
Robert's not out, right?
That's right. He's 1-1.
So Robert, if he can win the last match, he can advance, and that means J-Bro's in.
Yeah, that's a 2-0 start. Only needed to get 2 wins. Now we see Fire Shoes has to go perfect here. Got to get that next W to continue on in the tournament. And I mean, it's really rough how long these games have lasted for him. He's either not drawn enough land or drawn far too much. Which again is just the curse of only seeing 1 card per turn. That's just kind of how it goes. Either you draw hot or you don't.
Yeah.
So tough loss there against certainly a worthy opponent. Guys, we're going to cut to a break. In just a couple of minutes, we'll be back to watch more Fire Shoes gameplay. Can he get this final win and in? Stay tuned and find out.
I'm Colin from Cincinnati, and this is the original Old Border Cube. I'll start off by going over 3 cards key to the cube. First off is Psychotog. He really represents his arrow well. He's strong here, great discard outlet, great win condition, great control supporter. Next is Black Lotus. It's a power cube, and having power makes it feel of the era and makes a lot of powerful, exciting plays. Next is Bob. There's not a lot of new, quote-unquote, old border cards in the cube, but the few feel thematic and fit the era. Next, I'll go over some archetypes in the cube. First are some standard archetypes like White Weenie, Blue Tempo, Black Discard Value, Red Aggro, Green Ramp, Enchantress, Blue Base Control, Storm, Recurring Nightmare Survival, Land Destruction, Fire's Aggro, Blue-Green Madness, Artifacts, Wildfire, and there's plenty of support for fatties across all the colors. Of course, the fatties aren't as good in Old Border, but the ways to get there are just as powerful.
Welcome back, folks. We are here for a Mono Red Cube. We're at CubeCon 2024, day 4 of 5 for this event, and we're in the Mono Red Cube. We just watched Jonathan Brostoff face off against Robert Taylor, also known as Fire Shoes, and Fire Shoes found his first loss. The man is 1-1 and needs to win this next game to get in and see competition in the final day of our tournament. Look at this Mono Red burn list. It'd be fantastic if we could draw some mountains on curve, but that has been plaguing Robert game after game in this set.
And sometimes the mountains are too plentiful.
Yeah.
He sees half of them instead of just one.
Sometimes you're just too great of an adventurer and you're out in the mountains and you get lost out there and you can't cast any spells. That's been very problematic in these past couple matches for Robert Taylor. He gets a third attempt here against Nathaniel Anderson. We're seeing a much higher curve, Terror of the Peaks. We also got the Dracosaur, the big 5-mana dinosaur. Bloodthirsty Adversary, we were talking about that quite a bit during the draft of this cube as something that's going to be valuable to throw your creatures at your opponent. It looks like that's the way that Nathaniel Anderson is leaning. Chaos Warp is in here too. But Ethan, tell me, what are you seeing here? What's your breakdown of this pool from Nathaniel Anderson?
Well, the first thing I look at is I see Kiki Jiki Mirror Breaker, and I think, what are we doing with that? What do we got going on with that? And there's a lot to like. Copying Season Pyromancer, Brea's Apprentice, Imperial Recruiter, Flame Tongue Kavu. So there's value. Obviously, copying Trumpeting Carnosaur would be extremely powerful because that's just an ETB. Get the Discover 5 off there. So this is a much more, we've seen Burn. We saw Corey's deck be much more controlling. I would say J-Bro's deck was in the mid-range territory. This is pure mid-range, as far as I can tell.
That's right. And so we'll see how it goes. I also saw the Tectonic Giant, so it seems like that spot for 4 mana, between 4 and 5 is that sweet spot of where we want to go. As you said, mid-range deck, we want to play a bit longer. Robert Taylor, though, Fire Shoes, does not even want you to get to that point without losing at least half your life. We're starting off with a Goblin Guide, 2 damage straight away. I didn't catch the card that we saw off the top of the deck there, but either way, Nathaniel will start with a Mountain and pass. Ooh, Scrapyard Mud off the top. It's got an unearthed cost. We can get in with haste. Looking for that second land drop from Nathaniel here.
He's got him. He's got mountains. Just planning out exactly what he wants to do. Kiln Fiend will be the play. And there will be the Searing Blaze. 3 damage to that, 3 damage to Robert.
So Goblin Guide's going to get in for another 2. And what's our turn 3 play going to be for Robert here? Reckless Impulse. We're going to see some more cards. Maybe hit a land off the top. At least one. We get 2. So we have one for next turn as well. Hopefully there's some actual action in hand for Robert as well, and we're not just getting flooded again. But I think the games where he sees Reckless Impulse are higher percentage to win than the games where he doesn't.
And been lucky here on the Goblin Guide yet to grant Nathaniel Anderson to free Mountain.
So that Mountain will stay in exile until next turn, where Robert Taylor will most likely play it, put that into play, certainly. We got the Seal on the battlefield, where Robert can sacrifice that, deal 2 damage to Nathaniel Anderson. But what's going on the other side of the battlefield? We're tapping out for 2 spells here, Ethan.
Well, we've got Imperial Recruiter hitting the board. So that's going to be a 3-mana 1/1 that tutors up a creature with power 2 or less. And Kiki Jiki Mirror Breaker is the selection for Nathaniel.
So Kiki Jiki, with that haste ability, you're able to copy other permanents. There's a couple of really powerful infinite mana loops that are infamous throughout Magic the Gathering, but we're not going to get to see it today, as Fire Shoes just straight away deletes it. Instant removal. You don't want anything. Give them a chance to do anything with that.
And nice that it's efficient with Lava Dart, that you don't have to, all the burn that Robert has adds up. And so excess burn, if I'm wasting a 2-mana or 2 damage spell on your 1 toughness creature, that feels bad. So Lava Dart being efficient there, he can save the Seal of Fire to go face. Rift Bolt obviously can go face, and we're counting down from 12 at this point. Blast Zone the land there for Nathaniel Anderson, a nice way for him to potentially clean up some permanents on Robert's side, should he choose to do so.
Right. So far, it would just be the Goblin Guide, because, of course, Fire Shoes, Robert Taylor can sacrifice the Seal at instant speed. But lots of these creatures in Robert's deck are in the 2-mana range. So as we build up charge counters on that Blast Zone, we'll see it be a bit more effective as the game goes on. But again, Robert Taylor, Fire Shoes, hoping to not even allow him to get to that point. We're looking for a swift game. Tap 1, Goblin Guide's gone. That's a tell right there that we plan on increasing the counters on that Blast Zone.
Forked Bolt, not really forked, just targeting a single creature there, but it works nonetheless. Rift Bolt goes face, so Nathaniel's down to 9, single digits. Can Robert piece the last half of his life total together with burn? Is that a go? Land 5 go for Robert?
Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
We've seen this before.
All right, Lightning Strike, face. Robert down to 14. Land 5, there's...
Oh no, we got the Terror of the Peaks, a 5/4 flyer. Whenever a creature ETBs on the side of Nathaniel, it gets to deal that damage to any target. And it's just going straight to the face of Robert Taylor. Oh no, it's straight to the opponent. I don't think you have a choice, right? So that's quite scary. The Lava Spike can take care of it if it's paired with something else here, though.
Do you have a deal for Robert? Because that's it if you do. Seal of Fire plus flashback Lava Dart in graveyard. But we're not there yet.
We're going to ignore it and just draw burn off the top. That's the goal here.
How about Kiki-Jiki copying Terror?
Oh boy.
I don't think we're gonna see another turn here. Yep, because Terror's gonna come in as a token, trigger the first Terror. Robert goes to 9. There's 10 damage in the air.
They see each other. Or the Kiki-Jiki's gonna do it. Oh wow.
Yep. Oh, and I think we also probably need to count the 2 damage that came in from Kiki entering in the first place, but we don't even need it. That's bonus.
That's game.
Robert was so close. He needed it was a bolt away. 3 away.
It's just not when both players make it to 5 mana, it's absolutely not in. It's so lopsided in favor of Robert's opponent here. So as you can see right there, Nathaniel's just got to slam one of his many 4 and 5 mana creatures and just get that value from it.
Mountain go for Robert. You know what we haven't seen in any of Robert's games?
What's that?
Slick shot show off.
It hasn't gotten played once, right? We also only saw Swift Spear a single time.
This is now the second time we've seen Kiln Fiend, but just really not seeing a lot of threats.
No, that's absolutely right. All right, Kill Fiend gone. Using burn early on these creatures is good because, again, we just want to extend the turn count if you're Nathaniel. Ramming Up Ruins comes down as Robert Taylor's first non-mountain land, third land in the game.
Well, that should tell, that would tell me, I think, that that's probably Robert's last land in hand.
Yeah, ideally on the keep.
You'd probably sandbag that. Generally don't want to let your opponent know about burn if you can help it, because they'll start to, they may start to play a little bit more conservatively. But if you sandbag it and they think, oh, I've got some life to play with, and then you go, oh, actually, no, my land drop is going to shock you.
That's right. Mess up their math as much as you can. We're seeing a plotted... That's the 4/4. Yeah. So with how many cards are in Robert's hand, it's going to have some -1/-1 counters for each one. But again, look to see Robert expend and cast each card in his hand whenever possible. We're going for damage up top. That's a flying trample creature, by the way. Stronger than all of the flyers and stronger than all of the creatures in Nathaniel's deck if you can get all those -1/-1, the -1 off of it. They're not counters, just -1/-1 as a static ability.
And there's the Recruiter again. We'll see if it's second verse, same as the first, and it is.
Kiki-Jiki's
going to
back.
find Kiki-Jiki.
There's the Slick Shot
there
show
it
off.
is.
A bit late, but let's see if we got some follow-up in hand that makes this attack stronger. We
Yeah,
sure do. Lava Dart comes in.
Lava Spike, yeah.
Lava Spike comes in. Going straight to the dome with it. Followed up by the Lightning Bolt.
Okay.
That's +4.
That's 6 and
plus
now
6 to
now,
the Slick Shot?
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
That was 6 burn,
Next
five,
turn.
5 in the air.
That's right.
And now the Terror. I don't know if Nathaniel's going to live to see turn 5.
Yeah, that's a 6/6 currently, the Terror. Expect to see Robert put away as many cards as he can next turn as well, just to get the final -1/-1 counter off of it. And we're flying in the air, so this is looking like a potentially lethal turn coming up.
Okay, Chrome Mox. Exile Shock. Or, sorry, Exile Electrostatic Field. But we're not playing Kiki-Jiki. That's not doing it. There's a Fear of Missing Out. There's a Trumpeting Carnosaur. And there's a Dire Fleet Daredevil.
Right, but you don't want to take right now, doing the discard ability for a Carnosaur would at least get rid of the bird, which is relevant. But you still got to get rid of that dragon.
Yeah.
Dragon's in the way. You can't even attack. If you discard the Carnosaur, the Trumpeting Carnosaur, then you also can't go to face with it. But I mean, Robert's at 20 life, so the value there is quite low.
I agree.
Casting it doesn't do you too much because of these flyers. So what do we do, Nathaniel? Are we going to game 3?
I think so. I think what Nathaniel's thinking about right now, or what I was thinking about looking at his cards was, can I do it? Because if the Terror is a 6/6, you could Dire Fleet Daredevil, flashback your opponent's Lightning Bolt. That's 3 damage. Then Carnosaur is 3 extra damage, but you're 1 mana short of doing that. So here's a FOMO, pitch the Carnosaur, draw into Seasoned Pyromancer. That's not going to do it. It'll give you more fresh looks, but nothing to defend the creatures in the air.
Right.
There's Daredevil.
Get the bolt, take out Slick Shot.
But if Robert has land 5, this is lethal. Oh, I guess not quite. Sorry, it's still 1 short with the Ramunap Ruins.
Right. So Nathaniel just bought himself a turn, provided Robert doesn't get burn off the top.
Okay, Kamano and
Do we have 1 more point? 2 more.
Oh yeah, we do.
Okay, there it
and
is.
And then chuck the creature, deal 4 with I believe that's Reckless Impulse. Or no, Reckless Impulse is the draw spell. It's another Reckless.
Something Reckless.
Red's got too many Reckless cards.
Was it Reckless Bushwhacker?
No. It's a sorcery. Reckless Abandon.
Reckless Abandon.
All right, game 3. Robert and Nathaniel both fighting for a spot in the top 64 tomorrow morning, where we will be here bright and early. And I hope you will be too.
1-1, folks. We need this one to get on to the next day. Goblin Guide on turn 2 is going to go in for 2 damage. Not going to get a free land for Nathaniel off that triggered ability. We have the Seal on the battlefield. If we sacrifice that, it's 2 damage to the dome. All right, we're taking out the Goblin Guide with that card that we revealed, that removal spell.
It's a Firebolt, which has flashback for 5 mana, so it could come back on a future turn to pick off one of Robert's few threats, actually.
3 mountains in play. What's next? Robert taps 2.
Kiln Fiend.
Drops a creature. We got Kiln Fiend in play.
Oh, and a Reckless Charge. He's just going for it into open mana. +3 from the Kiln Fiend, +3 from the charge, and gives it haste. That's 7.
Big swing. No burn spell to stop it. That's 7 damage in.
Dang. Worn Power Stone. That's not ideal. This looks like a whole mess of lands. All right, Forked Bolt takes out the Kiln Fiend. And we're not casting Power Stone.
We've seen this before, Ethan. Robert gets the hot start and then fizzles out.
I know. Don't put that voodoo on him.
I don't think I'm gonna have too much influence here on what's off the top of the deck. It's been tough seeing so many mountain.
For both.
It sure has.
For both players. All right, I think Robert's got action. We got Bone Crusher.
It's 2 up top. Next turn, you could play it as a creature. Did it on end step, so now's your chance. But let's see what else he's got in hand.
I think I also saw a Char in Robert's hand.
Okay. This is looking good. 4/3 comes down. You got the Bone Crusher Giant in play. If this is able to get in for damage next turn, that's almost enough. Well, if you have Char, 4 + 4 is 8 + 2, that's 10.
Yeah.
So Nathaniel, removing the Bone Crusher Giant is going to take 2 damage.
There's Kiki Jiki, that's definitely not enough, but there's also a burn spell. I think that's a Fiery Temper. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So we're going to Fiery Temper the Bone Crusher Giant, and he's going to take 2.
And I think Robert is 1 shy at the moment.
That's right.
With Seal
6.
and Char.
1 point of damage separates Robert from the final day of the tournament.
Kari Zev, Reckless Charge.
Oh.
And there it is. That's 6 plus Seal.
Seal, crack it, 2 damage. Nathaniel's gone, the handshake. Robert Taylor saves his tournament run by coming out on top 2-1. Wow.
I have to say, so we're on a bit of a delay here, and while we were commentating, Robert Taylor walked down the hall, and he did not look happy. And I was like, oh no, did he scrub out? Did he get the 1-2? I have to say I'm selfishly happy to see that he was victorious there.
Yes, a wonderful and exciting finish to our broadcast tonight, as well as Robert Taylor saves his tournament run in Game 3 of his final match of the day. Folks, I'm Rondez Green Mage. This is Ethan Sachs, Lord Tupperware. We're at CubeCon 2024. Our action's done tonight, but come back tomorrow for the final day of the tournament. We're going to see Top 64 play. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we'll see you soon.